Chapter 1. At 8 years old, a legendary bandit system? In Huaihai Province, Jinling City, Gufeng District, Lin Dong stood beneath an aging residential building, gazing down at a pair of delicate, fair hands. His large eyes were filled with confusion. Wasn't I just in a fierce battle with the Dongshin gang? How'd I end up here? Before he could unravel the mystery, a figure emerged from the corridor. Little Dong, today is your first day of elementary school. Make sure to get along with your classmates and don't behave like you did in kindergarten. Lin Dong, starting elementary school? Just as he pondered this, memories surged into his mind. Lin Dong understood. He had been killed and transmigrated into the body of another person with the same name, an 80-year-old who had just entered first grade, orphaned and living with an elder sister. Little Dong, you need to pay attention at school and don't let anyone bully you. Lin Dong looked up at the speaker, Lin Nan. She stood at 1.70 meters, clad in a white short-sleeved shirt and denim shorts, her long, fair legs straight and slim. With her hair tied in a high ponytail and donning black-framed glasses, her features were exquisite. Despite her beauty, Lin Dong felt indifferent after all. She was his sister. Starting elementary school? He scoffed. Although he had been involved in the underworld in his previous life, he had at least received a higher education. Though he had nearly forgotten most of it, the trivial content of elementary school would pose no challenge for him. With this thought, a scene unfolded in his mind. In class, the math teacher sternly asked class, "What is 6.5?" Upon hearing the question, many first graders gasped. Oh no, it's the legendary two-digit addition. How do we calculate that? I only have 10 fingers. This is so hard. This is beyond what we should be solving in first grade. As despair engulfed the other students, he stood up calmly and said, 6.5 equals 11. His classmates were astonished, and the teacher exclaimed, "Prodigy." In elementary school, a little genius emerged from Huaihai. In middle school, the genius shone on. In high school, the genius downfall. What are you daydreaming about? Just as Lin Dong was lost in thought, he felt a tap on the back of his head and turned to see Lin Nan, who had appeared behind him on her electric scooter. "Get on, I'll take you to school before I go look for a job." With a sigh, Lin Dong lowered his head and trudged to the rear seat of the scooter, using all his strength to hoist himself up. This body is still too weak. I need to develop a bit. Suddenly, a pair of hands reached out from the front, clasping his small hands. Lin Nan placed his hand around her waist and said with a hint of annoyance, "Hold on tight, don't fall off." Lin Dong's arm barely encircled her waist, his face pressed against her back. The scent enveloping him made his cheeks flush involuntarily. Was this transmigration truly a bad thing? This was splendid. As they rode past a bank, Lin Dong noticed several uniformed police officers holding up posters and shouting through a megaphone, seemingly promoting something. The summer breeze whispered past his ears, and he caught 3 words: bank robbery. Gufeng Elementary School was merely a 10-minute ride away. With the new school year commencing, the streets flanking the school were filled with parked cars. Many little children, curious and accompanied by their parents, hurried towards the school. Lin Nan parked the scooter and led Lin Dong inside. This was a public school, primarily attended by children from working-class families. However, there were exceptions. Lin Dong spotted a sleek black car adorned with wings parked by the roadside. The classroom building had 8 floors, and Lin Dong's class was on the first floor. In class 1.5, Lin Nan admonished him, "You must listen to the teacher at school and not bully your classmates. If anyone bullies you, you must tell me." Lin Dong listened with a sense of resignation. She was treating him like an 80-year-old, which he indeed was. "All right, I will wait for you at the entrance when school ends at 3 o'clock. After saying this, Lin Nan ruffled Lin Dong's hair, offering him a sweet smile. Although he felt unaccustomed to it, Lin Dong found himself powerless to resist. It was time for class. Once all the parents departed, Lin Dong boredly counted the students. There were 32 students in total, including him. The classroom door swung open, and a young woman in a white dress, cradling books in her arms, stepped eagerly onto the podium. Looking at the innocent faces below, she felt a surge of excitement. Having graduated from Huaihai Normal University and spent a year preparing for the exam, she had finally secured a teaching position. This class would be the beginning of her teaching career. Placing her books down, she wrote her name in chalk on the blackboard. Yu Qingyu. "Class, please be quiet. Let me introduce myself. My name is Yu, and you may call me Teacher Yu. I will be teaching you Chinese and will also serve as your homeroom teacher." Lin Dong, seated in the back row, stifled a yawn. After her introduction, She continued, "Now, I would like each of you to come up and introduce yourselves." "Well then, which student will go first?" Lin Dong then observed a classmate clad in a black children's trench coat, wearing a black mask, approach the front. "Isn't that Jia Hao from the next class? What brings him to ours?" Ding! Legendary Bandit System bound successfully. A cold mechanical voice resonated in Lin Dong's mind, causing his body to tremble. "System? Is this meant to allow me to rise from this age of 8? With my past experiences and this system, should I pursue a political career or the underworld? I could at least rise to a prominent position in Huaihai." "Wait." Lin Dong narrowed his eyes, finally noticing the phrase Legendary Bandit. "What does this mean?" Legendary Bandit. The host is situated in Huaihai, a place renowned for nurturing heroes throughout history. Why settle for being a provincial governor when you can conquer the capital and become a nation's top bandit? What the heck? Lin Dong nearly blurted out an expletive. If others heard this, he would likely be divided into 5 factions to confront the authorities. Based on his past life, Huaihai was surrounded by at least 6 heavily armed composite brigades. Was this system leading him to his demise? His face turned pale as he helplessly inquired, "What are your functions?" "The host currently possesses weak abilities. Please focus on accumulating strength first." The next moment, a panel appeared before Lin Dong, visible only to him. "Host, Lin Dong, age, 28, physique. 3. What does this age of 28 signify?" Lin Dong's lips curled in confusion, whether in his past or present life. This age did not align. He realized the system was definitely malfunctioning. The most suitable task for the host has been assigned bank robbery. Chapter 2. There's a minor protection law. Is robbing a bank okay? Lin Dong. At this moment, his truly little mind was filled with questions. "System, what do you mean? You want me to do what? Rob a bank?" A shadow loomed over his forehead, as he was no stranger to this line of work from his past life. "But what about now? I am merely an 80-year-old child. Rob a bank? I would be mistaken for a lost child, even if I ventured to the bank alone." Cursing under my breath at the SB system, Lin Dong decided to disregard it altogether. Detected that the host physique is currently too weak, the novice gift package has been issued. Lin Dong's eyes sparkled with excitement. A novice gift package? This system is truly remarkable. Physique points 50 random max level skill 1 as these 2 lines of prompts appear before him. Lin Dong rested his chin on one hand. Physique points can enhance the host physique random max level skill. Randomly acquire a max level skill from various fields understanding their purpose. Lin Dong allocated the 50 physique points to his body. In the next moment, he felt a refreshing stream descend from above, penetrating through the crown of his head. The frail sensation of his 80-year-old body vanished, replaced by a rapid surge of strength. Host, Lin Dong physique. 53. This physique 10 points signifies an ordinary adult, and I now possess 50. Lin Dong murmured to himself. He raised his fist and glanced down. His small fist could deliver a powerful blow. And this random skill, just as Lin Dong was about to access it, he suddenly felt someone nudging him. Turning around, he found a cute little girl with twin ponytails gazing at him. Li Ziki extended her small hand, gesturing for Lin Dong to look at the podium. It was only then that he realized everyone in the classroom was staring at him. Yu Qingyu cleared her throat and reiterated, "This classmate, you're the last one. Please come up and introduce yourself." Lin Dong nodded and stood up. So adorable, Yu Qingyu thought to herself. Lin Dong's skin was fair, his large eyes bright, and his cheeks, slightly chubby, possessed the quintessential look of a child model. Lin Dong felt exasperated. Having been handsome in his previous life, he found himself just as attractive in this new existence. What challenge? "This classmate, please introduce yourself to everyone," Yu Qingyu said with a sweet smile, her fondness for children evident, especially for someone as charming as Lin Dong. Ahem. Standing at the podium, Lin Dong cleared his throat, surveying the audience with confidence. He felt no stage fright. Having mingled with gang members in his past life, he had developed muscle memory for public speaking. Under Yu Qingyu's gentle gaze, Lin Dong casually slipped one hand into his pocket and spoke in a tone reminiscent of a leader. "My name is Lin Dong. Since we are all in the same class, we are brothers now. The winds of the 5 continents are stirring, and harmony is precious in the 4 seas. In the future, let's gather for some drinks." Yu Qingyu was left bewildered. The The faces of the children below mirrored her confusion. What is he talking about? After finishing his introduction, Lin Dong disregarded the stunned Yu Qingyu and descended from the podium. As he walked away with one hand in his pocket, Yu Qingyu finally regained her composure, her lips curling into a smile. Lin Dong really is quite the joker. Upon returning to her seat, Li Ziki leaned closer, her lips pursed, her big eyes brimming with curiosity. You sound just like my dad. Lin Dong, may I inquire what your father does? My dad didn't tell me, but he seems to be a security guard, Li Ziki replied innocently. Lin Dong didn't press further on the topic and opened a random max-level skill. He rubbed his hands together under the desk. System, activate. Host has drawn the skill Century Thief. Century Thief integrates the experiences of all renowned bandits throughout history. The system's cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind as a wave of memories surged into his consciousness. What an extraordinary Century Thief. After absorbing the knowledge, Lin Dong exhaled deeply. The experiences of notorious thieves from the past now resided within him. Coupled with his current physique of 53, completing the task assigned by the system would not be overly difficult. Moreover, I'm only 8 years old. The minor protection laws should prevent me from facing any legal repercussions for bank robbery, right? Lin Dong contemplated. So you're suggesting that I accidentally wandered away from my parents, then inadvertently entered a bank, meandered past all security, coincidentally unlocked the safe, and casually pocketed $1 million in cash. Is that correct? Yes, officer, I'm just a child. What am I doing? Treating the police like fools. Lin Dong shook his head in resignation. The first day of school was rather simple, consisting of introductions from various teachers and the distribution of textbooks. By 3 in the afternoon, it was time to dismiss. Lin Dong slung his backpack over his shoulder and followed the throng toward the school gate. Just as on the morning of his first day, cars lined the roadside, with many parents searching for their children among the crowd. Xiaodong, a familiar voice called out, and Lin Nan waved at him from the roadside. How was your first day in elementary school? Lin Nan forced a smile as she asked. It was fine, Lin Dong replied nonchalantly. Noticing her expression, he casually inquired, did you not pass the interview? Alas, Lin Nan sighed in resignation. The electric bike ran out of battery, so he can only walk home. Lin Dong shrugged indifferently. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a familiar black car with wings parked nearby. A figure he recognized got into the vehicle. Isn't that my desk mate Li Ziki? Is this car hers? Lin Dong felt a hint of surprise, recalling her previous words, and speculation arose in his mind. Is she the daughter of a crime lord? Lin Nan noticed her brother's fixation on the Bentley and clenched her fist. Xiaodong, you don't need to envy others. As long as we work hard, we'll have a car eventually. Lin Dong diverted his gaze without saying much more. The two continued homeward. On the way, they passed by the bank from the morning. Police officers still stood at the entrance, holding posters and using loudspeakers to announce something. This time, Lin Dong could hear clearly. The Gufeng District Police Station, in conjunction with Jinling Daily and Huaihai Bank, is conducting a robbery drill and is currently recruiting volunteers from the public. A bank robbery drill? Lin Dong halted, glancing over. The drill will take place this weekend. 1 robber and several other volunteers are needed. Robber volunteers of any age are welcome, and those with experience will be prioritized. Experience prioritized? Lin Dong smirked slightly. Those with experience would be the ones guarding it, right? For a moment, he couldn't discern whether this was a drill or a police sting operation. Lin Nan, noticing her brother's pause, followed his gaze with curiosity. Xiaodong, what are you looking at? Lin Dong remained silent, lost in thought. Does the system's detection function have a flaw? Do I really need to rob a bank, or is the process what matters? With this in mind, Lin Dong stepped forward. At the entrance of the People's Bank, Lin Qiangwei and Fan Xiaolan stood in the shade of the awning, yet they still felt the oppressive heat. The former fanned her face weakly with her hand, lamenting, it's been a whole day, and not a single volunteer has shown up for the robber. Fan Xiaolan stretched her neck and replied, I can't fathom what the director is thinking. Can't we just find someone from our bureau? Why make it so complicated? It's precisely because it's meant to be live-streamed, Lin Qiangwei retorted, casting him a disapproving glance. Using our own people might lead netizens to suspect that it's all scripted. And also, could you possibly change the recording in that loudspeaker? What do you mean by experience preferred? Anyone listening might think we're here to fish for something. Just as the two exchanged banter to pass the time, a somewhat childish voice suddenly piped up, "I want to be a volunteer robber." Hmm? They turned to look, and a cute boy, about a meter tall, appeared in their line of sight. Lin Xiangwei crouched down and gently ruffled Lin Dong's hair, asking, "Little friend, have you gotten separated from your family?" "No. Isn't there no age limit for volunteering as a robber?" "I'm here to volunteer," Lin Dong replied earnestly. "Sorry, police sister." Lin Nan rushed over, grabbing Lin Dong's hand, apologizing while trying to pull him away. To his surprise, he found he couldn't budge him. "Little friend, this is no joke. It's a drill. Come back when you're older," Fan Xiaolan said, crossing his arms and feigning a deep voice. Lin Dong expressed his dissatisfaction. "But you wrote that there's no age limit. This is fraudulent." At this, all three burst into laughter. Lin Nan awkwardly wished he could sink into the ground, while the other two found it amusing. Fan Xiaolan remarked, "Volunteering requires some strength. So how about this? If you can outmatch me in an arm wrestling contest, you can be the volunteer." He then fetched a chair, saying, "Let's have a little fun instead of just standing around during work hours." Lin Dong rolled up his sleeves and placed his hand on the table. Lin Xiangwei shook her head, teasingly saying, "If you can beat him, sister will make an exception and let you be the volunteer." Fan Xiaolan rolled up his sleeves, showcasing his muscular arms. In his mind, this hardly constituted an unfair advantage. After all, he was a graduate of the police academy and exercised daily. His strength could easily surpass that of two ordinary people. Playing with a child was hardly a challenge. Fan Xiaolan's large hand enveloped Lin Dong's small one. He initially intended to feign defeat, exerting strength at the last moment just before their hands touched the table. However, with the call to start, snap, his palm landed squarely on the table without any hesitation. Fan Xiaolan blinked, his mind momentarily clouded. What just happened? Lin Xiangwei, standing beside him, smirked, genuinely believing Fan Xiaolan had intended for the child to be a volunteer. Surely, he couldn't have lost to an 80-year-old, could he? Chapter 3. Formulating a Detailed Plan. Lin Nen blinked his large eyes, hidden behind black-framed glasses, in puzzlement. Lin Dong spoke up, "Is it ready now?" "Well." Fan Xiaolan, half squatting in place, remained silent for a considerable time. Finally, with immense embarrassment, he uttered just now, "I was not in good form. Let's try again." At just over 20, he was in the prime of his youth. Yet, in the presence of two beautiful women, he found himself unable to outmatch a mere child. He was certain he had been careless. Absolutely. Lin Dong displayed a nonchalant attitude, resting his elbows on the chair. This time, Fan Xiaolan's expression was exceptionally serious. He clenched his fingers, inhaled deeply, and enveloped the small hand with his larger one. With a decisive command, "Begin." Snap. Unsurprisingly, the outcome was identical to before. His palm was forcefully brought down without the slightest hesitation. This was impossible. Fan Xiaolan, aghast, sprang up from his spot. This time, he truly felt it. His hand had been overpowered by sheer strength. Was this a dream? He pinched his arm, wincing in pain. He simply could not believe it. How could he possibly lack the strength of an 8-year-old child? Lin Xiangwei observed everything keenly. If the first attempt could be attributed to unforeseen circumstances, the second was undeniably real. She knew how strong Fan Xiaolan was. How could he possibly be outmatched by such a child? "Can I be a volunteer now?" A voice chimed in, drawing their attention. Two innocent, large eyes blinked at them. "Brother and sister, you wouldn't deceive me, would you?" Lin Dong pouted, pressing for an answer. Lin Xiangwei swallowed hard. "So adorable." They exchanged glances. To refuse now would render their previous words a lie. Teaching a child that what the police said was untrue felt utterly inappropriate. However, to have an 8-year-old play the role of a bank robber was even more ludicrous. As the two pondered their predicament, the bank's automatic door swung open, and several figures emerged, smiling. "Chief." Upon seeing a middle-aged man, both saluted simultaneously. Among the three were the chief of the Gufeng District Police Station, the branch manager of Huaihai Bank, and the editor-in-chief of Jinling Daily. "Xiao Fan, Xiao Lin. How has the day gone?" "Li Wei Wu Upruaka, smiling." "Well." Lin Xiangwei felt a pang of awkwardness but pressed on bravely. "The public has been very enthusiastic." We almost have enough volunteers, but we still need one more robber. Lin Dong absorbed their conversation and interjected eagerly, I. What about this child? Fan Xiaolan forced a strained smile and recounted the situation. Oh. Upon hearing that Fan Xiaolan had been unable to outmuscle the child, Li Weiguo's interest was piqued. Back in my military days, no one in my squad could beat me in arm wrestling. Chief, perhaps it's best not to. Fan Xiaolan's throat tightened, wanting to advise caution, but fell silent under Li Weiguo's stern gaze. How could a man of your stature lose to a child? Were you slacking off during training? As he spoke, Li Weiguo rolled up his sleeves, revealing skin the color of soy sauce and bulging muscles. He held unwavering confidence. In the military, he had been unbeatable in his class. Could his comrades really be weaker than this 8-year-old child? However, Lin Dong shook his head and challenged, no. You police are all deceivers. Huh. Laughter erupted from Li Weiguo. Rest assured, if you can defeat me, I promise to let you be the volunteer. He thumped his chest, entirely convinced he would not lose. Snap! As the command to start was uttered, Li Weiguo's smile froze, just like Fan Xiaolan's. His hand was brought down without a hint of hesitation. Everyone watching stood in stunned silence. The looks in their eyes turned strange. This child was rather extraordinary. His strength was astonishing. Lin Dong, appearing relaxed, inquired, "What time does the exercise begin?" This time, it was Li Weiguo who hesitated. While the child was undeniably strong, allowing him to play the role of a robber would become a joke. Yet he could not simply disregard his own words. All right, in the end, I'll bite the bullet. Li Weiguo grimaced and turned to Fan Xiaolan. In the exercise the day after tomorrow, Xiao Fan, you'll be the robber, and this child will be your accomplice. Me? Fan Xiaolan blinked, but Chief, I have no experience in robbing banks. Would you be wearing this outfit if you had any experience in that field? Li Weiguo shot him a look. Fair point. Fan Xiaolan found himself at a loss for words. Thus it was settled. The day after tomorrow, bring this child to rob a bank. The specifics of the operation are for you two to plan. After Li Weiguo finished speaking, he quickly departed with the other two. How humiliating. This was utterly disgraceful. After all these years, he had never lost to a child. Only 4 remained in place. The 3 were left in a state of disarray, while Lin Dong sighed helplessly. He didn't wish for things to unfold this way, but they could not actually rob a bank. What are you sighing about? Fan Xiaolan observed Lin Dong's demeanor, his eyes twitching. Are you free tonight? Let us come to my house and discuss the steps for robbing the bank. Lin Dong lifted his head, speaking in a tone reminiscent of an elder brother. This is merely a formality. Once the exercise begins, we will simply act out being caught. Fan Xiaolan replied weakly. That is easier said than done. Lin Dong shook his head, his seriousness evident. We must have a detailed plan. I'll draft it myself, and I'll inform you when we're ready to act. Fan Xiaolan raised his eyelids. He felt as though he appeared the child in front of this young man. He waved his hand dismissively. Do as you wish. He certainly did not believe that a mere boy could devise any plan. While strength was considerable, robbing a bank relied not on brute force, but on wisdom. After the two had agreed on their meeting time for the day after tomorrow, Lin Nan left with Lin Dong, her face a portrait of melancholy. After they had walked a short distance, she poked Lin Dong's forehead with her delicate, fair fingers, reproaching him. You always cause trouble. Why did you feel the need to stir things up? And how did your strength suddenly increase so dramatically? Lin Dong shrugged helplessly, choosing not to respond to her question and instead redirected the conversation. Come on, sister, I still need to go back and devise a plan. Plans, Lin exclaimed, ruffling Lin Dong's hair with both hands in a bid to vent her frustration. Their home was located in room 301 on the 3rd floor. Chapter 4. The Underworld King, Li Qianlong. Meanwhile, a black Bentley with a Huai, a license plate, glided from Gufeng Primary School to the outskirts. In the back seat, Li Ziki sat quietly, her 2 ponytails cascading behind her. Beside her, a middle-aged man had his gaze lowered. After a few breaths, Li Qianlong opened his eyes. With a prominent nose and cheekbones that appeared chiseled, his deep brown eyes exuded a unique aura of a mature man. At this moment, the infamous underworld leader hesitated, pondering how to converse with his daughter. Li Ziki, his only child, had lost her mother shortly after birth. For the past few years, Li Qianlong had been abroad, leaving little time to bond with her, which had led to a certain estrangement between them. The primary reason, however, was his uncertainty about how to interact with a child. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, his voice rich and magnetic. "How is school?" Li Ziki nodded and softly replied, "It's good." "Do you resent your father for not enrolling you in a private school and instead sending you to a public one?" Turning her gaze towards him, her bright eyes sparkled. "Daddy, I understand you." Soon, the vehicle halted before an abandoned factory. Li Qianlong gently ruffled her hair, offering a tender reminder. "Wait here in the car. Daddy has some matters to attend to." Though a hint of disappointment flickered in her eyes, she obediently nodded. Once her father exited the vehicle, she retrieved a crumpled amusement park flyer from her backpack, clutching its corner with her small hand. "Brother, you finally arrived." Two figures awaited at the factory entrance, one stout and one slender, one tall and one short. Li Qianlong, tall and imposing in his black trench coat, now bore an expression devoid of the tenderness he had shown his daughter. His eyes were cold and menacing as he strode into the factory without uttering a word. "Brother, brother, brother." Sunlight filtered through the sparse windows, casting dim light within the factory. Above a large pool, three dark-skinned men were confined in a cage, clad only in underwear, their bodies marred by bruises. Upon seeing Li Qianlong, the trio grasped the bars of the cage, urgently pleading, "Brother, you must believe me. I was not in Myanmar on the day of the incident." Before they could finish, the tall, Lin Lido waved his hand dismissively. "When we sent you to Myanmar, how did you assure your brother? It has only been 2 months, and you've already cost us 5 million. Brother Li Go, we have identified the culprits. Just give us some time. We will make them pay. The ones who robbed us are the Black Dragon Gang from Myanmar. You have 3 minutes to present a solution." Lier extended 3 fingers. The 3 men, seizing the lifeline, spoke hurriedly. "The Black Dragon Gang relies on the support of the Myanmar government, but we have bribed numerous officials over the years. As long as we operate discreetly, there should be no issue, since they have robbed our bank. We shall return the favor by staging a heist on theirs. Brother, grant us this chance." After listening intently, Li Qianlong finally spoke. "You have 1 week. If you fail to deliver, you will feed the crocodiles." Lita let out a cold laugh. "Do not think that being abroad in Myanmar means you can evade responsibility. You should know that our business extends throughout Southeast Asia. If my brother commands you to feed the crocodiles, they will certainly be well fed." Seeing this, the 3 men immediately vowed, "Brother, rest assured, we will gather our team and devise a plan." In Gufeng District, within a community residential building, apartment 301, the siblings sat quietly at a table with a missing corner, awaiting their meal. Braised beef and chicken stew with mushrooms lay before them. Lin Dong paused, his voice laced with complexity. "Sister, are we being too extravagant?" "Don't worry. Once I secure a job and receive my salary, this will become our daily standard." Lin replied confidently. On the table were 2 large bowls, not even instant noodles from a bucket, but from bags. They had split the bags and placed them over the bowls, using chopsticks to hold them down. The reason for this was not to reminisce about hardships, but simply because the siblings were too impoverished. The savings left by their parents barely covered Lin Nan's university tuition, with their living expenses earned through part-time jobs. Lin Dong peeled open a package, eating the undercooked instant noodles. Lin Nan, using a second-hand phone from 3 years ago, scrolled through job platforms while eating. Unfortunately, her major was not in demand. Sighing, Lin Dong looked up at his sister, who was lost in thought, and suggested, "Sister, if it's too difficult, why not become a streamer? You shouldn't suffer alone, dragging me down with you." Lin Nan shot him a glare. "Even if we starve, I will not resort to being a borderline streamer. Do you have any stockings, sister?" Lin Dong suddenly inquired. "What do you need them for?" Lin Nan narrowed her eyes beneath her black-rimmed glasses, leaning in closer to Lin Dong. "For a bank robbery rehearsal," Lin Dong shrugged, retorting. Lin Nan's face paled. "No? Then we'll use sunglasses and masks instead," Lin Dong replied seriously. The following Saturday morning, Lin Nan went for an interview. Before leaving, she reminded him, "The tenant on the first floor has a large dog that often runs out. Several children have nearly been bitten, so don't wander around." Lin Dong nodded obediently. Through the window, he watched as Lin Nan rode away on her bicycle. He He then decided to head out. Tomorrow we start the bank heist. I should scout the area first. After descending the stairs, he caught sight of a large yellow dog, staring intently at him. Woof! It barked menacingly. Lin Dong turned to look, and from his current height, the imposing dog felt particularly intimidating. Had it been an ordinary child, they would likely be cowering on the ground in tears. A clever child might know to call for help or flee, but Lin Dong, with a physicality of 53 points, he had no intention of evading its menace. Behind the dog lay the yard of the first-floor tenant, resembling a small vegetable garden. At that moment, inside the first-floor apartment, for women, all in their 40s or 50s, gathered around a mahjong table. "Sisterly, where's your dog De Huang?" One of them inquired nonchalantly, waving her hand. "He has probably gone out to the bathroom. My De Huang is quite sensible." Another chimed in, "Sisterly, aren't you afraid that De Huang might bite someone? There are no surveillance cameras around here, and whoever gets bitten would just be out of luck." Upon hearing this, all three women burst into laughter. Chapter 5. Cultivating Performance from a Young Age. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from outside. "What has happened?" Startled, the woman sprang to her feet, hastily opening the back door of the courtyard and stepping outside, followed closely by the others who exchanged anxious glances. "My son!" A shrill voice pierced through the air, causing Lin Dong's eardrums to tingle. A heavily made-up woman in her 40s, with a rotund figure, rushed out of the courtyard in hurried strides. Her face was a mask of sorrow as she gazed down at the motionless yellow dog lying beside her. "Is it your son?" Lin Dong scratched his head, bemused. "You two don't even resemble each other." Moments ago, this large dog had lunged at Lin Dong, only to be struck down by a powerful punch. With a physique of 53 points, that was equivalent to the combined strength of 5 ordinary adults. You killed my son." The woman's gaze shifted to Lin Dong, her anger momentarily faltering. Standing at about a meter tall and clad in children's attire, he was unmistakably a child, no older than 10. It would have been more fitting if her own big yellow dog had bitten him. "Did you see who attacked my son?" The woman glared at Lin Dong, irritation evident in her tone. "Fool!" Lin Dong scoffed, rolling his eyes before turning to leave. There were no surveillance cameras nearby, and besides, he was just a child. Could she truly resort to violence against a mere child? If that were the case, he would have to report her. At the Gufeng branch of Huaihai Bank, Lin Dong spotted a familiar figure by the roadside. "Officer," he called out, approaching with enthusiasm. Fan Xiaolan turned to look, and upon seeing the little brat, a frown creased his forehead. "You're here to scout too?" Lin Dong inquired. Fan Xiaolan nodded. Although he had mentioned the day before that they need not take it too seriously, merely performing for the exercise and allowing themselves to be caught, he still felt the need to prepare somewhat. So today, he was indeed scouting the area. Before them stood a signpost displaying a map of the Gufeng district. "Officer, do you have a plan?" Lin Dong asked earnestly. "Don't call me officer," Fan Xiaolan replied with a sidelong glance. "Just call me Brother Fan. My plan is simple. Tomorrow at 9, we will enter the bank, use a fake robbery to take control, make an appearance on the live stream, and when the police arrive, we will follow the heroic demise portrayed in the movies." "How juvenile," Fan Xiaolan remarked, his expression stiffening at the absurdity of the statement. He then began to educate Lin Dong. "While this is an exercise, I certainly wish to give it my all, but you have no idea about the capabilities of modern police. Even if there were 200 robbers, they would not succeed in a heist." In Fan Xiaolan's eyes, this little brat was unaware of the terrifying prowess of contemporary law enforcement, mistakenly believing that police officers were weaklings simply because of a few movies he had seen. Lin Dong yawned with boredom. "Old Fan, let us stick to my plan." Old Fan? Fan Xiaolan's forehead darkened. Others either called him Xiao Fan or Brother Fan, but this old Fan was unexpected. "I'm only 26. Yet he could not voice his grievances, for in the presence of this 8-year-old child, he indeed felt aged. We don't need to expose our identities right away. We just need to intimidate a couple of the tellers from the shadows and have them hand over some money. Remember, in modern times, money isn't the most important thing. The most crucial factor is the hostages. As long as we have hostages, the police won't dare to act against us. Always remember, hostages are our only bargaining chip." Here, essay detailed plan for tomorrow. Take note. With hands clasped behind his back, Lin Dong articulated the plan with astonishing clarity and logic. Fan Xiaolan stood frozen, utterly astonished. Listening to this coherent, practical, and feasible plan was akin to witnessing a distillation of everything he had learned about bank heists in police academy. Old Fan? Old Fan! Only when he heard his name called did he snap out of his stupor. His gaze towards Lin Dong shifted, now filled with a mix of admiration and apprehension. A child so gifted at such a young age would undoubtedly grow into a formidable adversary. Meeting Fan Xiaolan's gaze, Lin Dong smirked slightly. Old Fan, I consider you my elder brother. You wouldn't want to treat me as just a performance metric, would you? Well, if that's your idea, Fan Xiaolan replied candidly. He was merely jesting. Any apprehension about arresting him could wait another decade until adulthood. Only then would it truly count as an achievement. Let us proceed according to your plan tomorrow. Fan Xiaolan concluded, scrutinizing Lin Dong from head to toe. Will you be wearing that children's outfit? With a resigned sigh, Lin Dong responded, what else should I wear, my first-grade uniform? Fan Xiaolan, let us go to a nearby clothing store and procure a proper outfit. In this fervent age, Fan Xiaolan, having grown up watching Hong Kong movies, often fantasized about bank heists and outsmarting the police. Now, as an officer himself, he had a legitimate opportunity to realize his childhood dreams. Previously, he had lacked interest due to understanding the disparity between the two sides. The outcome seemed predetermined, merely a formality. But now, Lin Dong's plan appeared entirely feasible. The outcome was an unknown variable, and thus he felt compelled to give it his all. Upon entering a nearby clothing store, the proprietress greeted them warmly. What can I help you with, gentlemen? Lin Dong boldly inquired. Do you have any outfits suitable for a bank heist? The proprietress paused, taken aback. Surprisingly we do. She produced 2 brown trench coats and added, if you're planning a bank heist, these are perfect. I'll throw in 2 pairs of stockings and a guide on bank robbing as a bonus. A guide on bank robbing? Fan Xiaolan hesitated, pondering whether this was an appropriate purchase. The proprietress sighed. My husband advised me on this. Where is your husband? Fan Xiaolan was prepared to call for backup. He should be out in a year, the proprietress replied with resignation. Fan Xiaolan said nothing further, and after trying on the clothes, he paid and they exited the store. Old Fan, our attire truly embodies the essence of the gangster style depicted in Hong Kong films. However, times have changed. Wearing this outfit would undoubtedly attract the attention of the authorities. Lin Dong shrugged and remarked. Fan Xiaolan was well aware of this fact. Yet this was not an actual bank heist. The primary concern was to look dashing. Tomorrow, the Jinling Daily will be broadcasting live across the internet, and it is essential to be impeccably stylish. The two agreed to meet at the bank entrance at 9 in the morning. It is unsafe for a young child like you to return alone. I will escort you. Fan Xiaolan accompanied Lin Dong down to the ground floor, where they fortuitously encountered Lin Nan, who was returning on an electric bike. Chapter 6. Life is one's own. Money belongs to the company. Xiaodong, where did you get that coat? Lin Nan inquired, noticing the trench coat worn by Lin Dong. This is the attire we will wear for tomorrow's drill. My companion purchased it for me, Lin Dong replied, glancing at Fan Xiaolan. Hello, Fan Xiaolan said, quickly adjusting her appearance upon seeing Lin Nan, speaking in a voice that betrayed her nervousness. I apologize, officer. My brother is rather thoughtless. How much was it? I could transfer the money to you right now. Although Lin Nan was not wealthy, she was not one to take advantage of others. She took out her phone, preparing to scan for transfer. No need. No need. Fan Xiaolan waved her hand dismissively. This trivial amount is inconsequential. How about treating me to a meal instead? Lin Dong looked up at her, sensing an air of flirtation in her tone, as if she were about to whistle and dye her hair blonde. I consider you a big brother. Are you trying to court my sister? Lin Dong cleared his throat and produced 2 pairs of stockings, gifts from the shopkeeper, offering them to Lin Nan. Sister, these are also for my big brother. Fan Xiaolan stood in shock. What do you mean by that? The brand new stockings, intended for their drill, were not meant for such an exchange. Fan Xiaolan had merely mentioned them casually, but now it seemed they were a gift from her to Lin Nan. A stranger gifting stockings? What would that imply? Are you serious? Lin Nan lowered her head, silently contemplating the two unwrapped pairs of stockings clutched in her brother's hands. The atmosphere among the three grew incredibly awkward. After several breaths, Fan Xiaolan attempted to alleviate the tension with a forced laugh. I just remembered I've already eaten, so I want to join you for a meal. Before departing, she shot Lin Dong a meaningful glance, as if to say, "You better watch out. I will hold you accountable in 10 years. The siblings returned to their room 301. Sighing, Lin Dong asked, "Did you not succeed in the interview?" Leaning against the door, Lin Nan appeared utterly worn out as she removed one shoe from her foot. Looking at Lin Dong, she lifted her other foot. "Help me take off my shoe." Lin Dong responded with a playful gesture. Lin Nan neatly placed her shoes at the door, her bare feet resting on the wooden floor. "I didn't succeed in the interview, but I earned 65 yuan from handing out flyers for a few hours this afternoon," she said with a wry smile. "I'm not in the mood for instant noodles. Let us try something different. How about ordering takeout?" Upon hearing the last three words, Lin Dong fell silent for a moment. "Then never mind. I'll stick with instant noodles." The following day, on the weekend, the street outside Huaihai Bank's Goofing branch was under temporary control, with vehicles barred from entry. At the bank's entrance, several young individuals donned in the uniforms of Jinling daily set up cameras, aiming them at the door. Cameras also lined the interior of the bank. The drill was to take place today, but the actors portraying the robbers remained uncertain about their exact entrance time. Inside the bank, an elderly security guard, his hair slicked back, stood tall, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of rejuvenation. Such opportunities for drills on television were rare in his lifetime, and he was determined to make the most of it. Manager Lu Dafeng gathered the remaining staff, briefing them on the drill's protocols. "Though this is a drill, we must not let our guard down. All procedures must adhere to the guidelines in the employee handbook. Do you understand?" A weak chorus of acknowledgement followed. Soon, volunteers began filtering into the bank. The staff had no idea who would be playing the role of the robber. In the command center of Goofing Branch, Li Weigua glanced at the time, his brow furrowing in discontent. Why haven't those two appeared yet? To ensure the authenticity of the drill, only he and Lin Xiangwei were privy to the identity of the robbers, although they had already stationed several plainclothes officers within the bank. The main force would only deploy upon receiving an alarm. The live broadcast by Jinling Daily had attracted only a sparse audience of over 1,000 viewers. While the prospect of a bank robbery drill was intriguing, the robbers' continued absence rendered the event rather dull, leading many to log off. At 9 o'clock in the morning, at the corner of the street outside Huaihai Bank, two figures clad in trench coats met. "Homemade rifles," Fan Xiaolan declared, pulling a makeshift firearm from her coat and tossing it to Lin Dong. Of course, it was merely a shell crafted for the occasion. Lin Dong's coat barely concealed the weapon. Glancing at the time, Fan Xiaolan inhaled deeply. "Let us move." Under the curious gaze of the elderly security guard, the pair strolled into the bank. Inside, several volunteers were present. Some sat idly in the waiting area, while others chatted with the staff at the counters. Dressed for the cameras, they drew little attention, as no one would expect bank robbery volunteers to be accompanied by children. With a singular focus, they approached the farthest counter. Lin Ji rested her chin on her hand, eyes closed in contemplation. Suddenly, the glass in front of her was tapped. "Sir, we are not conducting business today," she said, her face plastered with a professional smile. Then she noticed the tall figure produce a deposit book, opening the first page to reveal colorful writing. "Don't raise the alarm. We have guns." Lin Dong lifted the corner of his coat, revealing the stock of the rifle. The second page read, "Rest assured, we will not harm you." The third page, "Prepare 2 million for us." The fourth page, "Money belongs to the company. Life is one's own." After reading the notes, Lin Ji paused, then turned her head to scan the surroundings before beckoning a distant man. "Manager, the robbers are here." Lu Daofeng approached, scrutinizing Lin Dong and Fan Xiaolan. "Please wait a moment. I need to consult the employee handbook on how to handle armed robbers." It was not entirely their fault. After a prolonged period of complacency, coupled with the knowledge that this was merely a drill, they were bound to be less than serious. Lin Dong and Fan Xiaolan exchanged glances, having anticipated this response. They promptly drew their rifles and unleashed a flurry of shots towards the ceiling. Fan, Xiao, Lon mimicked the sound of gunfire with trembling lips. Everyone ducked for cover. Lin Dong strode briskly to the entrance, skillfully closing the rolling shutter. Inside the hall, a dozen volunteers' eyes brightened. The robbers have finally... They obediently crouched down, only to wonder, but why is there a child among them? A father-son duo of thieves? Through the bank's reserve cameras. The unfolding scene was transmitted in real time to the Jinling daily live broadcast. With the robbers finally making their entrance, the excitement began to escalate. Is the drill commencing now? Wait, that child is quite handsome. Surely this isn't a joke? How can one rob a bank while accompanied by a child? Is this part of the script? Chapter 7. What kind of robber uses bombs right away? Lu Dafeng, adhering to the directives in the employee manual, dialed the emergency hotline. Everyone step outside. Lin Dong pivoted his firearm, aiming at the area behind the counter. 7 bank employees, including manager Lu Dafeng, emerged, shielding their heads. You two, fill 2 bags with 2 million in cash. Lin Dong commanded, tossing 2 bags before Lin Ji and Lu Dafeng, his gaze fierce. How adorable! The surrounding bank staff and volunteers masquerading as customers mused internally. The money belongs to the company. Only your lives are your own. Lin Dong spoke rapidly. How does the company exploit you daily? How do they deduct your wages when targets are unmet? The boss buys house after house, luxury car after luxury car, while you toil for a meager 3,000 a month. That hits hard. The crowd, once amused, lowered their heads upon hearing these words. So true. The company treats us like beasts of burden. Now, they expect us to safeguard its assets? I'll get the money, several staff members exclaimed, momentarily forgetting that this was merely a drill. Isn't it right? Being exploited like animals. And when trouble arises, we risk our lives to protect the company's wealth? If it comes to that, we truly embody the essence of the exploited. I think these employees would rather be real. Ha ha ha. If our company were robbed, I'd simply say, boss, I know where the finance room is. Follow me. I'll love the company as it loves me. Li Weiwu, watching the unfolding events via live stream, felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. This young man, not only strong but also articulate. Just then, he received a report. Director, the nearest first squad has surrounded the bank. What shall we do next? Old Lin is one of our bureau's top experts. Let him deliberate on the matter. Li Weiwu waved his hand, harboring no expectations for the outcome. He knew Fan Xiaolan well. In his view, the result of this drill was predetermined. Could our Gufeng sub-bureau's numerous elites be unable to subdue a single boy? At Huaihai Bank, the situation was effortlessly controlled by the 2 robbers, who affixed small cards labeled bound on each hostage. Outside, a throng of onlookers had gathered. Amidst the clamor, the screech of rubber tires against asphalt pierced the air. Red and blue police lights flickered. Through the glass gaps, Lin Dong and his accomplice beheld several police vehicles encircling the entrance, a large group of officers emerging. The leader was Lin Dochuan from the first squad. Upon recognizing the arrival, Fan Xiaolan turned to Lin Dong. Is this Officer Lin formidable? Lin Dong casually inquired. Fan Xiaolan lowered his head, pondering why this boy referred to the police as officers instead of the conventional uncle or brother. If Lin Dong were aware of this query, he would surely express his resignation. What can I say? It's a habitual reference from past life. Fan Xiaolan, not pursuing the matter further, earnestly explained, he is among our bureau's top 3 detectives. Outside the bank, Lin Quandu, of unremarkable appearance and average stature, ordered his subordinates to disperse the gathering crowd. His stern countenance conveyed a sense of seriousness, as he thought to himself, what a waste of time conducting drills. Nevertheless, he swiftly arranged for a detailed map of the area and secured all possible exits, including the bank's back door. There were 2 robbers, armed and controlling 17 hostages, 7 of whom were bank employees. His subordinates relayed the intelligence to him. After hearing the details, Lin Quandu nodded and waved his hand behind him. An officer handed him a megaphone. Ahem. Listen carefully, those inside. You are surrounded. Surrender and lay down your weapons. Is your only way out. Inside the bank, the hostages observed with keen interest as 3 figures emerged at the entrance. The bank security guard and 2 volunteers. Lin Xiaolan's voice echoed from the still open door. We only want money. We do not wish to harm anyone. How dull, Lin Dong scoffed, finding the release of hostages an indication of weakness. The drill had barely begun, and already 3 hostages were freed. Their resilience was lacking. Contemplating this, he approached. "Comrades, I apologize for the distress you've endured," he said, shaking the security guard's hand. At that moment, he noticed that all 3 individuals bore the same cards affixed to their backs. Time bomb? Before he could comprehend the implications, the bank door swung open again. Lin Dong emerged, hands raised. These 3 have been secretly fitted with timed explosives. Now, the bomb has detonated, and everyone nearby, including you, officer, is at risk. Lin Dong and several officers nearby were left in stunned silence. What? We could just be blown up like this? Who told you to do such a thing? What kind of robber detonates a bomb on the police right away? As for the bomb's components, it was simple enough. One could even concoct it with sugar, lard, and soap. Nearby cameras captured this scene vividly. What a joke. What kind of robber uses a bomb right off the bat? This is utterly absurd. Li Weiwu, stationed in the bureau, swiftly received the news of the sacrifice of 5 police officers, including Lin Dong, along with 3 hostages. After a moment of contemplation, he abruptly stood up. This situation was amiss. He must personally oversee the scene. Chapter 8. This is no ordinary drill. Summon the SWAT team. Outside the bank, a crowd of onlookers, having been dispersed to this location, gestured and murmured about the events that had just transpired. According to reliable sources, there are still 2 robbers inside the bank, with 15 hostages remaining alive, resulting in the tragic loss of 5 police officers. Sun Ruowei reported the situation to the camera, detailing every aspect of the scene. Meanwhile, Lin Dong and 5 officers who had been knocked offline sat huddled together, their heads bowed and silently smoking. Their expressions were dark, filled with embarrassment. How humiliating to be taken down in such a manner while live-streamed across the internet. Approximately 10 minutes later, Li Weiwu arrived with reinforcements. The chief glanced at the group of silent officers, their faces grim, his expression complex as he pondered their thoughts. Who could have anticipated this? Fan Xiaolan and that little brat resorting to a time bomb. Thankfully, this was merely a drill. Had it been real, it would not have been him arriving on the scene, but the city police chief, the mayor, the director of the anti-terrorism unit. Chief, it has been 20 minutes since the operation commenced. What are your thoughts on the current situation? Sun Ruowei approached with her cameraman, conducting an interview with Li Weiwu. His expression darkened, but he endeavored to maintain a steady tone before the camera. They resorted to heavy weaponry right from the start. This is tantamount to seeking their own demise. It signifies that the situation has escalated beyond redemption. We will spare no effort to bring them to justice. Sun Ruowei nodded and inquired, "How will you handle the 15 hostages? Will you consider them expendable?" Li Weiwu pondered for a moment before replying. "Our actions will prioritize the safety of the citizens." After speaking, he turned away, following his assistant into the building. At the roadside in front of the bank, a makeshift command center had been established. "Chief, should we launch a direct assault?" Someone suggested. "Wait a moment." Li Weiwu raised his hand, focusing on the screen at the command center. The footage depicted the unfolding events inside the bank. His gaze landed on 2 figures within the hall, a cold smirk forming on his lips. "I have prepared contingencies in advance. The 2nd and 5th place winners of the Dongchang District Martial Arts Competition, Sun Yu and Huang Yu. To ensure the outcome of this drill, Li Weiwu had specifically borrowed these 2 from the neighboring district's police station. Such foresight, Chief. Having 2 undercover officers positioned inside to seize the opportunity, Fan Xiaolan and his partner are in for a tough time." The deputy chief exclaimed with admiration. "Why haven't they finished loading the cash?" Inside the bank, Fan Xiaolan glanced at the clock, his brow furrowed. Moments ago, Lin Ji and others had mentioned that there wasn't enough cash at the counter and they needed to retrieve it from the vault. Now, 10 minutes had passed without a word. "Stay here. I'll check in the back," Fan Xiaolan declared, picking up his weapon. Before Lin Dong could call out to him, he had already ventured into the rear. In the waiting area of the hall, several hostages sat in boredom. A man and a woman exchanged glances, nodding simultaneously. With only 1 guard remaining, Sun Yu and Huang Yu prepared to take action. "Chief, look, they're getting ready to move." Outside at the command center, Li Weiwu nodded with satisfaction. If these two could catch the guard off guard, subdue him, and seize his weapon, they would be able to regain control of the situation. Prepare our men for immediate backup. After issuing the order, Li Weiguo shook his head in disbelief. Was this how it would end? It seemed too easy. His gaze darkened as he watched the two restless figures on the surveillance screen. It appeared one would have to sacrifice themselves, taking a bullet to provide an opportunity for the other. Inside the bank, Sun Yu and Huang Yu had devised a specific plan after exchanging glances. The guard was merely a child, lacking the physical prowess and reflexes to match them, despite holding a gun. However, he could only fire once. If either of them acted as a shield, absorbing that single bullet, the other would have ample opportunity to act. Seizing the moment, as Lin Dong turned his head, both sprang into action, taking several steps forward and launching themselves at Lin Dong from either side. Lin Dong turned, remaining composed as he aimed his weapon at Sun Yu. Sun Yu sneered, "That homemade rifle of yours cannot fire continuously. You've already discharged the chambered bullet at me, and you cannot reload in time." Huang Yu closed in on Lin Dong, and at this distance, there was no time to chamber another round. "Let us put an end to this farce." Huang Yu lunged toward Lin Dong, as viewers online erupted in excitement. "Is it heating up? Fire! Turn the tide!" Just as their adrenaline surged, they witnessed Lin Dong leap into the air, evading Huang Yu's grasp. Stunned, Huang Yu stood frozen in disbelief as Lin Dong spun gracefully mid-air, landing effortlessly a meter away. He was merely 8 years old, slight of build. Any child with a heavier weight could not have managed such agility, regardless of their physicality. What? What just happened? Is this kid some circus prodigy? Didn't that just look cooler than a movie scene? Lin Dong raised his weapon, aiming at Huang Yu, who was still intent on attacking. It's already chambered. Moments later, Sun Yu and Huang Yu sat despondently in a corner, a label of deceased affixed to them. "We have just witnessed 2 hostages encounter unforeseen circumstances," Sun Ruowei reported to the camera. At the command center, silence reigned, broken only by the sound of the wind. Li Weiguo's forehead darkened, and the deputy chief felt a wave of awkwardness. Others exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. Had the contingencies placed inside been neutralized so swiftly? Bang! Li Weiguo slammed his fist onto the table, veins bulging on his forehead. The current situation has transcended his control, and with a resolute tone, he declared, "This is no longer a mere drill. Summon the special police at once." Chapter 9. In the presence of absolute talent. Genius is merely a threshold. Flashing red and blue lights filled the air as several special police vehicles came to a halt by the roadside. Liu Xin, captain of the Jinling Special Police's 4th Squad, approached the command platform with his team. "Is this not a drill?" Upon hearing this question, Li Weiguo's forehead throbbed with tension. Indeed, this was supposed to be a drill, yet those 2 young men inside were behaving entirely unpredictably. What sort of robber would resort to explosives against the police right from the outset? There was no time to explain. Instruct your men to infiltrate through the ventilation ducts. Li Weiguo gestured towards the schematics laid out on the table before him, indicating a specific ventilation shaft. Liu Xian nodded, addressing his companions. "Zhang Ziqiang and Guo, you 2 will stealthily enter, seize the opportunity, and eliminate the robbers." The narrowness of the duct could accommodate no more than 2 adults, which they deemed sufficient. Armed and trained, these special officers were poised to execute a surprise strike against the criminals without fear of mishap. Inside the bank, Fan Xiaolan returned to the lobby with Lin Ji, who had just been collecting the money, each carrying bags brimming with cash. 2 million is all here, he declared, tossing a bag at Lin Dong's feet, his demeanor suggesting a desire to split the spoils. Post-practice task completed. In the next instant, a cold mechanical voice resonated within Lin Dong's mind. Indeed, the system's detection capabilities are significantly flawed. Task reward, body points 20. Random max level skill 1. As the system's voice faded, Lin Dong contemplated briefly before allocating the 20 body points immediately, deciding to reserve the skill for later. "What shall we do now?" Fan Xiaolan suddenly inquired. They had successfully robbed the bank during the drill, but what followed? Would they engage in a shootout with the police outside? Or, Lin Dong pondered for a moment. The mission was accomplished, and he felt indifferent. There was indeed a way to break free, but This was merely a drill. They could not truly abscond with 2 million to another country, especially under the scrutiny of a live broadcast and right beneath Li Weigua's nose. If they attempted such a feat, it would undoubtedly jeopardize the director's career. Perhaps it would be wiser to offer a favor instead? As he mused, Lin Dong suddenly heard a faint noise. With a body strength of 73 points, his enhanced senses allowed him to detect subtle sounds that others might miss. He looked up. Is someone crawling through the metal ducts? Lin Dong realized that Li Weigua had organized personnel to enter through the ventilation shaft. Fan Xiaolan followed his gaze, spotting the nearby vent, and although he heard no noise, he surmised the situation. After all, he was a graduate of the police academy, where infiltration through ventilation ducts was a core part of the curriculum. Just as Lin Dong contemplated whether to surrender in light of this new development, he caught a glimpse of Fan Xiaolan retrieving a box from his backpack, the label reading, "Bomb." Lin Dong, what are you planning? You're a police officer. Would you truly resort to such measures against your own? Fan Xiaolan turned to him, holding the bomb aloft. Before we came, the director instructed me to give it my all, to forget my identity as a police officer, and to act as a true robber. Lin Dong, really? In the dark, narrow ventilation duct above, Zhang Ziqiang and Nguo crawled forward towards the vent. Suddenly, a sound echoed, a screw being turned. In the next moment, the vent cover was removed and an object was hurled inside. Outside the bank, at the command platform, Li Weigua and his team observed the unfolding events through the surveillance cameras. What is that kid doing? What did he just throw in? A wave of unease washed over Li Weigua. Sure enough, moments later, the figures of Zhang Ziqiang and Nguo, clad in uniforms, fell from the duct. What transpired? Liu Xian's brow furrowed as he repeatedly called out to them via radio. "Captain, we have fallen in the line of duty," came a voice, laced with despair. They had thrown a bomb into the ventilation duct. The command platform fell silent, as if time had frozen. Li Weigua's forehead darkened with fury. Another bomb. Where was this kid acquiring so many explosives? Zhang Ziqiang presented the box labeled "Bomb" to the camera. At that moment, hundreds of thousands of viewers watching the live stream could hardly contain their reactions. This is no longer a robbery. This is sheer madness. Explosions. Explosions are an art form. They're completely disregarding the script. Who would have thought he'd throw a bomb into the duct? This is too real. Look at the expressions on those leaders' faces at the command platform. Hilarious. Inside the bank, Zhang Ziqiang and Nguo crouched by the wall, alongside the equally despondent Sun Yu and Huang Yu. The four of them shot daggers at Fan Xiaolan, wishing they could tear him apart. In this dire situation, Fan Xiaolan nonchalantly remarked, "You still need training. With such performance, how can I trust you with the safety of the people?" Had it not been for the live stream, the four would have pounced on him to train him properly. Advance. Push forward. Li Weigua removed his police cap, his eyes bloodshot. Organize forces to create a strong assault, providing opportunities for snipers at a distance. Having reached this point in the drill, regardless of the outcome, it already signified their loss. 3 hostages were dead, and 2 police officers had fallen in the line of duty. Such a price was far too steep. Armed with riot shields, the special police led the charge, followed by those wielding semi-automatic rifles. Other officers spread out to the sides, slowly advancing towards the bank. Are they truly preparing for a forceful assault? Observing the scene outside, Fan Xiaolan furrowed his brow. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes, peering through the bank's floor-to-ceiling windows towards the high-rise buildings behind the police. The assault is a ruse. Creating opportunities for the snipers is the true objective. Lin Dong had no desire to take any further action. After all, the system task was complete, and there was no need for unnecessary turmoil. Stay back. We still have hostages in our possession. If you wish to avoid mutual destruction, prepare a fully fueled passenger bus. Fan Xiaolan proclaimed loudly from the window. Li Weigua stood with his arms crossed, when suddenly the radio on his waist crackled with a message. Report to the director. 2 robbers have been neutralized. The news came from sharpshooter concealed not far away on the rooftop. The exercise concluded with both Fan Xiaolan and Lin Dong being shot. The Jinling Daily reported. The bank robbery drill in Gufeng district has concluded. 2 robbers were eliminated by a sniper. Sun Rawalway addressed the camera. Is the exercise really over? Why do I feel as if the film abruptly ended midway? From my perspective, this robber scored a 9 out of 10, while that young lad scored a 91. Fan Xiaolan exited the bank with an expression of dissatisfaction. Glancing at the comments from netizens on his phone, his forehead slightly furrowed. Sun Yu and Huang Yu passed by him, commenting, "The eyes of netizens are still sharp. It's a lay win for the god. Damn it." Fan Xiaolan retorted defiantly. "Why do you care so much about these online ratings? They distort the efforts of individuals. You understand? Everyone is talking about that young lad's skills, claiming he earned MVP. I clearly brought out several bombs. Lay win dog. Is this fair?" A few cast him a disdainful glance and smirked. At that moment, Li Weigua and others approached. He patted Fan Xiaolan on the shoulder with a forceful grip. The bureau chief's smile was more of a grimace as he fixed his gaze on him. "You performed admirably this time. Later, you will receive an award at the bureau." As the ache from the shoulder pressure coursed through him, Fan Xiaolan grimaced in pain. "Director, the overall plan for this exercise was devised by this lad." Without hesitation, he threw Lin Dong under the bus. Li Weigua turned to look at the child who had just exited the bank. Lin Dong, clad in a miniature trench coat, had his hands in his pockets and his head bowed. Aside from the final plan regarding the ventilation duct, all previous strategies were devised by him, Fan Xiaolan lamented. "Interesting." Li Weigua chuckled, withdrawing his hand and approaching Lin Dong. "Kid, where did you learn this?" Lin Dong halted, responding bluntly, "Talent." "Talent?" Upon hearing this word, the director, deputy director, and special police chief momentarily paused. Chapter 10. Can those who achieve great things be without funds? The nearby camera captured every moment of this scene. Upon hearing Lin Dong casually utter the words talent, hundreds of thousands of online viewers erupted in laughter. No, drawing, music, mathematics, singing. That is true talent. Who robs banks as a talent? Having such talent at such a young age, what will he become when he grows up? I'm somewhat skeptical if the talent he refers to is solely about bank robbery or if there are other aspects. Could this lad be a bandit reincarnated with memories from a previous life? Witnessing the current fervor in the live stream, Sun Rawalway and the staff of Jinling Daily were genuinely astonished. The number of online viewers was about to surpass 200,000. Their initial estimate had only projected 10,000 at peak. The sheer madness of this exercise was unprecedented. The robbers had started by detonating explosives, taking out Liu Quandu and a few others, which clearly indicated it was not scripted. Furthermore, the performance of the 8-year-old child, coupled with his nonchalant remark about talent, propelled this exercise into the trending topics. Having seen countless displays of artistic and musical talent, this was the first instance where all points of talent seemed to be allocated to bank robbery. Many viewers marveled. This child is remarkable. The future is bright. As Lin Dong returned home, Lin had just come back as well. The latter had been busy with a part-time job and had not had the chance to watch the live stream, remaining unaware of the events surrounding her brother. She placed her shoes at the door, her white cotton socks enveloping her delicate feet, slightly reddened as they touched the wooden floor. With a smile, Lin approached Lin Dong. "What are you up to? Today, we can treat ourselves to a better meal." As she spoke, Lin pulled out 200 yuan bills from her pocket, beaming, "The boss of my part-time job unexpectedly gave me 200 instead of 100. Lin Dong responded with a nonchalant, "Oh," setting aside thoughts of his previous life. Today, he had just encountered 2 million, making the mere 200 yuan seem trivial in comparison. "I'll tidy up first, and then we could go for a hot pot," Lin cheerfully declared. Lin Dong's attention shifted to the system panel before him. He had utilized the physical points earned from completing tasks, but there was still one randomly acquired max-level skill remaining. What will it be this time? A sense of anticipation welled up within Lin Dong. Perhaps a practical skill that could improve their financial situation? With this thought, he focused his mind. Open. Host has acquired max-level skill. Money printing. Historically, can those who achieve great things be without funds? Lin Dong rested his elbows on the chipped tabletop, interlacing his fingers and supporting his chin. He maintained this position for a full minute. Money printing? He exhaled slowly. Having just wished for a money-making skill, this one seemed to fit the bill perfectly. Money printing, mastery of all processes involved in the production of various national currencies. The system's explanation aligned with his expectations. Does this mean what I think it does? While it undeniably brings wealth, I surely cannot conjure up tens of thousands of yuan with my bare hands. However, he realized he could indeed easily materialize tens of thousands of yuan. This was merely a technical aspect. The authenticity could still be determined by serial numbers. This wretched system. It truly complicates my life. Lin Dong calmed his emotions. Host, Lin Dong, age, 29, physical strength, 73, task hall. Upon examining the current system panel, Lin Dong opened the task hall for the first time. Moments later, he exited in silence. The tasks inside were, well, they required a trip to Kyoto for rewards, complete with reimbursement for a one-way ticket. At that moment, Lin Dong's peripheral vision caught sight of the two bills Lin Nan had placed on the table's edge. As he picked them up, he discerned their true nature. Could it be that Lin Nan had received two of these? So, these are counterfeit bills? He rubbed his fingers over them. Lin Dong's eyes twitched. Could the quality of this technology be any worse? The paper is indistinguishable from the cheap goods sold at roadside stalls. And the ink technology. The artwork. In truth, the techniques on these two bills were challenging for the average person to detect as counterfeit. They could barely be considered high quality. Yet, before Lin Dong, a recognized master in the field, they resembled the scribbles of a 3-year-old. Utterly worthless. How dare they present such garbage to deceive people? Lin Dong leaped from his chair, indignant and ready to take Lin Nan to confront someone. Just then, she emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel. Her long hair damp. The faint scent of shower gel mingled with her natural fragrance enveloped Lin Dong, causing his cheeks to flush. Xiaodong, what's wrong? Lin Nan inquired. Sister, wait a moment, I need to tell you something. Lin Dong turned, directing his focus to the counterfeit bills in his hand. Lin Nan, puzzled, walked into her room. A few minutes later, she reappeared, still with slightly damp hair. Lin Dong presented the two bills before her. Sister, you've been deceived. These two bills are fake. Huh? Lin Nan furrowed her brow in disbelief. How do you know? Look here. Lin Dong pointed out several details. Finally, he asked her to retrieve a genuine bill for comparison. Lin Nan's body trembled. Finally convinced, she realized she had been duped. Without caring why her brother possessed such knowledge about counterfeit bills, she left her hair unblown dry and took him downstairs to confront the person responsible. The two rode their electric bike to Wanda Plaza, where her employer had given her the money. Their search was bound to yield no results. They spent 2 hours there, and night had fallen. Ultimately, Lin Nan sighed in resignation, a forced smile gracing her lips. All right, let us just consider this money spent and go enjoy hot pot. Such mental consolation would at least provide some comfort. On their way back, they passed by the police station. The more Lin Nan thought about it, the angrier she became, leading her to take Lin Dong inside. The matter of two counterfeit 100 yuan bills was neither too significant nor too trivial. The staff briefly gathered the details and instructed the two to return home and await further notice. As he exited the police station, a police officer, with a smile that failed to reach his eyes, greeted Lin Dong. And you are? The officer replied with a mocking tone. One of the 5 who were taken down at the bank today. Lin Dong, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched his head. Upon returning home, Lin Nan unlocked his phone. As he gazed at the avalanche of trending topics online concerning his younger brother, shock swiftly supplanted the frustration of receiving counterfeit money. Aware that no explanation would suffice, Lin Dong left with a simple remark, I have to wake up early for school tomorrow, before hastily retreating to his room. Chapter 11. Unveiling the talents of the max-level child prodigy. In Huaihai Province, Jinling City, the Jinling Broadcasting Building stands bright and illuminated even in the evening. Within a conference room on the top floor, Director Fan Shuangwen and Chief Editor of the Jinling Daily, reporter Sun Ruowei, are present. At the head of the rectangular conference table, a large screen displays various data from today's live broadcast. Fan Shuangwen, adjusting his glasses, can hardly contain the smile at the corners of his mouth. Today, the online viewership has set a record for our Jinling TV station. The peak online audience reached 250,000. He then turns his gaze to Chief Editor Ho Wu. Old Ho, what do you think is the primary factor behind this remarkable achievement? Ho Wu stands up and approaches the screen. pulling up several images and pointing out specific highlights. The reason for today's sensational live broadcast lies primarily with this child. Viewers are accustomed to the so-called prodigies in painting and music, but a talent for bank robbery is truly one of a kind. Particularly, the last two words spoken by him have left the entire internet guessing. Is this talent limited to bank robbery, or is there more to it? The anticipation has reached a fever pitch. After Ho Woo speaks, the director nods in agreement. Well said. Therefore, we must seize the moment. While the heat is still high, let's produce a revealing program. Reveal what? Someone inquired. Reveal what other talents this prodigy possesses. The director chuckled. Following discussions among the members in the conference room, a detailed plan soon emerges. The program will be titled Unveiling the Talents of the Max-Level Child Prodigy. Preparations for a week-long shooting schedule are now underway, with the focus centered around Lin Dong, who is currently the talk of the internet. The director expresses his anticipation. If we capitalize on this momentum, perhaps the program could elevate to new heights. Despite this enthusiasm, the others present are seasoned veterans, having experienced several sensationalist programs born from fleeting popularity. Almost invariably, the initial buzz attracts viewers, but as they find little of substance, they gradually drift away, leaving a hastily concluded show. The reasoning is straightforward. It is exceedingly rare for an individual to produce a second viral meme. Take Lin Dong as an example. While his performance during the drill was nothing short of dazzling, his subsequent endeavors in other fields may very well be unremarkable, unless he continues to transcend audience expectations. For instance, robbing a bank today, counterfeiting money tomorrow, and crafting a gun the day after. But such scenarios are, even in the realm of imagination, utterly implausible. Hence, everyone is acutely aware that this new program is merely a fleeting wave of popularity, unlikely to stir any significant ripples. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Lin Nan receives a call from Jinling TV. Upon learning that they wish to invite her brother to star in the new program, she hesitates. The filming period for our program is tentatively set for 7 days, with a concluding reward of 200,000. What? Having grown up as an orphan, Lin Nan has never encountered such a substantial sum. Yet, she does not immediately agree, opting instead to knock on Lin Dong's door to seek his opinion. Upon hearing the offer of 200,000 for 7 days, Lin Dong does not hesitate. I'm in. 200,000 over 7 days. That averages to 30,000 a day. To hesitate for even a second would be disrespectful to such an amount. The time is pressing. We shall commence filming tomorrow. Shortly, we will send you an electronic contract. After a lengthy discussion, they agree to officially begin filming at the entrance of Gufeng Primary School the following morning. After hanging up, Lin Nan still feels a sense of unreality. 200,000. In contrast, Lin Dong remains remarkably composed. A mere 200,000, should he desire. He could fabricate it in half a day. Yet, why opt for risky endeavors when there are lawful avenues? But I am still just an 8-year-old child. Does the minor protection law cover counterfeiting? Lin Dong ponders the intricacies of this protection law. On Monday morning, a black Bentley glides toward Gufeng Primary School. Inside, Li Ziki, clad in a white school uniform with twin ponytails cascading behind her, sits obediently in the back seat. Li Qianlong occupies the passenger seat, his eyes cast downward. Slight veins visible on his forehead. Through his Bluetooth headset, Lida's voice resonates. Big brother, the 3 individuals have botched the job. They were just sent to feed the crocodiles. Truly useless. The words linger on his lips, but recalling that his daughter is seated just behind him, he refrains, opting instead to text on his phone. After a brief pause, the headset crackles with a voice tinged with resignation. Boss, there's another issue. Our dealings in Falabin's dollar business have also taken a significant hit. Our technicians were involved in an accident on the bus yesterday, and now our orders are severely backlogged. Many clients are growing impatient and have chosen to collaborate with others. Listening to these unfolding events, Li Qianlong's eyes twitch slightly. He types a message. Gather all the gang members at Qingfeng Minghua. This is a club under his control. Soon, the car comes to a halt by Gufeng Primary School. Through the window, Li Qianlong notices a group of individuals in Jinling daily uniforms. equipped with cameras and microphones. Li Ziqi's curiosity is piqued. Xiaoqi, this is where I leave you. Li Qianlong turns, forcing a smile. Li Ziqi nods obediently, skillfully opening the car door and stepping out. As he watches his daughter's slender figure fade into the distance, Li Qianlong remains silent for a moment before signaling the driver, to Qing Feng Mingwei. He yearns to spend time with his daughter, yet the gang's issues demand his attention, leaving him little choice. At the entrance of Gufeng Primary School, Sun Ruowei stands as the host of this episode, addressing the camera with a professional smile. Hello everyone, welcome to unveiling the talents of the max-level child prodigy. I am your host, Sun Ruowei. Currently, there is a widespread curiosity across the internet regarding the young boy named Lin Dong and the origins of his remarkable talents. This episode aims to unveil the mystery surrounding him. The director of Jinling Television just happens to be acquainted with the principal of Gufeng Primary School. Thus, they arrange for a filming session within the school without disrupting the teaching environment. With the momentum gained from yesterday's excitement, as soon as the program commenced today, the live stream was inundated with over 100,000 viewers. Witnessing this immediate surge in popularity, Sun Ruowei finally comprehended the so-called profound heritage of sex depicted in novels. Chapter 12. The Master of Money on the Other Side. Lin Nan parked the electric vehicle and, accompanied by Lin Dong, strolled towards the school entrance. Upon spotting Sun Ruowei and her entourage in the distance, Lin Nan felt a slight pang of anxiety as she swallowed hard. She had never imagined that her younger brother could potentially become an internet sensation. In contrast to her unease, Lin Dong appeared rather indifferent. Isn't it just live streaming? What is the big deal? As long as nothing unexpected happens in the next 7 days, we will earn a reward of 200,000. Hello. As they approached, Sun Ruowei greeted them with a smile, while the cameraman skillfully redirected the lens toward them. With the main characters finally in view, the barrage of comments in the live stream began to increase. Is this the kid trending online? Besides being as handsome as me, he doesn't seem extraordinary. I don't care about anything else. I just want to know what other talents he has. Can he demonstrate robbing a bank and give us a show? Who is that beautiful girl beside him? I think I'm falling in love. Many netizens' attention was drawn to Lin Nan. Today, she had made a special effort to present herself. Her already attractive features were accentuated by light makeup, a high ponytail, and 2 strands framing her face beside her black-rimmed glasses. She wore a white short-sleeve top and denim shorts, her fair legs appearing straight and elegant. I dare to call her mommy. Do you think she will agree? Just yesterday, we were playing games together. How did she change so much? Let us introduce ourselves to the viewers. Sun Ruowei suggested with a gentle smile, turning to Lin Dong, who nodded slightly in agreement. Clearing his throat, he placed one hand in his pocket and gazed calmly into the camera. My name is Lin Dong, and I am currently a first-grade student at Gufeng Primary School. Having said that, Lin Dong felt it was sufficient, but Sun Ruowei gestured for him to elaborate further for the sake of the show. After pondering for a moment, Lin Dong added, I would like to declare that I was born under the red flag and grew up in the spring breeze, and I will never engage in any unlawful activities. Sun Ruowei's eyes twitched slightly. Perhaps she should not have encouraged him to say more. What could a child possibly know about showmanship? Moreover, the words sounded rather peculiar coming from him. Lin Nan stood at the school gate, watching Lin Dong and the television crew enter the premises, constantly reassuring herself. It's just 7 days. My brother will certainly not cause any trouble. As they stepped inside, students flowed in and out. This institution served both primary and secondary education, and following Lin Dong were the cameraman and Sun Ruowei, making them the center of attention. Countless curious gazes were directed their way. Upon returning to Class 5, Sun Ruowei and her companions discreetly positioned themselves at the back, filming Lin Dong without disrupting the classroom environment. Of course, for the newly admitted first graders, there was little concern about causing disturbances, as formal teaching had yet to commence. It would take at least a week for the students to acclimate before lessons began. Lin Dong rested his head on the desk when he suddenly felt someone nudging him. Looking up, he saw Li Ziqi staring at him with curiosity. Their eyes met. What does this heiress want? Li Ziqi spoke admiringly. I saw you on TV yesterday. Huh? Lin Dong sensed something unusual in her tone. She continued, I was watching with my dad, and he even made a call during the show, mentioning something about having someone learn from you. Lin Dong. Just then, the classroom door swung open, and Yu Qingyu entered. She had been notified that a television crew would be filming in her class. Like Lin Nan, she felt nervous facing the cameras for the first time, though she quickly composed herself. Yu Qingyu's voice rang clear. Today's lesson is art. Your art teacher is on leave, so I will take over. With that, she retrieved her teaching materials from her bag. The students at the front began to pull out their paintbrushes. For the next 15 minutes, feel free to draw whatever you are good at, Yu Qingyu encouraged with a smile. Lin Dong yawned in boredom, whether in his past or present life. His artistic talent could only be described as non-existent. As he prepared to doodle something, a cold, familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Host has not accepted a task for an extended period. An appropriate task has been automatically assigned to the host. Master of Money, please complete the first step within 20 minutes. Depict the original image. Upon hearing the system's voice, Lin Dong froze in his seat. After a few breaths, he hesitantly inquired, what if I can't finish in 20 minutes? Time is pressing, and the task is crucial. Please do not procrastinate. If the specified time elapses without completion, this system will be unbound. Damn, Lin Dong cursed inwardly. Depicting the original image meant drawing the portrait found on a banknote. For someone with the skill of money printing, this task was as simple as sipping water. However, this was live streaming. Why did this damn system show up now of all times? It must be deliberate. Lin Dong's forehead visibly darkened. Time ticked away, and the other students in the classroom diligently focused on their drawings. There was one exception, however. Yu Qingyu approached Lin Dong, noticing that he grasped the pen but had yet to make any progress. She gently encouraged, it's okay, give yourself a bit of courage. Even if you're drawing ISNT great, no one will mock you. Lin Dong forced a smile and nodded slightly. Right? Give myself some courage and trust in the minor protection law. He selected a few suitable brushes and trimmed the blank paper before him to the right size. Taking a deep breath, he began his task. Yu Qingyu nodded approvingly. This is how it should be. Give yourself a little courage and don't fear failure. She moved on to other students, unaware that Lin Dong had already begun to sketch the image of Franklin on the appropriately sized paper. 10 minutes have elapsed. Many students have already completed their drawings. The number of viewers in the live stream currently hovers around 60,000. Those who were initially drawn in by the spectacle have departed, disheartened by the lack of content they sought. The over 60,000 viewers now find the scene in the live stream rather uninspiring, with only a few scattered comments appearing in the chat. After obtaining Yu Qing's consent, Sun Ruowei, accompanied by a photographer, commenced capturing the completed works of her fellow students. Chapter 13. Pass the Currency Validator. The delightful drawing of a little rabbit is truly charming and lifelike. The small turtle isn't too shabby either. The camera then focused on Li Ziki, Lin Dong's desk mate, and her artwork, a rugged silhouette cradling a little girl. Despite the rawness of the lines, for a child just starting first grade, such talent is indeed remarkable. Curious, Sun Ruowei inquired, Dear classmate, what does your painting signify? Li Ziki pointed at the silhouette, her lips pursing slightly. This is my father's back. Although he seldom has time to spend with me, I know he loves me. This heartfelt declaration from a child moved many netizens to tears. Did sand get into my eyes? Is this the little cotton-padded jacket? My child can only use chopsticks every day. Mine too, only knows how to play PUBG, and in this period has been shouting about some extraordinary single-character ID, claiming he will strike it rich. I seized the opportunity to sell his account while he was at school, and wouldn't you know it, I made $200. The depth of the father-daughter bond is truly touching. After Sun Ruowei finished speaking, Lin Dong, sitting next to Li Ziki, also put down his pen. As the protagonist of the program, Lin Dong's work was initially the most anticipated. However, after witnessing Li Ziki's emotionally charged piece, netizens unanimously agreed that she was the true MVP. No one present could surpass her. Given time and proper guidance, she might become a master in the future. Lin Dong, let's see your artwork. Sun Ruowei smiled at him. Lin Dong trembled slightly, hurriedly covering his work with both hands, awkwardly muttering, How about we skip it? Many netizens found this puzzling. It's only first grade. Even if it's terrible, we wouldn't mock you. Exactly. Acting so shy is infuriating. Is it the lower abdomen or the groin? No way. Can one still drive under such circumstances? Sun Ruowei encouraged. It's all right, Lin Dong. No one will laugh at you. At that moment, Lin Dong genuinely understood what it meant to suffer in silence. Who cares about being ridiculed? Why care about is? Ultimately, Lin Dong had no choice but to relent, having signed a contract. For the sake of the 200,000 yuan prize. He slowly removed his hands. Upon seeing clearly, Sun Ruowei gasped, her tone astonished. Lin Dong, your drawing of the U.S. dollar is incredibly lifelike. Why were you hesitant to show it? Her words trailed off as she realized, in disbelief, what she was witnessing. She rubbed her eyes and looked again. The portrait of Franklin on the bill was indeed vivid, albeit uncolored. Every detail presented itself before her. It was unmistakably a $100 bill. This. As a seasoned journalist, she had seen many things, but nothing quite like this before. The camera captured the moment, and netizens erupted in excitement. No way. Is this real? He actually drew a dollar bill so vividly? Can someone knowledgeable weigh in on this level of skill? I was sentenced to 5 years for this. I have a say in this matter. In our field, we call this a replica image. The most challenging step in the production process, requiring a one-to-one reproduction of the dollar without a single error. However, viewing it through screen, it's hard to assess its quality. Not to mention, at such a young age, achieving this milestone with a bit of nurturing, his earning potential could be calculated by the second. Turns out he wasn't too shy about showing it because he was too bold to do so. After a brief moment of astonishment, seasoned journalist Sun Ruowei quickly realized that the show she hosted was about to go viral. Not only did he demonstrate a talent for robbing banks, but now he revealed such an astonishing gift. It was hard to fathom what kind of waves this would create online. Yu Qingyu approached and, upon seeing Lin Dong's artwork, opened her mouth several times, only to swallow her words back down. Ha ha, Lin Dong, you truly are humorous. Sun Ruowei awkwardly chuckled, feeling the need to lighten the mood. Who would have thought Lin Dong has such a remarkable talent for drawing? Of course, it was merely a drawing. The currency held no significance, right? Lin Dong replied, indeed. It's just a coincidence. I'm still just a child. Just then, the photographer, not one to shy away from stirring the pot, suggested, how about we test it with a currency validator? His suggestion was meant for the sake of the show. After all, no discerning person would believe that a child could casually sketch something that would pass a currency validator. Soon, the crew borrowed a currency validator from the school's finance office. Accompanied by an accountant from Gufeng Primary School, she addressed the camera. This is our newly imported currency validator, equipped with multiple independent verification functions. It can scan the original image using ultraviolet light or directly accept it for comprehensive testing. Hearing the first part of her statement, Lin Dong's mouth twitched, mentally exclaiming, "This is it." Sun Ruowei, suppressing her laughter, inserted the drawing into the validator. Please note, this is counterfeit. Please note, this is counterfeit. Please note, this is counterfeit. We will now begin independent testing, starting with a scan of the original image. Sun Ruowei held the paper with the drawing up for display before the camera, under the watchful eyes of the netizens and the entire class. Activating the independent testing function of the currency validator, a wave of purple light swept across. Everyone's hearts raced. Only Lin Dong remained unfazed, already knowing things were about to escalate. Possessing the skill of printing money, he was essentially a human printing machine. Even if the Federal Reserve encountered an issue, he could not produce any. Sure enough, mere seconds later, the machine signaled a green light, indicating that the image on the paper was flawless. In that moment, the atmosphere was eerily silent, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone stood frozen in place, their bodies seemingly petrified. Sun Ruowei, still unwilling to give up, tremulously extended the paper once more for examination. This time, the wait felt interminably long to the onlookers. After a few seconds, the same green light appeared. Those who have ever attempted to produce U.S. dollars are well aware that the most challenging aspect lies in hand drawing the original image, which demands excruciating attention to detail. Even the world's most esteemed artists would require at least a month, if not longer, to achieve such a feat. Yet today, in their homeland of Huaxia, A mere elementary school student accomplished the task in under 20 minutes, creating an original image capable of passing the currency detector. Chapter 14. The Private Federal Reserve. This news erupted across the internet. How outrageous! This young man has a promising future. Who has his contact information? Let's inquire if he is interested in developing in the Golden Triangle. We can pay him by the second. Should we call the police? Legally speaking, he isn't counterfeiting money yet, as he has only completed the first step, unless he perfects the subsequent processes. In the classroom of Class 5 at Gufeng Primary School, the students remained oblivious to the unfolding events. However, others, Yu Qingyu, Sun Ruowei, the photographer, were frozen in place, staring at Lin Dong with expressions of disbelief. Moments later, Sun Ruowei was the first to regain her composure, nervously swallowing her saliva. Even with her extensive experience, she was at a loss for what to do next. The host has completed the first step. Please complete the Master of Money. Produce $100,000. Within 42 hours, the cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed in Lin Dong's mind. Clearing his throat, he sensed the atmosphere around him, coughed lightly, and casually took the artwork he had drawn from Sun Ruowei's hands. With a swift motion, he tore it in half. Nothing to worry about, everyone. Let us just pretend nothing happened. Lin Dong waved his hand dismissively. Unbeknownst to him, this seemingly careless act appeared profoundly foolish to the experts present. What is he doing? That's an original image capable of passing through a banknote validator. Its market value is at least $1 million. Damn it, what a waste. Does anyone know this kid's address? Lin Dong was oblivious to the fact that even if he were aware of the image's $1 million value, he would not feel remorse. After all, with his skill in printing money, creating an original image would take no more than 10 minutes. If he were to exert himself fully, he suspected the Federal Reserve might even send a SEAL team to eliminate him. Meanwhile, in Huaihai Province, Jinan City, in the eastern suburbs, a dilapidated metal factory stood. The lighting was dim, yet beneath the surface lay a different realm. Bring in the wealth. We, the old-timers, like to hang jade pendants around our necks. Shut off that dreadful music. A portly middle-aged man entered the basement, casting a disapproving glance at a young man in a white t-shirt who was clutching a speaker. Xia Zhishuan sighed helplessly and turned off the speaker. Lu Chao scanned the room. Where is everyone? Bring them here. Soon, 6 figures, including Lu Chao, appeared in the basement hall, 5 men and 1 woman. Where's the last one? Where did Lin go? Lu Chao's tone was dissatisfied. The others exchanged glances and shook their heads. Observing this, a frown appeared on Lu Chao's forehead. Without discipline, how can our team thrive? How can we bring glory to our country? I'll say it again. We are not engaging in illegal activities. We are helping the nation free itself from the stranglehold of the dollar. We are creating our own version of the Federal Reserve. His convoluted rhetoric had an immediate effect, energizing his subordinates as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Boss, the acid-free paper is ready. The color-changing ink is on its way. Everything is in place except... Except what? Lu Chao frowned. Xia Zhishuan's tone was complicated. Boss, you forgot. Our artist responsible for replicating the original dollar image has been poached. We are still missing the original image. Upon hearing this, the veins on Lu Chao's forehead throbbed. He had almost forgotten about this matter. Those who dared to undermine him would pay dearly in the future. The original dollar image can only be hand-carved. Even the highest precision printing equipment would produce Moyer patterns. The basement fell silent. These individuals were seasoned criminals, previously acting independently, now gathered by Lu Chao to combine their strengths and create a masterpiece. They had invested a significant amount of money, essentially pouring most of Lu Chao's assets into this venture. Yet now, they were stymied by this single step. Replicating the original image was not a task just anyone could accomplish. It required immense artistic talent and must be executed without a single error. Is there any news from the black market? Lu Chao gritted his teeth. Even if it costs a fortune, we must acquire one. Xia Zhishuan shook his head, palms open. No. Just as silence enveloped the room, a figure in casual attire entered the basement. Lin, their last accomplice. Seeing her, Lu Chao, already in a foul mood, brusquely asked, "Where have you been?" Lin approached with a smile. "Boss, I just found someone online." She continued, "Aren't we in need of the original image?" This person can produce it in 10 minutes, and it can pass through the banknote validator. Such a person exists? Lu Chao's pupils constricted, disbelief flashing in the eyes of the others. All seasoned veterans, they understood that the most challenging and labor-intensive aspect of their trade was the original image, which required a top-tier artist to replicate the dollar with meticulous precision. Any mistake would necessitate starting over, often taking a month or more. Yet now, Lin claimed someone could accomplish this in 10 minutes. Pulling out her phone, Lin opened the live stream titled Revealing the Talents of the Master Child. Lu Chao looked on, his brows furrowing in confusion. What is this? Lin pointed at the child on the screen. This is the guy. He just drew the original image in 10 minutes. After a brief silence, Xia Zhishuan scoffed, his tone incredulous. Little swallow, how can you still joke at this moment? How old is this talent? At most, he's in first grade. You really expect him to produce an original image in 10 minutes? The others exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Dare to play with me? Lu Chao was on the verge of delivering a punch to her. Lin, however, remained unfazed. Relieved she had recorded the earlier events and promptly shared the video with her companions. Lu Chao and his companions were incredulous as they watched the recording multiple times, repeatedly replaying the scene where the banknote detector validated the currency. This is the innate divine body of our industry. Finally, Lu Chao, a semi-master in the realm of currency exchange, uttered in astonishment. Such talent at such a tender age. What greatness will he achieve as he matures? Observing the reactions of those around him, Lian's lips curled into a smug smile. Boss, if we were to have him assist in creating a piece, it would take no more than 10 minutes. If we can manage to control him and have him produce original portraits in bulk for sale on the black market. The profits. Chapter 15. The underworld should not employ child labor. Lu Chao and his companions subconsciously followed her line of thought. A genuine portrait could be completed in 10 minutes, fetching a price of $1 million on the domestic black market. That translates to 10 minutes equaling $1 million, $6 million an hour, and an astounding $1 billion in a day. Is this not more profitable than directly generating U.S. dollars? However, the notion of accumulating $1 billion in a single day remains a mere fantasy. In reality, such conspicuous and continuous output would attract attention within a week. Manufacturing U.S. dollars may not pose significant harm to the Federal Reserve, but selling original images would be tantamount to inviting disaster. They would undoubtedly spare no effort to eliminate the threat. Who exactly is this individual? Lu Chao fixed his gaze on Lin Dong on the screen, his tone grave. This is a live broadcast, right here at an elementary school in Jinling. Should we have old Yi discreetly investigate the situation? Xia Zhishuan pondered aloud. The group turned their attention to a youth clad in a tank top, slender and with a shifty appearance. Yi Ming, referred to as Old Yi by them. Lu Chao nodded, instructing Old Yi, monitor this live stream and quietly follow this individual to ascertain his situation and whether he has any connections. Finally, Lu Chao waved his hand. Time is of the essence. Depart immediately. Meanwhile, at the Jinling Bureau, Fan Xiaolan stood at the door of the director's office, taking a deep breath and summoning the courage to knock. Come in, boomed Li Weiguo's resonant voice from within. Upon entering, Fan Xiaolan awkwardly inquired, Director, did you call for me? Li Weiguo shifted his gaze from the computer screen to him, his tone laden with complexity. Did you watch the live broadcast? The broadcast? Fan Xiaolan quickly shook his head. It's working hours. I certainly wouldn't. Enough. Enough. Li Weiguo waved his hand. I know you well enough to realize whether you slack off. I'm not here to reprimand you. Fan Xiaolan scratched his head, feeling slightly embarrassed. Then why did you ask me this, Director? Li Weiguo fixed him with a penetrating gaze. Your partner from yesterday has launched a new program. That guy. Fan Xiaolan's pupils constricted, an ominous premonition surfacing in his mind. The performance during the bank robbery drill could be dismissed as an accident. But do you know what he did today? At this, Li Weiguo stood up, his expression somber. He drew an original portrait of U.S. currency in front of over 100,000 online viewers. What? Fan Xiaolan nearly exclaimed, struggling to believe his ears. Li Weiguo continued. That original portrait took merely 10 minutes to complete, and past the counterfeit detection machine. Fan Xiaolan, overwhelmed by shock, could barely find his voice. Just days ago, he had witnessed the extraordinary capabilities of this young boy, who could outpace him in strength at such a tender age. One could attribute that to innate talent. His performance during the bank heist was already perplexing enough, and now he had produced such an astonishing anomaly. A 10-minute original portrait that passed inspection. He had not witnessed it firsthand, but thankfully Li Weiguo had informed him. Had it been anyone else, he would have dismissed them as delusional. After a pause, Fan Xiaolan finally regained his composure, stating earnestly, "Director, this boy is bound to become a significant threat." Li Weiguo shot him a glance. "What do you propose we do?" Setting aside the fact that he has not genuinely manufactured counterfeit currency, he is still a minor. The juvenile protection laws are not mere formalities. Fan Xiaolan found himself momentarily speechless. Such scenarios were not covered in police academy training. Not only him, but even Li Weiguo, a veteran officer with decades of experience, had never encountered anything like this. It is truly bizarre. Could he genuinely be an 8-year-old child? "Director, is that why you summoned me?" Fan Xiaolan finally recalled the crux of the matter. Li Weiguo, with a meaningful expression, replied, "I simply do not believe that one person can possess such talent. Investigate to see if he has been influenced by his surroundings. This boy lost his parents at a young age and has been living with his sister. Where could he have acquired such influence?" Fan Xiaolan shrugged. "That is precisely why I need you to investigate discreetly." Ultimately, Fan Xiaolan had no choice but to comply with the directive. In Class 5 of Goofing Elementary School, the atmosphere had grown decidedly peculiar following the recent events. Sun Ruowei and the production crew were situated at the back of the classroom, filming Lin Dong, their expressions a mix of complexity. Were they pleased? The number of viewers in the live stream had surged past 300,000, a remarkable feat. Yet, Sun Ruowei and her colleagues found it impossible to feel joy. Yu Qingyu, standing at the podium, leaned on the desk with her hands, her head bowed and lips pressed tightly together. After a year of hard work, she had finally secured her position. Yet now, she felt disoriented. Why does this classroom differ so greatly from my expectations? First graders should embody innocence and vitality. Should they not? How? How could he casually produce a counterfeit bill? This seemed utterly wrong. She still recalled that the worst transgression she had committed in first grade was neglecting to complete her homework. Just over a decade had passed, and had already escalated to this point. Lin Dong rested his elbows on the desk. Compared to the others, his thoughts were far simpler. Where can I procure $200,000? Host, Lin Dong. Age, 29. Physique, 72. Mission hall, current task, master money. Gazing at the panel visible only to him, Lin Dong curled his lip. Although he possessed the skill counterfeit currency, he could not conjure US dollars out of thin air. Equipment was necessary, and while he could assemble it, he lacked the time. The system had granted him a mere 42 hours. As a primary school student, he had neither money nor connections. Where could he possibly find materials within this limited time frame? In the midst of his frustration, he caught a glimpse of his deskmate, Li Ziki. An idea sparked in his mind. His father is involved with the underworld. Surely there are dealings in US dollars. Could I collaborate with him? Lin Dong shook his head, dismissing the thought as impractical. A mere child, destitute and devoid of means. Unfit even for the clutches of the underworld. Time passed swiftly, the first class, the second class, until it was time for lunch. In the cafeteria, Lin Dong devoured his meal of 3 dishes and a soup with great fervor, compared to instant noodles and hastily prepared meals. The cafeteria fare was nothing short of a culinary delight for him. The cameras captured this scene, showcasing Lin Dong's ravenous appetite as if he were experiencing a long-awaited blessing. Given the prior introduction by the program team regarding his family's impoverished circumstances, it was evident to all that he hailed from a very poor background. Chapter 16. An 8-year-old child's unfathomable talents. Had it not been for the events of that morning, netizens would undoubtedly have expressed their sympathy. However, the narrative has now taken a dramatic turn. The logic is comprehensible, yet with such skills, one could easily make ends meet. Wouldn't you agree? Even without personally engaging. Simply purchasing a few components and acting as a consultant would surely attract numerous eager clients. Could it be that he is only proficient in creating original portraits while remaining utterly oblivious to other processes? Otherwise, it seems implausible for him to be in such dire circumstances. I find merit in the previous speaker's assertions. After finishing their meal, they returned to the classroom. At 3 in the afternoon, as school let out, Lin Dong packed his belongings and stepped outside. Lin Nan was already waiting for him. Despite having mentally prepared herself for the presence of the crew following her younger brother, she still felt a sense of discomfort. Sun Ruowei approached and inquired, "Are you aware of your brother's talent in the realm of art?" Lin Nan fell into a brief silence, reflecting for a moment before shaking her head. "My brother lacks any artistic talent. As his elder sister, having lived together for 8 years, she had never witnessed her brother engage in painting. Furthermore, having just rushed over from her part-time job, she had not kept up with the trending topics online and was thus oblivious to the happenings surrounding Lin Dong." "Are you certain?" Sun Ruowei pressed further. "Absolutely." Although Lin Nin did not understand why she was being asked this question, she nodded with resolve. "Wait, did he get himself into trouble today?" As a realization dawned upon her, Lin Nin squinted her eyes, glancing at Lin Dong. Sun Ruowei shook her head. "Not at all. It's merely that Lin Dong created a painting today." Initially, Sun Ruowei had assumed that Lin Nan, as the elder sister, would be well informed about the current episode. Her question was intended to enhance the show's appeal. To her astonishment, Lin Nan appeared entirely unaware. She hesitated to disclose the truth. Should she directly inform her, "Your brother casually painted a $100 bill, and it passed the counterfeit detection test"? The crew followed the two back to their home. Many netizens were curious about the family environment that could nurture such a prodigious talent. At merely 8 years of age, engaging in bank heists and counterfeiting, one could only imagine the potential that lay ahead as he grew. Upon returning home, the initially expectant viewers, along with Sun Ruowei and her team, were met with disappointment. The environment was utterly ordinary. A modest 2-bedroom apartment with a living room furnished only with a worn sofa and an outdated television, alongside a dining table missing a corner. Disordered items cluttered the balcony. Without an alcoholic father, ailing mother, a school-going sister, and a fractured home, it is hard to fathom how this child possesses such remarkable skills. I had previously been skeptical about the notion of talent, but now I am convinced. At 7 in the evening, Sun Ruowei addressed the camera with a smile. "Dear viewers, this concludes today's episode of Revealing the Talents of the Young Prodigy. We will return tomorrow at 8 in the morning. Let us anticipate the other hidden talents of Lin Dong." As the live stream concluded, over 200,000 viewers were left wanting more, flocking to various short video platforms, forums, and discussion boards. With the live stream ended, Sun Ruowei and the crew members concluded their workday. The filming for the day had wrapped up, and they would reconvene at the school gate at 8 tomorrow morning. Sun Ruowei cheerfully remarked to Lin Dong. Downstairs, on the roadside of the community, in an inconspicuous van, Yiming watched as the 2 vehicles from the crew departed. His phone showing the live stream had ended. After a brief wait in the van, he dialed Lu Chao's number. "Boss, I've gathered the information. There's no backing." He relayed all he had learned to Lu Chao on the other end of the line. Yiming chuckled. "Right now, there are only 2 individuals in that household, a defenseless child and a woman. Given the urgency of the task, should I proceed to abduct them now?" In contrast to Yiming's impulsiveness, Lu Chao remained composed. "Hold on. It's only 7 o'clock. Let us wait until midnight to act. We cannot afford to be careless. I will send Xiaji Xuan and Du Long to assist you." After sharing their precise location, the call ended. Yiming pouted in discontent. "It's just a little child and a woman. I assenti it. I could easily handle them single-handedly." He waited another hour downstairs until Lu Chao's reinforcements arrived, Xiaji Xuan and a sturdy man, Du Long. Meanwhile, Lin Nan perused the trending topics about her brother. Feeling momentarily disoriented, the buzz surrounding the bank heist had yet to subside, and now another wave had emerged. The artist? Shocking. 8-year-old replicates a $100 bill in 10 minutes. The latest counterfeit detector fails to discern the difference. From robbing banks yesterday to counterfeiting today, the daily life of an 8-year-old is astonishing. As she scrolled through the chaotic posts, Lin Nan felt a twitch in her eye. Lin Dong, on the other hand, was lost in thought, contemplating how to accomplish his system task when Lin Nan barged into his room, thrusting her phone inches from his face while ruffling his hair with her other hand. "How on earth did you manage to do this?" Lin Dong squirmed away, shrugging helplessly. "Sis, this is what one calls talent." "Talent?" Lin Nan's lips twitched. "Being siblings, how is it that only he possesses such gifts, while I do not?" Lin Dong stubbornly insisted it was indeed talent, and unable to elicit any further explanation from him, Lin Nan resigned herself to the situation. At 10 o'clock that evening, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Lin Dong, with his keen senses, was the first to detect it and stepped out of his room. Lin Nan followed closely behind. "Who is it?" she whispered. Could it be an overzealous fan who traced them through the internet? The news often reports on obsessive fans stalking celebrities. Given her brother's newfound fame, Lin Nan felt this was entirely plausible. Just as she pondered peeking through the peephole to assess the situation, the doorknob suddenly turned. The door swung open to reveal a crouching, shifty-eyed young man grinning lewdly, flanked by Du Long and his companion. Picking locks is a fundamental skill. Yiming chuckled to himself. "Who are you?" Lin Nan inquired, firmly positioning herself to shield Lin Dong behind her. Du Long's voice resonated with depth. "Do not be alarmed. We have business to discuss with you." The trio stepped inside, casually locking the door behind them to prevent any chance of escape. Lin Dong shook his head in dismay. "Why must you resort to violence?" Lin Nan retreated with her brother, asserting, "Do not come any closer. I will call the police. We are not villains." Yiming replied with a chuckle, his demeanor unhurried. "After all, we are merely three grown men facing a defenseless woman and an innocent child. What could possibly go awry?" Chapter 17. Is this really an 8-year-old? Are you not an artist? "We would like to request your assistance in creating an original image," Xia Zhishuan said with a smile. Lin Nan continually retreated until her back collided with the wall. Lin Dong, who was protectively beside her, wore a solemn expression. "I think I understand what these people are after," he said directly. "You intend to manufacture counterfeit dollars?" Upon receiving a clear answer, Lin Dong instinctively licked his lips. "Well, this is a perfect opportunity. I've been troubled about where to find the equipment and materials to complete the system's task, Master of Money. 10 hours have already elapsed out of the 42-hour deadline. It's impossible to accomplish this alone." Lin Dong took a step forward, concealing the fervor in his gaze. "I'll go with you, but you must not harm my sister." Little Dong Lin Nan's mouth opened as if to say something. Yet, Yiming directly interrupted her, shaking his head mockingly at Lin Dong. "That one do, where she calls the police after we leave." He added reassuringly, "Don't worry. As long as you comply, we will not harm either of you. In fact, we can offer you a life of indulgence." Lin Dong cast a glance at Lin Nan. He had a physique score of 73, confident in his ability to escape unscathed from these individuals. But Lin Nan was merely an ordinary person. Yiming glanced at the time, unwilling to delay any longer. He urged, "Do not refuse a toast, and instead drink a punishment." After a brief moment, seeing their lack of response, he signaled Du Long. The latter stepped forward with a cold smile, removing his short-sleeved shirt to reveal his tanned skin and muscular build. "Since you choose to be ungrateful, I'll have to render you unconscious and take you away." Behind Du Long, Yiming and Xia Zhishuan wore mocking grins. Lin Dong sighed in resignation and approached Lin Nan, observing Du Long's readiness to strike. The three of them laughed. An 8-year-old boy barely reaching Du Long's waist. Was he even fully grown? Du Long intended to waste no time, extending a large hand toward Lin Dong's head. However, he expected to lift the boy as one might a chick. In the next instant, Du Long's outstretched hand froze, unable to move despite his efforts. His eyes widened in shock as he saw a small hand pressing against his palm, a strength emanating from it that utterly overwhelmed him. How is this possible? Cold sweat beaded on Du Long's forehead. If not for the force he felt, he might have thought it was a dream. Behind him, Yiming and Xia Zhishuan also noted the anomaly. "Du Long, what are you doing? Is this really the time for games?" "You don't understand. A strong person must humiliate the weak," Yiming sneered. They believed Du Long was merely toying with Lin Dong. Indeed, a strong person must humiliate the weak. A somewhat childish voice came from in front of Du Long, causing both men to frown. Lin Dong's other hand reached out, before Du Long could react. Both of Lin Dong's hands grasped Du Long's left wrist and exerted tremendous force. With a physique score of 73, Du Long was lifted off the ground, his entire body soaring through the air. Bang! He spun in midair and crashed violently to the ground. Had Lin Dong not been considerate of the fact that this was his home and that damage would be incurred, Du Long's fate would have been far worse. What just happened? Yi Ming and Xia Zhishuan exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions reflecting disbelief as they shifted their gaze between the struggling Du Long and Lin Dong. The two finally locked eyes, both astonished. What had just occurred? An 8-year-old boy had executed a perfect throw on a 200-pound man. Is this even possible? Lin Dong paid no attention to their thoughts, stepping forward to approach the two men. Yi Ming gritted his teeth, still unwilling to believe that an 8-year-old child could possess such strength. Clenching his fist, he swung at Lin Dong. The latter sidestepped gracefully, seizing the outstretched arm and performing another shoulder throw. Bang! Now, only Xia Zhishuan remained. Previously, the aggressors had forced Lin Nan back, but now the tables had turned. They were the ones retreating. Xia Zhishuan's throat bobbed as he took steps back, until he collided against the door. In a panic, he twisted the doorknob, only to find it locked. I was wrong. Please spare me, I beg you. He recognized the situation and knelt directly. They had underestimated the situation, arriving unarmed, never anticipating that an 8-year-old child could be so extraordinarily powerful. Truly, it was as the saying goes, an 8-year-old child can overpower the elderly. Lin Dong, casually placing a hand in his pocket, spoke in a commanding tone. Now tell me, who sent you here, and what exactly do you intend to do? Hearing this tone and observing the expression on the young boy's face, Xia Zhishuan found himself in a daze. Is this really an 8-year-old? Meanwhile, Lin Nan's eyes widened in realization, recalling the scene from a few days prior at the bank, murmuring to herself, could my brother truly possess such innate strength? Xia Zhishuan divulged everything he knew. Afterward, he looked at Lin Dong with pleading eyes. According to the rules of the underworld, we have offended you today, and we will surely come to apologize. Could you refrain from calling the police? Lin Dong did not respond, instead asking solemnly, so, all your equipment and materials are prepared, and you only lack the original image? Though puzzled by his inquiry, Xia Zhishuan nodded after a moment's thought. We can certainly produce 200,000 overnight, he affirmed confidently. Lin Dong nodded. Now, I can accompany you without issue, correct? Xia Zhishuan. Du Long and Yi Ming, unsteadily rising to their feet, regarded Lin Dong with eyes full of suspicion. Rest assured, my sister will not call the police, Lin Dong reiterated. Moments later, the door opened, and 3 figures with complex expressions emerged. Don't worry, sister, I'll be fine. Lin Dong assured Lin Nan with a wave as he stepped out. Lin Nan, naturally reluctant to let her brother venture into danger, was powerless to stop him. The 4 individuals descended the dimly lit corridor in silence. Xia Zhishuan exchanged glances with Du Long. Is this fellow intending to collaborate with us? If that is the case, there is no need to worry about his sister reporting us. Of course, the primary reason for their relief was their inability to contend with him. It was indeed perplexing. How could an 8-year-old child possess such extraordinary strength? The 4 figures emerged from the corridor and made their way towards a van parked by the roadside. Meanwhile, by the roadside, in an unremarkable white sedan, Fan Xiaolan checked the time on her phone. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening. Chapter 18. Was this youth abducted by a criminal gang? A wave of drowsiness washed over him, prompting an involuntary yawn. It was purely a figment of the director's imagination. This lad had lost both parents at a tender age and had lived with his sister. What could he possibly have been exposed to? He pursed his lips, contemplating. Li Weiguo had instructed him to discreetly investigate Lin Dong. After a day of inquiries, he discovered that Lin Dong had previously been as innocent as a blank sheet of paper. During his kindergarten days, teachers described him as honest and straightforward. This revelation piqued Fan Xiaolan's curiosity. How could such a transformation occur in merely a few months from kindergarten to primary school? He pondered whether it was an awakening of some latent talent, or perhaps the unlocking of some mystical pathways. Shaking his head vigorously, He dismissed the thought. As a party member and a staunch materialist, his upbringing forbade such notions. Just as Fan Xiaolan prepared to observe a little longer before heading back, his gaze caught sight of several figures emerging from the community entrance through the car window, sneaking around in the dead of night. His instincts as a police officer kicked in, sharpening his focus. The moonlight was favorable, allowing him to discern 3 adult silhouettes and a child's figure. Could it be true, as the director suggested? Due to the distance, he could not make out their distinct features, yet he felt certain. The small figure among them was undoubtedly Lin Dong. Under the cover of night, he was stealthily following a group. Following this line of thought and recalling Li Weigu's words, he sensed something was amiss. There is definitely something suspicious. Fan Xiaolan's gaze darkened. Lin Dong boarded a van with the 3 individuals. Yi Ming and his companions quickly realized that he had come willingly, easing the tension in the atmosphere. They were all in pursuit of wealth. Harmony was the best way to prosper. The van roared to life, heading towards their hideout. Meanwhile, Fan Xiaolan, after a brief moment of contemplation, gritted his teeth and stepped on the accelerator to follow. His mind raced. Could this youth truly be entangled with a criminal organization? Or was it possible that his performance on today's show had drawn the attention of such a group, resulting in his abduction? With no time to ponder further, he quickly reported the situation and quietly trailed the van in his car. Lin Dong was oblivious as to whether the trio was deliberately taking a longer route or if it was merely coincidence. After approximately 2 hours, the vehicle finally came to a halt at an abandoned factory on the outskirts. Exiting the vehicle, he noticed the entrance was illuminated, and 5 silhouettes awaited them in the light, clearly having been there for some time. Despite having seen them on video, Lu Chao could not help but feel a twinge of incredulity upon encountering Lin Dong. The primary reason was the stark contrast in age, height, and appearance. Yi Ming leaned closer to Lu Chao, whispering something in his ear. Lu Chao's expression shifted to one of bewilderment as he scrutinized Lin Dong. This little brat managed to overpower Du Long and Yi Ming? Lin Dong surveyed the surroundings, his expression calm. I am here to collaborate with you. This statement jolted Lu Chao back to reality. We possess all the materials and equipment, as long as you can produce the original image. What percentage of the profits do you desire? Without haste, Lin Dong extended 2 fingers. Lu Chao frowned. 20%? Your appetite seems rather excessive. Lin Dong shook his head. Not 20%. I require $200,000. Lin Dong was acutely aware that counterfeiting currency was illegal. His sole purpose for being here was to fulfill a task assigned by the system. Once completed, he would seek an opportunity to extricate himself, report the incident, and claim he had been coerced into providing criminal materials. This narrative would pose no issues. Yi Ming and his associates had intended to abduct him all along. Just 200,000? Lu Chao narrowed his eyes, appraising Lin Dong. He quickly arrived at a conclusion. After all, he is merely a child. He has likely never encountered such sums before, and 200,000 must seem astronomical to him. With this thought, he readily agreed. All right, as long as you can produce the original image, the 200,000 will be disbursed without delay. With that, he turned and entered the factory, followed closely by Lin Dong and the others, the last of whom extinguished the light at the entrance. Upon entering the basement, Lin Dong was greeted by a vast space, roughly the size of several basketball courts, brightly lit with various equipment neatly arranged. Lu Chao proudly began to show Lin Dong around, pointing to a printing press. Do you know what this is? One of the most crucial devices for producing dollars, which I procured through connections from a foreign government. Observing the rusty old machine, Lin Dong shook his head, displaying a look of disdain. This reaction irked Lu Chao. What is that expression for? Do you have any idea how much I sacrificed for this printing press? After introducing other equipment, Lu Chao continued. Though this is our first meeting, I consider you a friend. You must be able to sense my sincerity? Lin Dong nodded silently. In his eyes, the equipment resembled antiquated relics. Given sufficient time, he could create something far superior. Lu Chao, treating the equipment like a treasure, asked, Everything is prepared for you. How long will you need? Leading Lin Dong to a clear area adorned with an assortment of brushes, Lu Chao inquired. Lin Dong casually replied, 10 minutes. Lu Chao gritted his teeth and cautioned, "The original image is of utmost importance. Do not be careless. There's no need to rush. Slow and steady yields quality." Having collaborated with numerous artists in the past, he knew that they typically required at least a month to complete their work. Though he was aware Lin Dong had once accomplished a piece in 10 minutes, Lu Chao felt compelled to offer his advice. Lin Dong selected a few suitable brushes. Summer Zhishuan, Yi Ming, and Lu Chao stood behind him, anxiously watching. In stark contrast, Lin Dong appeared remarkably composed. After approximately 8 minutes, he tossed aside the brush and clapped his hands. All done. Lu Chao carefully picked up the finished product, inspecting it closely. After examination, it was indistinguishable from the real deal. Witnessing the execution of one of the most complex techniques involved in dollar counterfeiting was a testament to Lin Dong's remarkable skill. Yi Ming, Xia Zhishuan, Du Long, and Lu Chao, these experts, were rendered speechless by the astonishing revelations. The items were already in hand, yet Lu Chao had no intention of discarding them casually. Within less than 10 minutes, he had replicated the original image. Such a feat was unprecedented in the entire industry. Should a long-term partnership be established, Lu Chao could scarcely fathom the magnitude of his burgeoning commercial empire. Chapter 19. Electroplating. At midnight in Huaihai Province, Jining City, in the suburbs, Fan Xiaolan parked his vehicle a short distance away to avoid drawing attention. Approaching the abandoned factory on foot, concealed behind a large tree, he gazed ahead. After a moment, he looked up as a gust of wind swept through, obscuring the moon with dark clouds. A moonless night with a brisk wind. In the stillness of the night, amidst shadows, he sensed the presence of unidentified individuals at the desolate factory. Fan Xiaolan murmured to himself, a dark line appearing on his forehead. This situation is seriously concerning. In this scenario, not only he a police academy graduate, but even an ordinary person would recognize the unmistakable signs of a hidden agenda. On a moonless night, trailing unknown figures into the secluded outskirts, one could hardly assume they were engaged in noble endeavors for the motherland. That boy, the image of Lin Dong surfaced in his mind, causing Fan Xiaolan to furrow his brow slightly. Their previous encounters, though unsettling, suggested that the boy was unlikely to be involved in any illicit activities. After all, he was merely an 8-year-old elementary student, still innocent and naive. Could it be that his performance on the show today had attracted the attention of nefarious criminals? The thought alarmed Fan Xiaolan with its plausibility. He pulled out his walkie-talkie, reporting his location and suspicions to Li Weigua. Meanwhile, in the factory's basement, having acquired the original image, the next step was to electroplate it onto the equipment, a task demanding considerable skill. Lu Chao scanned the area, his irritation mounting as he failed to spot the individual he was searching for. "Where's Old Bao?" he inquired, casting glances at Yi Ming, Xia Zhishuan, and Du Long, who exchanged unsure looks. "He must be in the restroom," suggested Li Yin after a moment's contemplation. "Why now of all times?" Lu Chao spat beneath his breath. After waiting for another 10 minutes with no sign of Old Bao, Lu Chao could no longer contain his impatience. "Du Long, go fetch Old Bao. Check if he has fallen in the restroom." Shortly thereafter, Du Long returned with a frail old man in tow, Bao Yuqian, the team member responsible for electroplating the images. Lin Dong observed the old man, who wore a white shirt and spectacles, his gait shaky and uncertain. He appeared to be at least 70 years old. Witnessing the old man's condition, Lu Chao felt a wave of resignation wash over him. With the present scarcity of skilled labor, they had no choice but to make do. "What do you need me for?" Bao Yuqian asked, his head swaying slightly, his gaze distant. Lin Dong's eyelids fluttered. Doubts about the reliability of the team began to creep in. He still had his system tasks to fulfill. "Don't mess this up." The old man's apparent dementia was becoming increasingly evident. "Get to work," Lu Chao shouted into his ear, concerned that the frail figure might crumble under the strain. "All right, time to work," Bao Yuqian exclaimed, as if regaining his senses. He approached the electroplating machine, his frail hands trembling as he took the original image from Lu Chao, placing it unsteadily on the machine. Lin Dong, Lu Chao, Du Long, and Xia Zhishuan positioned themselves behind him, watching closely as Bao Yuqian hovered his fingers above the controls. This motion lingered for a full minute before he suddenly turned to the group, asking, "What's the next step?" His lapse into confusion had returned. "You." Lu Chao's forehead darkened. His teeth clenched as he struggled to contain his frustration. All materials were prepared, yet they faced yet another complication. Although the team was large, each member specialized in a singular aspect. In terms of electroplating, aside from Bao Yuqian, the others were at a loss. "Get him out of here," Lu Chao ordered, his face grim, indicating for someone to escort the confused Bao Yuqian away. If they waited for him to regain his composure, it could take until the following evening. Yiming sighed, a bitter smile gracing his lips. They could afford to wait a day or two, but some could not afford such delays. A bunch of useless fools. Lin Dong silently cursed. He had filming to do tomorrow, and breaching the contract would incur penalties. Moreover, the system task, Money Master, had a time constraint. With only 20 hours remaining, they had no choice but to wait for old Bao to regain his senses. "Don't you realize that time is money?" Suddenly, a youthful yet firm voice resonated among them. The group turned to see Lin Dong, arms crossed, continuing, "How much production do you think we're losing by delaying? Are you not aware that in our industry, time is measured in seconds? Instead of seeking solutions in the face of adversity, you choose to evade it. How can you hope to maintain a foothold in such a fiercely competitive field?" His words left Du Long and the others feeling abashed. "We must confront difficulties head-on instead of procrastinating. Even an 8-year-old possesses this awareness, yet we do not." After a moment of silence, Yi Ming replied, "Alas, electroplating requires skill. Even the slightest error can ruin the original image." Lin Dong stepped forward, speaking as he walked. "Isn't electroplating merely a matter of technique?" He possessed the skill of money printing, mastering every step in the process. "Can you?" Lu Chao asked, his instinct to question the abilities of the diminutive, childlike figure rising within him. Despite his appearance, demeanor, and strength being far from that of an 8-year-old, this was indeed a true child. Without answering, Lin Dong approached the electroplating machine, repositioning the original image and powering on the device with a casual grace. In the incredulous gazes of Lu Chao, Du Long, Xia Zhishuan, and the others, minutes passed as he deftly electroplated the original image onto the mold, executing the task with an efficiency that far surpassed that of Bao Yuqian. Only after several more minutes did Lu Chao finally process what had transpired, swallowing hard in disbelief. Initially, he believed Lin Dong to be merely talented in drawing, capable of effortlessly reproducing the original image. But now, he realized that everyone had misjudged him. His gift did not lie in painting, but in the creation of currency. He could replicate the original image and apply electroplating with remarkable proficiency. The two most challenging technical steps in the production of currency were flawlessly completed in under 10 minutes by his capable hands. And how old was he? Merely 8 years old. In the first grade, even the titans of the industry would be left in awe. Truly a prodigy of currency creation. If he had been born in the United States, the Federal Reserve would likely have dispatched agents for immediate intervention. Gradually, a few of them emerged from their state of shock. Lin Dong spoke calmly. "The electroplating is complete. It is now time to proceed to the next step." Chapter 20. At the tender age of 8, he already possessed 20 years of experience in the art of crafting currency. Oh, splendid. Lu Chao shook his head vigorously, directing everyone to commence their tasks. They carefully prepared the color-changing ink and poured it into the printing press. With acid-free paper and electroplating mechanisms, the two most technically challenging steps had been deftly managed by Lin Dong, leaving the remainder significantly simpler. Once everything was set, the machines whirred to life, producing a cascade of pristine bills of the dollar. Lu Chao and his companions stood by the assembly line, their eyes gleaming with fervor. This was truly money being counted by the second. A $100 bill, at the current exchange rate, could be traded for 7 units of Huaxia currency. As Lin Dong gazed at the continuously generated dollars, a flicker of anxiety welled within him. "I wonder if this batch meets the system's requirements. Have we secured a buyer?" Lu Chao shifted his gaze to Yi Ming, inquiring. The latter nodded affirmatively. "I've been in contact with Niu Dahai from the Simple Village." Niu Dahai. Upon hearing this name, Lu Chao murmured to himself. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled, "I've heard he has made quite a few enemies lately. Yiming continued. This fool has brought his own demise upon himself, causing his men to blow up a factory belonging to Myanmar's Houtai in their simple village. Before he could finish his thought, a sudden, dull thud erupted from within a normally functioning printing machine. In an instant, the colorful dollars began to lose their hue, their output slowing to a halt until the machine ceased operation entirely. What? What is happening? Lu Chao furrowed his brow and stepped closer. Yiming, Xia Ziyan, and the others gathered around. Moments later, a thick plume of black smoke billowed from the machine's outlet. Is it malfunctioning? Li Yin ventured a guess that was obvious to all. Damn it! Lu Chao clenched his left fist and struck the machine's surface with force. I spent millions only to acquire this piece of junk. The others exchanged helpless glances, shrugging in resignation. No one knew how to fix this contraption. On the other side, Lin Dong's lips curled slightly in disdain. He inwardly cursed. What a bunch of incompetence. All he wanted was to swiftly produce $200,000 in counterfeit currency, fulfill the system's task, and then seize an opportunity to escape. Such a simple plan was frequently thwarted by unexpected complications. Lu Chao's forehead darkened with frustration. There were no manuals for this device. They would have to wait until tomorrow to consult the seller. We simply wish to quietly create dollars. It is not a criminal endeavor. Why must it be so arduous? By now, the clock had struck 2 in the morning. Lu Chao muttered, "We'll ask the seller about this tomorrow." Yiming whispered then, "Boss, what should we do now?" Lu Chao waved his hand dismissively. "It's late. Let us rest here." Sigh. No sooner had he spoken than a sigh escaped Lin Dong, who stood with his hands in his pockets, his head bowed, silently approaching the smoke-emitting device. How could I have forgotten about him? Lu Chao's body jolted as realization struck. This was their innate genius in the realm of dollars, capable of hand-drawing original images, with electroplating being a mere trifle. Repairing this machine should pose no challenge, right? Under the expectant gaze of his companions, Lin Dong extended his left hand, his delicate fingers grasping the screws of the cover. With a swift motion, he unscrewed them barehanded. This, Lu Chao's eyes widened in disbelief. These were not ordinary screws. They were rusted. Even with tools, they would be difficult to unscrew, yet this 8-year-old managed it effortlessly. It was only now that he believed Yiming's claims. This child possessed innate strength. Once all the screws were removed, Lin Dong lifted the cover of the printing machine, and a thick cloud of black smoke poured forth. After a moment, the smoke dissipated, and Lu Chao leaned closer, surveying the chaotic interior. Feeling a shiver run down his spine, Lin Dong, possessing the skill of printing, quickly identified the source of the problem. About 3 minutes later, he replaced the cover, hopped down from the machine, and casually remarked, "All done." Is it really fixed? Xiaji Xuan was still somewhat incredulous. He restarted the machine, and after a brief warm-up, it indeed returned to normal operation. Fresh dollars emerged once more. A prodigy indeed was the legendary dollar genius, born once in 3 centuries, finally making an appearance. The awe in the eyes of his companions was palpable. Incredible. If only he were a bit older, perhaps 20, one might accept this feat with a sense of normalcy. But how old is he? Just 8. What was I doing at 8? Playing house. Pointing at Ultraman on the television and declaring, "I am the red one." In stark contrast to the astonishment of the others, Lin Dong remained remarkably composed. He stared silently at the fresh dollars. His only thought was to swiftly complete the system's task and make his escape. At last, $200,000 had been produced. After witnessing Lin Dong's talent, Lu Chao pounded his chest and declared, "We have the promised 200,000 right here." Lin Dong remained silent, waiting. After a moment, his mind was still as calm as ever, devoid of any commotion. His brow furrowed slightly. The $200,000 have been completed. Where is the system? In contemplation, Lin Dong reached for one of the bills. Quickly, a suspicion arose in his mind. Could it be? The quality of this money is insufficient. The batch they had created was certainly of high quality, at least 93%. Most of the processes had been completed by others. Lin Dong had only drawn the original image and managed the electroplating. Lu Chao also examined one of the bills, placing it beneath his nostrils for a deep inhalation. A fine product. He proclaimed. Their previous batches had fluctuated around 90% quality. This time, they had significantly surpassed expectations, marking the highest quality they had ever produced in their careers. Xiaji Xuan, Yi Ming, Du Long, and the others followed suit, each taking a bill and nodding in agreement. This is indeed a fine product. Not only would ordinary people struggle to discern its authenticity, but even those frequently handling cash would find it challenging. Ha ha ha, if we can maintain this quality, our goods are sure to sell far and wide. We are on the verge of wealth. As they reveled in their joy, a lamenting sigh suddenly pierced the air. Turning towards the sound, they beheld Lin Dong casually tearing a dollar bill in half, exclaiming, "Such rubbish! How can one take this quality out into the world?" Lu Chao stood speechless, and Yi Ming and Du Long shared in his disbelief. Could it be that this exquisite item was so easily dismissed as trash? The audacity of an 8-year-old to utter such words left them speechless, for it was Lin Dong who spoke. They exchanged glances, shadows of concern etched on their foreheads. Was this truly garbage? The quality was superior to any dollar they had previously crafted. Yi Ming, summoning his courage, attempted to voice a retort, but the words caught in his throat. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chao murmured, "If you deem this trash, then why not enlighten us with your own handiwork?" Without needing to be prompted, Lin Dong resolved to demonstrate his skills. The system task, Master of Currency, required him to produce $200,000, and he had no faith in the quality of this batch. Thus, he took control of every step, from mixing the color-changing ink to using acid-free paper. Standing aside, Lu Chao watched the diminutive figure skillfully navigate the machinery, executing each step with the ease of one possessing decades of experience in dollar production. It was as if he had been crafting currency for over 20 years. No, it was more than that. Lu Chao himself had 2 decades of experience, yet he was certain he could never accomplish what Lin Dong was doing. This boy, many observers swallowed hard, their throats constricting at the sight. At merely 8 years of age, he displayed the expertise of someone with decades of experience. Who would dare believe it without witnessing it firsthand? Compared to all this, I am far more curious about the quality of the final product, Lu Chao remarked, his gaze fervent. If the quality deemed exquisite was labeled as trash, then to impress this young prodigy, the output must possess at least 96% excellence. If he could indeed produce such remarkable currency, Lu Chao could scarcely fathom its potential market success. At 4 o'clock in the morning, everything was prepared. As the printing machine roared to life, Lin Dong stood at the output, his expression grave. As the machinery began its work, the hearts of Lu Chao and the others raced in anticipation. The quality of the produced goods would soon be revealed. Meanwhile, outside the factory, the report was made to the director. "We have encircled the area." Li Weiguo had arrived with Fan Xiaolan by his side, and Lu Quandu reported. Peering through night vision binoculars, Li Weiguo surveyed the factory situation, raising his hand slightly. "Do not alert them. We're not fully aware of the circumstances inside." Fan Xiaolan pondered aloud. "It has been 4 hours since that group entered, and there has been no sign of activity. I am increasingly concerned about that boy's safety." Li Weiguo lowered his binoculars. "Did we not send someone to investigate his home? What did his sister say?" Lu Quandu, having just received news, replied promptly. According to his sister, 3 individuals forcibly entered their home and took her brother. She mentioned that the 3 had indicated they wanted Lin Dong to create an original image for them. Then it follows that this boy has been abducted by criminals. Li Weiguo's eyes darkened. Fan Xiaolan bowed his head, piecing together the information. It seems that due to his performance in today's live broadcast, he caught the attention of the criminals, who infiltrated his home. In a bid to protect his sister, he willingly accompanied them here. Who would have thought this young lad possesses such fortitude? Soon, Li Weiguo and his team summarized the situation. Counterfeit currency syndicate, 8-year-old hostage, all located in the basement. Lu Quandu turned to Li Weiguo and inquired, "Director, what shall we do next?" After a moment's contemplation, Li Weiguo responded, "What do you propose?" "My suggestion is to first ascertain the layout of the factory, then employ decisive measures." Li Weiguo nodded in agreement. "Very well, let's proceed as you suggested. Dispatch a few individuals to infiltrate. The factory is likely dark. They should locate the entrance first. Chapter 21. Kidnapping? What is kidnapping? In the factory's basement. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense as freshly cut stacks of crisp dollar bills came into view. The breaths of those present became heavier. Lu Chao swallowed nervously, his throat tightening. He extended his left hand, trembling as he grasped a bill. After a careful examination, his mouth slowly opened in disbelief. The others, witnessing their leader's astonishment, eagerly joined in to inspect the bills. Approximately a minute later, everyone stared at Lin Dong with expressions of shock, admiration, confusion, and more than anything, sheer astonishment. The quality of this batch of dollar bills was on a completely different level compared to what they had just produced. It could only be described as exquisite craftsmanship, with at least 98% authenticity. It was unlikely that an ordinary person could discern the difference, and even vintage printing presses would struggle to detect the discrepancies. Even seasoned experts like Lu Chao, Yi Ming, and Xia Zhishuan, with years of experience in the industry, would find it difficult to tell the difference without witnessing the bills being produced right before their eyes. Once Lu Chao regained his composure, a fervent desire ignited within him. If these high-quality dollar bills enter the market, it will undoubtedly stir up a tempest. I am about to strike it rich. He observed the continuous flow of bills in front of him, while Lin Dong quietly pondered, surely, this quality meets the system's requirements. Right? 98%. This was not his limit, but rather a constraint of time. With ample time to refine the equipment, reconfigure the color-changing ink, and gather other necessary materials, Lin Dong was confident that he could produce dollar bills that were virtually indistinguishable from the real thing, save for their serial numbers. You can produce such quality. I truly cannot let you leave, Lu Chao remarked, his gaze shifting to Lin Dong with a penetrating intensity. In his view, achieving 98% quality was something he could never accomplish in his lifetime. If he could keep Lin Dong under his control, the young man could provide a continuous supply of these bills, making Lu Chao a globally renowned dollar tycoon in a matter of years. What would a mere child do? He cannot be allowed to escape. Not only was Lu Chao harboring ulterior motives, but Lin Dong was also contemplating how to alert the authorities. Once the $200,000 are produced and the system task is completed, I will be free. Lin Dong understood that his performance in front of these individuals would undoubtedly provoke their intentions. They would not easily let him go. Even if they did not act against him today, if word of this spread, it would attract unwanted attention. The only way to ensure his safety was to eliminate them all. At this moment, one might question, yikes, you're the one creating the dollar bills. You are an accomplice. To this, Lin Dong could only ask, who witnessed it? Lu Chao and his crew had seen it. But would the police believe the words of criminals? In his former life, as a notorious gang leader, Lin Dong was all too familiar with this scenario. He had been forcibly taken from his home. He was not only a child, but also a victim, as they each harbored their secret agenda. Du Long rushed to Lu Chao's side, whispering urgently in his ear. Upon hearing, Lu Chao's expression turned grave. He spoke in a hushed tone, "You go check upstairs. Remember, if anything goes wrong, inform me immediately." Lin Dong, positioned not far away, with his enhanced physical abilities, managed to overhear Du Long's words. They had lost contact with the individuals stationed above. Could it be that Lin has called the police? Lin Dong thought to himself. I had advised her not to report it. Never mind, never mind. The $200,000 will be produced shortly. He set aside his concerns and focused entirely on the fresh dollar bills before him. By his estimation, they had already produced 150,000. Meanwhile, above in the factory, Lu Quandu personally led a team, flanked by 2 police officers escorting an unconscious man outside. He and a small contingent awaited around a specific section of the floor, which they had learned was the entrance to the basement. Soon, a dull thumping sound emanated from beneath the floor, and moments later, it was pushed aside, revealing a head emerging into the dimly lit factory. Before Du Long could assess his surroundings, he felt a chill at the back of his head. A faint voice commanded, "Police, put your hands out." Du Long shuddered and hastily exclaimed, "Don't shoot, don't shoot. Keep it down. Come out with your hands on your head." Lu Quandu interrupted his desperate plea to relay a message to Lu Chao. Du Long felt helpless, with a gun pressed to the back of his head. What could he do? Yes, he had a dagger on him, but if he were to draw it and charge at the officer, he knew that he would swiftly be overwhelmed. One should never underestimate the speed of a trigger pull. They escorted him outside the factory, where Li Weigua personally conducted the interrogation. How many of your men are still in the basement? What weapons do you have, and what is the situation with that child you have taken hostage? This was not Du Long's first encounter with the law. He was well aware of the 3 unwritten rules of the underworld: betrayal, selling out a brother, taking care of the elder sister. Now that he was caught, he realized that if he immediately sold out his comrades in the basement, his sentence could be reduced. However, he found it perplexing. What do they mean by the child you took hostage? Hostage? Lin Dong had come with him, Yi Ming, and Xia Zhishuan. Although their initial intention was to coerce Lin Dong, in the end, he had willingly accompanied them. When they tried to stop him, he had even fought back. Du Long hurriedly divulged the situation in the basement. In conclusion, he added, "Your Honor, that kid came with us voluntarily. It was not a kidnapping." Li Weigua, Lu Quandu, and Fan Xiaolan looked at him with incredulity. "Are you suggesting that you broke into someone else's home in the dead of night?" And the 8-year-old child inside not only remained unafraid, but willingly joined your ranks? Du Long opened his mouth several times, attempting to articulate an explanation. Yet, how could he begin? To admit that the 3 of them were bested by an 8-year-old child? Truth be told, he himself would find it incredulous. "Take him away." Li Weigua gestured dismissively as he was escorted by 2 police officers towards the patrol car. Chapter 22. In a second, 3 blows from the officer. I am a law-abiding citizen in the basement of the factory. The sound of the printing press hummed softly as crisp new dollars were produced. Lu Chao stood to the side, glancing at his watch, his brow furrowed in concern. He occasionally looked back, anxious. It had been 5 minutes since Du Long had stepped out, and not a word had been communicated. He was acutely aware that something was amiss, a realization stemming from his past experiences of being apprehended 3 times. Something has gone wrong, he thought. Could it be that the police are onto us? That shouldn't be the case. Who would expose us? His mind raced, instinctively landing on Lin Dong. Could it be that his family reported us? Lu Chao shook his head vigorously. There was no time for such musings. He had to devise a means of escape. 18,000. Just 2 more to go. Lin Dong murmured, eyeing the products emerging from the printing machine. He fervently prayed that no unforeseen events would occur before the last $2,000 were completed. The very next moment, he realized that his hopes were dashed. Bang! The entrance to the basement was kicked open with force. A squad of fully armed police officers surged in. This is bad. Lu Chao's pupils dilated in realization that they were surrounded, and he had not anticipated such swift action. In an instant, several smoke grenades were tossed at their feet, filling the basement with thick white smoke. 19,000. Lin Dong felt his heart race. With a physique rated at 73, the smoke had minimal effect on him, allowing him to discern the surroundings. He noticed a number of officers charging towards them, batons in hand. While he was relatively unaffected by the smoke, the others were not so fortunate, flailing about like headless flies in the haze. Leading the charge was Lu Quandu, donning special glasses that shielded him from the smoke. He approached Yi Ming first, raising his baton to prevent any resistance. In a swift motion, he struck 3 blows in a single second. Yi Ming remained silent, not because of his resilience, but because the first strike landed on his mouth, silencing any plea for mercy. The second blow landed on his leg to thwart any attempt to flee, while the third rendered him completely incapacitated. In a second, 3 blows from the officer. Please, I'm a law-abiding citizen. Amidst the chaos, Lin Dong remained oblivious to the uproar around him, his eyes fixed intently on the money before him, cold sweat beading on his forehead. With 19,000 already in sight, he was just $1,000 shy of completing the system task. A final push. Yiming, Li Yin, and Xia Zhishuan, 5 individuals in total, had been subdued without any resistance. Yet, one person stood apart, Lu Chao. Having lived over 40 years, he had endured countless police encounters and had become seasoned in such matters. He often carried a pair of glasses specifically to counteract smoke grenades. The basement was spacious, and the concentrated smoke merely enveloped half of it. Lu Chao burst forth from the haze, panting as he surveyed the scene. From Du Long's mouth, Lu Quandu and his team had already gathered intelligence on the basement's layout, including other exits and hidden passages. They had dispatched individuals to block these routes the moment they entered. As Lu Chao's hope of escape dwindled, he was resolute not to surrender easily. He understood that, given his status as a repeat offender, if captured by the police, a decade of imprisonment awaited him, a fate more harrowing than death itself. He resolved to take a risk and fight back. As the smoke began to dissipate, the basement gradually returned to normal. Standing beside the operational printing press was Lin Dong. Yiming, Xiaji Xian, and Li Yin were all crouched, hands on their heads, shackled, with some bearing bruises on their faces. At that moment, Lu Quandu finally turned his attention to the familiar figure beside the printing machine. He recalled that just days prior, during a drill, it was this very individual whose plan had led to his early downfall. However, Lu Quandu was not one to hold grudges. He approached Lin Dong without malice. Finally, Lin Dong turned his attention to him. Although unclear about the specifics of the situation, he could deduce from Lu Quandu's words that he perceived Lin Dong as a victim. Thus, Lin Dong seized the opportunity to play along. "Officer, you have finally arrived. I was at home doing my homework when they suddenly barged in, intending to take me and my sister away. To protect her, I had no choice but to voluntarily accompany them here. They even coerced me into creating original images for their illicit activities. Officer, you must advocate for me." Observing Lin Dong's exaggerated performance, Yiming, Xiaji Xian, and the others could hardly believe their eyes. If not for the blow to his mouth, Yiming would have immediately retorted, "What do you mean we forced you into criminal activity? And what do you mean you volunteered because we threatened you? Yes, we did invade your home, but the truth is, you assaulted us first. We had no choice but to bring you along after you continued to attack us. And now, after all this, you claim that the $20,000 we produced are all your handiwork? Did we ever say a word?" The expressions on their faces were filled with indignation, teetering on the brink of tears. "Damn it, when have we ever endured such humiliation? Be honest." Fan Xiaolan descended, halting the restless individuals. "I witnessed you abducting him from another's home. Do not approach." Suddenly, a defiant roar echoed within the basement. The crowd turned towards the sound, discovering the sole survivor. Lu Chao, clutching a circular object, his gaze resolute. He continued, "This is a bomb of my own making. Once I detonate it, you shall all perish." Chapter 23. This is also a talent. Lu Quandu furrowed his brow and said, "Yield and lay down your resistance, and you may still secure a lighter sentence." "Humph." Lu Chao scoffed coldly. "Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Lighter sentence." With that, his gaze turned fierce as he placed his other hand on the round bomb, presenting an image of being ready to detonate it at any moment. His voice rose 3 notches. "Prepare a fully fueled bus for me right now, and then let this brat leave with me." As he uttered these words, his eyes fixated on Lin Dong. 2 thoughts crossed his mind. First, he considered Lin Dong as a hostage. Second, he coveted Lin Dong's expertise. The ability to produce 98% of U.S. dollars was unprecedented in the entire industry. Even if experts from the Federal Reserve were to witness the products he manufactured, they would surely be baffled. As long as he could escape the country with Lin Dong, the latter's skills would surely flourish, and in no time, no, not years, but perhaps even months, he could become a world-renowned dollar tycoon. "This is impossible." Lu Quandu shook his head grimly. Sending an 8-year-old child as a hostage to a criminal? Was he out of his mind? Or was it Lu Chao who had lost his senses? "Then don't blame me for detonating the bomb," Lu Chao threatened coldly. Thus, both sides remained locked in a standoff. It was now 5 in the morning. Lin Dong stifled a yawn, displaying an indifferent attitude amidst the tense atmosphere surrounding him. For him, the system task had already been completed, so he could afford to be casual. Finally, Lu Quandu could no longer wait. "I warn you once more. Drop your weapon and cease resistance, and you might still receive a lighter sentence. Remember, do not stray further down the wrong path." Lu Chao remained unmoved, reiterating his demands for a fully fueled vehicle, 2 tickets for leaving the country, and Lin Dong. "Do not force my hand. Otherwise I will detonate this bomb," Lu Chao yelled with a fierce expression. Of course, anyone with a discerning eye could see that this was merely a bluff. Setting aside whether the bomb in his hand could actually explode, even if it could, its power would likely be comparable to a couple of firecrackers set off during the new year, incapable of even killing him, let alone ensuring mutual destruction. He had clearly watched too many movies. Moreover, it was evident he had never attended high school nor studied physics or chemistry. Had he acquired even a slight understanding of these subjects, he would not have crafted such a shoddy bomb. Because of this, Liu Quandu and his team were willing to endure the standoff rather than dispatch a sniper to eliminate him. And so, the impasse continued. An hour passed. In the basement, not only the police, but even Yi Ming and the others began to feel the weight of ennui. The swelling on Yi Ming's face from the baton had subsided significantly, and he could now speak. Maintaining the crouched position with hands on his head was exhausting. Fan Xiaolan even suggested they change their posture. At 6 in the morning, everyone present had gone without sleep for an entire night, and their mental state was understandably bleak. Only Lin Dong, with his robust physique, was slightly better off. "Boss, why don't we just concede?" Yi Ming could no longer tolerate it and urged Lu Chao. "Yes, boss, we could spend a few years in there. Once we come out, we can re-enter this industry. It's not like we haven't been in before. To be honest, I somewhat miss the food in there." Faced with his subordinates, Lu Chao remained steadfast. At 7 in the morning, Li Weiguo could no longer hold back and descended from the basement. Lin Dong sat on the ground, bored, counting the pebbles scattered across the floor. These pebbles are indeed just pebbles. Lu Chao, still refusing to surrender, further infuriated everyone by not allowing the others to leave. After enduring a night in this place, one could imagine the resentment brewing within them, including Li Weiguo. "I warn you one last time, surrender." "Impossible," Lu Chao asserted resolutely. In the next moment, Li Weiguo waved his hand. The police, who had been waiting all night, promptly raised their rifles. Li Weiguo declared, "Do you think the odds are greater that you will perish in a mutual explosion with your pathetic homemade bomb, or that we will turn you into a sieve?" Finally, as Li Weiguo raised his handgun and fired a shot into the air, Lu Chao caved. After all, no one truly wished to be turned into a sieve. He discarded the bomb, and several police officers swiftly moved in to subdue him. Finally, it's over. As Lu Chao was escorted past Lin Dong, he suddenly halted, casting an odd glance at him. No matter how forcefully the two officers tried to pull him along, Lu Chao's body remained immobile. "Huh?" Li Weiguo and Liu Quandu exchanged puzzled looks at this scene. Lin Dong lifted his gaze, meeting Lu Chao's eyes. What kind of gaze was reflected in Lu Chao's eyes? If Lin Dong were compelled to describe it, it would be akin to an aged sunset gazing at the newly risen dawn. While this description may not be entirely accurate, it certainly captured Lin Dong's sentiments. "Hurry and leave." Lu Chao was forcibly escorted away by the two officers from basement. Yi Ming, Xia Zhixian, and the others followed closely behind. Soon, the once spacious basement was left with only 5 or 6 figures. Li Weiguo, Fan Xiaolan, Liu Quandu, and one Lin Dong. This, Li Weiguo gazed at the now dormant printing machine, casually picking up a US dollar bill. He scrutinized it closely for a moment. The brown pupils in his eyes contracted slightly. Having been a police officer for decades, he had encountered countless counterfeit cases and naturally possessed a unique discernment method. He could typically identify the authenticity of a bill at a glance. But now, he stared at the bill in his hand and was astonished to discover he could not see through it. "Bring in the investigative team." His expression darkened as he called out behind him. In a short while, a slender young man wearing glasses entered the basement. Li Weiguo handed him the dollar bill, saying, "Take a look at this counterfeit." After Bai Huahua examined the note closely, his eyes widened with astonishment beneath the lens. Is this counterfeit currency? The quality and craftsmanship. The only distinction from real currency is likely the serial number, isn't it? Upon hearing such a significant appraisal from him, the three individuals instinctively inhaled sharply. Subsequently, their gazes converged on Lin Dong, who appeared unfazed by the situation. For reasons unknown, they all harbored the thought that this batch of dollars was manufactured by this young man. Lin Dong's body trembled slightly as he looked up, meeting the 3 pairs of suspicious eyes. With an awkward smile, he stammered, "Officer, I was coerced." Li Weiguo recalled the events from a few days prior at the bank entrance, narrowing his eyes as he inquired, Is this also a talent of yours? Chapter 24. Authority Certification. After sealing the scene, a considerable number of journalists and officials from the propaganda department enter the basement. In front of the cameras of the municipal propaganda department, Li Weigua adjusted his appearance, cleared his throat, and solemnly declared, just moments ago, we successfully cracked a kidnapping and counterfeit currency case. Not only did we dismantle a criminal operation involved in counterfeiting, but we also apprehended several suspects and seized over $400,000 in counterfeit bills. Moreover, we managed to rescue an 8-year-old child who had been taken hostage by the criminals. Within the basement, amidst the officials from the propaganda department, other media representatives were present. Half of the cameras were focused on Li Weigua, while the other half captured Lin Dong. This citizen, who had been abducted, could have been anyone, yet it was fortuitously Lin Dong. His online popularity had not waned. He had dominated several trending topics, with his videos on Douyin garnering thousands, even tens of thousands of likes. His performance during the bank robbery drill had casually produced authentic images of U.S. dollars. The controversies surrounding him could easily spark interest that others would envy a lifetime. Now, he had been kidnapped by a gang of criminals, who compelled him to assist in counterfeiting. What does this signify? Authority certification. Detractors online speculated that Lin Dong was merely a puppet of the media and local government, a figure concocted for promotional purposes akin to a mere gimmick. However, should this incident be exposed, it would undoubtedly leave those critics with egg on their faces. Who could orchestrate such a scheme involving a professional criminal gang? An unknown female journalist approached Lin Dong with a microphone, incessantly probing, "Hello? Could you share what you experienced after being kidnapped by the criminals? Also, what is your perspective on the current trending topics about you online? Most importantly, what role did you play in the production of these over $400,000? Lin Dong felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Were it not for the cameras surrounding him, he would have been tempted to strike this impolite reporter. Did she not understand the essence of respect? Why was she shoving a microphone in his face? Suppressing the urge to retaliate, he coldly replied, "I am the victim," and forcibly squeezed his way out from the throng of reporters and cameramen. After this commotion, it was now 8 o'clock. Lin Dong stepped out of the basement and found several journalists lingering outside the factory. Liu Chao and the others were being held by the police, squatting to one side, seemingly awaiting transport. A bold reporter approached them, initiating an interview. "Hello, why did you choose to forge currency?" Yi Ming and his companions had come to terms with their fate. They would merely serve a few years in confinement. Responding listlessly to the reporter's inquiry, they said, "Because we couldn't produce the real thing." Ah, how profound. The reporter was momentarily left speechless. "So, are the $40,000 inside entirely your creation?" The reporter posed this redundant question. "No." Lian shook her head. Just as her words fell, her gaze landed on Lin Dong, who had just exited the factory. Gritting her teeth, she observed him acting as though nothing had happened, while she was now in handcuffs. The discontent brewed within her. Strictly speaking, they had collectively produced $400,000, half of which had been solely the work of this boy. Why was he unscathed? Is this the essence of juvenile protection laws? It is not a matter of scarcity, but of inequity. If Lin Dong had shared their plight, even the prospect of a life sentence would not feel as burdensome. Yet now, they had just shared laughter while producing currency together, and now she was labeled a suspect while he was regarded as a victim. Is this just? What troubled her most was that he had single-handedly produced half of the counterfeit bills. In a strict sense, he should be considered the principal offender. With this in mind, Li Yin immediately addressed the camera, stating of the 40,000, only 20,000 was produced by us. The remaining 20,000 was solely completed by that boy. As she spoke, her eyes bore into Lin Dong at the factory entrance, as if she wished to consume him whole. Lin Dong yawned, ignoring the unfolding situation. Fan Xiaolan also emerged from the basement and found Lin Dong. "Our director instructed me to take you home." Had Lin Dong been an adult, or at least 14 years old, he would undoubtedly face serious scrutiny and, at the very least, be called in for questioning. Yet, he was merely 8 years old. 8 years old. He might not even be able to write his own name. How could they investigate him? The police department was not a kindergarten. Moreover, No one would believe that an 8-year-old child would willingly accompany Yi Ming and his associates to this place, only to disdain the worthless currency they produced. He had supposedly crafted 20,000 himself, according to the unified statements of Yi Ming, Xia Zhishuan, and Du Long. The three of them could even swear an oath that throughout their lives, this account was devoid of falsehood. Yet, no one believed them. After all, such events seemed only plausible in novels or television dramas. In reality, who would not exclaim? Only a lunatic would utter such words. This must be their fabricated story to absolve themselves of the kidnapping charges. Lin Dong climbed into a police car with Fan Xiaolan, heading home. Meanwhile, at Gufeng Primary School, the program revealing the talents of the ultimate child prodigy had commenced. Sun Ruowei and her team were anxiously searching for Lin Dong. It was now 8:30, half an hour past their agreed time from yesterday. The live stream audience, numbering in the tens of thousands, was growing impatient. Where's he? Where's that boy? I heard he can replicate an authentic image of a US dollar in 10 minutes. I'm here to learn. I can attest to his abilities from yesterday. He even passed the counterfeit detection machine. But where has he gone now? Do you think the speculation on the trending topics is true? Is that boy just an actor, playing us for fools? I cannot fathom the existence of any innate embodiment of currency in this world. Their talent, at best, rests solely in the realm of artistic expression. Just as Sun Ruowei was poised to call Lin Nan to inquire about Lin Dong's circumstances, she retrieved her phone and, upon glimpsing the messages circulating in their media group, was rendered utterly speechless. A series of videos, hastily edited, depicted the events unfolding in the factory's basement. In an instant, a fervor erupted across the internet. A child, late at night, kidnapped. A criminal gang coerces him into producing currency. Shockingly, the child disparages the ineptitude of the criminals, managing to fabricate $200,000 overnight. Various sensational headlines ignited a frenzy online. Chapter 25. Such ruthlessness, especially during the interview with Lu Chao, Li Yin, and Yi Ming. Their words left many in a state of bewilderment. A total of 400,000 US dollars, of which 200,000 were fabricated by Lin Dong himself. This revelation sent shockwaves through numerous netizens. Initially, it was believed that his talent lay in painting, capable of rendering original images within 10 minutes, potentially heralding the next Van Gogh. However, everyone soon realized their grave misjudgment. The lad's true gift was not in artistry, but rather in the realm of currency. To single-handedly complete all the steps to manufacture $200,000. Insiders disclosed that without 2 or 3 decades of experience in counterfeiting, such a feat would be impossible. How could an 8-year-old possess 30 years of expertise in producing counterfeit bills? As various videos and interviews proliferated online, the rumors suggesting that Lin Dong's story was scripted and media hype were swiftly debunked. Ridiculous. Even if he were merely a promotional ambassador launched by the local tourism bureau, it would be implausible to mobilize so many police officers to accompany a stage performance. Moreover, Lin Dong had been kidnapped by a group of criminals who coerced him into producing counterfeit money. This constituted genuine, authoritative certification. The live stream, titled Revealing the Talents of the Child Prodigy, was the ideal platform to absorb this overwhelming attention. It originally boasted over 100,000 viewers, but now, with this surge of interest, an additional 100,000 flocked in, and the numbers continued to swell. Sun Ruowei was momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances with her colleagues, each reflecting the astonishment in their eyes. This kid is utterly extraordinary, not to mention the audacity of his actions. Even seasoned media professionals were left in utter disbelief. Is this what the post-2010 generation is like? While I was playing house at 8, he was already earning money by the second. I must concede, are the textbooks now vastly different from what we used to have? No one taught me how to manufacture US dollars during my schooling. Is humanity secretly evolving without my knowledge? Who has this child's contact information? I have a bold idea. I'll handle the acid-free paper, he can manage the color-changing ink, and you take care of serving time. Observing the flood of comments in the live stream, which surged like a tide, Sun Ruowei wiped the non-existent sweat from her brow. What was I going to do with my phone? All right, call Lin Nan. However, Hesitation crept in once more. Initially unaware of Lin Dong's activities, she now realized he was likely at the police station enjoying tea. Yet, considering the minors' protection laws, along with the fact that he had been abducted, he should be fine, right? Just as Sun Ruolwei pondered this, a police car approached and came to a halt at the entrance of Gufeng Primary School. Inside the vehicle, Fan Xiaolan peered through the window, catching sight of Sun Ruolwei and her group, an ominous premonition rising within her. Her gaze shifted to Lin Dong, seated in the passenger seat, narrowing slightly. This incident arose from the attention drawn to the boy's performance on the show, which had attracted the interest of criminals involved in counterfeiting. If he were to showcase any further talents, would the broadcast lead to? No, no, no. Halfway through her thought, Fan Xiaolan hastily dismissed it. I am merely being overly anxious. Even with his peculiarities, an 8-year-old cannot possess the strength to rob a bank or the skill to counterfeit indefinitely. Fan Xiaolan continued to reassure herself. I will take you from here. She hesitated briefly before adding, should I explain to your teacher the reason for your tardiness? Lin Dong pondered for a moment, shaking his head uncertainly. I suppose it isn't necessary? There aren't that many rules in the first grade. Besides, a dozen reporters have reported it. My teacher should be aware of what I was doing. He opened the car door and stepped out as Fan Xiaolan drove away. He noticed Sun Ruolwei and her group at the school gate, casually slipping his hand into his pocket as he approached. Calmly, he said, apologies for being an hour late. I had a minor issue. The demeanor and tone startled the program crew, especially the nonchalant mention of a minor issue. One might think he merely overslept. Is this truly the calmness one expects from an 8-year-old? A minor issue? You were kidnapped and manufactured $200,000, and you call that a minor issue? Does the police escort signify that this child is unharmed? The livestream viewer count soared toward 400,000. Sun Ruolwei, regaining her composure, was about to speak when Lin Dong interjected, I've already been late for an hour. I believe their essay test today. With that, he turned and walked through the gate, prompting the program staff to hurriedly follow. This kid is confused. With such skills, why bother with a test? He could simply go abroad and excel. Aren't you curious about what kind of education a child with such extraordinary talents receives? In classroom 5, Yu Qingyu stood at the podium, occasionally glancing at Lin Dong's empty seat. The other students were engrossed in their exams, heads bowed in silence. After class began, she had not checked her phone, completely unaware of the online frenzy surrounding Lin Dong. With a sigh, Yu Qingyu reflected, first grade is a crucial stage in a student's life. He should focus on building a solid foundation. His parents should not have allowed him to participate in such programs that could hinder his education. Just then, Lin Dong's figure appeared at the classroom door. Report. Several students, engrossed in their exams, lifted their heads to glance over. Yu Qingyu waved her hand. Please come in. She handed a test paper to Lin Dong, explaining, there are only 10 minutes remaining until the end. Lin Dong nodded, accepting the paper and returning to his seat. The staff of the program discreetly moved to the back of the classroom to avoid disturbing the other students. Many netizens in the live broadcast were quite curious about the contents of the first grade test paper. Surely this kid's exam paper isn't a special edition, right? While others are tackling questions like 1-1, this kid is faced with how to remove a battery from an electric vehicle in 1 minute. I'm dying of laughter. Are they treating this little boy like a cherry blossom person? Chapter 26. The cameraman stood at the back of the classroom, shouldering the camera as he scanned the room. All viewers online could see. The students were deeply engrossed in their exams, each struggling with the questions. However, a few exceptions stood out. For instance, Lin Dong's deskmate, Li Ziki, had already put down her pen, having completed her test. Lin Dong casually picked up a pen. Despite having not slept a wink the previous day, his robust constitution, rated at 73 points, rendered the fatigue negligible. He yawned and let his gaze drift across the test paper before him. Having traversed to this present moment, several days had elapsed. Although he had absorbed little from his studies, how challenging could a first-grade paper truly be? With less than 5 minutes remaining in the exam, Lin Dong gripped his pen, and with the enhancement of his 73-point physique, his speed in answering questions surged manifold. To the other students, it appeared as though he had activated a triple speed mode. On the podium, Yu Qingyu observed Lin Dong, who was fervently writing. Her eyes, hidden behind her glasses, blinked in astonishment. How incredibly fast! Setting aside everything else, she had never witnessed such speed in writing, even during her university days. Li Ziki, with wide eyes full of curiosity, had never seen anyone tackle questions in such a manner. The atmosphere was charged with intrigue, especially among the over 400,000 viewers in the live stream. This speed. Is he trying to claim the title of the fastest man in the world? What a guy. Anyone who can think of Haji Child must have some extraordinary people at home. Honestly, since graduating, I haven't touched a pen. I've forgotten how to write many characters. One, he seems impressive, but I wonder how accurate his answers are. Is he genuinely attempting the questions, or just scribbling? Isn't it obvious? No one genuinely tries like that. I only write like that when I'm copying answers. Is it possible he's cheating? Perhaps he memorized the answers beforehand and brought them into the exam room. Could it be that the person above is truly a genius? As many viewers speculated whether Lin Dong was merely scribbling or genuinely working through the test, the cameraman stood up, unable to suppress a smile. Finally, the German-imported lens worth tens of thousands can showcase its prowess. From a distance, he zoomed in with a focus that amplified the view dozens of times, clearly transmitting the contents of Lin Dong's test paper to the live stream. Just as Lin Dong placed his pen down, the entire process had only taken 2 minutes. The first grade exam was comprehensible to the viewers, and without a doubt, he had answered every question correctly. Could it be that he is truly a genius? Aside from the somewhat illegible handwriting, every answer is correct. Haji Child, how on earth did you manage that? He hasn't studied at all. He's either robbing banks or counterfeiting money. Could he really be a prodigy? Lin Dong, maintaining a calm demeanor, handed the test paper to Yu Qingyu, who was collecting them, while his other hand deftly twirled a pencil. The elementary questions posed no challenge for him. If nothing unexpected occurred, the aura of a prodigy would surely carry him through to high school. After Yu Qingyu briefly glanced at the paper and noted that all answers were correct, she too was curious about how Lin Dong had accomplished this, as she had never seen him genuinely studying. The first grade school life was rather uneventful. The morning passed swiftly, and finally, it was time for the moment Lin Dong had been eagerly anticipating. Lunchtime. As the bell rang, he darted out of the classroom's back door, racing towards the cafeteria. His speed left the production crew trailing far behind. It had been previously stated that the campus also housed a middle school. Using the excuse of needing the restroom, he had planned to leave the classroom a few minutes early to make a beeline for the cafeteria. Huh, I see through your ploy. Pathetic. Let us see who can snag the chicken leg first today. 2 middle school boys sprinted alongside each other. The cafeteria doors loomed ahead. Just as the 2 boys were about to burst through, an unexpected figure zipped past them, the first to enter the cafeteria. Huh. Both boys were taken aback simultaneously. Didn't he expect another expert? That's fine, they're South still second place. The next moment, the cameraman, burdened with a heavy camera, sped past them without a glance, followed closely by the rest of the production crew. The cameraman for the segment unveiling the talents of a top-tier child was a young man with long hair. Despite carrying a camera weighing several pounds, his face radiated excitement. Since graduating high school, I haven't experienced the rush of being the first to dash into the cafeteria when the bell rings. This brings back such fond memories. By the time the 2 middle school boys arrived at the cafeteria, Lin Dong was already feasting. The national subsidy provided a meal of 3 dishes and a soup. The cameraman, Fong Yufan, sat across from Lin Dong, breathless. The stark contrast between their states was striking. The 8-year-old not only exhibited such explosive speed, but astonishingly, his stamina was remarkable. How could he be eating so calmly without a hint of exhaustion? He devoured the braised chicken leg, shredded potatoes, and tomato scrambled eggs, relishing the midday meal, the only proper food he would consume throughout the day. The rest of his meals typically comprised instant noodles or hastily prepared dishes. 3 dishes and a soup, with both meat and vegetables, and it's free? This kid is eating better than I do as a university student. Can you not eat so well? I never had such meals. I might just get jealous. Watching this is making me hungry. Enough talk. I'm going to order a portion of meat that's older than I am, some wilted greens from the market, and leftover soup that the owner didn't bother to wash his hands for. just to treat myself. Please, spare me the details. I'm about to break down. After lunch, with some time left before class resumed, Lin Dong wandered aimlessly around the playground. As Lin Dong gazed at the system interface before him, a sense of apprehension welled within. Would the system soon assign him another series of bizarre tasks? Would he be compelled to rob a bank or forge currency? And would the next step lead him towards the realm of firearms? Lost in contemplation, he became increasingly aware of the rising clamor surrounding him. Upon lifting his gaze, he realized he had arrived at the rear of the playground, where an array of equipment had been installed. A group of middle school students had gathered around a solitary pull-up bar. Among them was a frail young boy, his face flushed with effort, managing to perform a mere 3 pull-ups. Chapter 27. The fiery blaze and the iron beast. Lin Dong retracted his gaze as he suddenly overheard a conversation. Which one do you think is more loyal? The iron beast or the fiery blaze? The name struck a chord. They were characters from an anime he had watched in his childhood, The Adventures of Lolo. Both Blue Star and Earth were quite similar in terms of entertainment, which was precisely why Lin Dong had chosen not to pursue a career as a mere copywriter. He turned to investigate the source of the voices and spotted 5 or 6 students clad in junior high uniforms engaged in animated discussion. I believe the fiery blaze is more loyal. After all, he is the protagonist. I concur. The Iron Beast is the villain. Listening to these children's assessments, Lin Dong stroked his chin. It had been a decade since he last watched that anime, and he had nearly forgotten the plot. Suddenly, a deep voice emerged from behind. Fong Yufan tossed a camera to his apprentice and strode over. Let me tell you, that old rascal Fiery Blaze has a cunning mind. On the surface, he pretends to be brotherly with the Iron Beast, but behind the scenes, he bullies him. This proclamation captured the attention of the discussing students, and Lin Dong found himself curiously drawn in. Was it possible that this world presented a different version from the one he had watched? Fong Yufan continued. Remember when the Iron Beast self-destructed? He did it to save Wild Ape, but wasn't it also to save the Fiery Blaze? If Fiery Blaze were truly loyal, wouldn't he at least have expressed his stance? Not to mention, he could have offered his hidden energy source. At the very least, he could have said a few encouraging words. I was on my knees in front of the television, begging the Tiger King to spare the Iron Beast. And what was Fiery Blaze doing? Lying there, playing dead. When it came time for the Iron Beast to self-destruct, he just got up and ran away. Fong Yofan's words left the junior high students dumbfounded, and Lin Dong's heart raced. Was this true? The apprentice, holding the camera, recorded the entire exchange, including Fong Yofan's analysis. The live stream garnered over 400,000 viewers, many of whom expressed their agreement. Absolutely. I know that rascal Fiery Blaze. He's up to no good behind the scenes. I heard he even hides pinhole cameras in car washes to collect original tires from other vehicles. Am I going crazy? Are people actually cyberbullying Fiery Blaze? Observing the comments pouring in, the host, Sun Ruowei, smirked slightly and glanced at the self-satisfied Fong Yufan. Regardless of anything else, Fong Yofan's antics undeniably enlivened the atmosphere of their live stream. Shaking his head, Lin Dong decided to dismiss this incident from his mind. He approached an outdoor pull-up bar, realizing that at his current height, he would need to jump to reach it. Nearby, a group of 8th grade students, about 7 or 8 in number, gathered. One chubby student hung from the bar, his face reddening with exertion. The others cheered him on. Come on, little fatty, just one more, and you'll break your record. Little fatty's arms trembled, and ultimately, he fell, landing on the ground with a thud. He managed 4. That's the highest among us, remarked a frail student wearing glasses as they turned their attention to Lin Dong and the production crew. Revealing the talents of the ultimate youngster had become a phenomenon in the current internet landscape, and these 8th graders had certainly heard of it. They quickly deduced Lin Dong's identity, the child who had taken the internet by storm. They exchanged glances, intrigued, noticing Lin Dong's keen interest in the pull-ups. The bespectacled student grinned and asked, "We can only manage 4. How many can you do?" Lin Dong shot him a glance, but remained silent. "Oh, acting all high and mighty, are we?" The glasses-wearing boy retorted. "I'll give you $10 if you could do just 1. It wasn't that they were short on cash. To them, Lin Dong was merely an 8-year-old child, a mere elementary school student. Sun Ruowei, overhearing this, felt a mix of anticipation and curiosity. Just earlier, she had pondered how an 8-year-old could possess such speed and strength. It was undoubtedly an alluring point for the viewers as well. Upon hearing the promise of $10 for a single pull-up, Lin Dong narrowed his eyes and inquired, "Really?" The bespectacled student thumped his chest. "Of course. And there's a camera recording it all." With his confirmation, Lin Dong wasted no time. He leapt up, grasping the pull-up bar. For an average person, completing 10 pull-ups would be an impressive feat, but for Lin Dong, with his remarkable physicality, it was merely a slightly more challenging task than drinking water. Under the watchful eyes of Sun Ruowei, Fong Yufan, and the 8th graders, not to mention the over 400,000 viewers online, Lin Dong's arms powered his upper body over the bar with precision. His technique was exemplary, so flawless that even professional athletes would have to exclaim, "Absolutely impeccable." 1, 2, 3, 4, 15 pull-ups later, Lin Dong showed no signs of fatigue. On the contrary, he appeared to grow more adept with each repetition. The bespectacled boy and his friends were left with foreheads darkened in disbelief, their minds screaming, "Is this even human?" At the tender age of 8, he effortlessly performs over 20 pull-ups, and he continues to do so. The astonishment is not confined to those present, but extends to the audience in the live stream as well. Robbing a bank or dealing with counterfeit currency feels utterly distant and incomprehensible to the average person, as they have neither experienced it nor discerned its intricacies. However, Lin Dong's current feat is markedly different. Pull-ups are an exercise that nearly everyone has encountered to some degree. Chapter 28. Go tell the minor protection law. The simpler the task, the more challenging it becomes. Take the pull-up, a common exercise. It is rare for an average adult to accomplish even 10, unless they are frequently training. However, even those who do exercise regularly would hesitate to claim they could match Lin Dong's astonishing pace of 1 pull-up per second. Moreover, his form is impeccable, executed as if in a competitive setting. It is simply beyond comprehension. In the midst of the astonished gazes from over 400,000 viewers in the live stream and those present at the scene, Lin Dong released his grip from the bar. 1 minute 60 pull-ups? Fong Yufan counted in disbelief, mumbling to himself, "Is this a broken world record?" It is. It's shattered. I just checked. The world record for the most in a minute is 56. This world is insane. Haji, did you drink some sort of compound at birth? 1 second, 60 pull-ups. This is not Lin Dong's limit. Had he just signed a contract with legal recognition, he could have even driven these students' families to bankruptcy with his performance. 60 pull-ups, $600. How would they pay? Lin Dong calmly inquired of the dazed group standing before him. The previously arrogant individuals suddenly wore expressions of bitter dismay. They exchanged glances, ultimately directing a resentful gaze at their bespectacled classmate, as if to blame him, thinking, "It's your fault for provoking him when everything was fine." They had entirely forgotten that they had initiated the ruckus together moments ago. Now, our program has surpassed 45,000 online viewers. Perhaps it was intentional. Fong Yufan suddenly interjected. It was unclear whether he was merely expressing a sentiment or warning the students. "Everything you just said has been recorded, and 45,000 people heard it. Do you dare to go back on your word? Are you not afraid of being publicly vilified online?" The group was left with no choice but to muster their courage and begin collecting funds. In order to avoid public humiliation, they even borrowed money from classmates. Ultimately, they managed to gather $600 in cash. Lin Dong took it without a hint of reluctance. They are merely middle school students, still naive. But does that mean one should lack generosity? With 45,000 people online, it is rare to encounter such foolish public opinion. Why? To extort $600 from students still in middle school. Such an act would surely be distorted by unscrupulous marketing accounts in any part of the world, seeking to stir up drama for clicks. Yet, the situation is different now, because Lin Dong is untouchable. Yes, these students are merely in middle school, still children. But Lin Dong is only 8 years old. In terms of age, he is even more of a child. Would those marketing accounts dare to slander an 8-year-old for clicks? Go tell the minor protection law about that. The $600 were not in 6 crisp $100 bills. Most were in $10 and $20 notes, with some loose coins scattered among them. Back in the classroom, During mathematics class, the teacher, Bai Zishu, a stout middle-aged man with a crew cut, stood at the podium, one hand holding a textbook while the other swiftly scribbled on the blackboard, all the while explaining the problems with great enthusiasm. Lin Dong yawned. The sound around him felt like a hypnotic incantation. Mathematics class is the best remedy for insomnia. He leaned on his desk, his eyelids growing heavy. Not just him. Even the crew filming at the back of the classroom, Sun Ruowei and Fong Yufan, were yawning in succession. The latter murmured, having graduated for years, "Yet I still find myself dozing off in math class, remaining true to my roots." After Bai Zishu finished explaining, he set down the textbook and surveyed the class. Lin Dong, sprawled across his desk, was quite conspicuous among the students. "Dare to sleep in my class?" Bai Zishu muttered, picking up a piece of chalk, and, with both hands, hurled it towards Lin Dong. He had thrown chalk at numerous students over his decade of teaching. The chalk flew straight toward Lin Dong's head. But he was not truly asleep. His reflexes were remarkably quick. Before he even lifted his head, his left hand shot out, fingers pinching the flying chalk. "Speed is the essence of martial arts," Fong Yufan remarked from the back, aptly capturing the moment. Bai Zishu was slightly taken aback. In his 10 years of teaching, it was the first time a student had caught chalk thrown at them. Clearing his throat, arms crossed, he addressed Lin Dong with irritation. "Lin Dong, are you here to sleep?" Pretty much, Lin Dong thought to himself. His attendance at school seemed more of a necessity than a desire for knowledge. What could he possibly learn? The nuances of phonics? If he didn't attend school at his young age, he would be treated as a lost child if he ventured out alone. With a resigned sigh, Lin Dong replied, "Teacher, I've already learned all of this." "Oh." Bai Zishu raised an eyebrow, aware of Lin Dong's extraordinary capabilities. Being overly arrogant at such a young age is not wise. This child still needs refinement. With that in mind, he decided to let Lin Dong experience a setback. Turning away, he wrote several problems on the board. 1. If Xiaoming reads 20 pages a day, how many pages can he read in a week, 7 days? 2. If 48 apples are distributed evenly among 6 people, how many apples does each person receive? 3. How many centimeters are in a meter? How many meters are in 500 centimeters? After finishing, Bai Zishu turned back, a smile gracing his lips, and looked at Lin Dong. "You claim to have mastered this, so come up and solve these problems." Below, many first-grade students stared at the 3 challenging problems, unable to comprehend them. Of course, they cannot understand. These questions are specifically tailored for this child. They are merely in first grade, while these problems are meant for third graders. Life cannot be devoid of challenges. It would be unwise to sail through without encountering any obstacles. Bai Zishu crossed his arms, contemplating inwardly. His intention was to suppress Lin Dong, making it clear that one should not become arrogant or overly ambitious. It is essential to understand that there are always individuals more capable than oneself. Many netizens found amusement in the situation, leaving comments such as, "Using third-grade questions to test a first grader. Oh, Haji teacher, you truly are cunning. Is little brother finally about to witness the darker side of the world?" Even if he is indeed a prodigy who can recite the textbook verbatim, he would still be unable to solve these 3 questions. The first grade curriculum certainly does not include third grade material. What kind of school is this? Even the teachers seem to possess extraordinary abilities. Are they naturally gifted in the realm of the internet? Lin Dong rose to his feet, rubbing his eyes. Glancing at the 3 difficult problems behind Bai Zishu, he couldn't help but smirk. This was akin to pressing one's intellect to the ground. "No, wait. I'm only 8 years old. That makes much more sense." Chapter 29. Yet another 3 max-level skills. Lin Dong stepped onto the stage, receiving a piece of chalk from Bai Zishu. After a moment of silence, he began to write the answers to the 3 problems displayed on the blackboard. Xiaoming can read 240 pages of books in a week. Each person can receive 8 apples. 1 meter equals 100 centimeters. 500 centimeters equals 5 meters. Once he completed the answers, Lin Dong tilted his head to glance at Bai Zishu, a look in his eyes that seemed to convey, "Is this even challenging?" Bai Zishu's eyelids fluttered. His mouth moved several times, yet the words remained unspoken, swallowed back down. "Is this correct, child?" Even a third grader would need to ponder these questions for quite some time. You solve them so effortlessly? A prodigy? Bai Zishu, a staunch realist all his life, felt a tremor of doubt within. Could it be that prodigies truly exist in this world? He had intended to deliver a blow to Lin Dong, but now he found himself the one profoundly shaken. Teacher, may I return now? Lin Dong's voice echoed in by Zishu's ears, and he felt as if all his strength had been sapped away. Go ahead. It was just in time for the class to end. Without uttering another word, Bai Zishu gathered his teaching tools and left the room with a somber expression. How did you solve those problems? Li Ziki nudged Lin Dong's arm, her large eyes brimming with curiosity. It's simple, just do this and that. And then write the answers. Lin Dong shared his experience. Li Ziki. During the break, as Lin Dong rested his head on the desk, he was abruptly roused by a cacophony of noise. Can't a person get a decent sleep? Lin Dong lifted his head. The students in their classroom were crowded around the windows, eagerly peering outside at the playground. So handsome are those soldiers? Just like in the dramas. What are they doing at our school? Are they going to execute our principal? Are those real guns? Can we touch them? Amidst the chatter of his classmates, Lin Dong squeezed through the throng to the window, finally catching sight of the scene outside. He saw approximately a dozen soldiers in uniform standing in a line on the playground. Why is the military on campus? Lin Dong felt a twinge of surprise, but quickly grasped the situation. Military training. Freshmen undergo military training at the beginning of the school year. However, Lin Dong stroked his chin. I remember elementary students don't have military training. It starts in middle school. He was unsure if this world followed the same logic, as he had never experienced military training during his elementary years in his past life. Time flew by, and by 3 o'clock, it was time to dismiss school. Upon exiting the school gates, Lin Dong spotted his sister Lin Nan waiting for him. He pulled out the scattered 600 yuan from his backpack. Here, sister, you take it. Lin Nan, who had tea-work part-time today, had been watching the show and knew how her brother had earned this 600 yuan. 600 yuan could equate to a week's worth of her part-time job. Lin Nan shook her head with a bittersweet smile. Yet, she quickly shifted her tone. Now that we have money, we should indulge in some retail therapy. Retail therapy? Lin Dong squinted, recalling that Lin Nan had never been one to spend extravagantly. What could she possibly mean by this? 25 yuan, all-you-can-eat, rotating hot pot, standing at the restaurant entrance. Gazing at the sign, Lin Dong tilted his head toward Lin Nan, pausing for a moment before asking with a complex tone, Sister, is this what you mean by retail therapy? Once a person has money, their spending can become reckless. This time, we're going to the one that costs 25, not the one next door that S18, Lin Nan said with a smile. This scene was captured by the program crew, following them. Once a person has money, they indeed begin to indulge in retail therapy. Instant noodles with 5 eggs. To maintain a wealthy FA I've decided to avoid expanding my takeout budget. What is this? I never share orders on Pinduoduo. Not comparable. The upstairs is genuinely wealthy. After finishing their meal, they returned home. By 5 o'clock, the crew concluded the day's filming. After agreeing on a time for the next day, Sun Ruowei and the other staff members departed. Back in his room, Lin Dong locked the door and sat cross-legged on his bed, gazing at the system panel before him. Host, Lin Dong, age, 29, physique, 73, 20 physique points available. Task call, random max level skills 3, current ongoing task. If it's the same as last time, does that mean as long as I don't actively accept the task within 24 hours, the system will automatically assign me one? Lin Dong mused, stroking his chin. Now, it had nearly been 24 hours since he completed the Money Master task. What task would the system assign him next? The thought made Lin Dong feel a twinge of discomfort. It wasn't that he was unwilling to take on tasks himself. It was just that what on earth were those tasks in the system's task call? They were things he couldn't even mention, if Lin Dong had to describe it. Let's put it this way, any task in a task call, as long as one dares to accept it, if discovered by the authorities, one would be split into 4 parts the next day to handle the remaining 4 tasks single-handedly. Sigh. Lin Dong exhaled helplessly, resigned to see what task the system would assign him next. Hopefully, it would be something legitimate. He then shifted his focus to his physique. The 20 physique points awarded from completing the Money Master tasks still remained unspent. Physique, 93. After using them, all his bodily functions receive an enhancement. The average physique of an ordinary adult is around 10, and now Lin Dong, at the age of 8, had a physique of 93. This equates to that of a 9.5-year-old adult. Moreover, he still had 3 random max-level skills. With a mixture of anticipation and anxiety, Lin Dong opened one. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the ultimate skill. Gambling King, achieve a 100% win rate at the gaming table, Lin Dong. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the ultimate skill. King of Weapons, proficient in utilizing various firearms, melee weapons, and more. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the ultimate skill. Universal language, fluent in all languages spoken across the nations of Earth. Upon witnessing the final skill revealed, Lin Dong's previously darkened forehead showed a hint of relief. At last, a legitimate skill has emerged. What were the first two? Gambling King? King of Weapons? The first one is manageable. A few years of confinement, and one can emerge unscathed. However, the second one, firearms. This is no trivial matter in Huaxia. Should any disturbance arise, there is but one phrase to remember. Suppressing rebellion requires only a coordinate. Chapter 30, Newly Wealthy. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Lin Dong sat cross-legged on his bed, his forehead furrowed as he gazed at the system panel before him. Host, Lin Dong. Age, 29. Physique, 93. Task hall, current tasks, none. He had just utilized 3 randomly acquired max-level skills, which were Gambler King, Weapon Master, and Universal Language. Undoubtedly, disregarding legal constraints, these 3 skills were highly practical. However, how could one possibly disregard the law while situated in China? As Lin Dong prepared to retire for the night, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Host is not engaged in tasks for an extended period. An appropriate task has been automatically assigned. Isn't it supposed to be 24 hours? Lin Dong exclaimed, suddenly sitting upright on his bed, murmuring to himself. He had assumed that the system would only allocate a task if he failed to engage within a 24-hour window. It had only been 20 hours since he completed the master money task, and now the system was assigning him another task? What could it possibly be? Lin Dong felt a twinge of anxiety. Time is of the essence. Current wealth accumulation detected as 0. An appropriate task has been assigned. Newly wealthy. Newly wealthy. Basic wealth accumulation. Please accumulate 5 million within 48 hours. As the system's voice faded, Lin Dong remained seated on his bed, staring into the dark, unlit room, speechless, as if in disbelief. What on earth? Accumulate 5 million within 48 hours? Lin Dong nearly cursed aloud. Compared to the previous 2 tasks, this one seemed to evade legal concerns. However, where on earth could he procure 5 million in such a short time? This was no trifling sum. 5 million. The average salary in China is merely 4,000 yuan. An ordinary person would need over a century of relentless toil to save such an amount. Taking a deep breath, Lin Dong, cloaked in darkness, felt the heat rising in his face. So, the purpose of the Gambler King skill is revealed here. Lin Dong gritted his teeth, focusing on his newly acquired skill, Gambler King. To accomplish the newly wealthy task within 48 hours, he had but one recourse, to gamble. Yet this posed another dilemma. Lin Dong had no idea where to find a casino. Moreover, gambling was illegal in this world, and even more strictly regulated than on Earth. My target is 5 million, and a small casino won't suffice. A headache began to form. A venue capable of yielding 5 million would at the very least need to be mid-tier. Such establishments in Jinling were typically well-concealed and accessible only to select members. Lin Dong didn't even possess the qualifications to enter. Suddenly, Lin Dong thought of someone, his elementary school classmate, Li Ziki. I wonder if this underworld heiress has connections to a casino of that caliber? But then, another thought struck him. Even if she does, how would I approach her? I've exchanged no more than 10 words with Li Ziki. Am I supposed to waltz up to her tomorrow and ask, does your father own a casino? Care to introduce me? With that thought, Lin Dong shook his head vigorously. It was simply impossible. Aside from that avenue, Lin Dong possessed other skills that could also yield 5 million. For instance, money printing. Given sufficient time, he could manufacture currency and find buyers to sell it. Yet the pressing issue remained. Time was short. Only 48 hours remained. If he couldn't think of a solution, it was best to set it aside for now and get some rest. The following morning, at the entrance of Gufeng Primary School, following her previous experience, Sun Ruowei took out her phone before the start of the Exposing the Talents of Full-Level Child Prodigies program, carefully checking various peer groups to prevent a repeat of yesterday's debacle. Fortunately, no new news had surfaced regarding that boy. After scanning the updates, Sun Ruowei breathed a sigh of relief. Adjusting her demeanor, she held the microphone and smiled at the camera. Good morning, dear viewers. Welcome to this episode of Exposing the Talents of Full-Level Child Prodigies. I am your host, Sun Ruowei. Thanks to the buzz generated over the past few days. As the program commenced, 20,000 viewers flooded into the live stream. In this so-called end of the internet era, a figure like Lin Dong had emerged, continuously challenging the boundaries of juvenile protection laws. Many netizens exclaimed, "A young supreme has emerged in this end of the internet era." Far more audacious than those who shout obscenities in restrooms or perform daring acts in public. A black Bentley halted a short distance from the entrance of the school. After Li Ziki departed, only Li Qianlong remained in the back seat, alongside a driver and a robust man in a blue XXXXXL shirt, who wore an anxious expression. This man was Li Qianlong's right-hand man, Lida. As Li Qianlong watched his daughter enter the school gates, the gentle smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by a calm demeanor. Turning to Lida, he said, "Xiaoqi has left. Now, what has transpired?" Though the situation was urgent, Lida still took a moment to flatter him. "Boss, you truly care for Xiaoqi. You don't even allow us to utter foul language in her presence. It's a testament to fatherhood." Before he could finish, Li Qianlong interrupted with a wave of his hand. "Enough with the pleasantries. Get to the point." Clearing his throat, Lida quickly shifted his tone to a serious one. Last night, Lu Dada's establishment was raided by the police. Given his ostentatious behavior, not only gambling but also dealing in illicit substances, this outcome was anticipated. Upon hearing this news, Li Qianlong displayed no hint of surprise, as if he had foreseen it. "Boss, that's not the crux of the matter. The key issue is..." Lida hesitated for a moment, then clenched his teeth. "According to our informants placed near Lu Datu, he believes that our Qinglong gang is responsible for the raid." Li Qianlong raised an eyebrow. "Because of us?" Lida continued, "Because the people from our establishment have all flocked to him. We envy his booming business, which is why we brought the authorities." What a fool. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Li Qianlong's mouth. "The dwindling number of patrons in our establishment is due to our gradual abandonment of the low-end gambling scene. We are transitioning to something greater. Does he truly believe I would be envious enough to resort to such petty means of retaliation?" Lida, filled with concern, remarked, "Lu Dada's stinginess is notorious within our circles. Since he harbors such thoughts, he will undoubtedly seek revenge against us." Li Qianlong fell silent for a moment. Let's observe what actions he will take next. Chapter 31. Visiting the daughter of a gangster at the school gate. There were no unexpected occurrences this time. At precisely 7:45, Lin Dong's figure appeared in the live broadcast room. "I thought you would be busy counterfeiting money again last night," joked Fong Yufan, holding a soy milk in one hand and a deep-fried dough stick in the other. As for who was carrying the camera, it was naturally his inexpensive apprentice. Returning to the classroom, the first lesson commenced at 8:15. The English teacher, a 30-year-old woman with glasses, exuded an aura that discouraged approach. Over the past few days, she had gained a reputation for her strictness among the first-grade students. Standing at the podium, Yin Lily observed her students below, her tone calm. "Today, we will learn the 26 letters of the English alphabet. Now, please open your textbooks." A rustle of pages filled the classroom. Lin Dong sat in his seat, rubbing his head. The first-grade English lesson was far too simple for him. A, B, C, D. He was already proficient at the 6th level of English, not to mention possessing the skill, universal language, making him fluent in all languages of the world. He turned his head to glance at Li Ziki, who was diligently studying, and continued to ponder the plan he had devised the previous night. The father of this gangster's daughter. Surely he must have a gambling den. "How do I get in?" Perhaps he could follow her after school to uncover some clues? However, Lin Dong quickly dismissed this thought. Although he possessed a physique score of 93, he was still merely human. The other party could very well be armed. What if he was discovered and mistaken for a threat, leading to a bullet being fired at him? And then there were the crew members. It would be ridiculous for him to abandon them immediately after school to tail Li Ziki. Host, Lin Dong, age 29, physique 93. Mission hall, current mission, initial wealth 41 hours remaining. Gazing at the system panel, Lin Dong felt a pang of frustration at the remaining 41 hours of his mission. Although he was focused on the system interface, his gaze remained fixed on Li Ziki. She, too, noticed his attention. Under such scrutiny, anyone would feel uncomfortable, especially a first-grade student. Stealing glances towards Lin Dong, she felt her cheeks warm, unsure whether it was shyness or something else. At the back of the classroom, Fong Yufan zoomed the camera in, capturing the scene with remarkable clarity through imported lenses worth hundreds of thousands. What is this kid staring at his classmate for? How old is he? Does he want to experience puppy love? Damn it. I've lived for over 20 years and never dare to look at a girl like that. I'll be watching this show closely. If this kid shows any signs of puppy love, I will be the first to report him. Where's the principal? Where's the grade director? Why aren't they intervening? They only catch me when I urinate in the principal's cup? As Li Ziki noticed Lin Dong's unwavering gaze, she pressed her lips tightly together and abruptly turned her head, her large eyes meeting his. Lin Dong, momentarily distracted from the system panel, found himself looking into her eyes. At that moment, a small note was tossed his way. Why do you keep staring at me? After contemplating the note's content for a moment, Lin Dong wrote on a blank space, "Your eyes resemble stars." He had merely found a casual excuse. Harbaring no ulterior motives. Not to mention that Li Ziki was only 8 or 9 years old. There was also her father, a gangster driving a Bentley. Lin Dong understood that. In the eyes of others, he appeared no different from any street punk. If he were to put himself in the shoes of his former self, upon discovering that his first-grade daughter was being eyed by a punk, he would have undoubtedly broken that boy's legs. As Li Ziki comprehended the words on the note, the flush on her cheeks deepened. Thank you. After writing those 2 words, she paused, then picked up the pen again to scribble. Can we be friends? Lin Dong stared at the note in silence for a moment, quickly deducing that Li Ziki had likely been solitary at school and, given her father's status, probably lacked friends at home as well. Thus, it was understandable that she would wish to befriend him after such a simple compliment. With this thought in mind, Lin Dong readily replied on the note, "Sure," although there was a risk of her father breaking the legs of any boy who approached her. The prospect of friendship seemed safe. Surely, her father would not resort to violence against a fellow classmate, especially one as young as 8. Regardless of his actions in recent days, he was still just a child. Perhaps her father might even offer him 500,000 to keep his distance from her. If that were to happen, he could complete his system mission right away. Of course, this was merely a fantasy, and Lin Dong did not take it seriously. Would you like to come to my house after school? As Lin Dong had surmised, Li Ziki, having grown up without friends, was extending an invitation to him. Her first, lacking experience, she emulated what she had seen on television, asking her newfound friend to visit her home. Lin Dong pondered this and wrote back on the note, "Sure." After all, he had nothing pressing to attend to and might even meet her father, subtly inquiring about gambling locations. Unbeknownst to him, the schoolyard had undergone significant transformation overnight, with much of it resembling a small military training ground, meticulously remodeled according to the training methods of new recruits. Meanwhile, in the principal's office at Gufeng Primary School, Principal Liu Yixiao sat on the sofa, accompanied by 4 others. Among them were 2 individuals in military uniform, one youthful and one middle-aged, alongside a leader from the Education Bureau and the deputy principal of their school. Liu Yixiao was the first to speak, turning to the middle-aged Zhang Yuwei in military attire. "Old Zhang, for the next week, these students are in your hands. I shall not concern myself with anything else. Train them according to military standards." Zhang Yuwei chuckled. "Lao Lu, you're quite ruthless with your demands." Liu Yixiao sighed, expressing his frustration. What has become of the students' physical fitness? The news just reported that today, University students can barely manage 10 pull-ups. I cannot allow our students to descend to such a level. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yue nodded in agreement. Since you have spoken, rest assured, I shall not show any leniency. He then shifted the conversation, expressing intrigue. Speaking of pull-ups, your school has produced a remarkable talent. Everyone present knew he referred to the first-year student, the current sensation on the internet, Lin Dong, endowed with extraordinary abilities. Zhang Yue continued, at such a young age, he has shattered the world record, achieving 60 pull-ups in a minute. And that is not even his limit. A fine candidate for military service. However, Liu Yixiao doused his enthusiasm with cold water, stating, given the current circumstances, it seems unlikely this lad will ever enlist. Confused, Zhang Yue questioned, as long as he maintains this level of performance, once he reaches the appropriate age, the military will surely be eager to recruit him. Liu Yixiao shook his head, solemnly responding, what I mean is that if he continues on this trajectory, he might not even pass the political assessment. Zhang Yue found himself momentarily speechless, struggling to articulate a response. He had forgotten about the boy's past indiscretions, bank robbery, and counterfeiting. Though these were accidents, they underscored his formidable talent. At such a young age, he was oblivious to the implications. However, as he matured, should he entertain any misguided ambitions and exploit his gifts, he would be forever barred from military service. At that moment, a young man in military garb beside Zhang Yue interjected, Principal Liu, will this military training focus on the middle school division? Liu Yixiao pondered for a moment. Let us start with the first, second, and third-year students and assess the results before deciding whether to involve the younger grades. Curiously, Zhang Yue inquired, but, Lao Liu, I am curious. How did you cultivate such a talent? The phrase alternative prodigy was on everyone's lips, even Zhang Yue, who had spent days in the barracks, felt inundated by the news. Liu Yixiao shot him a glance. What do you mean by we cultivated? He hasn't even been enrolled for a week. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was 12:30 in the afternoon. In Huaihai Province, Jinan City, Gufeng District, Dongchang Street. At the Wangzi Club, this establishment sprawled across 8 opulent floors, exuding an air that suggested it was beyond the reach of ordinary patrons. Within a private room on the 3rd floor, 4 figures sat silently on leather sofas, smoking. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a middle-aged man with a scar on his left cheek entered, his expression dark. The 4 men rose in unison, greeting him, Hello, Brother Liu. Liu Dada barely acknowledged them, striding straight to the back and seating himself. He picked up a lotus flower from the table and began to smoke. The others exchanged glances, one of them mustering the courage to speak. Liu. Brother Liu, we are discussing our next course of action. What to do? Liu Datu inhaled deeply, expelling a thick cloud of smoke. Li Qianlong dares to play tricks on me. Then I shall reciprocate. Does he not have a daughter? I instructed you to investigate her background. Have you found anything? Lin Zishan hurriedly replied, Brother Liu, we have gathered information, but is it proper to target child? Chapter 32. The child brother gets in a Bentley? Rules. Rules. Upon hearing these 2 words, Liu Datu abruptly turned his head, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Zishan, the speaker. Lin Zishan opened his mouth, initially intending to say more, but upon meeting the former's piercing stare, he swallowed his words, the Adam's apple bobbing, ultimately refraining from speaking. Liu Datu declared, that fellow Li Qianlong is the first to break the rules. I, Liu Datu, am not one to be trifled with. Let us see how he can remain arrogant once I bring his daughter over. In the private room, apart from Lin Zishan, the other 3 nodded in agreement. Liu Datu, keenly observant, noticed Lin Zishan's silence, and his tone turned somber. Zishan, you seem rather peculiar today. Why have you become so fixated on rules? As soon as the words left his mouth, all sounds in the private room ceased abruptly. In this eerily quiet atmosphere, Lin Zishan felt the weight of 4 malevolent gazes upon him. Brother Liu, I'm doing this for your sake. For the reputation of the gang. We must avoid involving family. What if such matters were to leak out? Liu Datu's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized him. After a long pause, he scoffed. Reputation? I, Liu Datu, have never relied on such intangible concepts. He then ordered, this matter is known only to the 5 of us. Do not disclose it to anyone else, including your subordinates. Lu Datu had a vague sense that there might be Li Qianlong's people among them, but he had yet to suspect these four. You four will act personally. When his daughter finishes school, bring her to me. As he left, Lu Datu uttered this command. The room was left with just four individuals: Lin Zishan, Hou Yuqian, Fan Shuangyuan, and Wu De. Li Qianlong's daughter attend a rather obscure public school, remarked the sly-looking Wu De, perusing the gathered information. Hou Yuqian shook his head, his tone laced with resignation. Let us plan our approach. We cannot act at the school gates, and going to his home is risky. There must be plenty of Qinglong gang members around Li Qianlong's residence. That leaves us with no choice but to act en route. Fan Shuangyuan appeared indifferent. According to our intel, the route from Gufing School to Li Qianlong's house passes through an abandoned construction site, a deserted area ideal for our operation. The three were deep in animated discussion, while Lin Zishan feigned indifference, occasionally chiming in half-heartedly. At 3 in the afternoon, outside Gufing School. Are you going to your classmate's house? Lin Dong, accompanying his sister Lin Nan, expressed his intent to visit a friend's home, prompting a flicker of surprise in Lin Nan. She then glanced at Li Ziki beside Lin Dong. Is my brother experiencing a crush? No, no, no. As this thought crossed her mind, she shook her head vigorously. Her brother was only 8 years old, the epitome of innocence. If any platonic friendship existed between boys and girls, it could only be at the age of 10 or below. Though somewhat uneasy, Lin Nan pondered that since her brother had made plans with his friend, denying him might jeopardize their friendship. Ultimately, she merely cautioned, "You may go, but ensure you return home by 6 before sunset." Lin Dong nodded, then without looking back, followed Li Ziki towards the Bentley parked by the roadside. The filming crew trailed behind, capturing every moment. When over 400,000 viewers in the live stream spotted the Bentley, confusion rippled through the comments. Whose affluent family drives a Bentley to such an ordinary public elementary school? Then they saw Lin Dong trailing behind Li Ziki towards the luxury vehicle. The worst fears of the audience were realized. No way. The child brother has just casually befriended a rich heiress with a Bentley? Step aside. Can this 8-year-old even comprehend such luxury? I'd gladly wait 20 years for her. Congratulations to the child brother, gritting teeth. Cutting 40 years of hardship with deep reluctance. Child brother, start your class. I'd kneel to listen. No need for a Bentley. A Rolls Royce would suffice. Sun Rawway observed the barrage of comments in the live stream, shaking her head. Earlier, many viewers felt that Lin Dong and Li Ziki shared a charming childhood bond. But now, upon discovering Li Ziki's family owned a Bentley, the audience could hardly contain themselves. How to describe this feeling? It was as if a brother could find love, a brother could become handsome, a brother could rise above, but a brother could not become rich. We were all in this together, struggling, and suddenly you find a wealthy heiress and drive off in a Bentley. This is more painful than death. The driver, Li Guangxiang, stood by the car door, smiling upon seeing Li Ziki. Miss, brotherly has business, so I've come to escort you home. He then noticed Lin Dong and the filming crew trailing behind. Li Guangxiang instinctively frowned. Li Ziki explained, Uncle Chong, this is my friend. I invited him over to play. Li Guangqian azitata. Not only a driver, he was also a member of the Qinglong gang. If Li Ziki had invited an older student, say around 15 or 16, he would have suspected ulterior motives. But now, she was inviting a classmate, an 8-year-old. Surely, elementary school students held no malicious intent? Even so, he dared not make a unilateral decision and called Li Qianlong for clarification. Upon hearing that his daughter wished to bring a classmate home, Li Qianlong expressed great excitement. Has Xiaoqi finally made a friend? Brother Li, there's also. This kid is accompanied by a filming crew. Hearing this, Li Qianlong paused. Suddenly, memories of the people he had seen near the school gate while dropping his daughter off resurfaced. Brother Li, if she brings her classmate home, these program folks will follow the live broadcast. So what if they follow? This is Xiaoqi's hard-earned friendship. Li Qianlong remarca nonchalantly. For Lin Dong's age was a factor. 8 years old? Who would harbor suspicion toward an 8-year-old first grader? The principal reason lies in the fact that Li Qianlong, along with his associates from the Qinglong gang, conducts the majority of their business abroad. Furthermore, he has always refrained from handling gang-related matters in the presence of his daughter, resulting in a complete absence of gang-related information within his household. After receiving Li Qianlong's instructions, Li Guangxiang opened the rear doors of the car for the two individuals. He conveyed to his son Ruowei, who had approached to discuss the possibility of following her home for filming. Our master has given permission for you to accompany him for the shoot. The little kid is already riding in a Bentley. I have yet to witness such a scene in reality. A family that can afford a Bentley must reside in a lavish abode, right? Chapter 33. Brace for my flying kick. Lin Dong reclined in the back seat of the opulent Bentley, a vehicle valued at tens of millions. Following closely behind, the crew of the show, revealing the talents of the maxed-out kid brother, traveled in their van, capturing the unfolding scenes. Is this what it feels like to sit in a Bentley? Lin Dong closed his eyes, savoring the plush leather seat beneath him. In his previous life, although he had been a notorious gang leader, he harbored no interest in cars, having primarily traveled in a humble Jinbei, a common transportation vehicle. He gazed up at the starry ceiling lights, enveloped in an indulgent ambience, and felt an impulsive desire to acquire a similar vehicle himself, if only he had a few more billions to spare. Uncle Chong, has my dad gone on night shift again? Li Ziki, seated beside him, inquired the driver, Li Guangxiang. Night shift? Upon hearing the words, Lin Dong's eyes flickered. Li Guangxiang hesitated for a moment before responding, yes. Brother Li. He's gone on night duty. Lin Dong recalled that his desk mate had once mentioned her father's job, though she remained unaware of its true nature, believing him simply to be a security guard. How could a security guard afford a Bentley? Lin Dong pondered, bemused yet understanding. After all, Li Ziki was still quite young. As a father, Li Qianlong likely wished to shield his daughter from the darker aspects of his life. Perhaps Li Ziki was oblivious to the true worth of the Bentley that picked her up daily. Surprisingly, with Lin Dong, the so-called friend, by her side, Li Ziki did not exhibit her usual despondency. Should I tentatively inquire of the driver about the location of any casinos? Lin Dong mused, instinctively raising his hand to stroke his chin. However, he halted midway, realizing the peculiarity of such an action at his age when noticed by others. The scenery outside the window transformed. The bustling streets gradually receded as the Bentley ventured into a zone under active development. Surrounding the roads were numerous construction sites, with towering structures only partially erected and debris scattered haphazardly. A target emerged. Just around the corner, an unmarked blue vehicle awaited, its occupants having observed the approaching Bentley through previously installed surveillance. Wu Do extended his tongue, lewdly licking his parched lips. Finally, they have arrived. Beside him, Lin Zishan remained silent, his countenance dark and brooding. Wu De seized the walkie-talkie, addressing the waiting Feng Shuangyuan and his companion on the other side. You two, take action and intercept them. Upon receiving their affirmation, Wu Da's eyes gleamed with fervor as he focused on the road ahead. Capturing Li Qianlong's only daughter would compel him to accede to any demands they might make. Imagine if we boldly demanded he surrender the business of the Qinglong gang overseas. After voicing his thoughts, Wu De awaited a response, but silence ensued. Furrowing his brow, he turned to Lin Zishan, who, with a calm demeanor, replied, "Let us not jump the gun. It's best to avoid premature celebrations." Wu De dismissed the caution. Li Guangxiang is also an old acquaintance. His skills are mediocre. What unexpected occurrences could possibly arise? Just then, Wu De leaned closer to the tablet, displaying the surveillance feed. What is that vehicle doing? He referred to the van carrying Sun Ruowei and her crew. However, as the camera was positioned to the east of the road, it captured only half of the van, neglecting to record the side emblazoned with the words Jinling Daily. The circumstances left him little time for contemplation. He assumed it was merely a passing vehicle. Recognizing that the moment was right, he declared into the walkie-talkie, "Action." The soundproofing in this Bentley is remarkable, Lin Dong mused, reflecting on the stark contrast between this multi-million-dollar vehicle and his previous life's modest Jinbei. With the windows sealed, not a whisper from the outside penetrated, and the ride was so smooth that he felt as if even a collision would go unnoticed. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a black SUV careened around the corner, originally on its proper lane, but abruptly veered toward them. Bam! Despite the luxury of the Bentley, the impact reverberated through the cabin. The two in the back seat, secure by their seat belts, fared well, especially Lin Dong, whose robust physique sustained no injuries. Alas, Li Guangxiang at the wheel was not so fortunate. The sudden blow left him unconscious, his head crashing into the steering wheel. Damn, how could we be so unlucky to encounter an accident? Lin Dong cursed inwardly, itching to open the door and confront the reckless driver. Did they not recognize the emblem of this winged Black 8? Meanwhile, the cruise van halted behind them. The doors swung open, and Sun Ruowei and Fang Yufan hurriedly disembarked, believing this to be an ordinary accident and rushing to check for injuries. The cameras captured every moment. What just happened? Li Ziki murmured, shaking her head in confusion. Lin Dong's hand instinctively roamed the door, but he suddenly realized he could not locate the door handle. This was his first experience in such a high-end Bentley. Suddenly, another vehicle sped toward them from the front. Not again. Lin Dong's pupils dilated. As a new blue car approached, it skillfully drifted, narrowly avoiding a collision and stopping behind them. Wu Da and Lin Zishan exited their vehicle. Halt! They commanded, preventing Sun Ruowei and her companions from advancing. Noticing the camera strapped to Fang Yufan's back, Wu Da furrowed his brow. Yet, at this juncture, there was no retreat. Lin Dong then observed as the doors of the SUV swung open, revealing two figures, one tall and one short, hastening towards him. This was not merely an accident. It was a premeditated assault. Lin Dong's expression darkened. The local gang displayed a shocking lack of decorum. At the very least, such actions should be reserved for the cover of night. Who would dare to create such a commotion in broad daylight? In his previous life, any member of the underworld under Lin Dong's command who dared to act so recklessly would find themselves undergoing a few days of rigorous swimming practice. What a pathetic excuse for a gang. Lacking even the most basic understanding of discretion, Lin Dong silently chastised them. The doors of the Bentley had been locked, but the vehicle's system automatically unlocked all four doors upon detecting the incident. The robust figure of Fan Shuangyuan yanked open the rear door, only to be met with a swift, flying kick. The sole of the 30-size shoe loomed larger in his vision. Chapter 34. A Day of Peace and Tranquility. Alas, Fan Shuangyuan's pupils dilated in alarm. Before he could ponder further, he swiftly raised his left hand to shield his face. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as Lin Dong delivered a forceful kick to his left forearm. Bewildered, he could not fathom how a mere child possessed such strength. Fan Shuangyuan's entire body was propelled backward, crashing onto the asphalt with a thud. Across the way, Hou Yuqian, who had just placed his hand on the car door handle, was startled by the commotion. He looked up, exclaiming in astonishment, "Old Fan!" Lin Dong, undeterred, leveraged his momentum to leap atop the car. Their eyes met, and Hou Yuqian's heart raced. What is going on? According to the intel, only Li Guangxiang and Li Qianquan's daughter should be in the car. Where did this little brat come from? Lin Dong wasted no words. With a physical prowess equivalent to that of 9.5 adult men, he sprang forward, his foot striking the car's roof as he lunged toward the dazed Hou Yuqian. Seeing Lin Dong's movement, Hou Yuqian gritted his teeth. He had not clearly witnessed how Fan Shuangyuan had fallen and certainly would not regard a child barely taller than his own legs as a threat. Fan Shuangyuan, clutching his left forearm, shook his head and shouted urgently to Hou Yuqian. "Step aside." A mere elementary school student, thought Hou Yuqian, scoffing as he extended his hands forward, preparing to subdue Lin Dong. But in the next instant, Lin Dong too reached out, seizing Hou Yuqian's wrists before he could react. Ah! A moment of shock ensued, followed by an overwhelming force emanating from Lin Dong's grip. Hou Yuqian's feet slowly lifted off the ground. Subsequently, Lin Dong exerted his strength, flipping Hou Yuqian upside down, his head toward the car roof and feet toward the sky, his mind a complete blur. Finally, Lin Dong slammed him down onto the ground. Who am I? What just happened? What am I doing? Hou Yuqian lay on the ground, staring at the azure sky, murmuring to himself. Even now, he found it hard to believe that he had just been lifted and tossed aside by a mere elementary school student. Could this truly be a child? Or was he a master sent by Li Qiancoan from some distant mountain to protect his daughter? Behind them, Wu De and Lin Zishan stood dumbfounded, as did Sun Ruowei and Fang Yufan, who had been intercepted by them, along with the over 400,000 viewers in the live stream. The kid isn't just showing off with pull-ups. He possesses innate strength. That adult must weigh at least 150 pounds. And yet the child effortlessly lifted him and slammed him down like a rag doll. Why does it feel like this is more than just a simple car accident? I feel the same. These individuals are clearly prepared. Should we call the police? Wooden noticed the camera, but was uncertain of their intentions, unveiling the talent of the ultimate child. Although it was trending, not everyone was aware of the internet buzz, particularly someone like Wu De, whose access to entertainment was far greater than the average person. The free services they provided were part of their gang's perks. Hence, he rarely browsed the web and had not heard of this program, unaware that it was currently live and had over 400,000 viewers online. Keep an eye on these individuals. Wu De instructed Lin Zishan as he hurried toward the back. Two useless fools, unable to handle an 8-year-old child. Lin Dong crouched atop the Bentley, turning to observe Wu De approaching with a glint in his eye. Are you truly formidable? Wu De, as he walked, spat on the ground and reached into his coat. Lin Dong's pupils constricted slightly, exactly as he had anticipated. When Wu De's hand reemerged, it held a sleek, black handgun. Despite the stringent gun control in Huaxia, Wu De's gang was no small fry. Acquiring a few handguns from abroad was far from a challenge. Those who recognize the times are the true heroes. Having lived 2 lives, Lin Dong understood this principle well. Although he possessed a physique rated at 93, he was still flesh and blood. A bullet would undoubtedly send him to meet Yama. Will he spare me if I claim I was just passing by? Lin Dong mused bitterly. He would not be foolish enough to shout, I bet your gun is unloaded, as if he were Yin Shuangying. The reality was that the moment he spoke, he would find himself face to face with either God or Buddha. Wu De aimed the gun at Lin Dong, commanding him, get down. He then turned to the fallen Ho Yu Qian, bind this brat. He had no desire to reveal his weapon, but circumstances left him no choice. After witnessing Lin Dong's capabilities, he realized that even with all 4 of them together, they could not subdue this child. Should Li Guangxiang regain consciousness and summon the Qinglong gang, they would be in serious trouble. Rather than face such complications, it was better to draw the gun from the outset. Lin Dong complied, allowing Ho Yu Qian to bind his hands with rope. After all, he was merely an 8-year-old first grader. Surely they would not harm him, right? Ho Yu Qian glared fiercely at Lin Dong before opening the opposite car door and yanking out Li Ziki, who had been seated in the back. Due to the earlier commotion, she had bumped her head and was still trying to comprehend the situation. You two better behave. Once everything seemed under control, Wu De proceeded to walk toward the rear. Gun in hand, Sun Ruowei and Fang Yufan stepped back a few paces, but ultimately, Wu De pressed the gun against Fang Yufan's head. Hand over that camera. You recorded everything that transpired here. If you don't surrender it, we won't let you leave. Wu De spoke coldly, believing that they had captured footage of him wielding a firearm, which must be retrieved and destroyed. Unbeknownst to him, the recording was, in fact, a live broadcast. Seeing Lin Dong threatened by a gun, and now Fang Yufan under the same predicament, the livestream audience of over 400,000 erupted in chaos. Is this scripted? Are there really fools attempting to kidnap someone live in front of over 40,000 people? This cannot possibly be a script. The production team could never conceive of such a narrative in their entire lifetime. Does this imply that it is indeed true? There seems to be entertainment on the horizon. Meanwhile, in the Gufeng District Bureau, Li Weiguo leisurely sipped tea in his office. It was a rare day without any cases, and he was about to finish his morning shift. Glancing at the time, he inscribed on today's work summary, "Nothing to report today. The nation is peaceful and prosperous." In the next moment, the office door was forcefully swung open, and Fan Xiaolan rushed in, her expression fraught with urgency. Li Weiguo furrowed his brow, and before he could inquire, Fan Xiaolan spoke rapidly. "Director, there's been a case of armed kidnapping in our district." Armed kidnapping? Chapter 35. Buckle your seatbelt upon hearing this. Li Weiguo forcefully expelled the tea leaves from his mouth. He stood up abruptly. A kidnapping incident had occurred on his watch. and the perpetrator was armed. This was no trivial matter. If mishandled, it could lead to widespread panic or casualties. That would result in not just him, the chief, being stripped of his uniform, but higher authorities facing disciplinary actions as well. How could Li Weiguo afford to take this lightly? He glanced at Fan Xiaolan and inquired rapidly, "What is the current situation? Are there any casualties on site? We must contain this information. We cannot let it instigate public panic." In his haste, Li Weiguo overlooked an illogical question. Why was Fan Xiaolan aware of this armed kidnapping before him? The chief? According to protocol, he should have been the first in the department to receive such news. For now, there were no casualties, but Fan Xiaolan's voice trailed off. But what? Li Weiguo's brows furrowed in concern. Fan Xiaolan sighed. We cannot contain the news because this incident occurred in a live-streaming room with 40,000 viewers. As Li Weiguo picked up his phone, preparing to summon Lu Quandu and others, his hand froze mid-air upon hearing this revelation. Live streaming? He instantly recalled someone and blurted out, "Is it that kid again?" Fan Xiaolan nodded, recounting the situation. "Today, there were no other incidents, so I was monitoring that kid's live stream." Li Weiguo's forehead creased in frustration. That kid had only been kidnapped by a previous group of criminals days ago. Now he was targeted again. Last time it was counterfeit money. What was it this time? There was no time for further contemplation. He immediately gathered personnel to head to the scene. Regardless of who was kidnapped, the fact remained that the kidnappers were armed. At the scene, Fang Yufan found himself with a dark muzzle pressed against his head. Wu De towered over him, his height giving him an imposing presence. The lens alone was worth over 100,000. "I won't give it to you." Fang Yufan swallowed hard, mustering his courage to speak. Wu De had no time to waste on him. "I will count to 3. Before he could finish counting, Fang Yufan changed his tone. "Forget it. This belongs to the company. I didn't buy it out of my own pocket." After obtaining the camera, Wu De glanced at the complex buttons, not comprehending their purpose. He decided to disregard them, opened the back seat of the car, and carelessly tossed it into a corner. Lin Zishan silently approached the bound Lin Dong and Li Ziki, stating to Hou Yuqian, "We'll take these two back. Your car should still be operable. Let us drive around Jinling to confuse the police before finding an opportunity to escape." Hou Yuqian and Fan Shuangyuan wished to protest, but Lin Zishan simply grabbed Lin Dong and Li Ziki, heading toward their blue vehicle. "Get in." He shoved the two into the back seat, returned to the driver's seat, and urged Wu De, "Don't waste time. Let us move." Wu De shot a fierce glare at Fang Yufan and the others, leaving them with a warning. If you don't want your household registration to be reduced to a single page, don't say too much to the police. When asked why he didn't resort to extreme measures, such as executing Sun Ruowei and the 7 crew members, Wu De merely thought, "I'm a gangster, not a fool." He had studied criminal law and understood the implications. Killing 7 people in broad daylight in Huaxia? What kind of reputation would that earn? It would surely rank among the top 15 most heinous crimes in 70 years. They sought wealth, not a death sentence. Even if they were apprehended without a homicide on their hands, it would only mean a sentence of 8 to 10 years. They could bide their time and emerge as free men. However, if they were charged with murder, it would be 18 years before they could reclaim their freedom. Wu De settled into the passenger seat, closing the door. Though he usually drove himself, he didn't mind Lin Zishan taking the wheel this time. He turned to say, "First, let us go to Shizishan and dispose of this vehicle, then we'll figure out a way to contact the boss." After saying this, he turned and addressed the two in the back seat. "Don't be afraid, we know your father." Would have forced a friendly smile at Li Ziki. The latter had just bumped her head, but was beginning to recover. Glancing at the fierce Wu De, 8-year-old Li Ziki could hardly believe him. Seeing her on the verge of tears, he immediately threatened, "Don't cry. If you dare to cry, I'll throw you out of here." While driving, Lin Zishan noticed a battered SUV tailing them through the rearview mirror. His brows knitted together. "Didn't I tell them to confuse the police? Why are they following us?" Wu De dismissively replied, "I told them to follow. No need for complications. Let us all head to Shizishan." Inside the vehicle, no one noticed the camera that Wu De had carelessly discarded in the back seat corner, still recording. The Jinling Daily, as the official media of Huaihai Province's capital, was never short on funds. They didn't seek the best equipment, only the most expensive. This camera S lens alone was worth over 100,000, and its internal components were luxurious. Even now, it continued to stream live footage to the broadcast room. How fake, yet it feels so real. Is this the magic of the real world? Do these people not realize that high-end cameras come equipped with an entire set of live streaming devices? This is like broadcasting their location to the police. In the vehicle, Wu-da redirected his attention to Lin Dong, who innocently remarked, "I'm only 8. I don't know anything." He even blinked innocently. "Damn it, just wait until you let a guard down. I'll show you what I'm capable of." This was his internal monologue. According to the rules of the underworld, kidnapping hostages was for the purpose of exchange. They would kill them immediately. This was also the reason Lin Dong and fought back desperately. It is better to live a wretched life than to die a good death. Wu-da scrutinized Lin Dong for a moment before finally furrowing his brow. Why on earth did they bring along an unrelated little brat? The situation at the scene was urgent, leaving them no time to ponder, so they took both individuals with them. It is what it is. Wu-da finally waved his hand dismissively. As they drove onto the elevated highway, Wu-da instructed, "Take a left at the upcoming intersection." Just then, a voice echoed in his ear. "Remember to fasten your seatbelt while riding in a vehicle." Wu-da had yet to process the words when he turned his face to look at the speaker, Lin Zishan. In the next instant, he saw the latter lift his leg and kick forcefully towards him while simultaneously flinging open the car door beside him. Wu-da's pupils constricted, and just as he managed to utter a single word, he was sent tumbling out of the car by a swift kick. Chapter 36. Thought it was a speed bump in this moment. Both Li Ziki and Lin Dong were rendered speechless. What on earth was happening? Was it an internal conflict within the gang? The viewer count in the live stream surged, capturing this astonishing scene from the rear camera. Wait, did someone just get killed? What is going on? Weren't they all on the same side? How? Is there a twist? This is more thrilling than a domestic film. A vehicle trailing closely behind them, unaware of the unfolding chaos, merely thought they had passed over a speed bump. The proximity was so close that the occupants failed to see Wu-da being kicked to the ground, and the car was already rolling over him. However, Ho Yu-chien and his companion had a clear view of the events. What is happening? With a sudden brake, a blue car, its front end severely damaged, skidded to a halt beside Wu-da. Had the brakes been applied a moment later, it would have crushed him. "Can't you drive properly?" The abrupt stop nearly resulted in a chain collision, provoking a flurry of exclamations from the drivers following closely behind. Yet, without time to attend to those concerns, they hastily exited their vehicle. What? Lin Zishan had not been driving particularly fast, merely at 30 miles per hour. Wu-da, having been kicked down, sustained minimal injuries. But now, a car had treated his legs as if they were speed bumps. Wu-da's complexion was pale, foam escaping his lips, and his knees were a gruesome sight, bloodied and mangled. Whether from excessive blood loss or pain, he had fainted. What was going on with Lin Zishan? Ho Yu-chen's brow furrowed in confusion. "Stop overthinking. We need to get him into the car," Fan Shuangyuan called out, and together they hoisted the unconscious Wu-da into their vehicle. What should they do now? Should they rush him to the hospital, or... This is just a minor injury. He shouldn't die immediately. Let's retrieve our phones from Wu-da and inform Lu Gu about the situation. After a brief silence, Fan Shuangyuan added with fierce determination, "Tell him Lin Zishan has betrayed the gang." With that, he accelerated, pursuing Lin Zishan's car fiercely. "Don't be afraid. I'm a member of the Qinglong gang, sent by your father to infiltrate Lu Datu's side." Lin Zishan unbuckled his seatbelt, steering with one hand while closing the passenger door with the other. He explained to the bewildered Li Ziki in the back seat. "My father." Li Ziki blinka, clearly still piecing it all together. Lin Dong and the over 400,000 viewers watching the live stream suddenly had an epiphany. "Oh, it turns out to be an undercover operation. That makes sense. Wait, this little girl's father? The Qinglong gang? They drive a Bentley? Is she not the quintessential daughter of the underworld? Kid, you're in deep trouble. Damn, this kid's day is more exciting than my entire year. You've got it wrong. Riding in a Bentley, mingling with the underworld princess, living out a movie plot. We'll never have such a thrilling life. I'm losing it. I need to sit on the rooftop for a while." Who orchestrated this operation? Once he grasped the situation, Lin Dong leaned back in his seat and casually asked Lin Zishan, attacking in broad daylight without a plan or backup, not even scouting the area. However, Lin Zishan appeared indifferent to the inquiries of this 8-year-old child. As a member of the Qinglong gang, his sole focus was on protecting Li Ziki. Saving Lin Dong was merely incidental. "Does anyone have a phone?" Lin Zishan inquired, glancing through the rearview mirror at the car trailing them. A first grader without a phone? Both shook their heads in response. Seeing this, Lin Zishan gritted his teeth. "For the secrecy of this operation, my phone was taken by Wu De." With no means to contact Li Qianlong, Lin Zishan suddenly swerved the steering wheel, directing the car off the elevated road. They had now exited the city limits, arriving at the southernmost region of Jinling City, known as Nanshan District, a mountainous area, hence its name. "Do you have a knife or anything? Something sharp?" Lin Dong asked Wu De, whose expression was grim as he pondered how to evade the relentless pursuit of Ho Yu Qian and his crew. Yet the voice behind them buzzed incessantly like a fly in his ear. Looking at his bound hands and feet, Lin Dong felt helpless. The coarse, old-fashioned rope was unyielding. Even with a physique rated at 93, he couldn't break free. Wu De, exasperated but unable to punch the boy while driving, rummaged through the storage compartment and tossed Lin Dong a screwdriver. Without hesitation, Lin Dong seized it and swiftly cut through the ropes binding him. "How we shake them off? We have no influence in Nanshan District, and the car is running low on fuel. We won't make it to the nearest stronghold." Lin Zishan thought quickly. By now, Ho Yu Qian and his crew must have informed Lu Datu about Wu De. He understood that if they remained in this stalemate, they would be the ones to suffer when the fuel ran out. As for why they didn't go to the police, everyone in this world had skeletons in their closets. Seeking police assistance would be akin to confessing. "Look behind you. What are you going on about? It's just a guy. Why should he care about what's behind him in Chengdu? What are you thinking? I'm telling him to watch out for Kid Dong. Look, Kid Dong is sharpening the screwdriver." Lin Dong was preparing to use the screwdriver to threaten Lin Zishan into driving to the nearest police station. He was uninterested in gang disputes. His own life was paramount. Just as he was about to act, he suddenly heard Lin Zishan mumbling softly. "It seems our only option is to head to Lion Mountain, to the Diamond Casino at the Lion Temple, and find a way to contact Li Ge." His voice was so faint that even the cameras capturing hundreds of thousands missed it. However, Lin Dong, with a physique rated at 93, heard every word clearly. "Diamond Casino? A casino?" Upon hearing those 4 words, Lin Dong abandoned the thought of using the screwdriver to coerce Lin Zishan. It was a place he had longed to visit. And now, it seemed like an opportunity had arisen. Host, Lin Dong, age, 28, physique, 93. Mission hall, current task, initial wealth, remaining time, 31 hours. Gazing at the system panel before him, with 30 hours remaining on his task, Lin Dong realized that completing it would hinge upon his skill as a gambling master. Thus, he resolved to first refrain from action and instead visit this so-called Diamond Casino. The nearly 500,000 viewers in the live stream, witnessing Lin Dong sharpening his metaphorical blades only to set his screwdriver aside, felt a wave of disappointment wash over them. "Bored. I want to see rivers of blood. Why isn't the kid making a move? Just use that screwdriver on him." Chapter 37. Who dares to claim this is a script? What is the situation? Such an unexpected turn of events. Meanwhile, at the goofing branch of Jinling City, in the emergency conference room, Director Li Weiguo wore a grim expression, scrutinizing the surveillance footage displayed on the screen before him. At the center, the live stream titled revealing the full level of Kid Brothers' talent was playing. Members of the Qinglong gang? Just moments ago, Lin Zishan's self-exposure had revealed the identity of one faction to Li Weiguo and his team. Suddenly, Li Weiguo's secretary knocked on the conference room door. She hurried over to whisper in his ear, "Director Chief in the City Bureau is on the line." Hiss! The smile on Li Weiguo's lips turned bitter. A gunpoint kidnapping. Ordinarily, they could suppress such news until the case was resolved, in order to prevent widespread panic. Yet today's incident, the live stream is still ongoing, and as the event gains traction online, countless netizens are flocking to it. At this very moment, the online viewership of the program has surpassed 550,000, and it seems poised to reach 600,000 imminently. Under such circumstances, not only can their branch not contain it, Even the city bureau would struggle to manage it. A bunch of useless fools. Li Weigua couldn't help but vent his frustration aloud. He was not referring to his subordinates, but rather Wuda and the others. Damn it. A bunch of idiots. Didn't they think to turn off the live stream first? Another outburst followed. As the situation escalated, the city bureau took it seriously. Even their department head had personally called him. Director, according to the surveillance on the overpass, the vehicle has left our Gufeng district and entered Nanshan district. Upon hearing this news, Li Weigua immediately commanded, contact the Nanshan branch to assist us. And, is it possible to pinpoint their exact location? The officer responsible for technical matters shook his head. The footage only captured the interior of the vehicle. We cannot determine their location from this. We can only deduce their whereabouts based on various surveillance feeds. Nanshan district is mountainous and surveillance is sparse. Li Weigua's frown deepened. The individual he had just kicked out of the car mentioned heading to Lion Mountain. Sent a small team there immediately. Although the other party had indicated their destination, he could not be certain. After all, Lin Zishan had kicked Wuder out. Would they still follow the prearranged route? After speaking, the entire conference room fell into silence. Li Weigua breathed heavily, his gaze fixated on the image of Lin Dong on the screen. Moments ago, Lin Dong had been sharpening his weapon, and Li Weigua felt a pang of anxiety. He had initially thought the boy was about to resist. Alas, but that was to be expected. An 8-year-old child, no matter how precocious, remained just a child. Achoo! In Nanshan district, on a certain roadway, Lin Dong rubbed his nose, glancing about. He murmured, how strange. There are clearly only 3 people in the car, yet I feel as if hundreds of thousands of eyes are watching me. The screwdriver he had sharpened earlier had not been used against Lin Zishan. After cutting the ropes binding Li Ziki, Lin Dong chose not to return it, but instead tucked it into his waistband, covered by his school uniform. He was still but an 8-year-old child, needing something for self-defense. Where are we going? After a prolonged period of confusion, Li Ziki, a genuine 8-year-old, could not help but feel fear. Lin Zishan tried to maintain a calm tone. Don't worry, everything will be fine. He did not disclose their destination, leaving Lin Dong somewhat disappointed. He had intended to feign ignorance and ask about the Diamond Casino once Lin Zishan revealed their destination. What kind of place is that? If he were to ask out right now, Lin Zishan would surely be taken aback. How did you know I was going there? His previous murmurs had been akin to speaking his innermost thoughts. Only Lin Dong, with his extraordinary perception, could hear them. Lion Mountain, located in the northern part of Nanshan District in Jinling City, derives its name from its resemblance to a lion. This mountain is not particularly popular among the many renowned mountains in Jinling. It is rather desolate. Atop the mountain stands an unusual temple that neither requires incense nor offerings. The monks inside are often absent, and over time, fewer and fewer people ascend the mountain to pray. Lin Dong and Li Ziki were kidnapped around 4 in the afternoon. Now, the time has reached 6 o'clock. Lion Mountain has a winding road leading directly to the summit. However, for safety reasons, Lin Zishan opted not to drive up, but instead parked the car in a thicket at the foot of the mountain. Let's go. Lin Zishan opened the car door and instructed Li Ziki. He did not abandon Ho Yu Qian and the others. He merely distanced himself from them temporarily. It would not be long before they pursued. Furthermore, Lu Dadu had already received word. He would undoubtedly dispatch additional personnel. Li Ziki had yet to return home, and Li Gu must have already guessed what had transpired. Lin Zishan murmured. Yet, Li Ziki's subsequent words doused his spirits with cold water. My dad said this morning when he dropped me off at school that he was going abroad this afternoon, so you should still be on the plane. Lin Zishan pressed his lips tightly together. He picked up Li Ziki and ascended the mountain via a narrow path. As for Lin Dong, Lin Zishan, devoid of care or strength, thought, if he can keep up, then fine. If not, let him fend for himself. After all, Lu Dada's target was not him. How could an 8-year-old possibly keep pace with me? Before Lin Zishan could finish his thought and turn to look back, his pupils constricted sharply. He saw a small child, dressed in a school uniform, with a youthful face, standing beside him, a mere meter tall. How did he keep up? At that moment, Lin Zishan was consumed by this singular question. Moreover, Lin Dong appeared completely composed, as if he had not exerted himself at all. This is impossible. Even if I'm carrying Li Ziki, there's no way a child could keep up with me. Lin Zishan gritted his teeth, quickening his pace. Yet, Lin Dong continued to match his speed effortlessly, showing no signs of fatigue. Just 5 minutes after they began their ascent, a blue car came to a halt beside the abandoned vehicle. Hou Yuqian exited the vehicle, opened the rear door, and gazed into the empty interior, where only the camera remained. Had they ascended the mountain? Were they headed to the Diamond Casino? Fan Shuangyuan also emerged, observing the winding path leading uphill in the distance, her brow furrowing with concern. Should we pursue them or wait for Brother Liu and the others? Hou Yuqian glanced at his watch. Brother Liu and his team would arrive shortly. Let us wait. That little brat is rather peculiar. At this reminder, a subtle pain surged in Fan Shuangyuan's left forearm. If I catch that rascal, I shall certainly dislocate his arm. Their conversation was captured by the camera within the car, streaming live to the audience. This is hilarious. Who would dare claim that the kid is acting? Just days ago, he was officially validated, and now this. ISNT this more thrilling than a movie. I'm so pumped up. I almost want to rush over to support the kid. Chapter 38. The Pride of Man. I wonder how that rascal Wu Da is faring now. Hou Yuqian spat on the ground beneath his feet. Wu Da's legs had been compressed into a speed bump, and they had no choice but to first transport him to the stronghold in Nanshan District, which caused them to fall significantly behind Lin Zishan. The two of them remained silent for about 10 minutes until 2 vans appeared in their line of sight. They have arrived. Hou Yuqian hastened to greet them, opening the car door. Lu Datu emerged with a grim expression, followed by 10 others disembarking from the 2 vans. Liu Yi. Lin Zishan he. Hou Yuqian began, but Lu Datu raised his hand slightly. I had already suspected that Li Qianlong would place someone beside me. I never anticipated it would be him. Their vehicle had stopped here, presumably heading up the mountain to the Diamond Casino at the Lion Temple. Fan Shuangyuan said in a low voice. So why are we still standing here? Get moving and pursue them. And you few, come with me to drive up the mountain road and cut them off in advance. After giving his orders, Lu Datu swiftly set the others into motion. Hou Yuqian and Fan Shuangyuan led 5 others as they pursued along the small path of the back mountain. Lu Datu's ability to arrive promptly was due to Hou Yuqian providing him with real-time location updates. Though the cameras were still recording, with the doors now closed, they could only capture the dark interior of the vehicle. Furthermore, their earlier conversation had not been broadcasted live, making it impossible to pinpoint their exact location through this information alone. Meanwhile, on Lion Mountain, at the midpoint of the back mountain path, the sun was setting, visibility significantly diminished. The ascent became increasingly treacherous, with the steps proving to be quite laborious. Lin Zishan paused, setting down the burden of Li Ziki he had been carrying. His forehead glistened with fine beads of sweat, and he panted lightly. His ability to mingle with high-ranking individuals like Lu Datu certainly attested to his physical prowess. However, carrying dozens of pounds uphill for over 10 minutes had left him thoroughly exhausted. He plopped down onto a rock. That kid can't possibly still be. Lin Zishan mused, turning back to glance, his pupils narrowing in shock as he nearly let out an expletive. Lin Dong stood behind him as if nothing were amiss. Not only was he not panting like his companion, but not a single drop of sweat adorned his forehead. Is this kid really 8 years old? Lin Zishan would never have believed it if he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes. Aren't we supposed to be buddies? We just sprinted up the mountain from the foot. This is an uphill climb, not flat terrain, step after step. How? How can you seem so unfazed? Lin Zishan almost wished for Lin Dong to at least show some signs of fatigue. Otherwise, the comparison made him appear like a delicate flower. Just look at him. An 8-year-old child, calm and composed, while you, a man in your 30s, are outdone by a mere child. Lin Dong, too, noticed Lin Zishan's gaze, though he was unaware of his thoughts. If he had known that for the sake of his man's dignity, he might have feigned a few labored breaths. There is only one lion temple atop this mountain. What business do we have there? Lin Dong feigned ignorance, inquiring. He was eager to learn if the Diamond Casino could help him fulfill his system task. Only 20 hours remained to complete the initial wealth mission. Lin Zishan initially intended to disregard him. Why would an 8-year-old brat ask so many questions? But then, he recalled Lin Dong's earlier performance. This afternoon, he had easily taken down Hou Yu-Qian and Fan Shuangyuan, and now he was able to keep pace with him. This was a manifestation of innate strength. If they encountered Lu Datu at the summit, they might very well need this little fellow. With that thought, he took a deep breath. The monks at the Lion Temple are merely a facade, including the temple itself, which serves as a cover. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong understood immediately. Lin Zishan continued. They utilized this guise to run a casino and act as the house. The leader, Yang Yangpian, is ostensibly the temple's abbot, and due to the hefty protection fees paid annually to the relevant authorities, along with their concealed identities, the Diamond Casino ranks among the best in the underworld. Oh, Lin Dong feigned enlightenment, nodding his head. Do you know that Yang Yangpian? Lin Zishan shook his head. No. Then why go there? You may regard the Diamond Casino as a low-budget version of the Peace Hotel. As long as you enter, you need not worry about anyone making a move against you inside. Oh, Lin Dong understood. Urging, he said, then let's not linger, let us hurry. After resting for a moment, Lin Zishan felt sufficiently recovered. He stood up, preparing to shoulder Li Ziki once more. I'll do it, Lin Dong interjected, taking Li Ziki onto his back. Your pace is so slow. If you carry her, when shall we arrive? Time is of the essence. And if we fail the system task, who will take responsibility? This thought remained unspoken. For Lin Dong knew that he could ascend the mountain far more swiftly on his own. However, he had never been to the Lion Temple. Upon arrival, he would undoubtedly be mistaken for a lost child. And entering the casino? Lin Dong was nearly the same height as Li Ziki. Watching him carry her, Lin Zishan felt a hint of surprise. Although he had already formulated an answer in his mind, he couldn't resist asking. Is that all right? Lin Dong responded eagerly. No problem. Just lead the way. The others are closing in behind us. With a physique of 93 points, Lin Dong bore the weight of the several dozen pounds of Li Ziki effortlessly. The two continued up the steps, pressing onward. Steady. If one were to ask Li Ziki what the difference was between Lin Dong and Lin Zishan carrying her, she would have but one answer. Despite the steep ascent, Lin Dong maintained remarkable stability. Exhausted from a day of activity, the little girl succumbed to sleep, her arms wrapped around Lin Dong's neck, her face resting comfortably on his shoulder. Approximately 20 minutes later, Lin Zishan, drenched in sweat and panting heavily, leaned against a nearby tree. After a brief respite, he lifted his gaze towards the summit. We are almost there. The Lion Temple is just ahead. The sun had completely set, but the moonlight tonight was quite splendid. Wait! Lin Dong squinted his eyes and glanced ahead. His vision surpassed that of Lin Zishan, and he lowered his voice. There are people. Did Lu Datu's men take the road and arrive early to block us? Lin Zishan gritted his teeth. At Lin Dong's reminder, he narrowed his eyes but failed to spot any figures. Nevertheless, he chose to trust Lin Dong. The only way out through this path led to the summit of the back mountain, while the Lion Temple lay on the front mountain, separated by a considerable distance. Lin Zishan's voice was barely audible. Only upon entering the Lion Temple and stepping into the Diamond Casino could one truly be considered to have arrived at the Peace Hotel. Just as despair enveloped his heart, he saw Lin Dong hand over Li Ziki, who he had been carrying. Wait here for a moment. I will deal with them. Chapter 39. Child Labor? Does the underworld even care? Revealing the talent of the max-level child brother, live broadcast room. Despite the pitch-black interior of the vehicle, the excitement continues to soar. Countless netizens flock to the scene, and it seems the viewer count is on the verge of surpassing 700,000. Sun Ruawei and the production team are left dumbfounded as they observe the backstage data. 700,000 online. This marks a record for them since their careers began. Earlier in the afternoon, they were taken by the police for questioning, but after sharing what they knew, they were released without incident. Meanwhile, at the Goofing Sub-Bureau, the brightly lit emergency meeting room is eerily silent. Director, our men have been stopped at the foot of Lion Mountain. Lu Quandong furrows his brow. Moments ago, Li Weigua had dispatched a small team of police to Lion Mountain. Logically, after such a long duration, they should have arrived by now. Yet, news arrives that their team is stuck at the mountain's base. The personnel from Nanshan Sub-Bureau reported that under their director's orders, they have already searched Lion Mountain and found no suspects. Lu Quandong continues. Consequently, they're now preventing our men from advancing. As his words resonate, the entire meeting room falls into silence once more. After a few breaths, Li Weiguo raises his head, glancing at the detectives in their bureau. Based on the surveillance from various locations, can we estimate the approximate positions of those individuals? A young officer promptly responds. According to the fragmented footage captured by the surveillance in Nanshan District, but his tone suddenly falters. Lu Quandong, impatient, urges speak quickly. The young officer trembles slightly. All the surveillance footage indicates that those two groups have parked their vehicles around Lion Mountain. This is perplexing. Li Weiguo strokes his chin, his tone wavering. If all surveillance points to them being at Lion Mountain, then why does the Nanshan Sub-Bureau claim there are none? Have they truly conducted a thorough search? What is on Lion Mountain? Li Weiguo inquires. Only a temple that does not accept incense offerings. The Lion Temple, someone replies. What should we do now? Should we have our men retreat? Or, Lu Quandong mumbles, Nanshan and Gufeng are two different jurisdictions. They would undoubtedly face obstacles on foreign territory. Perhaps we should consult with Director Qi and have the Municipal Bureau apply pressure on the Nanshan Sub-Bureau, Lu Quandong suggests. At this point, after decades in the force, Li Weiguo has a vague answer forming in his mind. There might be illicit dealings occurring on Lion Mountain, or perhaps the Nanshan Sub-Bureau is a shield for one of those two groups. However, these are merely speculations. Such grave matters cannot be determined solely on conjecture regarding a sub-bureau's potential corruption. I will discuss this with Director Qi, Old Lu. You take a team of elite officers and quietly approach Lion Mountain via the back roads. On Lion Mountain, the back path is shrouded in darkness, the moonlight dim, and the foliage dense. Lu Datu watches the narrow path, perceiving nothing but obscurity. Brother Lu, check the time. Lin Zishan should be arriving soon. One of his subordinates whispers. Prepare yourselves. As soon as that traitor appears, act decisively. Lu Qiandong's gaze is somber. Suddenly, he hears footsteps, and everyone tenses up. In the next moment, a primary school student, clad in a uniform and standing at a height of 1 meter, emerges from the shadows along the narrow path. Who is this? Lu Datu is taken aback, clearly unaware that Hou Yuqian had not informed him about Lin Dong's situation. After all, such matters are best kept to oneself. To be beaten by an 8-year-old, how could he continue to operate in this world if word got out? This child must be sent by Lin Zishan to scout ahead. We shall refrain from making any moves for now, Lu Quandong whispers. In his view, the others are aware of his presence while he remains concealed. By sparing this child, they can lure Lin Zishan out. The 5 men conceal themselves behind trees or lie flat on the ground, making it difficult to be detected in the night. If not for Lin Dong's extraordinary physique of 93 points, surpassing that of an ordinary person, Lin Zishan would never have noticed them. As Lin Dong ascends the steps, he appears anxious, as if compelled by someone. Simultaneously, he identifies the positions of Lu Datu and his men. Through Lin Zishan's descriptions, he discerns who Lu Datu is and begins to subtly maneuver toward him. Where is Lin Zishan? Lu Datu remains oblivious to Lin Dong's unusual behavior. Or perhaps he simply does not care. What threat could a mere child pose? Moreover, he believes that the opposition cannot detect him. Thus, everyone, including Lu Datu, focuses their attention behind Lin Dong, awaiting Lin Zishan's appearance. Feeling the moment is right, Lin Dong retrieves the screwdriver hidden at his waist. His 93-point physique surges. Lu Datu barely registers what is happening before he feels a sharp kick to his left knee, causing his body to kneel. Immediately, a cold sensation envelopes his neck. Then he hears, "If you don't want your neck punctured, behave yourself." The commotion draws the attention of the others. What do you intend to do? Let go of Brother Lu, or I will shoot. Amidst the shouts surrounding him, Lin Dong remains unfazed. Tell your men to lower their weapons. Only then does Lu Datu realize it is that very child from earlier. He has been taken hostage by him. What a joke. How could a prominent underworld leader be subdued by a mere child? What would the underworld think of him if word got out? Consideration of this leads him to contemplate resistance. In the next moment, Lin Dong grips his outstretched arm, applying slight pressure. Ah, A piercing scream echoes through the back mountain. Lu Datu's face pales, his left arm hanging limply, devoid of sensation. At this moment, a single question reverberates within him. Where in the world did this strength come from? Tell your men to put their guns down. Lin Dong strives to infuse his voice with menace, but coming from his 8-year-old frame, it conveys a peculiar sensation. Simultaneously, he exerted slight pressure on the sharpened screwdriver in his hand, feeling a sharp pang of pain emanating from his neck. Lu Datu hastily exclaimed, "Did you not hear me? Drop your weapons. Drop your weapons." Once the threat had been neutralized, Lin Zishan approached with Li Ziki. Upon seeing Lin Zishan, Lu Datu's breath quickened. "Lin Zishan, have I not treated you well? Why do you choose to betray me?" Lin Zishan offered no reply, instead casting an unexpected glance at Lin Dong. He was astonished that the young lad had so effortlessly subdued Lu Datu. "I wonder if you might be interested in joining our Qinglong gang's ranks? Child labor? Does the underworld truly concern itself with such matters?" Chapter 40. The 18 Arhats. Enforcers. To carve out a name for oneself in the thriving region of Huaihai, Lu Datu is undoubtedly no ordinary individual. Gritting his teeth, he meticulously analyzes the precarious situation he currently finds himself in. Finally, he coldly declares, "Do you think that by taking me hostage, you have triumphed? Oomph. You clearly underestimate me, Lu Datu. At the mere sound of my command, I would gladly accompany you to the grave. I must inform you." Before he could finish his menacing words, a sharp slap reverberated through the air. Lin Dong shook his hand. What is the point of this chatter? Lu Datu's 4 subordinates, witnessing the humiliation of their leader, seethed with rage. Although armed, they were not fools. The consequences of gunning someone down in Huaxia would be dire. You, Lu Datu stammered, feeling the sting of the slap on his cheek, momentarily dazed. How dare this child strike him? He, a seasoned veteran of the underworld, had never faced such indignity. This audacity came not from a fellow gangster of his standing, but from a mere schoolboy clad in a uniform. Fury twisted Lu Datu's features. As the harsh words brewed on his lips, Lin Dong preempted him. "We should not linger here. It will only worsen our predicament when those two return." The 2 individuals he referred to were, of course, Hou Yuqian and Fan Shuangyuan. Lin Zishan turned back, if I am not mistaken. Those 2 should be trailing us along this very path. Though Wu Datu had been taken captive, the imminent arrival of Hou Yuqian and his entourage, in conjunction with the current 4, posed a grave threat, especially since their adversaries were armed. Should any of Lu Datu's loyalists dare to fire a shot, the situation could spiral out of control. For safety's sake, it would be prudent to enter the Diamond Casino without delay. Oomph. Do you think that once inside, I will be powerless against you? Lu Datu scoffed, yet before he could complete his thought, Lin Dong dragged him forward towards the mountain. Stop dawdling and hurry to the Diamond Casino. Lu Datu's subordinates watched in disbelief as their leader was treated like a rag doll, their hearts racing with anxiety. With no choice, they left 1 member behind to await Hou Yuqian's arrival, while the remaining 3 silently followed. The Lion Temple occupies nearly half of the front mountain of Lion Mountain. In stark contrast to the pitch darkness of the back mountain, this area was scarcely better, with only a few dim lanterns flickering above the temple's entrance. Beyond that, the entire perimeter of the Lion Temple was enveloped in darkness. From an aerial perspective, one would observe that not only the exterior, but even the interior of the temple was shrouded in blackness, devoid of any light. It was rather eerie. Upon reaching the closed gates, Lin Dong looked up at the walls constructed of green bricks. Under the moonlight, the silent temple appeared particularly foreboding. Lin Zishan knocked on the grand door. Soon, a bald head emerged from within, inquiring, "Who are you looking for?" Upon spotting Lin Zishan, the bald man exclaimed, "Brother Shan, it's been a long time since your last visit." He swiftly opened the door, stepping out with the enthusiasm of a brothel madam beckoning customers. Clearly recognizing Lin Zishan as a regular patron. As a temple that held its own mysteries, the Lion Temple had rules, only admitting familiar faces. However, the bald man, Wugu, soon shifted his gaze to Lin Dong, whose school uniform prominently displayed the insignia of Gufeng Primary School on the left chest. Li Ziki was similarly attired. 2 school children, Wugu's expression was filled with confusion as he glanced between the two. Brother Sean, who are they? Wugu hesitated to ask. Lin Zishan shot him a glance. Why the questions? Just lead the way. Minors are prohibited from entering gaming establishments due to potential gambling influences. But here, wait, Lu, brother, Wugu exclaimed, suddenly recognizing Lu Da to being dragged by Lin Dong. He couldn't suppress his shock. Clearly, Lu Da was also a frequent visitor here. Wugu looked at Lin Zishan with a bewildered expression, as if to say, "Isn't this your leader? You used to come here together, didn't you? What has happened now? Lead the way." Lin Zishan urged impatiently. Despite the confusion clouding his mind, Wugu complied, ushering the two into the temple, and the door was shut tightly behind them. They entered a grand hall, still devoid of any illumination, with moonlight filtering through the windows, illuminating the radiant statue of Buddha in the center. Wugu approached the statue and flipped a switch. The entire figure shifted to the left, revealing a passage leading underground. Is this the so-called Diamond Casino? Lin Dong gazed at it with a contemplative expression. Host, Lin Dong. Age, 28. Physique, 93. Task hall, current task. Initial wealth, remaining time, 27 hours. Following Lin Zishan down the passage. Light suddenly flooded their vision. The expansive space was several basketball courts in size, adorned with luxurious carpets and glittering chandeliers overhead, illuminating the casino brilliantly. A sweeping glance revealed numerous gambling tables and various gaming devices scattered about, making it evident that this was Li Ziqi's first encounter with such an establishment. Her eyes wide with wonder, she marveled at a motionless, golden statue standing nearby, exclaiming, "How lifelike!" Lin Zishan explained, "That's because they are indeed real people, the 18 Arhats. To put it simply, they are the enforcers of the casino." Chapter 41. Then let us invoke the rules to vent our frustration. Kid, remove your hand. Upon entering, Lu Datu found that his left hand had nearly regained its strength. He freed himself from Lin Dong's grasp and composed himself after the earlier turmoil. Within the confines of the Diamond Casino, physical altercations were strictly prohibited by the house rules. Brother Lu, are you all right? His three subordinates hurried over to him. Prior to entering, all weapons and communication devices had been confiscated. Ignoring them, Lu's gaze turned menacingly towards Lin Dong, before shifting to Lin Zishan. I wonder how long you plan to remain here? Not leaving? Lin Dong instinctively rubbed his hands together, surveying the surroundings. As a former gang leader in his past life, he was no stranger to such environments, adept in various forms of deceit. Moreover, he possessed skills that enhanced his capabilities. From the description of the Gambling King skill, it was evident how formidable his abilities were. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Dong glanced around and inquired of Lin Zishan, "Where is the chip exchange located?" Compared to his earlier indifference, Lin Zishan's demeanor had significantly softened. Initially, he had perceived Lin Dong as just a mere child, separated by over 20 years of experience. However, after witnessing Lin Dong's extraordinary talents, that impression had dissipated. Furthermore, in a sense, Lin Dong had saved his life. Lin Zishan led Lin Dong to the chip exchange area, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of how to extricate himself. Remaining in the Diamond Casino was not a viable option. He did not consider why an 8-year-old would need to find the chip exchange. There are no communication devices in the casino, and I wonder if Brotherly has landed yet. Behind the counter of the chip exchange stood a young woman in a sexy bunny outfit, clearly appealing to the clientele, including the abbot. Lin Dong rummaged through his pockets and finally produced 2 $1 coins. Embarrassed, he placed them on the counter and asked sheepishly, how much can I exchange for this?" The bunny girl raised an eyebrow. Encountering a first-grade student in uniform at her workplace was already perplexing. Now, this child was attempting to exchange mere coins for chips? Was he looking for trouble? Had Lin Zishan not been a regular here, she might have summoned security to toss him out. Sensing her disdain, Lin Dong sighed in resignation. Had I known, I wouldn't have given those few $100s to Lin Nan. After finally reaching the venue, he was on the verge of completing his system task, only to find himself thwarted by a lack of funds. Surely, this daughter of a gangster must have money? Lin Dong's attention shifted to Li Ziqi. "Kalasmata Li, do you have some money to lend me?" She nodded but added, however, it's all in my backpack in the Bentley. Lin Dong's lips twitched. Lin Zishan, drawn by the commotion, looked down and asked, you want to exchange for chips? He couldn't help but chuckle. This ISNT child's play. He halted mid-sentence, realizing that while high-stakes gambling indeed was not suitable for children, could Lin Dong truly be categorized as one? What child could climb a mountain for over 10 minutes? What child could easily subdue Lu Dadu? With determination, Lin Dong pressed on, could I borrow some? I don't have any cash on me, Lin Zishan replied, shaking his head. Just as despair washed over Lin Dong, he noticed Lin Zishan removing a golden wristwatch from his wrist and tossing it to him. A Rolex. It should be good for at least 100,000. For Lin Zishan, who owed Lin Dong his and Li Ziqi's lives, this sum was insignificant. Lin Dong, unpretentious, simply replied, thanks. In casinos like this, items could be exchanged or pledged for chips, allowing players who had run out of cash to liquidate their possessions quickly and continue gambling. As Lin Zishan had claimed, that Rolex indeed secured 100,000 in chips. While it would fetch a higher price outside, Lin Dong had no time to dwell on such matters. He stuffed the chips into his pockets, eagerly rubbing his hands together, and turned to face the main hall. 5 million. To the average person, this was a considerable sum, yet Lin Dong believed that in such a venue, winning 5 million would not raise any eyebrows. He shifted his gaze to the bald henchman, pondering, surely they wouldn't be so petty as to prevent a winner from leaving? While Lin Zishan contemplated how to contact the Qinglong gang, Lin Dong focused on whether winning 5 million would attract unwanted attention. Only Li Ziqi, with her wide eyes, appeared utterly bewildered by the unfamiliar environment. Suddenly, a mocking laughter pierced the air, drawing Lin Dong's attention. Lu Datu approached, flanked by his 3 subordinates. Intriguing. They had been watching closely, wary that the trio might attempt to escape when unobserved. Spotting Lin Dong stuffing chips into his pockets, Lu Datu sneered, care to wager with me? Given the prohibition on violence, he aimed to channel his frustration through the casino's rules. I remember my first fortune was made in a casino. Lu Datu reminisced about decades past. Cheating had always been his forte. The fact that he had never been caught was evident from the unblemished state of his tools. Lin Dong nonchalantly nodded, sure. Betting against anyone makes no difference. The outcome remains the same. Even if his cheating skills are exceptional, can they possibly surpass my system's abilities? Chapter 42, all right. You got some guts. Lu Datu's eyes flickered as he nodded slightly at Lin Dong. He then turned to the counter and declared loudly, withdraw my chips stored here. The bunny girl, adept at gauging people's worth, naturally treated the black boss Lu Datu with far more enthusiasm than she did the boy clad in a first-grade school uniform. With utmost warmth, she retrieved several 100,000 in chips, stating, Mr. Lu, you still have 600,000 chips with us. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong curled his lip and muttered under his breath, is that all? Although his words were soft, they were distinctly audible to all present. Lu Datu's smile gradually stiffened, his expression transforming into one of forced mirth as he looked at Lin Dong. Is that so? Fine. I shall see how much you can wager with your 100,000 for that watch. Lu Datu's 3 subordinates took the chips. Even if they were few, he intended to win them back quickly, as he wouldn't waste too much time. Lin Dong continued to murmur to himself as he strode toward the main hall. Lu Datu's face darkened. That little brat was clearly saying this for his benefit. He would pay dearly for his arrogance. The hall boasted 20 gambling tables of various sizes, more than half of which were occupied. Although it was exclusive to regulars, this was Jinling City, the capital of one of the top 3 provinces in China's economy. Even a nuclear bomb dropped in the crowd would likely claim a few billionaires. Lin Dong approached a corner table and, glancing across at Lu Datu, inquired here. The latter, with a sullen expression, nodded indifferently. Lin Dong produced a dice cup from beneath the table, saying, with only this amount of chips, playing anything else would be a waste of time. Let's stick with this. Lu Datu took the dice cup he tossed over with an expression that was a mix of anger and amusement. All right. You dare to belittle your own chips. Yet, more infuriating is that you have only 100,000, less than me. Do you presume you will win against me? Lin Zishan stood behind Lin Dong, softly warning. Lu Datu is known by a nickname in Jinling. His first fortune was amassed at the gambling tables. You should be cautious. His words trailed off as he noticed Lin Dong's nonchalant demeanor, even yawning in boredom. He was utterly disregarding him. How brazen. Little gambling king? Huh. You might as well go tell the gambling king. Without further ado, Lin Dong placed all his 100,000 chips on the table. Lu Datu, equally defiant, matched his wager with another 100,000. The rules of the dice game were simple. Both sides rolled the dice, and the higher score won. Meanwhile, at Shizishan on the hillside road, two groups of police faced off. Captain Qian, we are all law enforcement officers. We cannot afford mistakes. Deputy Captain Xiaoyu of the Gufeng District Criminal Investigation Team narrowed his eyes at the opposing team. Captain Qian Shuangwan of the Nanshan Security Team replied, What do you mean, Xia? We received advance notice from the director and have already searched Shizishan. Your target is not here. Xiao did not respond immediately, but scrutinized him for a long moment before softly stating, Shizishan, including the back mountain, is not a small area. You completed your search in such a short time? Qin Shuangwan did not directly answer, but instead chuckled, patting Xia's shoulder. Old Xia, you are in Gufeng District, and I am in Nanshan District. We are all here to serve the people, good comrades, right? Do you not trust my words? Whether you're a good comrade is debatable, Xiao replied pointedly. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Xiao received a call from Li Weigua. After hanging up, he glanced at Qian Shuangwan and instructed his subordinates, withdraw. Qian Shuangwan asked, Are you leaving just like that, Xiao? You finally came to Nanshan. Why not sit in the bureau for a while? Xiao responded curtly, No need. With that, he and his team departed. After driving a short distance, a perplexed officer inquired, Captain, are we just leaving? The Nanshan people are definitely lying. Xia, seated in the passenger seat, replied, What can we do on their turf? However, we might be powerless, but the city bureau and provincial department are not. Meanwhile, Qian Shuangwan exhaled deeply as he watched the police vehicles from Gufeng District disappear from view, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow. He waved to his subordinates. You all head back. He remained alone with just one police vehicle. Sitting back in his car, he wore a complex expression, reaching into his pocket intending to retrieve a cigarette, only to pull out his police badge instead. Staring at the silver police emblem, he momentarily lost himself in thought. Ultimately, reality triumphed over conscience as he tossed the badge onto the passenger seat and pulled out a cigarette, lighting it. As the nicotine filled his lungs, his tense demeanor relaxed slightly. After a moment, he took out his phone and called the Nanshan Sub-Bureau Chief, Bao Dahai, relaying the events that had transpired. The information was then passed on to the host of the Lion Temple, Yang Yangpian. Just when they thought everything was under control, Lu Quandu and a small team appeared in the back mountains of Shizishan. Indeed, the two abandoned vehicles were located there, as Lu Quandu opened one of the rear doors. The previously dark screen of the revealing the full-level Child Brothers talent livestream transformed. Though it was night and devoid of any lighting, the night vision capabilities of the dozens of cameras were impressive. Lu Quandu's figure was illuminated as he opened the car door. Did the police find him? The capture of the Child Brother is imminent. Those speaking above should be cautious. What do you mean by capture? The Child Brother is a victim. Can the police take us along? We want to know what happened. Add me. Add me. Many netizens have been imploring Lu Quandu and his companions to bring a camera. Yet, Lu Quandu and his team remain oblivious to these requests. Even if they could, it would be utterly impractical to do so. After confirming that the vehicle was unoccupied, they shut the door once more. They proceeded along the mountain path on this narrow road. Gazing at a nearby trail leading uphill, Lu Quandu pondered for a moment before resolutely deciding to ascend the mountain. Chapter 43 in the dimly lit chamber beneath Lion Mountain. The atmosphere was thick with tension as the gambling table came alive. Lu Datu, with a disdainful smirk, grasped the dice cup, silently mocking the naivete of his opponent. How foolish to have chosen the most susceptible game. He began to shake the dice. To the untrained eye, it appeared utterly fair, as if the outcome was solely a matter of chance. However, those with a modicum of understanding recognized it as the most vulnerable arena for deceit. Manipulating the dice was the simplest trick. True masters could effortlessly conjure any desired outcome. From a meticulous perspective, this was not merely cheating, but rather a skillful art. Though Lu Dadu had not yet reached the level of a true master, he was indeed proficient in the game. While he could not always guarantee the outcome he wished, he was close enough. Moreover, he possessed a unique talent, an acute sense of hearing that allowed him to discern the numbers hidden within the dice cup merely by sound. "I shall accept this 100,000, Lu Dadu declared, eyeing the chips before Lin Dong. This paltry sum was beneath his notice, yet pride demanded that he reclaim some dignity. The plan for the day had faltered partly due to Lin, and winning this wager could restore his sense of honor. The game commenced. Lin Dong, unfazed, picked up the dice cup, expertly extracting the 4 dice within and inspecting them before shaking them vigorously. Opposite him, Lu Quandu remained still, closing his eyes to focus intently on the sounds emanating from Lin Dong's cup. Then, with a resounding thud, Lin Dong slammed the cup onto the table. 12 points. Lu Dadu opened his eyes, clearly hearing the number. He licked his dry lips, shaking his own cup. Only 12 points, purely by luck. He scoffed. You possess no skill, yet you dare to boast. He forcefully struck his cup on the table, revealing the dice. 5, 4, 6, 2. 17 points. Victory is assured. Lu Dadu gestured for Lin Dong to reveal his results, adding nonchalantly, "No need to fear losing everything. Our gang offers high-interest loans," but before he could finish, Lin Dong had already opened his cup, revealing the numbers. 5, 4, 6, 3. 18 points. Lu Dadu's voice faltered, his mind racing. This was impossible. He had distinctly heard 12 points. How could it be 18? Just 1 point more than his own. Lin Dong, unfazed, retrieved the chips Lu Dadu had placed on the table and pulled them towards himself, displaying no surprise at the result, as though he had anticipated this victory. If he did not trust in himself, surely he could trust in the system. Even Lin Zishan, standing behind him, was taken aback. Having spent years infiltrating Lu Dadu's ranks, he was acutely aware of the latter's gambling prowess. The title of Little Gambling King was not bestowed lightly. Yet now, an 8-year-old had bested him. Lin Zishan found himself questioning whether Lu Dadu had intentionally let this happen. But then he dismissed the thought. There was no motive for such a ruse. Lu Dadu slammed his hands on the table, defiance flaring within him as he addressed Lin Dong. Unyielding, Lin Dong wagered 200,000. Lu Dadu, undeterred, matched the stakes with the same amount. This time, he was fully alert, fixated on Lin Dong's dice cup, his ears attuned to the sounds within. When Lin Dong slammed his cup down, Lu Dadu's eyes sparkled with triumph. 12 points. This time, I cannot be mistaken. It is undoubtedly 12 points. With confidence, he shook his own cup. I will roll a higher number this time. Let us see how you prevail. Upon revealing his dice, 6, 6, 6, 5, 23 points. Lu Dadu clenched his fist, convinced of his victory. A near-perfect roll. Not even the highest of deities could alter his fate now. Lin Dong unveiled his cup, revealing 6, 6, 6, 6. This is impossible. Lu Dadu slammed his hands on the table, his face quivering with rage. His outburst went unnoticed by the others in the room, for such displays were common among gamblers. Once again, he was beaten by a mere fraction, and this time, it was a perfect roll. Lu Dadu's breath quickened as his gaze darted between Lin Dong's calm expression and the flawless dice before him. How could this be? Once could be dismissed as luck, but twice. The situation was maddening, especially since he had rolled 23 himself. Yet Lin Dong had again surpassed him by just 1 point. Lin Zishan's mouth twitched with disbelief. If the first instance was a fluke, what of the second? Considering all that had transpired, he increasingly felt that this 8-year-old was no ordinary child. He was a prodigy. Lin Dong, with serene composure, collected the chips Lu Dadu had lost. Yawning casually, he inquired, "Shall we continue? Let's go again." The words escaped Lu Dadu through clenched teeth. Lin Dong wagered 400,000, noting Lu Dadu's diminished stack. "You must at least wager 400,000. If you lack funds, I shall seek another partner." At this, Lu Dadu's face contorted with anger. How dare he suggest he was out of money? He had never lacked for wealth. This insolent child dared to humiliate him. Just you wait. Just you wait. With his gambler's instincts ignited, Lu Datu gathered every valuable item he possessed, sending his subordinates to exchange them for chips. Soon, he returned with over 300,000. "Let us see," he declared, tension etched on his face as he placed his stake on the table. Meanwhile, in the shadows of Lion Mountain-S rear, Hou Yuqian and his companions ascended the path, encountering Lu Datu's men stationed to assist them. "Where are that traitor Lin Zishan and that little brat?" Hou Yuqian demanded through gritted teeth. After a moment of silence, the men shared the bewildering events that had transpired. Upon hearing the account, the expressions of those present grew increasingly complex. What? That little brat has taken Lu hostage? Those unaware might think, how utterly useless. A mere elementary school student has taken control. Yet, Hou Yuqian and Fan Shuangyuan could not share in the laughter. They had witnessed the remarkable strength of that young lad. "What is the current situation?" Hou Yuqian inquired in a low voice. Brother Lu followed them into the Lion Temple, descending into the depths below. Fan Shuangyuan replied in a hushed tone, "We cannot engage in combat inside. Our presence would be futile. It is better to wait here. I refuse to believe you will remain inside indefinitely." Hou Yuqian nodded in agreement. "You stay here with a few others while I venture in to assess the situation." Chapter 44. Fortune smiles upon all for familiar patrons wishing to enter the Diamond Casino within the Lion Temple. The process is rather straightforward. Hou Yuqian reveals his identity and leaves behind his communication devices and weaponry. Upon stepping into the casino, a cacophony of incredulous exclamations fills his ears. "No, this can't be. I distinctly heard it strike 12. I've never been wrong before. How is it that you never got it right? You always beat me by just a hair. You cheated. You must have cheated." Hearing this familiar voice, Hou Yuqian and his companions are momentarily taken aback. Following the sound, their gaze traverses the casino hall, landing on a corner where their boss, Lu Datu, is erupting with rage, accusing someone across from him. What transpired here? A glance exchanged among Hou Yuqian and his friends reveals their confusion, prompting them to hasten towards the source. Lin Dong, casually adjusting his ears, dismisses Lu Datu's outburst with a nonchalant remark. "The dice are provided here. This is my first time at this venue. Cheating? Do not slander me." With that, he disregards Lu Datu's furious glare and claims the 400,000 chips before him. 800,000, as Lin Dong gazes at the mound of chips. He mutters to himself. Now he is merely 420,000 away from completing the system task, initial wealth. Playing against one person is simply too slow. Lin Dong muses. In less than 10 minutes, he has won 70,000. Still slow. If Lu Datu were to hear this, he would likely be infuriated. This is utterly shameless. "Boss," Hou Yuqian and his team approach, spotting Lin Dong and the chips he has amassed. Connecting the dots from earlier, they quickly realize, did Lu lose to him? As Lu Datu's trusted confidant, he is well aware of the formidable prowess of his leader, the little gambling king. Yet now, to think he has been bested by an 8-year-old child in the very arena where he excels. What could possibly describe Lu Datu's current mindset? It is akin to being hailed as a genius from a young age and, upon reaching adulthood, being invincible in every contest, only to be bested by a child in his area of expertise. This is the profound psychological disparity Lu Datu is grappling with. Without hesitation, Hou Yuqian and the others scramble to present their valuables. Watches, gold chains. Ultimately, they exchange them for 50,000 in chips. "Let us go again." Lu Datu's bloodshot eyes fixate on Lin Dong. In response, the latter glances at the chips before him and dismissively states, "Too little. Not worthy of my time." Lin Dong's assertion holds weight. He requires 420,000 to fulfill his quest. The opponent's total is merely 50,000. Rather than squander time here, he would rather seek another venue. As he turns resolutely to leave, Lu Datu nearly suffers a heart attack. An 8-year-old child dares to humiliate me. Li Ziki and Lin Zishan trail behind Lin Dong. The former remains oblivious to the unfolding drama, while the latter comprehends the gravity. This kid managed to rattle the little gambling king. If he truly hasn't cheated, could it be that fortune smiles upon him? Having closely observed Lin Dong, Lin Zishan reasoned that if there were any foul play, it would have been evident. His mind races with astonishment, culminating in a single exclamation. This kid is truly 8 years old. As Lin Dong strides through the hall, he notices a round table surrounded by an eager crowd. Intrigued, he approaches. The game of Jinhua is underway, with 5 players remaining. Lin Dong scans the chips on the table and, confirming the presence of 420,000, makes his way over. Suddenly, he feels a hand clap on his shoulder. Turning to find Lin Zishan, whose expression is grave, he shakes his head. That table is treacherous. Do not approach. Oh. Lin Dong's confusion prompts Lin Zishan to elaborate quietly. The bald man at that table is Yang Yangpian, the host of this temple, and the individual beside him is also affiliated with it. Together, they possess the means to cheat. In a game of Jinhua where one of them is the dealer, it would be effortless to manipulate the outcome. The person who just left likely lost everything. Lin Dong nods in understanding, but proceeds toward the table nonetheless. Lin Zishan's eyelids twitch in frustration. Well, after all my warnings, it seems you haven't absorbed a word. Some lessons are best learned the hard way. Yang Yangpian, a man in his 50s with a shaved head, typically dons a robe, but here he reveals his true nature, clad in a black short-sleeve shirt emblazoned with a conspicuous LV logo. Accessorized with a necklace of 10 gold beads, each the size of Lin Dong's fist. While the temple does earn income, it pales in comparison to the quick profits made from dealing. Is there no one else? Yang Yangpian calls out to the onlookers at the table. When no one responds, he smirks and addresses the 4 players. If no one else is coming, let us proceed. Just then, a youthful voice breaks through the air. Turning to see a fair-skinned child in a school uniform approaching with chips in hand, he sits down at the vacant chair. Where did this little student come from? Hey, kid, this isn't the place for you. Did your parents give you 80,000 in chips? Or what did you sneak out? The spectators surrounding the table gawk at Lin Dong, bemused by the sight of a schoolboy in a casino. Chapter 45. The Three Gongs. Meanwhile, in Huaihai Province, Jinan City at the Nanshan branch, a police car traversed the road before finally entering the precinct. The door swung open, and Qian Shuangwan, the captain of the public security team, disembarked with a grim expression. Captain, the director has requested your presence in his office. One of his subordinates informed him. Understood. Qian Shuangwan nodded, proceeding towards the director's office. Cheng Dao, a graduate of Huaihai Police University, aged 45, currently served as the director of the Nanshan branch. Upon pushing the office door open, Qian Shuangwan encountered his director. Something fell amiss. He swiftly turned to close the office door, only to hear a voice whisper in his ear. What is going on? Is there trouble brewing at the Lion Temple? Cheng Dao stood by the window, gazing at the luminous moon in the night sky, taking a deep breath. A gang of robbers has kidnapped 2 individuals in Gufeng District. It seems they have fled to the Lion Temple. He continued, but that's not the crux of the matter. The incident is being live-streamed across the internet. Upon hearing those final words, Qian Shuangwan's pupils contracted. Clearly, they had been unaware that such an event was unfolding live for the world to see. What shall we do now? Before Cheng Dao could articulate his thoughts, a knock echoed at the office door. Before he could utter come in, a group of unfamiliar faces clad in police uniforms pushed the door open. Is this the Nanshan branch director, Cheng Dao, and public security team captain Qian Shuangwan? Indeed, that is us. After confirming their identities, one of the newcomers stated, We are from the City Bureau, convening a public security meeting, and we invite you to attend. At this late hour? The 2 exchanged glances, each reflecting their mutual apprehension. At Lion Mountain, in the front hill at the Lion Temple, in the Diamond Casino, Yang Yong glanced up from his seat at the table, his eyes landing on Lin Dong. What stood out most was Lin Dong's school uniform adorned with the emblem of Gufeng Elementary School. Is there a regulation prohibiting minors from entering this establishment? For a moment, Yang Yong felt somewhat dazed. No one of Lin Dong's age had ever stepped foot in this venue before today. Lin Dong, undeterred by the scrutinizing gazes around him, placed 800,000 chips before him. Raising his head, he surveyed the other 5 players. Shall we commence? All right. Yang Yong nodded, acknowledging that in this place, age mattered little as long as one had money. The bald man seated beside him jested, Kid, here, losing means losing. There are no refund for minors. Laughter erupted from those surrounding them. Our table's rule is a minimum of 1,000 chips. Yang Yong explained to Lin Dong before signaling the bunny girl in the center of the table to deal the cards. A standard deck of playing cards, devoid of jokers, was distributed, 3 cards apiece, starting with Yang Yong. After receiving his 3 cards, he opted not to reveal them, declaring, "I will keep my hand concealed and raise tenfold." The young bald man to his right followed suit, stating, "I will also keep my hand concealed and raise 20-fold." Keeping concealed 20-fold. Lin Dong was the 5th in line, and soon his turn arrived. In this game, one must maintain secrecy to reap substantial rewards. Revealing one's hand prematurely would diminish the thrill of the game. The middle-aged bald man, sensing Lin Dong's hesitation, attempted to explain the strategy. Lin Zishan, standing behind Lin Dong, contemplated whether to interject with a word of caution. In the next moment, Lin Dong declared, "I will keep my hand concealed and raise 500-fold." The table fell silent, and those observing were taken aback. Did this kid just raise 10-fold from 50 to 500? He truly had the audacity of a newcomer unafraid of a tiger. Impressive. You have guts. Yang Yong had not anticipated such a bold move right at the onset. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Dong, had he not been wary of suspicion for raising too high too soon, would have wagered even more than 500-fold. The player next to him clenched his teeth, ultimately conceding and choosing to see his cards instead. Damn it! His expression darkened as he discarded his lackluster hand of 382, keeping concealed 600-fold. It was now Yang Yong's turn. 700-fold. I call you. When the turn reached the bald man beside him, he cast a glance at Lin Dong, comparing their cards. The middle-aged bald man scoffed and discarded his hand. The first round concluded with Lin Dong's chips soaring from the initial 800,000 to 2,800,000, yielding an astonishing profit of 2 million. Wow, who would have thought this kid was so formidable? He chose not to withdraw, indicating he was now ensnared in the game, until he exited through the main door. No victory could be celebrated. Let us wait and see how this unfolds. Lin Zishan contemplated advising Lin Dong to withdraw, as 2 million was already a substantial sum. But the latter remained resolute. 2,800,000 was still insufficient to fulfill his system task. As the second round commenced, Yang Yong exchanged a knowing glance with the bunny girl dealing the cards. "If we're daring, let us continue our concealment." The bald man beside him smirked, keeping concealed 100-fold, keeping concealed 300-fold, keeping concealed 500-fold, keeping concealed 1,000-fold. When Lin Dong announced 1,000-fold, several players began to fold. 2,000-fold. With that declaration, only Yang Yong and Lin Dong remained, the other 4 having folded. 2,500-fold, Lin Dong called nonchalantly. At this juncture, neither player had revealed their cards. Despite any underhanded tactics, Yang Yong instinctively wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Where did this kid come from? He is incredibly bold. At 2,500-fold. Should Lin Dong lose, he would face ruin. Yang Yong found himself unusually tense, intrigued by the hands they both held. Ultimately, Yang Yong chose not to conceal any longer. "I will reveal my hand." K. Gazing at his 3 kings, Yang Yong's eyes sparkled with excitement. 3 gongs, this time it's secure. Chapter 46. Who cheated? I just played. He raised his gaze towards the bunny girl, distributing the cards at the center of the table. To his own astonishment, he had managed to obtain the nominally highest hand, a 3 public. In the game of Jinhua, the only hand that could defeat a 3 public is a 9-point. And how rare is it to have both a 3 public and a 9-point in the same round? It is akin to searching for a man in the kingdom of women, a nearly impossible endeavor. Moreover, a 3 public can triumph over all hands except for a 9-point, while a 9-point can only defeat a 3 public, losing to any other hand. Even an ordinary person holding a 9-point would likely fold. Who would dare to gamble on odds that are less than 1 in 10,000? All these factors led Yang Yongpian to a singular conclusion. It's a sure win. Despite the turbulence within, he maintained his composure, calmly addressing Lin Dong, raising his chin slightly. "Will you continue to keep your cards close or reveal them?" Lin Dong contemplated. "Winning this round will allow me to complete my system quest." With this thought in mind, he opted not to reveal his cards 2,500 times. "I raise you." Yang Yampian smirked, pondering that even with cheating, the probability of achieving a 3 public was still rather slim. He intended to raise further. However, he was taken aback as his opponent simply caved. Nevertheless, 2,500 times was still a considerable amount. He tossed his 3 kings onto the table, eliciting gasps from the onlookers. K. It's a 3 public. This time that kid is finished. Who could have anticipated that a 3 public would emerge from a concealed hand? With a multiplier of 2,500, not only would he lose everything, but he would also owe a substantial sum. Sighing deeply, Lin Zishan expressed his regret for Lin Dong. It was truly unfortunate. All the winnings of the day would be lost. Before he could complete his thought, he witnessed Lin Dong toss his cards onto the table as well. 2, 3, 5. Yang Yampian closed his eyes, shaking his head in disbelief. At such a young age, he had the potential to win, but now, the world shows no mercy. Suddenly, he noticed that the surrounding commotion had ceased. It was an instantaneous silence. What had happened? Yang Yampian opened his eyes and scanned the area, realizing that everyone around the table was frozen in shock, resembling statues. Even the bald man beside him and the bunny girl dealing cards were equally stunned. What the hell? The host of the Lion Temple scratched his bald head, cursing inwardly. He looked at the cards Lin Dong had thrown. 2, 3, 5. A 3 public against a 9 point. An incredulous voice rang out, piercing through the silence. How could this be possible? Yang Yangpian's eyes widened, veins bulging on his forehead, bloodshot eyes fixated on Lin Dong. He articulated each word with disbelief. This can't be true. How could his luck be so extraordinary? A 9 point, the theoretically weakest hand. How could it possibly emerge from a concealed play? It perfectly countered his own theoretically strongest hand. Losing would only amount to a few million. Given Yang Yangpian's wealth, such a loss would not be catastrophic. However, he could not swallow this bitter pill. A 3 public versus a 9 point. This was unfathomable. Had there been cheating? Yang Yangpian muttered under his breath. Lin Dong shot him a glance, feeling speechless at the audacity of his words. Was there anyone who didn't know about the cheating? He had merely played his cards. Standing behind, Lin Zishan's mouth hung open, and it took him several breaths to comprehend. Is this truly the luck of the heavens? Can one's fortune reach a level where it can triumph over cheating? The shock Lin Dong had imparted upon him was overwhelming. Only 2 individuals remained unaffected. One was Li Ziki, who was oblivious to the unfolding drama, and the other was Lin Dong, who, possessing the skill Gambling King, had anticipated the outcome. In this round alone, Yang Yangpian lost 2,500,000. The other 4 participants had not wagered heavily, but collectively they contributed an additional million. 3,500,000. Lin Dong calmly gathered the chips, as if nothing had transpired. Once these are converted into cash, the system task will be completed. Watching helplessly, Yang Yangpian clenched his fists beneath the table. This young man was certainly not relying solely on luck. He resolutely thought, even if luck played a part, he would not accept it. No, he could not act here. He could not allow others to think Yang Yangpian could not handle a loss. He must not tarnish his own reputation. When he exchanged for cash, a multitude of thoughts raced through Yang Yangpian's mind, and he spoke aloud. Again, but Lin Dong was solely focused on completing his system task, collecting the chips. Unable to carry them all himself, Lin Zishan and Li Ziki each took some and departed from the gambling table. Observing their retreating figures, Yang Yangpian exchanged a knowing glance with the bald man beside him. The latter understood immediately and discreetly slipped away from the crowd. Soon after, Yang Yangpian also left the gambling table. Although the Diamond Casino was underground, it still had compartments, such as private rooms and VIP lounges, as well as their resting area and Yang Yangpian's office. Upon returning to his office, Yang Yangpian retrieved an old mobile phone and dialed a number. Beep, beep, beep. After a brief wait, he frowned. No one answered. He tried once more, but still no response. Where was Chung Dao off indulging again? Unable to pick up my call? He had intended to give him a heads up about his plan to incapacitate someone. Never mind. He would discuss it later. Yang Yangpian patted his bald head. Cheating against me. Yang Yangpian? That is akin to stirring up trouble on the head of a deity. The young bald man woofing approached. Host, everything is arranged. As soon as he dares to exchange for cash, our people will act. The items for framing are also prepared. We will firmly pin the blame on him for cheating. Chapter 47. You had better truly possess Shaolin martial arts. Yang Yong nodded slightly, his voice low. Remember, such matters must be conducted discreetly. We cannot be the ones to lift the stone only to have it crush our own feet. Wu Feng chuckled slyly, his demeanor somewhat lewd. Rest assured, this is not our first foray into such affairs. We are seasoned in this regard. However, as he spoke, his tone began to waver. Finally, his brow furrowed. The opponent is merely a child. This is our first encounter of this nature. What if things escalate? Yang Yong displayed indifference, waving his hand dismissively. What is there to fear? Even if something goes awry, do you think the substantial funds I expend annually to support Cheng Dao and the others are for naught? Be bold and proceed. If it truly escalates, there will undoubtedly be someone to catch us if we fall. With Yang Yong's reassurance, Wu Feng felt considerably more at ease. At the same time, in the Diamond Casino, at the counter, Lin Dong placed all his chips on the table, addressing the oddly expressioned bunny girl in front of him. Please convert these into cash for me. This. She glanced over, accustomed as she was to handling chips, and could discern that the boy had brought at least 6 million. Wait, didn't this elementary school student just exchange a gold watch for cash? It hasn't even been half an hour. How did it become 6 million? The bunny girl began to doubt her own reality. The amount is rather substantial. I must ask the esteemed guest to follow me to the VIP room for a moment while we verify the details. A middle-aged woman approached with a smile. Lin Zishan furrowed his brow and quietly warned Lin Dong, "Be cautious. I sense something amiss." Lin Dong nonchalantly nodded. "You all wait outside. I'll go to the VIP room alone." That is not what I meant. Lin Zishan attempted to say more, but he noticed Lin Dong had already followed the woman into the VIP room. Suddenly, he recalled the boy's formidable physique. To his astonishment, he realized that his own worries had dissipated. Inside the VIP room, Gu Feng sat on the sofa flanked by 7 bald men dressed as temple monks, their gazes fixed on the door, silent as statues. After a few breaths, there was a stir. The door swung open, and a middle-aged woman led a child in a school uniform into the room. One might mistake this for a parent bringing their child to school. After entering, the middle-aged woman withdrew, closing the door behind her, leaving Lin Dong alone. Gu Feng and his companions rose from the sofa, casting him sinister glances. They had anticipated the young boy would be terrified upon witnessing the scene, perhaps even nervously inquiring, "What do you intend to do?" However, Gu Feng and the others were taken aback when the child, calm and unflinching, casually asked, "Are you planning to take action or merely intimidate me into relinquishing my chips?" Gu Feng and his companions were momentarily at a loss. The crux of the matter lay in Lin Dong's current stature. Standing an impressive height of 1 meter, clad in a school uniform with a fair complexion, how could he speak with such authoritative confidence? Were it not for his youthful voice, they might have surmised he possessed at least 40 years of experience in the underworld. Lin Dong surveyed the room. In his previous life, he had encountered far more formidable situations than being cornered by 8 small-time thugs. Moreover, he now boasted a physique rating of 93. Monks? Martial arts? Shaolin techniques? They had better truly master the Buddha's palm, or they would soon find themselves face to face with the Buddha himself. Gu Feng shook his head, realizing he was nearly led astray by the child's demeanor. With a cold snort, he declared, "You dare cheat in our territory? According to the rules of the underworld, you may choose 2 limbs to sacrifice. Do not assume your youth will protect you from our wrath." As he spoke, the golden-skinned monks around him stepped forward, creating an intimidating atmosphere. Sighing, Lin Dong dug at his ear. "Since you put it that way, I assume you prepare the evidence to frame me?" His composed demeanor, indifferent attitude, and the school uniform left Gu Feng and his associates momentarily stunned. "Get him!" Gu Feng gritted his teeth and waved his hand, signaling 2 of the monks to approach Lin Dong with malicious intent. In his view, it was unnecessary to involve so many for dealing with a mere child. He was sufficient. However, these monks were merely bored and had requested to join in. I've yet to break the limbs of someone this age. Gu Feng licked his dry lips. Encountering cheats was commonplace in this line of work, but he had dealt with many who lacked backing. Lost in thought, he suddenly heard two screams. Upon opening his eyes, he saw the two who had just approached now sprawled on the ground, writhing in pain, clutching their stomachs, and moaning as if they had suffered a severe beating. What? Gu Feng's body stiffened. What transpired? He had only closed his eyes for less than a minute. How could these two end up in such a state? Could there be a master among them? He did not see it, but the other monks nearby had witnessed it all clearly. The child had leapt up and delivered two kicks, and that was the outcome. Lin Dong stretched his limbs, the crisp sound of cracking joints echoing in the VIP room. He stepped toward the stunned onlookers, a smile gracing his lips. This smile on the face of an 8-year-old was both endearing and innocent, yet the people around Gu Feng felt their scalps tingle. They had just seen him kick two men into submission. I refuse to believe it. Can a mere elementary student truly contend with so many of us? Gu Feng gritted his teeth and stepped forward fearlessly. Although the Lion Temple served merely as a cover, these monks were not to be underestimated. They were indeed trained fighters. Chapter 48. A stalemate, not to mention his early martial arts training. He had graduated from the Shaolin Martial Arts School. It was effortless for him to take on 2 or 3 ordinary individuals. Gu Feng pondered to himself, beckoning the others to surround Lin Dong. I refuse to believe that a mere child like you can turn this place upside down. He gritted his teeth and let out a cold snort, stomping his foot on the ground before launching a kick at Lin Dong with his left leg. Crack! The sharp sound of shattering bones resonated in the ears of the onlookers. Lin Dong remained expressionless, raising an arm to block his chest as Gu Feng's left leg collided against it. With a physique score of 93, the impact felt akin to kicking a steel plate. Gu Feng's reflexes were slightly delayed. It took him a breath to register the sensation. The tearing pain radiated from his leg straight to his mind. His face turned pale, devoid of color. Gu Feng collapsed to the ground, crawling and clutching his left leg, groaning in agony like the other two. The pain was unbearable. The remaining 5, witnessing his pitiful state, instinctively took a few steps back, their hearts filled with dread. How could this be possible? This fellow made no discernible movement. Gu Feng merely kicked his arm, and yet his leg was broken? What on earth was he, a person or a sentient steel plate? Exchanging glances, they saw the shock mirrored in each other's eyes. In stark contrast, Lin Dong simply shook his arm. With the enhancement of his 93 physique, he felt no discomfort at all. His gaze fell upon one individual, and he took a few steps forward. With a punch thrown, there was no trace of martial arts technique involved, relying solely on brute strength. The man attempted to resist, extending his hands to block Lin Dong's fist. But how could he possibly withstand the might of 93 physique? The punch struck his abdomen, forcing him to expel a mouthful of viscous white liquid, nearly bringing up last night's supper. Lin Dong had restrained himself. Otherwise, a full-force punch would have resulted in a devastating outcome. Not to mention how grotesque it would be to have one's innards scattered everywhere. Even the juvenile protection laws would provide no refuge from the consequences of such an act. Thud! In less than 3 minutes, 4 out of their group of 8 had been felled. The remaining 4 had never encountered such a scene before. Their Adam's apples bobbed as the sounds of saliva swallowing echoed within the VIP room. The Diamond Casino was armed, but they had come in a rush, and no one had brought a weapon. Initially, they had been informed that their target was a mere elementary student. Who could have anticipated that 8 adults would be unable to subdue a child? Bringing guns? They had deemed it unnecessary beforehand. Regret was now too late. Where is Lin Dong? In the hall, Li Ziqi's large eyes sparkled as she looked at Lindsay Shan. The latter fixed his gaze on the direction of the VIP room, pondering for a moment. The arhats of the Lion Temple are not to be underestimated. But your Lin Dong is also quite the monster. At this point, his eyes narrowed. If my instincts serve me correctly, a battle of equals is currently unfolding inside. Meanwhile, on the back mountain of Lion Mountain, the trio of Fan Shuangyuan found themselves somewhat bored. A gust of wind blew, shrouding the moon with dark clouds. One of them yawned and remarked, after exerting so much effort, if we succeed, that would be well and good. However, if we fail to capture Li Qianlong's daughter, the retaliation we face, surrounded by trees and deprived of moonlight, despite being in close proximity, each could not discern the others clearly. Fan Shuangyuan turned to the source of the voice and snorted coldly. There is no such thing as failure. The Diamond Casino will close at dawn. Once they are expelled, we will flank them with Brother Liu, and they won to escape. The others found his reasoning quite sound. Responding in unison, Brother Yuan is indeed insightful. On the uphill path behind them, Lu Quandu raised his hand, signaling the others behind him to halt. In the pitch darkness where one could barely see their own hand, how could Fan Shuangyuan's group possibly compare to Lu Quandu's train squad? This small team, comprising about 8 members, donned bulletproof vests and various equipment, with police night vision goggles atop their heads. At this moment, in Lu Quandu's line of sight, he vaguely spotted 3 figures at the end of the path. Although their faces were indistinct, their physiques made it evident that they were not the abducted individuals. Lu Quandu gestured to his subordinates and, with a pistol in hand, stealthily approached. Fan Shuangyuan and his companions remained oblivious to the unfolding situation. It was July, and being on the mountain, the air was filled with the sounds of cicadas, drowning out any other noises. By the time they caught on, the 3 had guns pressed against their heads. Lu Quandu whispered, "Behave yourselves, and all of you. Hands on your heads, squat down." "Oh no, it's the police. When did we get targeted?" Someone beside Fan Shuangyuan muttered, discontented. Upon hearing this, a police officer was left speechless. Why had they ever been targeted? Even the police were getting increasingly entangled. How had the underworld become so foolish? Did they think they could kidnap miners while broadcasting live to hundreds of thousands? After successfully carrying it out, they didn't even bother to turn off the stream. Instead, they ran through the city with cameras rolling. Those unaware might think they were deliberately provoking the police. Everyone stay quiet, don't speak. Without encountering any resistance, they effortlessly subdued the 3 individuals. It was absurd. How could they resist with their heads down? During the struggle, Lu Quandu managed to extract a handgun from Fan Shuangyuan. Having navigated the streets for years, he was well aware of the 3 cardinal rules of the underworld. He swiftly exonerated himself. This gun belongs to Lu Quandu. It has nothing to do with me, and I have no idea how it ended up in my pocket. You merely need to acknowledge that this is your pocket. Lu Quandu cleared his throat. A significant opportunity for a meritorious act is presently before the 3 of you. One among you could receive a sentence reduction of 1 to 3 months. Upon hearing this, a young police officer felt a surge of admiration. Experience speaks volumes. Lu's words are indeed a masterclass in manipulation. Chapter 49. After mingling with the underworld for over a decade, I felt like a mere child in his presence. As expected, upon hearing the promise of merit for sentence reduction, the 3 men immediately showed interest. Lu Quandu continued, "Share with me everything you know about this place. As long as it is truthful, I shall grant you a certificate of significant merit." However, at this point, Lu Quandu's tone grew grave. "If what you say is false and causes us harm, you will be guilty of fabricating criminal cases, which could result in the death penalty. You must understand the gravity of the situation." As soon as he finished speaking, Fan Shuangyuan nodded vigorously. "I understand. I comprehend the reasoning. Given how things have progressed, there is no need to speak of brotherhood. If you truly regard me as a brother, you would not blame me for betraying you. You would only be pleased that my sentence is shortened a few months. Otherwise, you do not deserve to be my brother. If we are no longer brothers, then my betrayal is entirely justifiable. This mountain is known as Lion Mountain, and atop it stands a temple called Lion Temple, where a group of bald monks reside. By day, they chant scriptures, but by night, they become the house dealers. Such is the situation here." Fan Shuangyuan's lung capacity was remarkable as he divulged information about the diamond casino beneath the Lion Temple and the monks who acted as dealers. Lu Quandu's brow furrowed deeper, forming a knot. How could such a large criminal organization exist without our knowledge? No. Lu Quandu recalled how their men had attempted to search Lion Mountain, but were intercepted by the Nanshan group. It was not ignorance. Rather, the situation had been shielded by a protective umbrella. "Captain, what shall we do now?" one subordinate inquired. Since he had stated that outsiders could not act within, it could be temporarily determined that the two kidnapped victims were safe. Lu Quandu pondered, I will first report this situation to the director and seek his counsel. After dialing Li Weigu's number, he conveyed the general situation. Soon, Li Weigu's voice came through. The Municipal Bureau has long been monitoring the Nanshan branch. The municipal SWAT team is en route. You must remain discreet for now. As the call ended, Lu Quandu gazed toward the mountain ahead. According to Fan Shuangyuan's earlier words, not only were there over 30 monks within the Lion Temple, but also 8 formidable arhats. Each of these individuals, having graduated from martial arts academies, possessed exceptional skills, easily capable of handling 2 or 3 ordinary men. Most importantly, they were armed. Lu Quandu, with only 8 men at his disposal, decided to wait for the Municipal Bureau's arrival to avoid unnecessary losses. Meanwhile, Fan Shuangyuan, eager to seize the opportunity for sentence reduction, continued to speak fervently, leaving the other 2 with no chance to interject. The so-called arhats of the temple were nothing more than thugs for the casino, ruthless in nature, responsible for breaking limbs in case of cheating. Hearing this, Lu Quandu became increasingly cautious. When we act later, we must pay special attention to those so-called arhat thugs. On the other side, at the Lion Temple's Diamond Casino, in the VIP room, Stop! Stop! The only remaining arhat, bruised and battered, pleaded with Lin Dong. Lin Dong raised his foot, and just then, the door behind him swung open, revealing the middle-aged woman who had brought him here. Is it done? The host asked me to. As her words trailed off, she witnessed the sight of a schoolboy, clad in uniform, kicking the stout, bruised arhat to the ground. The newcomer blinked in disbelief, only then realizing the surrounding chaos. What the hell? She exclaimed, unable to contain herself. In the VIP room, 7 arhats, completely covered in gold dust, along with 1 Wu Feng, lay scattered across the floor, their condition utterly pitiful. Among them stood a young student in a school uniform. Had she not witnessed Lin Dong kick the last one away, she would never have believed such a scene could unfold. This simply cannot be right. 8 seasoned martial artists bested by a mere schoolboy? Just as she believed she might be hallucinating and was about to exit to close the door and start anew, Lin Dong was already beside her. He looked down at the child, who barely reached his abdomen, clad in uniform, with a delicate appearance and fair skin. If encountered in a proper setting, she would have found him adorable. However, in this moment, she could only think, please do not come any closer. Take me to your host. Lin Dong spoke calmly, and the middle-aged woman, nearly in tears, nodded repeatedly, exuding a demeanor of, as long as you do not harm me, I'm willing to comply with whatever you ask. Meanwhile, Yang Yanpian sat in his chair, still irritated by the earlier incident with the 3 public players. Having played all his life, it was humiliating to be outsmarted by a mere child. Once he dealt with that brat, he would call a few people to vent his frustration. As he contemplated this, a lewd smile crept across his face. Why is this still dragging on? Glancing at the time, Yang Yanpian muttered impatiently, It's been 10 minutes already. How can it take so long to deal with a child? Just then, a knock came at his office door. Guomin. The door opened, revealing his anxious financial supervisor. Where are Wu Feng and the others? Are they not finished yet? They're done. The slightly immature voice came from behind her. Yang Yanpian was taken aback, rising from his chair. He beheld the schoolboy, standing before him. Wu Feng and the others didn't. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Dong swiftly approached and delivered 2 resounding slaps. In the underworld, integrity is paramount. You run a casino and still think of cheating your customers? How can you establish a reputation? How can you endure in the long term? Do you not realize it is time to transform? To pursue a path of quality? Lin Dong's words brimmed with disappointment, as Yang Yanpian stood frozen, bewildered. To him, those words echoed like a seasoned industry leader chastising a lackluster newcomer. After 10 years in the underworld, had he truly become a novice? Chapter 50, Task Completion. However, the ordeal is far from over. Lin Dong leaped onto the table, firmly planting his feet, and grasped Yang Yanpian by the nape of his neck with his left hand. With a sudden force, he slammed the man's face onto the surface of the table. Simultaneously, he uttered, So it's black on black, is it? Bang! Yang Yanpian's nose fractured, blood streaming from his nostrils. He wished to utter a defense, But in the next moment, Lin Dong lifted his head again and forcefully smashed his face down. Even elementary school students are targeted for extortion. Is there no sense of professional ethics? This industry has been ruined by your ilk. Bang! After several such blows, when Yang Yangpian's head was lifted once more, his lips trembled open, and two of his front teeth loosened and fell out. His face was bruised and battered, likely unrecognizable even to his mother. Yet, Lin Dong did not exert his full strength, allowing Yang Yangpian to remain conscious. A middle-aged woman standing aside witnessed the scene, her expression one of sheer astonishment. As the financial supervisor of Yang Yangpian, overseeing the profits of the entire diamond casino and laundering the illicit funds, she was undoubtedly his most trusted confidant and was acutely aware of his ruthlessness. But now, this individual, who typically reigned supreme in the Lion Temple, was being treated like a dog by a schoolboy clad in a uniform. Humiliated, she employed the word humiliated because of the audacity of Lin Dong's statements, uttered in such a juvenile tone, akin to that of a notorious crime lord. Is this appropriate, child? Stop! 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 Yang Yangpian hastily waved his hands to halt Lin Dong. Where on earth did this madman emerge from? I was wrong. I should not have targeted you. I will immediately convert your chips into cash. A wise man recognizes the shifting tides, and Yang Yangpian knelt on the spot. He turned to the dazed middle-aged woman and shouted, "Quickly exchange this young hero's chips for laundered money." Upon completing this, seeing that Lin Dong had ceased his assault, Yang Yangpian felt a rush of relief. Although he had yet to comprehend the events that transpired in the VIP room, he could surmise some aspects. With Gu Feng and his companions missing, it was this fellow who emerged unscathed. Coupled with his own recent experiences, a troubling thought crossed his mind. Could it be that Gu Feng and his crew have fallen victim to this person? He sought to dismiss the notion immediately. 8 adults, graduates of a Shaolin martial arts school. Surely one could handle 2 or 3 ordinary individuals without issue. How could they possibly be bested by a schoolboy? However, upon further reflection, if Gu Feng and his companions were indeed capable of prevailing, then how did this little brat find himself here while they have yet to appear? All these conjectures combined, despite Yang Yangpian's reluctance to believe, he could not escape the truth. There was only one explanation. Gu Feng and his companions had met a grim fate at this man's hands. Lin Dong stood atop the table with his hands in his pockets. He had no desire to push matters to extremes, considering he was still on the opponent's territory. If he were to do anything drastic to Yang Yangpian, the repercussions could be dire. His gaze fell upon an open drawer containing a box of cigars. Yang Yangpian, adept in navigating both the legal and illicit realms, immediately retrieved the box and extracted a cigar. This was a Cuban cigar, procured at a hefty price from abroad, worth several $1,000s each. After lighting it, he offered it to Lin Dong with both hands. Having traversed into this world, Lin Dong had not indulged in cigars since. Contemplating as he accepted it and brought it to his lips, he nodded after a moment. Ah, it possesses a richness akin to aged red wine, with delicate tannins. Yang Yangpian observed his reaction, akin to that of a connoisseur of cigars, his bald head filled with perplexity. How could he, who had smoked for a decade, fail to exude such a natural air of sophistication? How was it that this child managed to achieve it? As Lin Dong savored the cigar worth thousands, he remarked, "What is the most crucial element in operating a casino? It is reputation. A good reputation is essential to attract a continual influx of clientele. It is not that one cannot engage in black on black. Rather, one must do so prudently, with a plan, and in an organized manner. Take for instance your attempt to frame me. Why resort to clandestine means? Would it not be more effective to act openly? Simply claim I cheated, gamblers by nature, harbor jealousy and resentment towards my winnings. A mere spark could ignite the flames. By denying me the opportunity to explain, you could assault me and retrieve the premeditated, incriminating evidence from my person. This way, you could preserve the casino's reputation while successfully executing your scheme." Listening to this sage advice, Yang Yangpian experienced an epiphany. How had he not considered this before? In the future, should he wish to engage in black on black, this is precisely how he ought to proceed. Efficient and convenient. Brilliant. Yang Yangpian contemplated finding a notebook to jot down these insights for further study. Yet, upon lifting his gaze to Lin Dong, he sensed something amiss. This little brat could not be more than 10 years old. How is it that he made Yang Yangpian feel like the child here? Without 2 or 3 decades of experience in gambling, one could not possibly glean such wisdom. Host: Lin Dong, age 28, physique 93. Task call: current task in progress. Initial wealth, remaining time 25 hours. Just as Lin Dong was examining the system panel before him, the middle-aged woman entered, holding a bank card. First, she glanced at the bruised Yang Yangpian, then turned her attention to Lin Dong. Observing this schoolboy, whose countenance was pleasing, half sitting on the table with a cigar in his mouth, she felt a profound sense of existential doubt. This is an international card issued in Xiangjiang, unregulated domestically, but usable freely within the country. The middle-aged woman approached Lin Dong and handed him a white bank card. All the chips have been exchanged for a total of 7 million Huaxia coins, now contained within. Lin Dong accepted the card. There was no need for verification, as the system's voice resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host, on completing the initial wealth task. Task reward: physique points 30, random max level skills 2, chapter 51. Achieving $1 million salary at the tender age of 8 in the command room of the Municipal Bureau in Jinling City, Huaihai Province. Li Weiguo furrowed his brows, fixated on the screen before him. He was not the focal point of attention. That position was occupied by a robust middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s, with sharp brows and piercing eyes. The director of the Jinling Municipal Bureau, Ting. At that moment, the screen displayed footage relayed by the municipal SWAT team encircling the Lion Temple. According to information extracted from the 3 captives by Lu Quan, there allegedly existed an underground casino within. The 2 victims, held hostage by gang members, were likely located there. Li Weiguo mused, stroking his chin. Under normal circumstances, a casino-related kidnapping would not necessitate the personal involvement of the bureau director. Such matters typically fell to the deputy director or other officials. However, the gravity of this situation was unparalleled, having garnered extensive media coverage and public outcry. The provincial authorities were acutely aware, with the minister himself exerting pressure through phone calls. Ting closed his eyes momentarily, contemplating the plight of the 2 hostages. It was difficult to fathom the treatment they would endure in such a sordid environment. The others in a room lowered their heads in acknowledgement, understanding the grim reality of a casino, an establishment rife with vice and danger. How could 2 innocent schoolchildren, unaware of the world's cruelties, escape unscathed from such a fate? After a brief pause, Ting opened his eyes, a newfound determination evident. He issued commands over the intercom. Leave personnel from the Goofing Sub-Bureau outside to monitor for any escaping individuals. Jin Dahus, lead the SWAT team to storm the Lion Temple and swiftly regain control of the situation within the casino. On Lion Mountain, following the orders, the SWAT team leader, Jin Dahus, quickly organized his team, positioning the Goofing Sub-Bureau members at the perimeter. Taking a deep breath, he prepared for action. 1, 2, 3. With a forceful kick, he burst open the doors of the Lion Temple. Who are you? What do you want? The guard, caught off guard, was met with the cold barrel of a gun pressed against his head. You 2, restrain them and throw them out for the Goofing Sub-Bureau to handle. The rest, follow me. The layout of the casino had been thoroughly disclosed by a frequent visitor, Fan Shuangyuan, allowing Jin Daz's team to proceed with clear objectives, heading straight for the entrance of the Diamond Casino. Meanwhile, Lin Dong carelessly stuffed his bank card into his pocket, nearly finishing a $1,000 cigar. The middle-aged woman's expression was peculiar, not due to Lin Dong himself, but rather the curious behavior of Yang Yangpian, who appeared to be savoring the moment. Marvelous. The earlier remarks made by Lin Dong, along with his subsequent suggestions, had left Yang Yangpian deep in thought, increasingly impressed by their brilliance. A keen learner himself, he inquired, aside from the previous suggestion regarding the shady dealings, do you believe there are other improvements we could implement in our casino? The middle-aged woman felt a twitch at the corner of her eye beneath her glasses. Had this man lost his mind? Seeking advice from a mere child on how to revamp a casino? Yang Yangpian continued, In truth, I've long desired to pivot my business model, but I've been uncertain how to proceed. How about you come on board as the reform director? You'd receive a 10% share of the profits. What? The middle-aged woman was momentarily convinced she had misheard. A child as a reform director and offering him 10% of the profits? Given the casino's exorbitant earnings, that would amount to millions. Simultaneously, at the entrance to the casino, a mechanism was activated, causing a Buddha statue to shift left, revealing a hidden passage. Jean Dahu's was the first to descend. Intelligence indicated that inside, there were likely martial artists from Shaolin, possibly armed. The voice of Lu Quandu echoed in their earpieces. Although they had encountered no resistance upon entering the temple, Jean Dahu's understood that true opposition awaited them within the casino. Passing through the corridor, they arrived at the casino entrance. Indeed, guards were stationed, but they did not resemble the lavishly adorned arhats described by Fan Shuangyan. Instead, two bald men stood, one tall and one lean. Upon seeing the fully armed SWAT team, they instinctively crouched down, covering their heads, as if they had anticipated this very moment. After subduing the two guards, Jean Dahu's and his team entered the casino without further obstruction. Lin Zishan, initially anxious for Lin Dong's safety, noticed the police presence, his pupils narrowing as he scooped up Li Ziki and dashed toward the noisy crowd, cursing inwardly. Damn it! Who the hell called the cops? Police! Don't move! Everyone down! Jean Dahu's voice boomed throughout the hall, his gaze swiftly scanning the crowd. Soon, he pinpointed the figures of Lu Datu, Hou Yuqian, and Lin Zishan, among others. You three, stay here. No one is to leave. After issuing his orders, Jean Dahu's charged toward them. What's going on? Why are the cops here? Lu Datu trembled, cursing, damn it. How did they get in without any warning? Where are Yang Yangpian and the others? The gamblers erupted into chaos. With only 20 to 30 patrons present, due to the familiar faces policy, the disorder was manageable. Everyone ducked for cover. Jean Dahu shouted, feeling perplexed. Where were the casino's enforcers? Wazti had said that armed arhats would confront them. Yet, as it stood, the hall was left with only the panicked gamblers and frantic bunny girls. Chapter 52. The Bewildered Qi Ting. Who is the true underworld boss? Lin Zishan mingled among the crowd with Li Ziki. Regardless of the circumstances, he was a member of the underworld, whether affiliated with the Qinglong gang or Lu Datu subordinates. If caught, he certainly could not escape the implications of organized crime. How did the police find this place? And how did they manage to enter without any warning? Lin Zishan pondered in confusion. Logically, there should have been loyal subordinates of Yang Yangpian at the entrance, the 8 great arhats of the Lion Temple, even if they could not stop heavily armed SWAT officers. At least they should have relayed the information inside. Yet now, not a single one was present. Jean Dahua had already led his men into the chaotic crowd. In such a situation, firearms could not be employed. However, every officer was equipped with a baton. Hold them off for me. I won't forget your assistance when I get out. Lu Datu said anxiously to Hou Yuqian. There were, of course, multiple exits, but Lu Datu realized that the SWAT team seemed to be targeting him. He spoke rapidly. Old Ho, you need to understand that no feat surpasses that of saving the leader. You've served the gang for several years. When you come out, you could take over my position. The allure of such promises stirred Hou Yuqian's interest. Having entered before, he figured he might as well delay these officers since escape was no longer an option. Resolutely, Hou Yuqian thought, Lu Gu, you go ahead. I will hold them off for you. Just as he finished speaking, he noticed a pitch-black baton enlarging in his view. As a SWAT officer, the daily training intensity was immense. They practiced with batons for at least 2 hours each day. Jean Dahua swung 3 blows in quick succession onto Hou Yuqian, stunning him completely. Stop hitting me. I can't hold on much longer. You all hurry and pursue him. In less than 10 minutes, the situation was under control. Most gamblers understood that they were merely indulging in a minor pastime, with the worst outcome being detention. Only Lin Zishan, Lu Datu, and others had resisted. However, without weapons, their efforts were futile. Jean Dahua and his team remained unaware of Lin Zishan's connection to Li Ziki, fearing that the latter might use hostages as leverage. But when Lin Zishan saw no opportunity for escape, he relinquished Li Ziki and surrendered. Once everyone had been subdued, Jean Dahua began to account for the numbers. Whereas the other hostage you brought? Lu Datu gritted his teeth, his expression darkening. He realized he had fallen into a trap and was unwilling to answer that question. Lin Qingshan replied, "That kid is in the VIP room." At his prompting, Jean Dahua finally noticed a few compartments in the area and immediately organized a team to investigate. Meanwhile, in Yang Yangpian's office, one had to admit that the soundproofing was remarkably effective. Despite the commotion outside, they heard nothing within. This was primarily because Yang Yangpian often brought female devotees here to study Buddhist teachings, sometimes with his trusted aides. The noise was bound to be considerable. Hence, the soundproofing was a necessity for him. Moreover, Yang Yangpian believed that no accidents could possibly occur. He paid millions in protection fees to the umbrella every year, and should any disturbances arise, he would receive news at the earliest opportunity. The primary goal now was to persuade the individual before him, a mere 8 years old yet boasting 30 years of underworld experience. Their Lion Temple crime syndicate had reached a bottleneck and was in urgent need of experienced, innovative individuals for reform. In Yang Yangpian's eyes, Lin Dong was the perfect candidate. He had even changed the profit sharing to 15%. That would amount to tens of millions each year. At 8 years old, he could avoid 80 years of pitfalls. By the time he turned 10, he could retire comfortably. The middle-aged woman leaned against the wall, feeling as though the host had lost his mind. The conditions he offered were indeed enticing, yet Lin Dong remained entirely unmoved. He understood that the police would soon raid this place. After all, he was kidnapped in front of an audience of hundreds of thousands during a live broadcast. It was only a matter of time before public opinion on the internet prompted the police to locate this site. Bang! At that moment, the door was suddenly kicked open. Several fully armed SWAT officers appeared before the three. Upon seeing each other, both groups paused in astonishment. To the SWAT officers, the scene was surreal. An 8-year-old child in school uniform half sitting on a table, one leg dangling casually below. Beside him crouched a bruised bald man, seemingly in the midst of a plea. This scene reached the city bureau, where Qi Ting, Li Weigua, and other bigwigs began to suspect there was an issue with the surveillance footage. Was this truly the reality? How could a hostage appear so relaxed while the underworld boss Yang Yangpian looked battered and was begging for his favor? Qi Ting pondered for a moment, then turned to Li Weigua. Is this child truly 8 years old? The latter said nothing, silently vowing to investigate the household registration office upon returning. "You, where do you come from?" Yang Yangpian exclaimed, rising in anger and pointing at the group. "I will call Chief Cheng Dao. If you don't want to lose your jobs, then..." Yang Yangpian had already envisioned the worst outcome, but still spoke with reluctance. "Stop your futile efforts. Your protector, Cheng Dao, has been apprehended under the pretense of a meeting," Deputy Captain Zhang murmured. Meanwhile, Jean Dahua opened the VIP room door and finally understood why he had not seen the so-called arhats mentioned by Fang Shuangyan. Inside the room lay 8 individuals sprawled in disarray. Who did this to them? Jean Dahua thought, perplexed. The scene transmitted back to the city bureau caused Li Weigua to shudder. A thought surged through his mind, one he desperately tried to suppress, but it was futile. He finally murmured, "Surely these individuals couldn't have been taken down by that child." Chapter 53. The True Buddha has arrived. But reincarnation requires approval from relevant authorities. Upon hearing his murmurs, Qi Ting and other dignitaries from the municipal bureau cast him perplexed glances. Even the former began to reflect. Had he exerted too much pressure on the subordinate bureau? Had he nearly driven a bureau chief to madness, prompting such utterances? At Lime Mountain, Yang Yangpian retreated a few steps, shouting, You, stay back. I have a hostage." He cast a glance at Lin Dong, silently signaling, "My good brother, given how dire things have become, if you cooperate and pretend to be my captive, perhaps we may find a sliver of hope to escape." Holding an 8-year-old hostage was certainly preferable to attempting a breakout alone, only to be mercilessly subdued. Lin Dong understood his intent, yet he was the victim, not a criminal suspect, like Yang Yangpian. The police had finally come to rescue him. As Yang Yangpian gazed at him with a look of disbelief, Lin Dong climbed down from the table. Yes, he crawled down instead of jumping, as if the height posed a mortal threat to his fragile body. "Police, You have finally come to save me." Upon hearing this, Yang Yanpian's expression soured further, as if he had consumed something foul. "Were we just discussing business and the rules of the underworld? If it weren't for your age, I might have considered you my elder brother. And now. The contrast between the two personas in his mind led Yang Yanpian to question whether he was experiencing a form of psychological schism. The middle-aged woman who had been restrained shook her head in disbelief, sometimes wondering if she had crossed into the afterlife, given the spectral entities she encountered. Lin Dong endeavored to present himself as an innocent child. Fear mingled with hope as he exclaimed, "Police, you have finally arrived. I was on my way to a friend's house when I was suddenly abducted." Jean Dahu entered the private room, snorting derisively. How audacious to commit abduction in broad daylight. Lin Dong realized that he could not conceal his ordeal, so he proactively shared his experience. "I was brought here, and I thought I had stumbled into a gaming hall from a movie." He then handed his bank card to Jean Dahu, stating, "I remember winning some game tokens, but I have no idea what happened next. They called me in and gave you this card." Jean Da nodded, offering reassurance. "It's all right now. We are here to take you home." This statement seemed absurd. It was predicated on the fact that Lin Dong was merely 8 years old. Had an adult dared to address him thus, Jean Dahu would have swiftly silenced him with a blow. However, given this context, disbelief lingered in the air. How could one possibly accept that a criminal overlord had transmigrated into the body of an 8-year-old, equipped with a system, demanding entry into a diamond casino to wreak havoc and amass millions? Yang Yanpian's features contorted into a grimace. He distinctly recalled this individual winning millions in a game of poker against him, then calling to exchange for cash. A voice echoed in his mind. "This is the final lesson I impart to you. Learn to disguise yourself." Shielding Lin Dong behind him, Jean Dahu advanced towards Yang Yanpian. "Do you still wish to resist?" Yang Yanpian gritted his teeth, declaring, "Do you think I am merely a decorative figure in this establishment? Let me tell you, I ascended to this position decades ago when the temple remained untainted. I mastered Shaolin martial arts while delving into Buddhist philosophy, rising through sheer strength." As he spoke, the flesh upon Yang Yanpian's face ceased its tremors, as if he were reminiscing about his illustrious past. Decades prior, it was indeed his martial prowess and understanding of Buddhism that distinguished him among the disciples, earning him the title of abbot. Yang Yanpian spread his feet apart, drawing a semicircle in the dust. With hands clasped together, he proclaimed, "Do you know my former moniker? The Jade-Faced Buddha." Lin Dong blinked. He had not perceived any remarkable traits during their earlier confrontation. "You wish to capture me? The Jade-Faced Buddha? Huh." Yang Yanpian suddenly opened his eyes wide. Summoning all his might, in an instant, even before his garments could tear, a police baton swung towards him. Jean Dahu remained unfazed, retorting, "What jade-faced Buddha? Even if a true Buddha were to reincarnate, he would require the approval of the relevant authorities." The situation at the Diamond Casino was swiftly brought under control. Lin Zishan, bound and restrained, observed the battered Yang Yanpian being escorted away. "What that brat?" He furrowed his brow, scanning for Lin Dong's figure. Soon, he spotted Lin Dong trailing behind a group of police officers. A sigh of relief washed over him, though he found it odd that Lin Dong bore no injuries. Upon witnessing Yang Yanpian's emergence, Lu Datu erupted in fury, shouting, "How could you manage the venue like this? The police have entered, and yet we received no information. We were caught completely off guard and annihilated. And you dare call this the Little Peace Hotel of Jinling? We're your enforcers." "Be quiet." One of the special police officers snapped as he approached Lu Datu. The latter, cheeks puffed out in indignation, felt the lingering pain from the baton strikes and refrained from further protest. However, soon their curiosity regarding the whereabouts of the casino's enforcers would be resolved. One by one, the special police emerged from the VIP room, each carrying a bald man adorned in gold dust. "What the hell?" someone blurted out, unable to contain their astonishment. Were the police truly that brutal? Had they reduced these 8 men to such a state? Yet, something felt amiss. There were no visible injuries on them, suggesting they had not been beaten by batons. Who else could have left them in this condition? Amidst the surrounding clamor, Lin Zishan's gaze remained fixed on Lin Dong. as a bold thought crossed his mind. Could it be that these 8 men were subdued by him? Chapter 54. Crackdown on Organized Crime. In Huaihai Province, Jinan City. At the municipal police headquarters, Qi Ting and his team breathed a sigh of relief as this operation came to a close. Fortunately, the 2 innocent hostages had not suffered any harm. However, Li Weigua, midway through his statement, suddenly felt it was rather imprecise. Which little girl is undoubtedly innocent? Is this fellow, too, innocent? Li Weigua pondered in confusion. Deputy Chief Bao Tianhua remarked, this operation did not result in any casualties. But what about the 8 individuals that Jin Dahu and his team carried out from the VIP room? Others were equally puzzled. According to intelligence, those arhats covered in gold dust were confidants of Yang Yangpian, the head of this lion temple. They should have been the ones putting up fierce resistance. How? How could they be rendered incapable of self-care on their own turf? Setting that aside, the situation was now under the control of Jin Dahu and his team. Qi Ting instructed the colleagues from the economic department at the foot of the mountain to tally the criminal assets. After a moment of thought, he added, inform the municipal propaganda department and media outlets like Jinan Daily to rush up the mountain and draft reports on this incident for online dissemination. The entire internet is focused on this matter. In modern society, public opinion is a lethal sword. If it falls into the hands of those with ill intentions, it would not only cost me my position as chief, but could also shake the provincial department and the municipal committee. By the way, how is the crackdown on organized crime progressing? Qi Ting turned to the deputy chief beside him. The latter adjusted his police cap and replied earnestly, following this incident, our officers collaborated with personnel from the provincial department and drew forces from nearby cities to initiate a crackdown. We have already apprehended over 100 individuals involved in organized crime in our city, targeting various establishments. What about the so-called Qinglong gang? Qi Ting inquired. According to our investigations, the Qinglong gang has virtually no operations in our city. Their profits are primarily overseas, including their members. Current intelligence indicates that their leader, Li Qianlong, boarded a flight to the United States shortly before this incident. However, several members left behind in our city have been captured, including the driver, Li Guangqiang, who is currently in custody. In the United States, at an airport in Florida, due to the time difference, it was precisely noon. Li Qianlong, accompanied by Li Da and Li Er, exited the airport and entered a Mercedes-Benz. Brotherly, do you want to take a break? Or should we head straight to our Qinglong gang's branch here? Asked the branch head, Jack Xiao. Li Qianlong waved his hand, signaling to go to the branch first. With no signal on the plane, his immediate thought was to call his daughter. However, he found he could not get through. What's going on? Not only could he not reach his daughter, but even the driver Li Guangqiang's phone was unreachable. Brotherly. Li Da's eyes widened in horror as he stared at the phone, his lips quivering. Xiao Qi was kidnapped by Lu Data this afternoon. Li Qianlong's body trembled, and he quickly snatched the phone from Li Da's hand. The screen displayed domestic news, broadcasting the kidnapping incident. Get back. Book me the fastest flight home. Li Qianlong spoke rapidly, his gaze fixed intently on the phone screen. The Qinglong gang, while discreet in the homeland, was quite formidable abroad. They possessed private aircraft, but traversing the Atlantic from the United States posed its own challenges. Not to mention that upon entering foreign airspace, they would likely be met with heavy artillery fire. Brotherly, it's all right. The latest news states that the Huaxiao police have apprehended the suspects, and Xiao Qi and her classmates have been rescued. In an effort to calm the nearly frantic Li Qianlong, Li Er hurriedly showed him the most recent news from Jinan Daily. Upon seeing his daughter was safe, Li Qianlong's demeanor began to stabilize. Brotherly, there is one more thing. The news reports that Jinan is currently conducting a large-scale crackdown on organized crime. Our remaining members there have been captured, and we won't be able to return for the time being. After confirming his daughter's safety, Li Qianlong began to think rationally. We came here to procure arms and transport them to Hezhou, with no immediate plans to return. As for Xiao Qi, I will call her grandfather and have her stay with him. Spread the word. If anyone dares to threaten my daughter again, I will place a sky-high bounty on their heads on the dark web. Once arrangements were made, Li Qianlong waved his hand to the branch. In Huaihai Province, Jinan City, at the top of Lion Mountain. After the situation at the Lion Temple was brought under control, reporters from various outlets surrounded the area, creating a veritable blockade. The municipal propaganda department, several public media outlets, private media, and self-media were all present, including familiar faces such as Sun Ruowei and her crew. In a vehicle abandoned at the foot of the mountain, they discovered a camera still live streaming. After a prolonged silence on screen, the live stream still had over 600,000 viewers, quite a miracle in the media industry. Unveiling the mastery of Child Brothers' talent, the program crew stood at the entrance of the mountain's Lion Temple. The SWAT team and personnel from the Goofing branch escorted Lu Datu, Ho Yuqian, Yang Yangpian, and others out. At long last, we see the light. What about Child Brother? Has he been sentenced? What nonsense are you spouting? Child Brother is a victim. This bunch of bald monks from Lion Mountain sure know how to have fun. When Lin Zishan was escorted out, he wanted to convey a few words to Li Ziki, but that was, of course, against protocol. He was led to the police vehicle. Currently, there were over a dozen police cars stationed at the mountain, accommodating gamblers and the monks from the Lion Temple, along with the 8 individuals from Goofing being carried out. Chapter 55. The Wealthiest in Jinling. As Gufeng was being carried out of the Lion Temple, he stirred slightly and opened his eyes in a daze. Upon recognizing his surroundings, he momentarily forgot about his fractured left leg and shouted, "What are you doing?" He broke free from the special police officer's grasp and squatted down on the ground. However, due to his injury, he soon realized he could not rise. He was not alone. Several others adorned with gold powder, resembling arhats, began to awaken. Yet, they were all shackled with foot chains and handcuffs, rendering them incapable of causing any significant disturbance. Their minds were still clouded, only recalling that they had been in a VIP room preparing to sever a child's leg. How had they ended up being carried by the police? During this chaotic scene, Lin Dong emerged from the Lion Temple. Upon seeing him, Gufeng and the others began to recollect the events that led to their unconsciousness, their expressions shifting to one of sheer terror. "Stop. Please, take me away from here. I don't want to be left in his hands. I will go with you. Just don't let me see him again. I'll say anything you want. Just get me out of here." Witnessing the agitated and almost deranged state of Gufeng and his companions, Jin Dahua, standing beside Lin Dong, wore a puzzled expression. What could have transpired to frighten them so? How could a mere child instill such fear? This scene was captured by the surrounding media, including the crew from the program revealing the talents of the maxed-out child. As it was streamed live, new viewers expressed their disbelief at the exaggerated reactions. Conversely, longtime followers of the program affirmed, "This resonates. It may seem extreme, but given it involves a maxed-out child, it is entirely reasonable. I initially thought the maxed-out child would be the victim, but now it seems he has turned the tables. Isn't this program always this sensational?" Numerous media outlets sought to interview Lin Dong and Li Ziki, but Jin Dahua intervened, stating that the case was still under investigation and could not be disclosed. He then escorted the two into a police vehicle, heading towards the city police station. Inside the car sat 4 individuals, Lin Dong, Li Ziki, and Jin Dahua in the back seat, with a police officer at the wheel. Jin Dahua turned to Lin Dong and produced a card, speaking in a grave tone. "Do you have any idea how much money is on this?" Lin Dong shook his head in confusion. "I just had the economic department check. It's 670,000. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong displayed the typical bewilderment of an 8-year-old. "What on earth is 670,000? Jin Dahua paused, quickly realizing that Lin Dong was not disinterested in the money, but simply did not comprehend such a large sum. After all, how could an 8-year-old grasp such vast amounts? Unbeknownst to him, Lin Dong's heart was aching. He felt as though a cooked duck had flown away. Jin Dahua was filled with suspicion. Even if he won that much by sheer luck, how did he manage to exchange it for chips? Could it be? Suddenly, an answer dawned upon him. Qinglong Gang. It is known that Lin Zishan is associated with the Qinglong Gang, and this child was brought in by him. Could it be that the casino mistook him for one of their own, and thus exchanged chips without hesitation? Just how powerful is the Qinglong Gang? Jin Dahua found this theory to be a plausible explanation, having considered various possibilities that ultimately fell short. The main issue was that Lin Dong himself was an enigma. None of the training he received at the police academy or his personal experience supported notions of time travel, systems, or extraordinary luck. After approximately an hour of travel, they finally arrived at the city police station. Lin Nan, as a victim's family member, was anxiously awaiting. Upon seeing her brother disembark from the police vehicle, she rushed over, crouched down, and examined him. "Xiao Dong, are you all right? Did they hurt you?" She embraced him tightly, her voice choked with emotion. "You're my only family now. If anything happens to you, how will I survive?" This poignant scene stirred a twinge of sorrow in Lin Dong's heart. He comforted her. "I'm fine, sister. Look, I'm perfectly all right." At that moment, Qi Ting, Li Weigua, and others appeared at the entrance, witnessing the touching sibling reunion. Jean Dahua approached Qi Ting, handing over the bank card and recapping the events. After a moment, Qi Ting struggled to articulate her thoughts. Her voice filled with complexity as she finally asked, "Are you saying he was kidnapped to that casino, mistook it for an arcade, and accidentally won 670,000, which they then exchanged for him?" Jean Dahua's smile was strained as he replied, "That is precisely what he told me." Just then, the roar of a sports car interrupted the conversation. A pink Ferrari pulled up in front of the police station, its scissor doors opening to reveal a stylish young woman with exquisite features who dashed over to Li Ziki, anxiously inquiring, "Xiao Qi, are you all right?" Li Ziki shook her head, reassuring her, "And I'm fine." An elderly man wearing sunglasses emerged from the passenger seat, groaning. This old body can't handle the ride of the young. Upon seeing the newcomers, Qi Ting and the others were momentarily stunned. The wealthiest person in Jinling, Ma Huayan. Chapter 56. The Power of Qi Ting. This young girl is the daughter of Li Qianlong, the leader of the Qinglong gang. And then, the wealthiest man in Jinling is her grandfather? Comrades, thank you for finding my granddaughter. Ma Huayun, dressed in a brown Zhongshan suit, appeared to be in his 60s, with a few strands of white hair at his temples. Qi Ting pondered for a moment and replied, "You're too kind. This is our duty." After a brief pause, he hesitantly inquired, "Old Master Ma, what is your relationship with Li Qianlong?" Sigh. Ma Huayun let out a breath, and before he could speak, Ma Xiaoduo interjected indignantly, "That scoundrel. Not only did he abduct my sister, but he also caused her death. How many times have I told you not to speak so freely in front of Xiao Qi?" Ma Huayun admonished. He then turned to Qi Ting and the others, fully aware of the city bureau chief's thoughts, and clarified, "Our Ma group has no financial dealings with the Qinglong gang. Comrades, if you do not believe us, feel free to investigate. We, the Ma group, will fully cooperate. Ever since my daughter's unfortunate incident, we have severed ties with Li Qianlong, who is currently abroad. My granddaughter cannot fend for herself, which is why she reached out to me." After Ma Huayun spoke, he turned to Lin Dong and his companion, asking, "Who are these two?" Qi Ting replied, "This child, like your granddaughter, is also a victim of abduction." Ma Xiaoduo gritted her teeth and asked, "Officer, who was the mastermind behind this kidnapping?" There were additional words she refrained from voicing, instead silently vowing, "Whoever dares to harm the Ma family, I will ensure they pay dearly." Qi Ting frowned and simply stated, "All suspects are now in custody. We are still investigating the specifics. The Ma family is the wealthiest in Jinling, a name that resonates with prestige." However, Qi Ting's willingness to engage was merely a gesture of respect for the elder. In truth, as the city bureau chief of Huaihai province's capital, his authority was unfathomably vast. If the timing was right, he could even ascend to the provincial department head next. "So, can we take Xiao Qi now?" Ma Xiaoduo asked, taking a deep breath. Qi Ting nodded, "Yes. According to the laws of this world, as well as the minor protection law, children under 10 are exempt from criminal liability. As long as it does not involve a criminal case, there is generally no pursuit. Moreover, Li Ziki is a victim." As Ma Xiaoduo held Li Ziki's hand to leave, they passed by Lin Dong, who paused to apologize. "I'm sorry, Lin classmate, for not inviting you to my home." Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaoduo's gaze toward Lin Dong became increasingly hostile. Perhaps she recalled how her sister had been abducted by the youthful Li Qianlong over a decade ago, leading to her tragic fate. Though Lin Dong was still a child, in her eyes, he would undoubtedly grow into another scoundrel. To prevent Li Ziki from suffering the same fate as her sister, Ma Xiaoduo picked her up and shot Lin Dong a warning glance. Watching the two get into the sports car, Lin Dong muttered, "Crazy, right? What a nonsensical situation." With Ma Huayun and his companions, including Li Ziki, there were 3 in total. The pink Ferrari was a 2-seater. Due to the sudden turn of events, when the news reached them, they hastily chose the fastest vehicle without much thought. Under normal circumstances, even with Li Ziki, they might have squeezed in. Overloading may violate traffic laws. When has the Ma family ever adhered to such regulations? But now, not far away, stood the city bureau chief, the head of the traffic squad, and the head of the criminal investigation team, especially the traffic squad leader. To violate traffic laws in his presence seemed rather audacious. Ma Huayun stated, "You take Xiaoqi home first. My driver will be here soon." "Officer, if there's nothing else, we'll take our leave," Lin Nan said as they departed. As they left, Lin Nan turned to Qi Ting and the others. "There is something I need to inform you." Qi Ting hesitated for a moment before producing a bank card. Lin Nan's eyes, concealed behind black-framed glasses, blinked. Qi Ting took a deep breath. "There are 670,000 in this." Lin Nan was perplexed. Although it was a substantial sum, what did it have to do with him? "This was won by your brother." Upon hearing the last statement, Lin Nan froze in place, akin to a statue. The tension lingered for 3 breaths. What? The shock of this news was akin to being told that the national football team had triumphed over Argentina and Brazil to win the World Cup. Lin Dong's heart bled. This was all earned through his true strength. Alas, the duck had flown away just as it was about to be devoured. Yet, there was no choice. If he did not present it voluntarily, it would be even more challenging to explain later. "This money is ill-gotten gains and will be turned over to the treasury," Qi Ting elucidated. Ultimately, Lin Nan, in a daze, departed the city bureau with Lin Dong. "Great. I toil endlessly, worrying for your safety, only for you to enjoy yourself." Lin Nan pulled out her phone and opened the map. It would take over 3 hours to reach their home on foot from the city bureau. At this hour, public transport had long ceased operations. As for taking a taxi, Lin Nan noted it would cost 150. Finally, she set down her phone, a bitter smile gracing her lips. Just as the two decided to walk home, a police car approached. Lin Dong furrowed his brows. The window rolled down, revealing Fan Xiaolan at the wheel. "I'm heading back to Goofing Police Station. Let me give you a ride." "Thank you." Seeing that it was not someone seeking him for further investigation, Lin Dong felt a wave of relief as he opened the door and got in. Fan Xiaolan had come to the city bureau with Li Weigua and was now free to clock out. Along the way, Lin Dong activated the system panel. Host, Lin Dong, age, 28, physique, 93, available points, 20, mission hall, current tasks, none, random max level skills 2 and used. Chapter 57. Is a mustache growing beneath my nose? Is this system attempting to elevate my corporeal form to sainthood? Lin Dong pondered, a frown creasing his forehead. Every time I complete a task, I receive a varying number of physical points. Aside from this and the random skills, is there nothing else? Initially, Lin Dong merely found himself bemused. However, to his surprise, the system responded with a cold, mechanical voice echoing in his mind. The host's current strength is too weak. Please focus on accumulating power. Once a certain level is reached, the rewards will alter. The host is advised to refrain from seeking immediate gains. Flowing water does not earn prior. It is the ceaseless tide that matters. The initial message was acceptable. Yet the latter two seemed to Lin Dong like a hearty bowl of chicken soup concocted by the system. You, my friend, have amassed more traffic on Douyin than the top influencers, exclaimed Fan Xiaolan, driving as he marveled. Just a few days ago, we participated in an exercise together, and now you've reached the pinnacle of fame. The program revealing the gifted child has achieved an unparalleled lead across the internet. On Douyin, various clips and remixes had garnered hundreds of thousands of likes. Lin Dong nonchalantly replied with a casual "oh" and redirected his focus to the system panel before him. After some contemplation, he decided to expend 20 physical points. Physical, 113. Fan Xiaolan continued his chatter. Now, there are netizens claiming they want to capture you for slice research. To ascertain if you were raised on compound number 5, given your immense strength. Ha ha ha. Lin Nan, too, harbored her doubts. She recalled her brother's physical condition during kindergarten. Certainly not strong, perhaps even weak. He was often bullied by classmates, and there were times she picked him up with numerous bruises. How could it be that after just one summer, he returned from primary school transformed? Not only could he contend with peers, but he could even outmatch adults. If this were a gift, then she, being his biological mother, should have felt something as well. As their inquiries echoed in his ears, Lin Dong feigned ignorance, his left hand brushing beneath his nose. He had just activated a random skill. Upon reading the description, he felt an inexplicable itch beneath his nose, as if a mustache were about to sprout. The host has acquired a max-level skill, adoration. Adoration. The host's words possess remarkable persuasive power, allowing for the rapid establishment of prestige in others' hearts, engendering admiration. System tip. It is recommended to utilize this skill in a bar setting. After reading this, Lin Dong felt an overwhelming urge to raise his hand at a 45-degree angle. No. Oh, system. Is this truly appropriate? How could such a skill exist? This brings to mind a certain acquaintance. Do you wish for me to mend the fragmented Europe? Lin Dong wiped away the non-existent cold sweat on his forehead. Clearly, the system had presented him with a tempting morsel. Fortunately, as he was not yet 18, he could not venture to a bar to deliver a speech. Due to the host's prolonged inactivity regarding tasks, the system has assigned the most suitable task available. Lin Dong felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. What? Has it only been a mere 5 hours since I completed my initial wealth? You dare say I have been inactive for long? The system remained unperturbed. The hostess' financial standing has reached a modest level. Please focus on cultivating loyal followers and await the opportune moment. A suitable task has been identified for the host. Organizational power. Organizational power. Assemble a group of over 30 members and become their leader. Task duration. 50 hours. Upon reading this, Lin Dong's lips twitched. A sudden thought struck him. Decades ago, a certain young leader had initiated the Spring of Soul with a small organization. But where was he to find 30 individuals now? Xiao Dong, why does your face appear so dark? Lin Nan inquired, worry etched across her features. It's nothing. Lin Dong forced a smile. Although he possessed the skill of adoration, it was merely a supplementary skill, not an active one. It required his own speech. This skill merely served to enhance the brainwashing effect on others. He could not simply approach a random passerby and ask, would you like to be my dog? Even with the enhancement of adoration, he'd likely be deemed insane. Unless, of course, the individual happened to be a bricklayer. That might be a different story. In this world, gathering 30 individuals without a legitimate aim seems rather unlawful. Lin Dong mused, turning to Fan Xiaolan. Officer, may I inquire, if 30 individuals are organized, planned, and led, yet lack a genuine cause for congregating, is that illegal? You intended to call me an officer from the start, didn't you? Fan Xiaolan's eye twitched. Had this lad been watching too many gangster films? Nevertheless, he answered, what you describe, organized, planned, led, yet lacking a legitimate cause, is typically referred to as a cult. Under normal circumstances, the penalty ranges from 3 to 7 years in prison. In particularly severe cases, it could extend to 7 years or even life imprisonment. After imparting this legal knowledge, Fan Xiaolan squinted, observing Lin Dong's expression through the rearview mirror, asking, why do you want to know this? If it were a typical elementary student asking, he would assume mere curiosity. But was Lin Dong just an ordinary elementary student? Lin Dong awkwardly waved his hand. Officer, I'm merely curious. Could an 8-year-old like me really establish a cult? Indeed, I doubt you possess the capability. Fan Xiaolan nodded in agreement. The police car halted at the entrance of Lin Nan's community, and Fan Xiaolan remarked, this is where I leave you. Thank you, Lin Nan said politely. Upon returning downstairs, Lin Dong noticed several familiar figures seemingly awaiting their arrival. As they approached, he recognized Sun Ruowei and her entourage. At that moment, the live stream of revealing the gifted child had concluded. They were gathered to discuss the filming plans for the following day. Upon seeing Lin Nan and Lin Dong, a plump man in a suit with gold-rimmed glasses standing beside Sun Ruowei instantly brightened. He hurried over, enthusiastically extending his hands to shake hands with Lin Nan and Lin Dong. introducing himself. My name is Cheng Xiao, the editor-in-chief of Jinling Daily. Chapter 58. In Jinling, such remarkably talented elementary school students are simply unacceptable. Greeting. Lin Nan nodded in acknowledgement. Sun Ruowei approached and introduced. This program is entirely orchestrated by our editor-in-chief. Cheng Xiao, aptly named, wore a smile that radiated brilliance. When he conceived the idea for this program, he merely sought to capitalize on the buzz generated by Lin Dong's performance during the last exercise, hoping to ride the wave of popularity. To his astonishment, it exploded into an unprecedented phenomenon. Today, the online viewership surpassed 800,000. It is noteworthy that this surge is entirely organic. I have come specifically to express my gratitude to you all, Cheng Xiao remarked with a cheerful demeanor. Our program's ratings have soared to a staggering lead online. The traffic has erupted exponentially. He continued to elaborate, while Lin Dong stifled a yawn, finding the monologue to be sheer drivel. Eventually, Cheng Xiao solemnly asserted, should you encounter any difficulties during filming, feel free to reach out to me directly. I possess a few connections here in Jinling. Cheng Xiao spoke at length, yet he withheld his true sentiments. With the television station's director poised for retirement, his own advancement and potential succession now hinge upon the success of this program. Very well. I shall not intrude further. You can discuss the specifics of tomorrow's filming, he concluded before taking his leave. Sun Ruowei, with concern, inquired, were you mistreated during your abduction today? Before Lin Dong could respond, Fang Yufan, standing behind her, scoffed and jested. How could he have been mistreated? The entire internet is buzzing with tales of this young lad subduing those criminals. Absolutely hilarious. Laughter erupted as multiple media outlets had captured Lin Dong's antics upon awakening on Lion Mountain. Numerous trending topics emerged surrounding this incident. I'm fine. Shall we gather at the school gate tomorrow morning? Lin Dong interjected, breaking the slightly awkward atmosphere. Sun Ruowei shot Fang Yufan a disapproving glance before turning to Lin Dong. We will meet at the school gate at 7:30. After confirming the arrangements, the crew departed together. Upon returning home, Lin Nan handed Lin Dong a package. This is the express delivery I picked up for you this morning. What did you order? Lin Dong accepted it, but refrained from opening it immediately, replying simply, books. Lin Nan squinted. Does a first grader truly require to purchase extracurricular books online? When did my brother become so studious? Ignoring her, Lin Dong dashed back to his room and locked the door. Upon opening the package, he discovered not merely a book, but rather an extensive tome titled Comprehensive Analysis of Criminal Law. He promptly settled onto his bed in a cross-legged position, engrossed in serious study. The following morning, at the entrance of Gufeng School, Sun Ruowei and the program crew arrived early, with Fang Yufan clutching soy milk and fried dough sticks. Stop eating and turn on the cameras first, Sun Ruowei admonished. Fang Yufan crammed an entire fried dough stick into his mouth, washing it down with soy milk. Wow, master, you really... His disciple was left utterly astonished. The broadcast of unveiling the talents of the maximum level youngster commenced. Instantly, 200,000 viewers flooded in. Greetings, everyone. Welcome to this episode of Unveiling the Talents of the Maximum Level Youngster. I am your host, Sun Ruowei, she announced with a charming smile. Is it true that such remarkable elementary school students exist? For the newcomers, prepare to be amazed. The child never disappoints. At the bustling school entrance, the roar of a sports car shattered the noise. Looking towards the sound, a pink Ferrari had parked by the roadside. The scissor doors opened, and Li Ziki gracefully emerged from the passenger seat. Though the surrounding elementary students may not have recognized the car, its striking design made its allure evident. What a stunning vehicle. Daddy, I want to ride in it. No need to envy, son. Your father drives a car equipped with a Qilin chip, a Schwanwood chassis, and a touring base, far surpassing that Ferrari. Is your father really allowing you to attend school here? Ma Xiaoduo stepped out of the car, surveying the surroundings with a furrowed brow. Li Ziki looked up at her, puzzled by her discontent. Would you prefer to transfer to a prestigious private school? The environment and educational resources there are vastly superior. Li Ziki resolutely shook her head. I don't want to, Annie. Ma Xiaoduo accompanied her to the school gate. where her attention was captured by Sun Ruowei and her group. Initially, she had been unaware of this program, for as the daughter of a billionaire, her entertainment options were abundant, and she seldom ventured online. However, while searching for Li Ziki yesterday, she unwittingly stumbled upon the show. Recalling the talented elementary student she had seen at the city bureau's entrance the previous night, Ma Xiaoduo murmured, "Is it true that Jinling has such extraordinary elementary school students?" At 7:30, Lin Dong arrived punctually at the school gate. Having virtually pulled an all-nighter, he spent half the time studying criminal law and the other half contemplating how to fulfill his system's tasks. Yet, he remained at a loss. If only he were older, possessing such skills might enable him to rally a group. But alas, he was merely 8 years old. Who would take the time to heed the musings of an 8-year-old? Reuniting with Sun Ruowei and her crew, Lin Dong noted that the viewership in the live stream had surged to 400,000. He appears no different from an ordinary elementary student. I expected someone towering at 1 meter 80 with abs. If an 8-year-old were to look like that, it would warrant serious study. Is he truly formidable? I reside in Jinling. Should I challenge him? You must remember, if he fights you, the juvenile protection laws apply. If you strike him, it would only compound the charges. Chapter 59. Do these things test the cadres? At the school gate, amidst a throng of elementary and junior high school students clad in uniforms, Sun Ruowei and the crew of the program trailed behind Lin Dong, capturing quite a bit of attention. Although the show, revealing the talents of the ultimate kid, was immensely popular, one might wonder what connection it had with these younger students who were oblivious to the internet and unaware that their classmate had become a sensation. After school, they would simply complete their homework and indulge in animated shows. Bear Big, Bald Chong is back to chop trees. Upon returning to the classroom, Lin Dong settled in his seat while Sun Ruowei's team positioned themselves at the back to film. Observing the program's back end, the online viewer count was nearing 500,000. Fang Yufan mused, "Surely, nothing unexpected will happen today? Since the inception of their show, this child had been repeatedly kidnapped. Was it mere coincidence? Lin Dong, would you like some?" Lin Dong turned at the sound of someone calling his name, only to find Li Ziki holding a box of cookies. "Thank you," he replied, not wishing to seem rude. Despite his current constitution not requiring breakfast, he still felt the urge for a snack. He picked up a cookie, its surface coated in chocolate, and upon tasting it, a singular thought crossed his mind. The wealthy truly have it too good. The velvety texture and rich flavor tantalized his taste buds like a thrilling roller coaster ride. For Lin Dong in his previous life, such a treat may have seemed ordinary, but after traversing into this realm and subsisting on instant noodles, these snacks from a wealthy family felt like a staggering blow to his senses. At the back of the classroom, Fang Yufan zoomed in the camera to capture Li Ziki's cookie box with remarkable clarity. Even the well-versed Sun Ruowei momentarily failed to identify the brand. Yet the online community swiftly uncovered it. No way. Isn't that the Swiss luxury cookie, Royal One? There are no exclusive stores in the country. Must be fake. Did you not watch yesterday's episode? This kid's sister arrived in a Bentley. Would she eat counterfeit cookies? I've heard from friends studying in Switzerland that these were previously exclusive to royalty, with a maximum shelf life of 10 hours post-production, meaning they were airlifted directly from Switzerland. This box starts at a minimum of $1,000. Has the kid really found a wealthy benefactor? Damn, I feel both elated and envious. As Lin Dong closed his eyes, savoring the lingering taste of the cookie, he was suddenly overshadowed by a figure. Upon opening his eyes, he saw a plump boy standing before him, his school uniform noticeably snug. Li Chengfeng, beaming brightly, retrieved several bags of snacks from his backpack and placed them on Lin Dong's desk. Lin Dong blinked at him. "What is this?" "Classmate, my name is Li Chengfeng. My father is the vice principal of our school." As he spoke, he pushed the assorted snacks towards Lin Dong. "If you cast your vote for me in the class monitor election, all of these shall be yours." Lin Dong glanced down at the modest assortment of roadside snacks, potato chips, Wangzai candy, mushroom egg chocolate bars. "Is this your idea of a bribe? Who could resist such temptation?" Lin Dong's lips twitched, yet it sparked an idea within him. Yes, the class monitor. Their class comprised 32 students, perfectly aligning with the system's requirements. And while a group of adults organized themselves with purpose and conviction could be deemed a cult, surely a gaggle of elementary students posed no threat. Lin Dong pondered. It should be fine, right? Classmate? Classmate? Seeing Lin Dong lost in thought, Li Changfeng tentatively called out a couple of times. You may not have encountered such a plethora of snacks before, but if I become monitor, this will be your daily fare. Looking up at the chubby boy, Lin Dong found it perplexing how he could present such a meager offering with such grandiose flair. He did not commit to anything but accepted the snacks. Seeing this, Li Changfeng assumed he had secured his support and turned his attention to Li Ziki, who held a cookie box adorned with English lettering from a brand he had never heard of. Without hesitation, he produced a box of Rin Dong cookies from his backpack. Classmate, forsake that inferior brand. If you vote for me in the upcoming monitor election, I shall gift you this premium cookie. It has been revealed, Rin Dong cookies, $9 a box with free shipping. This chubby boy is going all out for votes. Someone contact this kid's sister. I would trade 10 boxes of Rin Dong for her inferior cookies. In Lin Dong's class, Li Changfeng was not the only one vying for the position of class monitor. Several others approached Lin Dong, presenting him with various snacks and stationery. Lin Dong remained non-committal, neither accepting nor rejecting, yet he collected everything offered to him. Soon, the class bell rang, and the homeroom teacher, Yu Qingyu, entered. As a young individual, she could hardly function without the internet and was well aware of Lin Dong's remarkable rise to fame. Standing at the podium, she surveyed the class, her voice clear and bright. Students, after our time together, I trust you have come to know each other. Today, we shall hold the class monitor election. With that, she turned to the blackboard and wrote 4 large characters, class monitor election. Now, who wishes to step forward? As her words fell, Li Changfeng was the first to rise. Advancing to the podium. Hello, classmates. He bowed deeply to the audience, holding several certificates. These are my accolades from kindergarten, including excellent student and outstanding cadre, along with evaluations from various teachers. My father is the vice principal. If I am elected class monitor, you may relay any matters directly to him. Wait, is it truly necessary to invoke one's father for an elementary class monitor election? Perhaps he should write an essay. He would undoubtedly secure second place in the entire school. Titled, My Vice Principal Father. Following Li Changfeng, a girl took the stage. Hello, classmates. My name is Xia Zihan, and I excel in singing and dancing. Hello, classmates. My name is Lu Kuan, and I enjoy singing, dancing, rapping, and playing basketball. Chapter 60. I feel this world should not be like this. Lin, who do you intend to vote for? Li Ziki inquired softly, directing her gaze towards Lin Dong. I shall vote for myself, Lin Dong replied. Li Ziki blinked in surprise. Are you running for class monitor too? Those who had previously campaigned had distributed numerous snacks and stationery to their classmates. Are there any other students wishing to participate? After Yu Qingyu's question, Lin Dong, who had remained silent until then, stood up. Huh? Li Changfeng, seated in the second row, was taken aback. Hadn't he, this fellow, just accepted his snacks? Instead of merely voting for himself, why was he now running for election, carrying a pile of items? Lin Dong approached the podium. The other candidates below regarded him with suspicion, having observed that he had not engaged in the usual vote-seeking antics. In our society, it's all about connections. If you don't campaign or distribute favors, how can mere words sway others? Li Changfeng pondered. Being the son of the vice principal of Gufeng Primary School, a public institution in the provincial capital, where his family's political connections had led him to believe he was more knowledgeable than his peers. Lin, Yu Qingyu began, but Lin Dong raised his hand, signaling for silence as he fixed his gaze ahead. He placed the snacks and stationery on the podium, standing tall with unwavering posture, his eyes scanning the audience. What is happening? What does he intend to do? Murmured some students. Shouldn't he start with an introduction? Why is he? I want to vote for him unless he gives me snacks and stationery. Lin Dong remained silent, and the murmurs below began to escalate into whispers. The production team at the back of the classroom appeared utterly baffled. What is he doing? Is he frozen? His manner of speaking reminds me of someone. Now that you mention it, I think I know who you're referring to, but that is impossible, right? 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Lin Dong maintained his stance like a statue. The noise from the students gradually diminished until it was entirely silent, all eyes fixated upon him. Yu Qingyu felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Should she intervene to break this tense stalemate? After 5 minutes of anticipation, Lin Dong finally moved. He slammed his fist down on the podium with a resounding thud. Classmates, I believe this world should not be this way. The students stared at him, their attention unwavering after 5 minutes of reflection. Lin Dong picked up the snacks he had placed on the podium, his voice filled with passion. What is this? Some among us, in pursuit of power and votes, neglect self-improvement and how to better serve our fellow students. Instead, they resort to underhanded tactics, attempting to bribe their way to votes. As Lin Dong's words resonated, his gaze swept over Li Chengfeng and his companions. Under the influence of his charismatic presence, they bowed their heads in shame. Yu Qingyu was left utterly bewildered. The production team at the back of the classroom appeared equally flabbergasted, while over 500,000 viewers online were equally astonished. Is this something an 8-year-old could articulate? I must be dreaming. This must be footage from a committee meeting. I understand the principles, but the more I listen, the more I find Lin Dong's arguments compelling. Lin Dong clenched his fist before his chest. Classmates, our nation's reform and opening up is a grand tide, and we find ourselves amidst this current. This is the best and worst of times. We are young. The future belongs to us. His voice soared. Our class does not lack the vice principal's son, nor those who can sing, dance, or play basketball. What we lack is... Lin Dong's voice thundered, stirring every student's heart. If I am entrusted with a role of class monitor, grant me 6 years. I shall present to you a brand new Class 5. Upon concluding his speech, an eerie silence enveloped the room. The innocent gazes of the young students remained fixed ahead. Yu Qingyu stood frozen, as if turned to stone. His awe skill allowed Lin Dong's voice to resonate deeply within their souls. After a few breaths, Li Chengfeng was the first to react. He sprang to his feet, waving his arms vigorously in applause. That was magnificent. I repent, dear teacher. I should not have sought shortcuts through bribery. The others swiftly followed suit, their gazes toward Lin Dong, transforming entirely. Although many struggled to grasp the full extent of Lin Dong's message, they still felt it resonated deeply within them. Yu Qingyu swallowed hard. If he were to become class monitor, would she, as the homeroom teacher, then find herself following his lead? The most bewildered of all were the online viewers. The sound resonated through their speakers, striking a chord deep within their hearts. I don't know why, but I want to vote for him. I want to recognize this kid as my leader. After years of silence, my heart has inexplicably stirred. I can even hear my own heartbeat. I'm a medical student, and this seems to hint at some kind of heart condition. For some reason, after hearing his speech, my upper lip itches like I'm about to grow a mustache. After the voting concluded, Lin Dong unsurprisingly emerged victorious as class monitor with a resounding majority. Host, Lin Dong, age, 28, physical condition, 113, task hall, current task, political influence, remaining time, 40 hours. Lin Dong waited momentarily, realizing that despite becoming class monitor, he had not completed his task. P.S. Due to some matters today, I owe a chapter, which will be supplemented later. Chapter 61, the Azure Dragon Study Group. Lin Dong rested his elbow on the table, his palm supporting his chin. Why hasn't this system task been completed? Task: establish an organization of 30 members and become their leader. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the task requirements. After a moment, he seemed to grasp the situation. To accomplish this task, I need to form an organization myself. While being the class monitor makes me the leader of the 32 members in name. This class was not founded by me. Realizing this, Lin Dong understood that he must create another organization and recruit over 30 individuals into it. What should I establish? A dedicated study group? A Catholic club? A student unity alliance? All right, classmates, we now have a candidate for class monitor. Next, we will discuss other positions. Yu Qingyu stood at the podium, still reeling from the shock Lin Dong had just delivered. It took her a moment to regain her composure. Who is 8 years old like this? In the first grade Class 5 of Gufeng Primary School, class monitor Lin Dong provided significant instructions during the class committee election meeting. During the meeting, Lin Dong emphasized the importance of steadfastly adhering to a student service-oriented approach and maintaining integrity as a leader. In response to the vacancies for vice monitor, sports committee member, and arts committee member, Lin Dong promoted several candidates. Class monitor Lin Dong particularly noted that Li Changfeng possesses extensive qualifications. Having risen through the ranks from grassroots levels, having fought on the front lines during kindergarten, he is suitable to serve as the vice monitor and learning committee member. Lu Kuan was appointed as the sports committee member, and Xia Zihan as the arts committee member. Following the election meeting, Li Changfeng, elected as vice monitor and learning committee member, expressed his unwavering support for class monitor Lin Dong's vision and commitment to implement his directives. Yu Qingyu, the homeroom teacher, was utterly bewildered. Wait, the dynamics here are clearly off, right? All the committee members in my class were nominated by him. Recognizing him rather than me, their homeroom teacher? Am I being sidelined? It was only Yu Qingyu who was taken aback. The moment Lin Dong ascended the podium and assertively nominated various committee members, indeed astonished over 500,000 viewers in a live broadcast. Isn't this a bit much? Do you think you're Shaorui Jin? As class monitor, I'm the top authority, and as homeroom teacher, I'm also the top authority. This child's style is rather domineering. Isn't it? Principal, if he becomes the grade director, will I have to listen to him? How can this be allowed? I can't shake the feeling that soon, this child will instigate a spring of Gufeng, and the homeroom teacher is in danger. Meanwhile, in the principal's office at Gufeng School, Lu Yixiao's face turned a shade of green with anger. Looking at the performance during military training in the middle school division over the past few days, he nearly suffered a heart attack. There were 4 individuals in this office, Zhang Yuwei and Xiao Mu, both dressed in military uniforms, and the grade director, Niu Shuahai. Look at this. They can't even withstand half an hour under the sun without suffering from heat stroke. What kind of physical fitness is this? Lu Yixiao's tone was grave as he paced the office. Only 10 out of 100 can do 15 push-ups correctly. As for pull-ups, not a single one can complete 10 to standard. Is this what the youth of the new era looks like? When I was in middle school, under far worse conditions, my physical fitness was incomparably superior to theirs. Zhang Yuwei sighed helplessly. Old Lu, it's not that I'm not training them according to military standards. We've already modified the training grounds, but given these students' physical capabilities, continuing this training would surely lead to mishaps. As his words fell, the office fell into silence. Physical fitness cannot be transformed overnight. It must be addressed from the root. Yes, address it from the root. Lu Yixiao slapped his forehead. Since the middle school division is in such a state, I absolutely cannot allow the primary school division to repeat the same mistakes. Zhang Yuwei glanced at him. Old Lu, you aren't suggesting we train primary school students, are you? That is even less feasible. I'm not suggesting you train them. Lu Yixiao shook his head. What I mean is, while you're training the middle school division, let these primary school students observe. Instill in them the impression of how dire things could be if they neglect physical fitness. Zhang Yuwei pondered for a moment and found Lu Yixiao's proposal quite reasonable. Starting from primary school allows us to tackle the issue at its source. Lu Yixiao turned to the grade director and instructed, Old Niu, go find a few students from the middle school division to act as examples, performing poorly during military training, kneeling on the ground in tears, lamenting why they didn't pay attention to physical fitness in elementary school. Zhang Yuwei and Xiao Mu exchanged glances, their corners of their mouths twitching. Are there really so many tricks outside the military camp? By the way, Principal, how exactly did you cultivate that child? Xiao Mu asked, still somewhat skeptical. Lu Yixiao's forehead darkened. How many times must I say it? That child has been in our school for less than a week. How could he even train by us? Xiao Mu exclaimed in astonishment. In under a week, you managed to cultivate him to this level. It's truly. Lu Yixiao. He too was quite curious about how that first-grade student in his school had grown up. What did the kindergarten teachers impart to him? In class 5 of the first grade, within a classroom, after class, Lin Dong looked at Li Changfeng before him. I've established an Azure Dragon study group. You go arrange it and bring our classmates in. Azure Dragon study group? Li Changfeng was taken aback. The name sounds rather awkward, yet he still agreed without hesitation. Lin Dong shook his head. He truly could not think of a better name. After all, the target members are a group of elementary school students. Naming it something like the Loyal and Righteous Hall or the Killing Emperor Gang would be far more problematic. The Azure Dragon Study Group. The first two words were his last act of defiance. Chapter 62. Military Training as the class bell rang. What was supposed to be a mathematics lesson was interrupted by Yu Qingyu's entrance, bearing news. Classmates, I have just received a notification from the principal that all classes for the rest of the day are canceled. Curiously, a student inquired, so are we getting a holiday? Yu Qingyu shook her head. Not quite. Instead, we are going for military training. Lin Dong was taken aback by those last two words. Why are first graders required to undergo military training? Furthermore, what could a group of 8-year-olds possibly learn? Not to mention, they couldn't even master the basics of marching. Yu Qingyu added, the specific instructors will explain everything to you. Now, class monitor, please organize the students as we head to the playground in an orderly manner. At the back of the classroom, Sun Ruowei exchanged glances with her peers. Military training? Is it true that elementary students are required to undergo such training now? I distinctly remember my first military training experience was in high school. Fong Yufan reminisced. Surely, these young students wouldn't actually be subjected to training. Perhaps they would merely observe the antics of those inexperienced middle schoolers? Upon finishing her thought, Sun Ruowei noticed Fong Yufan and the others looking at her with curious expressions. To utter the phrase inexperienced middle schoolers, one must surely have considerable connections at home. Meanwhile, the online audience for the show revealing the talents of the Ultimate Kids had surpassed 600,000. This principal is utterly confused. First graders are at a pivotal stage in their lives. How could he waste precious learning time? Nonsense. The second grade is the most crucial in one's educational journey. What a fallacy. The third grade determines whether one can enter university. I find it quite intriguing. The internet is filled with various embarrassing tales of university and middle school students during military training. If only Lil Dong could. Reading these comments, Sun Ruowei suddenly realized. Indeed, what would happen if Lin Dong were to undergo military training, given his exceptional physical prowess? The first batch called to the playground consisted of students from grades 1 to 3, numbering several hundred. The playground of Goofing School was indeed vast. Half of it had been transformed into a military training ground, while the other half remained empty, occupied solely by the young students. The summer sun blazed mercilessly upon them. Lin Dong gazed upward at the relentless sun. Everyone drop and give me 20 push-ups, shouted a group of instructors clad in military uniforms, their skin a rich shade of brown, directing a throng of middle school students. After days of sun exposure, the students had become increasingly tanned. Just as they completed their 20 push-ups, the instructors bellowed, now, a 5-kilometer run around the playground. What? Please no. After all this running, my legs feel like jelly. Can we take a break before running again? I'm just a child. The instructors merely smirked. If you don't run, it will be 10 kilometers. Instantly, a cacophony of lamentation erupted from the crowd. Sun Ruowei and the production team arrived at the playground, capturing these scenes on film. Savoring air conditioning and chilled watermelon while watching these students. This feels strangely refreshing. Indeed, we must rigorously train these students. I propose we do this weekly. After all, I've graduated. In the center of the playground stood Lin Dong's class, gazing at the middle schoolers, their faces etched with fear. What if they were expected to endure the same fate? It looked exhausting. Just then, a young man in camouflage short sleeves approached and introduced himself. I am Jiang He, the squad leader from a certain battalion in the Huaihai military region, and I will be your instructor today. Before his arrival, Jiang He had been briefed that this was not a genuine training session, but rather an opportunity to instill the importance of physical fitness in these children. After all, how could one truly train a group of 8 or 9-year-old first graders? Even if every ounce of their potential were squeezed out, they likely wouldn't be able to perform a single push-up. You're from Class 5, correct? Jiang He cleared his throat. Class 5, attention. Stand tall. After guiding them through the process, they finally formed a reasonably orderly line. First, stand still for 10 minutes. He kept a watchful eye on the young students, ready to respond to any signs of heat exhaustion. 10 minutes later, Jiang He nodded. Well done. You may rest for 5 minutes. Beside Lin Dong, chubby Li Chengfeng plopped down on the ground, shaking his head and wiping the sweat from his face. I'm so exhausted. My dad never put me through this at home. He wasn't alone. Other students slumped or sat on the ground, the sun's rays taking their toll. Jiang stood tall, arms crossed, surveying the scene. His eyes narrowed as he noticed one child who remained unfazed amid the chorus of complaints. Although he too was sitting, his demeanor was calm, a stark contrast to the weary expressions of his peers. Though Jiang was the squad leader, his phone privileges were limited, allowing for usage only on weekends. Lin Dong's rising fame on the internet was a recent phenomenon, and Jiang was unaware of who he was or what he looked like. Checking the time, he called out, "Everyone, get up." Among the middle school students, several classes had completed their 5-kilometer run. A few students exchanged glances, recalling what the grade director had told them earlier. You must perform well in front of the younger students. Good performances will earn you extra credits. At that moment, a plump boy at the edge of the group rolled onto the ground. I'm so tired. I regret not paying attention to my physical fitness during elementary school. If only heaven would grant me a second chance. I would definitely tell the gym teacher those 3 words. Observing this scene from the monitoring room, Principal Liu couldn't contain himself and spat out the tea he had just sipped. Chapter 63. The arrival of the blood bar before the person. Turning to the stunned head of the grade department beside me, I asked you to find some actors. Is this the best you could bring? Can a performance be any more exaggerated? The grade director, under my scrutinizing gaze, wiped away non-existent sweat from his forehead. Principal, rest assured, I sought out several individuals. This was merely an unforeseen incident. On the playground, following the lead of the portly boy, others began to perform for the elementary students, all in pursuit of credits. I am dizzy. This is unbearable. If only I had taken physical education seriously in elementary school, I wouldn't be in such discomfort now. I'll tell the PE teacher that in my next life, I want to be his student, watching the exaggerated performances through the surveillance. Liu Yixiao smacked his forehead in realization. I was wrong. I should never have let a group of middle schoolers in their rebellious phase put on this show. On the playground, Lin Dong felt so awkward that he could scratch out a 3-bedroom apartment with his feet as he observed the antics from a distance. Li Chengfeng blinked. If we don't take PE seriously now, we'll end up as embarrassed as they are when we grow up. Jiang felt a twitch in the corner of his eye, took a deep breath, and redirected his gaze back to his class. Everyone, attention, march in place. The students looked puzzled. Instructor, what is marching in place? Jiang demonstrated, and soon, they attempted to mimic him. 5 minutes later, they all collapsed onto the ground. Except for one, Lin Dong. Jiang glanced over and found Lin Dong calmly squatting on the ground while the others sat around him, their faces flushed from the sun, panting heavily. Interesting, Jiang raised an eyebrow, intrigued. The student on the left of the first row stepped forward. Lin Dong stood, taking a step forward, drawing curious gazes from his peers. Jiang appraised him and asked, "What is your name?" "Lin Dong. Do you feel tired now?" Lin Dong pondered for a moment. With his current physique of 113, he could easily endure 10 hours of marching in place without fatigue. He replied diplomatically, "I'm doing fine." In the principal's office, the 4 observed the playground happenings through the surveillance. Is this the child who has captivated the internet? Summer Mu remarked. Setting aside other talents, being able to perform 60 pull-ups in a minute indicates remarkable physical prowess. Liu Yixiao shook his head. From a physical standpoint, he indeed has the makings of a good soldier, but his other talents seem rather bleak. Back on the playground, Jiang narrowed his eyes. Doing fine? So you're not tired? Lin Dong remained silent for a moment before stating, "Instructor, I believe we are wasting our time here. It will yield no improvement." Jiang was taken aback. What insight could an 8-year-old possess? It was not a matter of underestimating him, but rather an instinctive bias. Imagine dedicating 10 years to a field and feeling competent, only to have an 8-year-old come over and critique your methods. How would you react? Lin Dong continued. What do we gain by having a group of 8-year-olds bake under the sun for 2 days? Will we truly understand the importance of physical fitness from 2 days of suffering? That's absurd. Children forget things so easily. Though Lin Dong's voice was soft, It reached Jiang He's ears clearly. Fang Yufan, a seasoned photographer, had already sensed the moment and adjusted his angle and lighting. At that moment, Lin Dong was captured in backlight, standing resolutely against the unjust system, shielding his classmates behind him. Wow, is this a spark of rebellion? This kid, though younger than my shoe's sole, understands more than I do. Don't you think he has a point? Can a couple of days in the sun really change the mindset of 8 or 9-year-olds? What a joke. In the principal's office, although the surveillance lacked sound, the live stream did not. Listening to Lin Dong's words, Liu Yixiao felt an urge to be angry. Yet, he couldn't muster the rage. Instead, he found his argument surprisingly valid. Reflecting on his earlier decision, he realized how foolish it was. He cast a wistful glance at the grade director, as if to say, "Why didn't you stop me?" His thoughts were not solely influenced by the validity of Lin Dong's words, but also by the skill of admiration in play. How can an ordinary player contend with an expert? Intrigued, he decided to investigate further. On the playground, Jiang, he shook his head. He was merely following orders to act as an instructor, not orchestrate the event. Is this kid truly 8 years old? That was his solitary thought. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed someone approaching in the distance. He swiftly changed his tune, smiling as he said, "If you're not satisfied, let us settle this on the training field. If you win, your class will be exempt from military training. But 1 TB against me, it will be against." At that moment, Summer Mu walked over. Jiang, he continued, "It will be against last year's national military competition as third-place winner. The first from the Huaihai military region, holder of the second-class merit, and the youngest 3-star lieutenant in the Huaihai military region, Captain Summer Mu." His words were meant in jest, with a hint of flattery. As Summer Mu entered the camera's frame, Jiang, he finished his introduction. "Did I just see the blood bar?" Before the person even arrives, a series of health bars longer than my life have already made their entrance. Upon closer inspection, none of these titles are mere embellishments. They hold genuine merit. What a true warrior. Chapter 64. Is this the soldier you brought out, student? The first-grade students of Class 5 sat on the playground. Their youthful faces turned curiously towards the approaching Xiao Mu. "What are we comparing?" Xiao Mu inquired, glancing at Jiang He. The latter waved his hand, his mouth poised to utter, "It's nothing, company commander, I was just speaking casually," but the words never escaped his lips. Suddenly, a somewhat immature voice piped up, "So, if I win, our class doesn't have to stand under the sun anymore?" Jiang He blinked, convinced he had misheard. Turning to look, he confirmed it was indeed the voice of an 8-year-old child. Behind Lin Dong, Li Chengfeng and others wore expressions of curiosity, utterly bewildered by the scene. Further back, Fang Yufan, wielding a camera, was filled with fervor. He had witnessed Lin Dong's physical prowess before. Although the opponent was a soldier king, the outcome was uncertain. Wow, is this child really that courageous? The opponent is a soldier king. Third place in the national military competition. First in the Huaihai military district. The youngest to achieve a 1-star 3 rank. Any one of these titles would be the pride of an ordinary person's lifetime. If it were anyone else, I would say they are overestimating themselves. But this is a child. Let us see. Let this new recruit go home and reflect for a few years. Oh, Xiao Mu's interest was piqued as he looked at Lin Dong. "Are you certain you wish to compete with me? Though merely an 8-year-old, who could perform 60 pull-ups in a minute?" Lin Dong nodded, replying, "If I win, can our class conclude this military training?" The boy aimed to stand up for his classmates. Fang Yufan remarked, "But you must admit, he does have the aura of an older brother. One cannot simply speak like this without decades of experience." Even a group of 8-year-olds understood at this moment. Is our class leader going to compete with this military uncle for us? "Go, class leader," Xiao Mu nodded earnestly, declaring, "If you can defeat me, the military training for your class will be cancelled." Jiang He, listening on the side, felt somewhat dazed. "I was merely speaking offhandedly. Did this little brat take me seriously? That's not the worst of it. Why did the company commander take it seriously as well?" However, before the formal competition began, Xiao Mu insisted, "I must first ascertain your capabilities." He had only learned about Lin Dong's unusual talent through the program, and had yet to witness it firsthand. Lin Dong inquired, "How will you assess me?" Xiao Mu pondered briefly before suggesting, "Run a lap around the playground. If you can keep pace with me, It will signify your capability to compete with me. Lin Dong agreed, and Xiao Mu donned camouflage short sleeves as the two positioned themselves on the playground track. The students, both from the middle school and elementary school, gathered in the center, clearing space for the two competitors. A handful of instructors gazed at the spectacle in astonishment. Like Jiang He, they had been offline for days and were unaware of the child's identity. Moreover, it appeared that the company commander was about to race him. With a whistle, Xiaomu looked to Jiang He, who reacted to the cue, grasping the whistle around his neck and blowing it forcefully. The moment the whistle sounded, Xiaomu's foot struck the ground, propelling him forward from the starting line. Is our company commander so idle as to come here and pick on a child? Chill, keep it down, or we'll be in trouble. Should I hold back a bit? Xiaomu mused, contemplating fairness, as he felt his legs were longer than Lin Dong's entire height. He had yet to decide on this when he felt a gust of wind rush past him. Raising his head, his pupils contracted. Lin Dong's silhouette had already appeared in his line of sight. I was overtaken by this child at full throttle. Wow. Jiang He could not contain himself, letting an expletive slip before the group of youngsters. It was not a matter of decorum, but sheer astonishment. Their company commander had been overtaken, their soldier king outpaced by an 8-year-old child. The other instructors were equally shocked, watching as the two raced down the track. Lin Dong maintained a significant lead over his company commander. Several instructors shouted loudly, "Company commander, stop holding back. Quickly overtake him. You carry the reputation of our Huaihai military district. If you lose to this kid, we'll be the laughingstock of other military districts." Xiao Mu's expression darkened as he heard the voices around him. Who is holding back? Is it that I wish to fall behind this child? The truth is, I simply cannot surpass him. No matter how he accelerated, Lin Dong remained far ahead. In the end, Lin Dong completed the lap 2 seconds before him. This is satisfying. The child never disappoints. It's over. The Soldier King is going to be promoted. I'm new here. Is this truly an 8-year-old? Which family produces a child capable of such speed? In the principal's office, Lu Yixiao, Zhang Yuwei, and the grade director stared blankly at the screen. After several breaths, Lu Yixiao finally moved his stiff neck, looking at Zhang Yuwei. Their gazes met, and without a word spoken, it felt as if they both heard. Is this the soldier you brought out? Is this the student you taught? Good, good, good. On the playground, Xiao Mu expressed his acknowledgement of Lin Dong. Just as he had seen online, the child was indeed extraordinary. He continued, in the upcoming formal competition, I will not hold back any longer. Just after he spoke, Jiang He leaned in eagerly and whispered, Company Commander, did you really hold back? I remember you completing this distance in the same time during training. Xiao Mu ignored him, pretending not to hear. Why is this kid so chatty? Just wait for your promotion. Chapter 65. The class monitors kindness and its rewards. Whether Xiao Mu had gone easy on Lin Dong remained a mystery to him. However, he was certain he had not. If he had truly exerted himself, given his physique score of 113, a mere 2-second victory would have been a gross understatement at the very least. He could have claimed a 10-second lead. Xiao Mu turned his gaze toward the transformed area of the playground and pondered aloud. What do you think about the 400-meter obstacle course and firearm assembly? Suddenly, he recalled that in Huaxia, ordinary citizens had no access to firearms. Comparing his extensive military training to the skills of someone who had never touched a gun was indeed a bit unfair. Just as he was about to retract his suggestion, he saw Lin Dong nodding in agreement. All right, let's proceed with the 400-meter obstacle course and firearm assembly. Xiao Mu instinctively inquired, have you ever handled a gun? After a brief silence, Lin Dong shook his head. No, but I've seen them in video games. His confidence stemmed, of course, from his skill titled King of Weapons. Though he had no practical experience in firearm assembly, he had the advantage of an enhancement. Noticing Lin Dong's nonchalant demeanor, Xiao Mu chose not to press further, and together they made their way to the obstacle course. Sun Ruowei and the production crew, along with the 5th grade students, followed closely behind. The obstacle course is a nightmare for newcomers. One remarked, I remember spending an entire morning in that 2-meter pit during my rookie training 7 years ago. Another added, I'm quite curious how our little brother will manage to climb out of that pit given his height. Someone mused. With bottom stakes, high walls, balance beams, deep pits. Launch platforms, trenches, and low walls. Xiaomu thoroughly explained the rules and equipment of the 400-meter obstacle course to Lin Dong. As Jiang he blew the whistle, they both sprang into action. In military training, overcoming obstacles was fundamental. The company commander thought to himself, surely we cannot lose this time. As they leaped into the 2-meter-deep pit almost simultaneously, Xiaomu propelled himself upward, planting his left foot against the wall, gripping the ground with his fingers, and flipping out of the pit. In the next instant, he heard a commotion behind him. Before he could turn around, Lin Dong had landed gracefully beside him. How had he jumped out? Xiaomu's pupils dilated. He had not seen it happen. However, Jiang He and Sun Ruowei, along with the others, witnessed it clearly. Lin Dong had simply leaped straight up from the 2-meter pit. Jiang He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, muttering to himself, with such explosive power, he could compete in the Olympics. In contrast, the production team remained remarkably composed. After all, Lin Dong had astonished them on numerous occasions. This was merely another instance. The over 60,000 viewers in the live stream could only articulate their amazement with a single phrase. Basic skills, don't underestimate them. The 400-meter obstacle course continued. Xiaomu took a deep breath to steady himself. Upon reaching the balance beam, he caught a glimpse of Lin Dong effortlessly leaping onto it, running across as if on solid ground, completing the task in under 3 seconds. The subsequent high walls, launch platforms, and trenches were all traversed by Lin Dong with the utmost simplicity. Finally, when they reached the bottom stakes net, Lin Dong utilized his physical advantage, lying on the ground and rolling through. That should be the end of the timer, Jiang he exclaimed, finally snapping back to reality. 1 minute and 15 seconds? He shouted in astonishment. This result was unparalleled, far beyond what they could compare to in the Huaihai military district. It shattered the entire military record. Xiaomu approached silently, grappling with the fact that he had just been outperformed in his area of expertise by an 8-year-old student. Jiang He's gaze darted between the timer and Lin Dong, now doubting whether the timer was malfunctioning. Yet, this young student had indeed eclipsed his commanding officer. Good lad, Xiaomu thought as he looked at Lin Dong, contemplating that were it not for his tender age, he would have considered enlisting him immediately. 1 minute and 15 seconds. This had indeed broken the military record. In a military competition, it could have earned him a second-class merit. Li Chengfeng and the other students were bewildered, sensing that their class monitor had won. There remained the final task of firearm assembly. Xiaomu spoke with complexity. As we know, firearms in Huaxia are heavily regulated. For this military training, we only brought out 2, placed behind a modified playground and guarded by 2 soldiers from our unit. The soldiers saluted Xiaomu, their gazes converging on Lin Dong, who had just astounded them by outperforming their class monitor in the obstacle course. The 2 rifles, both commonly used Type 56 models, were disassembled, their parts scattered across 2 tables. Xiaomu and Lin Dong stood at opposite sides. At Jiang He's signal, they both sprang into action. Lin Dong, possessing the king of weapons skill, was proficient in assembling any firearm at maximum level. Nevertheless, he only finished the assembly 2 seconds faster than Xiaomu. This time, Lin Dong had not held back. Had he triumphed in all 3 events, long-distance running, the 400-meter obstacle course, and firearm assembly, in the principal's office, the 3 observers watching the entire event through surveillance were momentarily dazed, particularly Zhang Yuwei. Xiaomu was a soldier, one he had personally trained. Last year, he had ranked 3rd in the national military competition, yet now he had been utterly outperformed by this boy. Even as a staunch materialist, he felt a flicker of uncertainty in his heart. Trust in science? Even Einstein might be left dumbfounded, exclaiming, "My God!" On the playground, Lin Dong's voice broke the spell, pulling everyone's thoughts back to the present. Now, can we cancel our class's military training? Xiaomu gritted his teeth and nodded vigorously. Initially, he had thought the boy's online persona was exaggerated. Now, having experienced it firsthand, he realized the online portrayals were still too conservative. Knowing he could avoid further exposure to the sun and enjoy the comfort of air conditioning in the classroom made the 5th grade students ecstatic, joyfully dancing about. Li Chengfeng felt immensely grateful. Our class monitor has sacrificed so much for us. Why do these students look at the little brother with such admiration? The class monitor's kindness is truly rewarding. If you move 3 times, return me a pure snow. Could the little brother become the son of their school? Chapter 66. System Upgrade. Awaiting the right moment. The elementary school students returned to their classroom. Under Li Chengfeng's gentle persuasion, all 31 classmates chose to join the Qinglong study group, except for Lin Dong. After a brief pause, Lin Dong's mind was filled with the system's cold notification. Congratulations, host. You have established an organization and successfully recruited 30 members, completing the task. Since ancient times, a talent from a county can determine the fate of a nation. Please nurture them well, and they may become founding heroes in the future. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong silently raised his head. Without a teacher present, the discipline in the classroom was, as one might imagine, rather lax. Little dragon? I am a little dragon. 6813. I am the white Ultraman. And you're Godzilla. Observing the bewildering antics of these elementary students, Lin Dong felt compelled to correct the system. The notion that a talent from a county could determine the fate of a nation was applicable 2,000 years ago in Paisian, leading this group of children, who couldn't even comprehend double-digit addition and subtraction, to shape the future. It would surely leave the police officers sent to intervene in fits of laughter. Task completion reward. Constitution points 30. Random, full-level skills 2. More constitution points. Lin Dong sighed inwardly. With his current 113 points, plus the additional 30, he would possess a total of 143. This meant that his physical prowess could rival that of 14 and a half adults. Surely, a small-caliber firearm would pose no threat to me now. Lin Dong pondered, increasingly doubtful. Was the system intent on transforming him into a physical paragon? If he could attain the level of the esteemed citizens of his homeland, that would be acceptable, but accumulating constitution points without altering his mortal form? In the face of small-caliber firearms, could he still remain unscathed? What if faced with a 100mm anti-aircraft gun? That would be something no flesh and blood could withstand. The host has completed the foundational phase of accumulation. A different voice resonated in Lin Dong's mind. With wealth, resources, and subordinates, the host is about to enter the second phase, awaiting the right moment. Lin Dong blinked at this news. The system even had an automatic upgrade feature. Would the rewards and tasks change with this upgrade? Yes. The system responded with a single, simple word. Lin Dong yearned to feel joy. Finally, he would no longer need to accumulate constitution points. Yet, he could not shake off the unease. What did awaiting the right moment entail? Did this imply that the tasks would become more arduous? Moreover, the phrase sounded peculiar. Awaiting the right moment? What would he be expected to do once the moment arrived? It was difficult to decipher. 2,000 years ago, did Liu Bang's growth in Hanzhong count as awaiting the right moment? 1,000 years ago, did Zhu Yuanzhang's strategy of building high walls, stockpiling grain, and biding time count as awaiting the right moment? What actions did they take once the right moment manifested? Contemplating this, Lin Dong swallowed hard. I am merely an 8-year-old child, unversed in such matters. System upgrading. The final words echoed in his mind, and the system's voice faded into silence. Sigh. Lin Dong sighed, pondering whether the upgrade would jeopardize his protection under the miner's law. At the back of the classroom, Fang Yufan recorded Lin Dong's sighs and expressions with a camera. What troubles could child have? What will he eat for dinner tonight? Has his favorite cartoon ended? Melancholy is a talent. The daughter of a wealthy black market family, a military ace, and an academic prodigy. This child's life is more thrilling than mine ever was. What could possibly trouble him? Just then, the mathematics teacher, Bai Zishu, entered. The classroom fell silent at once. Lin Dong rested his head on his desk, adjusting his position a few times. Finally, he could drift off to sleep, lulled by the most effective of lullabies. Who invented this mathematics class? One hears it and immediately feels drowsy, yet awakens refreshed. Following mathematics was English class. The English teacher, Yin Lily, noticed Lin Dong still asleep upon her arrival. She threw a piece of chalk to wake him. Lin Dong possessed the skill language proficiency, allowing him to speak fluently in all languages for Blue Star at full level. He recited a passage from the English class with a flawless London accent, leaving Yin Lily questioning her own reality. It felt as if he were a native of London his accent so perfect that even his university professors would be perplexed, asking, "Cousin?" Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Xiaomu wore a wry smile. Zhang Yue patted his shoulder. If his subordinates were to lose to an 8-year-old child, be they a rookie or a company commander, they could forget about rest for the next month. However, this time, Zhang Yue could only offer psychological comfort to Xiaomu. It was not that his subordinates were weak, but rather that the child was extraordinarily gifted. 8 years old? Even if he were 10 years older, at 18, completing a 400-meter obstacle course in 1 minute and 15 seconds would astonish the entire army. How could an ordinary player compete with a seasoned pro? Xiaomu forced a bitter smile. I can endure, but if this child's remarkable physical abilities are due to talent, how can one explain his speed in assembling firearms? This thought also struck Zhang Yue and Lu Yixiao. The surveillance footage clearly displayed Lin Dong's adeptness in assembling parts. Even after 10 years of handling firearms, Xiaomu could not match his speed. Firearm assembly was not a matter of talent, but of practice. Zhang Yue murmured. As they reflected on Lin Dong's earlier performances, they realized, indeed, firearm assembly requires no inherent talent. But what about firearm production? Manufacturing components from scratch may seem daunting, but in practice, it is quite challenging. Transforming wood into metal, glue into welds, it would be a struggle for even specialized university students, let alone ordinary elementary school students. Yet, was Lin Dong truly an ordinary student? Considering his previously displayed talents, it seemed entirely reasonable that he could craft firearms with ease. Chapter 67. Lin Dong suspected of illegally possessing firearms. Upon realizing this, the four individuals fell into a profound silence. The only sound that filled the principal's office was the weighty rhythm of their breathing. The implication was staggering. It was conceivable that this boy had inadvertently constructed an automatic rifle and frequently dismantled it. Lu Yixiao, with a noticeable gulp, continued thus. When he encountered the Type 56 today, he was not inexperienced, but rather exhibited remarkable proficiency in assembling it. At this, the other three remained silent, contemplating the absurdity of the notion. How could an 8-year-old child possibly possess such talent? Yet, what if this 8-year-old were Lin Dong? Might there be other explanations? Perhaps involving his family? Zhang Yue pondered aloud. Lu Yixiao shook his head. According to the information filled out during his enrollment, this boy's parents suffered an unfortunate accident, leaving only his sister as his last relative. Besides the earlier conjecture, the four could not identify any other plausible explanations. Although Lin Dong had claimed that his knowledge of firearms stemmed from video games, no matter how realistic the games were, they could not replicate the tactile experience of handling real weapons. There was only one possibility. He had frequent access to firearms, which allowed him to assemble them with such speed and precision. Given the stringent firearm regulations in China, it was conceivable that some small-caliber handguns might be smuggled into civilian hands, but automatic rifles? Such a notion was utterly far-fetched. No smuggler would dare to bring automatic rifles into the country, considering their notorious lethality. If such a weapon fell into the hands of criminals in densely populated areas, the consequences would be unimaginable. Xiaomu's tone turned grave. If this boy truly has frequent contact with firearms, could it be that he constructed it himself? If he had never touched a firearm, how could he possibly defeat me, someone who has handled weapons for over a decade in the military? On his first attempt to assemble the Type 56, a flurry of hypotheses emerged, yet the four remained devoid of evidence. Moreover, China upheld a principle of military-civilian separation. In the end, they could only relay their speculations, along with the surveillance footage, to the Jinling City Bureau. In Class 1-5, Lin Dong sat at his desk, suddenly sensing a chill down his back, involuntarily sneezing. Why do I feel like I'm being watched? He muttered to himself. Before long, the clock struck 3, signaling the end of the school day. As Lin Dong exited the school gates, he waved goodbye to Li Ziki, who made her way to a pink Ferrari parked by the roadside. Lin Dong squinted and finally spotted his sister, Lin Nan, among the throng of parents waiting to collect their children. Cease. He paused, momentarily taken aback by her appearance. She wore a white short-sleeved top paired with denim jeans. and her face was adorned with a rare touch of makeup. You. A smile graced Lin Nan's lips as she proudly proclaimed, "I landed a job this morning after the interview. The salary is 10,000 plus 5 insurances and a housing fund." "Really?" Lin Dong scratched his head in bewilderment. "Such good benefits? What will you be doing?" The interviewer mentioned it's for a cosmetics company. Lin Nan, tall and naturally beautiful, looked even more striking with her light makeup. "Newcomers. No one ever told me that the little brother's sister is so stunning. From now on, let's address each other differently. I'll call you little brother, and you can call me sister-in-law." "Mom, Mom, Mom." Did the upstairs neighbor go to the internet CAF for an all-nighter again? Moreover, Lin Nan chuckled, "I just got the job this morning, and the company invited me to their annual meeting at 6 this evening. I heard there will be a lottery." "Wait." Lin Dong felt even more confused. "An annual meeting? What month is it? Which reputable company holds an annual meeting at this time?" Lin Nan continued, "We should tidy up. Family members are allowed to accompany us to the annual meeting." Though Lin Dong was reluctant to attend, he felt uneasy about letting his sister go alone, especially since he sensed something unusual about the company. Was there really going to be a lottery? He couldn't help but wonder if the prize would be a 3-day trip to Southeast Asia, complete with airfare reimbursement. Lin Dong recalled similar news from his previous life, but he found no such memory in his current existence, indicating that such an event had yet to transpire in this world. He reassured himself that it was unlikely, considering the current legal framework. After boarding the electric vehicle and returning home, Lin Dong changed out of his school uniform into a new outfit, adorned with a motif of Ultraman Tiga on the chest. He glanced around to ensure no cameras followed him into the room, then struck a transformation pose. Once he was ready, he headed toward the venue of Lin Nan's company annual meeting, Kai Lai Grand Hotel in the Gufeng district. Meanwhile, at the Gufeng branch of the Huaihai Province Bureau, Fan Xiaolan knocked on the door of the chief's office, glancing at Li Weiguo, who awaited her presence. "Chief, did you summon me? Is it about that boy again?" Li Weiguo nodded. "Are you aware of the situation?" Fan Xiaolan pondered, having merely asked out of curiosity. What happened to him this time? Has he been kidnapped by criminals again? He was abducted by counterfeiters once, and by a gang involved in organized crime another time. Could it be happening again? Is he some sort of prized delicacy? Getting kidnapped thrice in a week. Is eating him a fountain of youth? Li Weiguo shook his head this time. He was not kidnapped. Upon hearing this, Fan Xiaolan breathed a sigh of relief, only for Li Weiguo to continue, this time. "It's because this boy is suspected of manufacturing automatic rifles." Not being kidnapped was one thing, but what? Suspected of what? Fan Xiaolan's jaw slowly dropped, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Did you just say an 8-year-old elementary school student is suspected of manufacturing firearms? An automatic rifle, no less." Li Weiguo watched her shocked reaction with no surprise, for when he first received the news from the city bureau, his response had mirrored hers. Such a situation was indeed hard to fathom. Chapter 68. The Annual Meeting of Huamei Company. Li Weiguo turned his computer screen towards the audience, showcasing surveillance footage sent by the municipal bureau. The video depicted Lin Dong and Xiang Mu, who, at the sound of a signal, commenced their action simultaneously. Ultimately, Lin Dong completed the assembly of the firearm 2 seconds ahead of Xiang Mu. Fan Xiaolan's expression was one of skepticism, struggling to grasp the significance. This must be from their school's military training, right? The firearm should have originated from the military as well. Li Weiguo inhaled deeply. The crux lies not in the assembly, but in the fact that this lad managed to assemble a Type 56 rifle faster than a company commander who has handled weapons for over a decade in the army. Fan Xiaolan shuddered at this revelation. With narrowed eyes, she scrutinized the footage anew. The implication was clear. How could an 8-year-old schoolboy possess such proficiency with firearms? He must have frequent access. Thus, the suspicion arose that he might be involved in the illegal possession or manufacture of firearms, Fan Xiaolan mused. From the initial bank robbery drill to the present, Lin Dong had left her utterly astonished. Most notably, his age was a significant factor. Had he been in his 30s or 40s, she might have deemed it plausible. Li Weiguo rubbed his forehead. For now, everything remains conjecture. The Municipal Bureau has commanded us to ascertain swiftly whether this boy has indeed manufactured or concealed automatic rifles. Fan Xiaolan's demeanor grew serious. This situation was markedly different from previous encounters. Automatic rifles. If they truly exist, the societal threat they pose far surpasses that of bank robberies or gambling. Fan Xiaolan pondered, frowning. This boy has been live streaming all day. Even if he possesses such a weapon, he likely wouldn't carry it on him. It may be hidden at home or elsewhere. Li Weiguan nodded. You and Shaolin should take advantage of his absence to search his house for clues. In Gufeng District, at the Kailai Grand Hotel, Lin Dong stood at the entrance, gazing up at the opulent structure. A staff member stationed at the entrance approached Lin Nan directly. Hello. Are you here to attend the Huamei Group annual meeting? Lin Nan nodded. Taking the elevator to the 4th floor was next. The staff warmly guided the two, along with Sun Ruowei and her crew, to the elevator. As the elevator ascended, Sun Ruowei murmured the name Huamei Group. Finally shaking her head, she remarked, I haven't heard of this company in Jinling. As a top reporter for the Jinling Daily, she had covered numerous events throughout the city over the years. Fang Yufan shrugged. There are so many companies in Jinling, it's impossible for you to know them all. Soon, the elevator arrived at the 4th floor. The group followed the directions to the entrance of the banquet hall. Two men in suits, wearing sunglasses and displaying Huamei Company employee badges, stood at either side of the entrance. Without checking identification or invitations, they allowed Lin Nan and his companion to enter but barred Sun Ruowei and her crew. I'm sorry, but photography is not permitted here. Lin Dong halted, glancing back. The person blocking Sun Ruowei's group conveniently shielded the camera for view. Preventing the crew from entering was akin to barring over 700,000 viewers from the live broadcast. What is this? Are you constructing an atomic bomb inside? Why can't we go in and take a look? Do you dare to stop me? Do you believe we can unleash an online backlash against your company? Please don't leave me outside. I want to go in too. Sob, sob, sob. Just then, a person standing to the left of the banquet hall entrance spoke up. If you wish to enter, you may, but this camera cannot come inside. He pointed to the camera slung over Fang Youfan's shoulder. Lin Dong stroked his chin. Why are unauthorized personnel allowed to participate in the annual meeting without scrutiny? Is this really a legitimate company? It seemed they hadn't even verified Lin Nan's identity. How could they be sure he was an employee? The more Lin Dong contemplated, the more he felt something was amiss with this company. It didn't seem like a reputable establishment at all. Outside, Sun Ruowei and her companions exchanged glances. Fang Yufan cleared his throat, took the hand luggage from his apprentice, and tossed the camera to him. You all wait here. After relinquishing the camera, he entered the banquet hall with Sun Ruowei. The hall was of medium size, furnished with approximately a dozen tables. At the front stood a podium. The four of them took their seats at an unoccupied table in the corner, guided by the staff. Perhaps due to the early hour, the banquet hall was still sparsely populated. Lin Dong's attention was captured by the peculiar suitcase held by Fang Yufan. The latter chuckled and quietly explained, "This is cutting-edge technology, a camera disguised as a suitcase." As an award-winning photographer for the provincial capital's official daily, such disguised cameras were hardly remarkable to Fang Yufan. However, this one paled in comparison to those worth hundreds of thousands, as it required monitoring from behind the scenes. Fang Yufan shook his head. His apprentice and the others would return to the van and transmit the footage captured by the suitcase camera to the live stream. Lin Nan curiously inquired, "What if someone here discovers it?" Fang Yufan nonchalantly replied, "Then we'll just be kicked out." As reporters and photographers, they had often been caught while covertly filming in the past. In a lawful society, the worst that would happen is being scolded and expelled. As for face, once you shoulder the first camera, that word ceases to exist. An increasing number of individuals enter the banquet hall. Meanwhile, in the adjacent small room, a middle-aged man dressed in a white suit, with a shifty gaze, nodded lightly. "Brother Xiao, the time is nearly upon us. The chives are also gathering. Shall we commence?" Chapter 69. Given the circumstances, let us first have a meal. In the banquet hall, at a table in the corner where Lin Dong and his companions sat, 3 additional individuals joined them. A young couple clad in matching outfits and a robust middle-aged man in a suit, wearing an ID badge from Huamei Company. Lin Dong stood up and glanced around the nearby tables, discovering that they were not the only ones. Each table featured a burly man sporting a Huamei Company ID badge. "Hey, sweetheart, we are truly fortunate. We secured positions at a major company right after graduation," the girl exclaimed with a cheerful smile. The boy patted his chest. "They say the job market for graduates is daunting. However, I don't quite feel it. R&T jobs with a monthly salary of $15,000, along with benefits. Easy to find. It must be that those others aren't putting in the effort." Lin Dong lifted his eyelids and cast a sidelong glance at the couple opposite him. Fools. Soon, a sumptuous array of dishes arrived, accompanied by several bottles of wine priced at around 500 huaxia coins each. The middle-aged man with the ID badge cheerfully introduced himself. "Hello, new family members. My name is Wang Dashin. It appears you are all starting your first day at Huamei Company. I've been an employee here for 7 or 8 years. I've changed jobs several times, but none compare to Huamei. The benefits are exceptional, salaries are never delayed, and there are various team-building activities." "Team building?" Lin Nan inquired curiously. "What do you go for these activities?" The middle-aged man paused for a moment and replied with a smile. "We've traveled all over the country, but now the company typically opts for locations in Southeast Asia." Puffed. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong spat out the juice he had just sipped. What did you say you go?" He thought, what legitimate company offers team-building trips to Southeast Asia? Lin Dong felt his suspicions were justified. There was something amiss with this company. "What is the matter with you, young man?" The middle-aged man wiped the juice off his face with a napkin, forcing a smile. "I'm so sorry." Lin Nan hastily apologized. At that moment, the lights on the central stage of the banquet hall suddenly illuminated. Following that, a magnetic voice resonated throughout the room. "Dear family members, how are you?" The voice trailed off with an extended bubble-like sound. Lin Dong and the others turned to see a figure clad in a white suit who had appeared on stage unnoticed. With slightly curled long hair and a sharp face adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, the individual radiated an air of exhilaration. "I am Ye Xiao, the owner of Huamei Company." Applause erupted throughout the banquet hall, orchestrated by several prearranged attendees. Ye Xiao, with evident enthusiasm, proclaimed, "This year, Huamei Company has achieved remarkable success. Our products are exported to 18 countries, yielding a net profit of 10 billion. Under the spell of this brainwashing rhetoric and the incessant applause, many in attendance hardly contemplated the veracity of his statements. Wow, a company with a net profit of 100 billion in a year. Darling, we've truly entered a big factory. The couple at Lin Dong's table exclaimed with palpable excitement. Sun Ruowei wore a puzzled expression. As a seasoned journalist, she was acutely aware of the 3 essential elements of journalism: exaggeration, selective interpretation, and fabrication of facts. Now, the statements made by this individual struck her as reminiscent of her own field. Isn't this a bit exaggerated? A net profit of 100 billion? Fang Yufan wiped his forehead and chuckled wryly. What do you know? Wang Dashin retorted, clearly displeased. If others can earn 100 billion in profits, do you really think they would deign to associate with us, the impoverished average folk? Lin Dong remained silent. They were indeed financially challenged, with little to their names. Yet, they were surrounded by wealth. Meanwhile, Fang Yufan's disciples had linked the footage captured by the camera in Fang Youfan's briefcase to the live broadcast. Upon hearing about the net profit of 100 billion from an obscure cosmetics company, some netizens could no longer contain themselves. Such high income? Does the tax bureau know? A report has already been filed. I checked. The online information indicates that this company is merely a shell. Could it be that Xiao He and the others have fallen into a pyramid scheme? At this moment, it's hard to decide whether to sympathize with the unfortunate individual caught in the pyramid scheme or to pity the pyramid scheme leader encountering this naive young man. Huh? The poor pyramid scheme leader has no idea what awaits them. Nye Xiao's voice resonated clearly through the banquet hall's sound system. 20 years ago, I set out for Suzhou with a mere 100 yuan, building Huamei from the ground up, transforming my wealth from 100 to now 100 billion. Applause erupted once more. Listening to this brainwashing rhetoric, Lin Dong couldn't help but smirk. What era are we in that such antiquated rhetoric is still employed? If I were to take the stage, I would undoubtedly captivate the entire audience. He sighed, shaking his head as he picked up his chopsticks. Given the circumstances, let us first have a meal. At their table, the others were entirely engrossed in Nye Xiaoxiao's bluster, while Lin Dong's fervent eating disrupted the atmosphere. The clinking of bowls and chopsticks, slurping of noodles, and loud chewing filled the air, drawing the ire of Wang Dashan, whose forehead darkened, a vein bulging slightly. They had a mission to ensure that the targets at their assigned tables absorbed Nye Xiaoxiao's words. However, brainwashing necessitated undivided attention for maximum effect. Yet now, half of the attention at this table was diverted by the cacophony of this young man's eating. It's all right. Wang Dashan consoled himself internally. Yes, just a kid. How much can he possibly eat? 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 6 minutes, 10 minutes. Not a single person at the table. Sun Ruowei, Fang Yufan, the couple, or Lin Nan, focused on Nye Xiaoxiao's speech. They merely stared blankly at Lin Dong, who was devouring his meal. You're a primary school student, and you've been eating for 10 minutes without being full? Wang Dashan's eyes twitched uncontrollably. Chapter 70. A luxurious 7-day cruise on the high seas. Fang Yufan concealed a camera within his suitcase, aimed at Lin Dong. How much hardship must this child have endured at home? He can eat so heartily even at a pyramid scheme gathering. This child has been eating for nearly 10 minutes. He has devoured an entire table of food. Is this truly human? Forget school. He ought to teach the buffet owner a thing or two. The child isn't even overweight. He simply has a large appetite. After utilizing the latest 30 physique points, Lin Dong's constitution has now reached an astonishing 143, equivalent to that of 14 and a half adults. Naturally, his appetite has increased as well. After finishing an entire table of dishes, Lin Dong let out a satisfied burp. Still craving more. Sun Ruowei and Fang Yufan exchanged glances, alternating their focus between him and Lin Nan. What kind of affluent family could afford to raise such a child? Wang Dashan's lips curled into a smirk as he observed the empty plates on the table, with only a dish of boiled eggs and herbs untouched. The lottery segment was approaching. He spoke up, redirecting everyone's attention to the podium. Nye Xiao was still fervently delivering his speech, mentioning projects worth tens or even hundreds of billions. Throughout my journey, I have encountered all manner of individuals. Have any betrayed me? Of course they have. What would you do to those who betray you? Beat them? Dismiss them? Cut ties forever? Would you like to know how I handle betrayal? I reward those who betray me with 500,000. Just think, I extend such generosity to those who betray me. Does loyalty to me not merit several million? The atmosphere in the banquet hall grew increasingly fervent. Nye Xiao believed only the few dozen people in the banquet hall were listening, unaware of the 70,000 viewers of the program titled The Revelation of the Ultimate Child Genius. Wow, putting aside other matters, there's actually something intriguing in his words. If I were present, I might have believed it too. Is he truly unaware of the concept of money, casually tossing around figures in the hundreds of billions? Standing at the podium, Nye Xiao felt a surge of energy. His bloodshot eyes sparkled with infectious enthusiasm. Today, as you join our Huamei family, from this moment forward, we are all family. Words alone cannot convey the benefits and welfare we offer. You may doubt my sincerity, thinking I am merely making grand promises. Thus, we have prepared a special event for this year's annual meeting, a lottery. New family members are also welcome to participate. There are 5 grand prizes and 10 second prizes upon finishing. 2 staff members wheeled in a machine reminiscent of a Gasapon capsule dispenser, announcing that the lottery would commence with the 12th table. As Nye Xiao concluded, the spotlight focused on the 12th table, Lin Dong's table. What a stroke of luck to be the first. Wang Dashan rubbed his hands together, excitement evident in his voice as he stood up and approached the podium. With him leading the way, the couple followed closely behind. What about the 3 family members? Why weren't they coming up? Noticing Lin Nan, Fang Yufan, and Sun Ruowei still hesitating, Nye Xiao chuckled. As for Lin Dong, an 8-year-old certainly lacked the qualifications for the lottery. Fang Yufan handed his suitcase to Lin Dong. asking him to keep an eye on it before joining Lin Nan and Sun Ruowei on stage. The six stood under the spotlight. Nie Xiao cleared his throat. Once you join our Huamei company, we are all family from this moment forward. He turned to Wang Dashin, who nodded slightly and approached the gasapon machine. After twisting the lever, a capsule containing a slip of paper tumbled into his hand. Upon opening it, Nie Xiao gasped. What? It's the grand prize. Next up was the newly graduated couple, both winning second prizes. Lin Nan struck luck with a grand prize. When it was Sun Ruowei and Fang Youfan's turn, they exchanged a glance. Did this company's annual meeting, or even its pyramid scheme, not require identity verification? They were not members of this company. As a seasoned journalist, Sun Ruowei had witnessed numerous pyramid scheme scenarios, and yet the previous ones had always been overly cautious, strictly verifying each participant's identity to avoid any interlopers. But now, Sun Ruowei found herself utterly perplexed by their intentions, as if they were desperately in need of participants. Both Sun Ruowei and Fang Yufan also emerged with grand prizes. Nie Xiao feigned astonishment. Wow. Out of only 5 grand prizes, for have already been claimed, Wang Dashin inquired, what exactly is this grand prize? The grand prize is a 7-day luxurious cruise on the high seas. The second prize is a 5-day trip to Southeast Asia. The third prize is a full-body medical examination. Upon hearing this, the young couple appeared particularly exhilarated. A 5-day team-building trip to Southeast Asia. That's fantastic. I've never traveled abroad before. The girl eagerly asked Nie Xiao, when can we redeem the second prize? Nie Xiao chuckled. The team-building location does not require a visa. We depart tonight. In a world where no owners of companies had ever resorted to using team building as a pretext to sell all employees into Southeast Asia, they would naturally harbor no suspicions. Shall we return to pack our clothes? No need. Nie Xiao shook his head. The company has already prepared everything. Moreover, each person has a budget of 50,000 to spend at their discretion. The banquet hall erupted into thunderous applause. In a corner, Lin Dong's mouth twitched as he listened to the speech. Oh, it's exactly as I suspected. This is not pyramid selling. It's outright human trafficking. Having encountered similar cases in the news in his past life, Lin Dong connected the dots instantly. Realizing Lin Nan had won the grand prize, a 7-day luxurious cruise on the high seas, he thought to himself, once aboard, they will probably be met with dozens of AKs pointed at their heads. Chapter 71. Employees' heartfelt contributions. Before long, Lin Nan, Sun Ruowei, and Fang Yufan returned. The people at the adjacent table were participating in a lottery. Holding the first prize ticket in his hand, Fang Yufan wore a suspicious expression, murmuring to himself, why do I feel that something is amiss? The company's benefits seem excessively generous. Hearing his mutterings, Wang Dashin immediately chimed in. I've been with the company for several years now, and every year I win something during team-building events. It's all fine. He believed his words would alleviate the doubts of others. However, both Sun Ruowei and Fang Yufan were far too astute to be easily convinced. Just as the former was contemplating how to probe further, a voice filled with rage erupted through the sound system, startling everyone. What is happening here? Nie Xiao's furious voice resonated in everyone's ears. Turning to the stage, they saw him seething, faced with 6 individuals, each holding a first prize ticket. Who's responsible for this event? Step forward immediately. Nie Xiao demanded angrily. Soon enough, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline approached, bowing slightly with an ingratiating smile. What have you done? I allocated a generous budget for you to provide benefits for all our families, and this is what you produce. Please forgive us. It was an oversight. The balding man, whose neck concealed a hidden microphone, spoke. His voice transmitted clearly to everyone in the banquet hall. Nie Xiao buried his face in his hands, his heart aching at the unexpected turn of events. This is so painful. In the next moment, it seemed he had made a momentous decision. I've made up my mind. We will smash this lottery machine. Everyone here can choose between the first and second prizes. What? The balding man turned pale, hastily attempting to dissuade him. That's impossible, boss. We would severely exceed our budget. Nie Xiao shrugged off his grasp, declaring, what does money matter? As long as the employees can relax and enjoy themselves, any losses will surely be recouped. As the scene unfolded below, Lin Dong's expression morphed into one of incredulity, almost cartoonish in its astonishment. Is he really considering a career in acting? Fan Yofan's eyes were vacant, his mouth agape in shock, as he kept his camera trained on the podium, broadcasting to over 700,000 viewers online. This is just like those sales anchors my mom loves. Is he really willing to exceed the budget for employee welfare? What a character. If it weren't for the screen, I might have believed him. Bosses who genuinely care for their employees are a rare breed. Though Lin Dong recognized the ruse, the viewers, granted an omniscient perspective, remained unimpressed. Nevertheless, many attendees appeared genuinely moved, leaving the authenticity of their reactions in question. As the atmosphere reached a crescendo, Nie Xiao pushed the balding man aside, proclaiming, "Everyone can choose an extravagant cruise or a team-building trip to Southeast Asia. Of course, if you cannot make it, feel free to find me afterward to explain your situation. It's entirely voluntary. For specifics, please consult him for registration." He gestured towards the balding man. Sun Ruowei and Fang Yufan exchanged knowing glances. The instincts of a seasoned reporter told her that this situation was far from straightforward, and further investigation might unveil significant news. Had it not been for their current program, exposing the talents of the top child, they would have eagerly joined the cruise. Instead, they could only observe Lin Dong and his sister. Noticing Lin Nan's hesitation, Lin Dong sighed in resignation. What is there to hesitate about? It's obvious something isn't right. Thus, he spoke up, "Sis, I still have school. If you go, I wouldn't dare stay home alone." Hearing this, Fang Yufan cast him a meaningful glance. "What are you saying? You're afraid to be home alone? If a robber shows up, it's the robber who should be scared." Given Lin Dong's recent displays of strength, she doubted he couldn't handle an adult with a single punch. Fine. Lin bit her lip, ultimately deciding against going. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room of the banquet hall, resembling a private lounge, Nie Xiao began to indulge himself. Two dark-skinned men, not of Han descent, lounged on the sofa. Li Tian, with a smirk, crossed his legs and remarked, "Once this major deal is done, you won't be able to return to China. One must admit, you Chinese are quite clever, attracting people with high welfare and then sending them abroad under the guise of team building." After indulging, Nie Xiao's forehead throbbed with tension, bloodshot eyes still simmering with intensity. He shot a glance at the man speaking. "Why waste words? Have your boss prepare the funds. We're talking about 60 to 70 people. Once they arrive, it's straight to the harvesting. I want to be involved in that." Li Tian licked his lips. "For those with compatible blood types, naturally, we opt for the quickest cash flow." As he spoke, he placed a suitcase from the floor onto the table and opened it, revealing it brimming with $100 bills. "This is the deposit our boss instructed us to bring. $500,000. Nie Xiao's eyes lit up as he picked up several bills, scrutinizing them closely. "As long as there are no surprises, we will exchange cash for goods." Li Tian chocolat amiably. Chapter 72. A Toast Not Taken. In modern Huaxia, competition pervades every industry. Nie Xiao placed a stack of US dollars on the table and sighed deeply. Even our pyramid scheme faces severe challenges. It has become increasingly difficult to navigate. Sending so many people abroad, if this were to be exposed, it would undoubtedly become a shocking global headline. At that point, the so-called culprit would be relentlessly pursued by the Huaxiao police. The risks are substantial. Initially, Nie Xiao had no intention of proceeding this way. However, the current dismal job market leaves him no choice. Every sector is entangled in fierce competition. In truth, their pyramid scheme is somewhat insulated. After all, it is illegal, and many are hesitant to engage. Yet, what incites Nie Xiao's ire is the realization that those online sellers have lured away his potential clients. They all call for family, employ similar brainwashing tactics, and exploit the naive. Not only do they garner a favorable reputation, but more importantly, they operate within the law. Under the onslaught of live-stream selling, their pyramid scheme has been left utterly defenseless. Thus, he resolved to seize the remaining momentum to orchestrate a grand scheme. Then, he would flee to the Eagle Country, ensuring financial freedom for the latter half of his life. Seated beside Li Tian, a man adorned with a jade pendant, spoke with a knowing tone. No wonder Huaxia can thrive. Your knack for making money far surpasses that of our region. Nie Xiao shot him a glance and scoffed. What's the point of boasting about birthplace? Li Tian, curious, inquired. Are you so confident that everyone will willingly board a plane or cruise ship to foreign lands? Nie Xiao coldly shook his head. It's not necessary for everyone to believe. As long as the majority does, that suffices. I have already informed them that if they are unwilling to go, they should come to this room and express their refusal. Once here, their choice is no longer theirs to make. After all, this is the last deal to be conducted in Huaxia. If it isn't audacious, how can it be deemed worthwhile? As they conversed, a knock sounded at the door. Nie Xiao paused. It appears someone is seeking discomfort. Should we avoid this? Li Tian asked with amusement. Nie Xiao shook his head. No need. You can remain and observe. Closing the suitcase filled with US dollars on the table, Nie Xiao cleared his throat. Come in. The door swung open, and two apprehensive young women entered. They appear to be of similar age to Lin Nan, likely fresh graduates. Upon entering, the two girls noticed Nie Xiao and the other two individuals seated on the sofa. The manic energy that had enveloped Nie Xiao had nearly dissipated, replaced by a congenial smile. Are you the new family members joining us today? The girls nodded, and one spoke up. Mr. Nie, may we opt out of the team-building trip abroad? She hastily added, it's not a lack of trust in the company. It's just, we've had some recent matters. Nie Xiao calmly nodded. Of course, that's perfectly fine. It is not compulsory. The two young women were taken aback by how accommodating the billionaire boss was. Nie Xiao stood and served them each a glass of water. If they chose not to participate in the team building, they could stay home. That would still count as work hours, and their salaries would remain intact. Thank you, Mr. Nie. The two young women expressed their gratitude and, without any suspicion, drank from their glasses, under the teasing gazes of Li Tian and his companion. 5 seconds later, as they reached the door, a peculiar sensation enveloped their minds. Subsequently, their bodies succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing to the floor. Xia Tian stood, arms crossed. How is it? The effects of the sedative we provided are quite remarkable, aren't they? I assure you, these two will remain unconscious for at least 10 hours. Nie Xiao shook his head in silence, summoning two of his subordinates to carry the young women to a room for supervision. He knew more visitors would arrive. As anticipated, after a brief wait, another knock echoed through the room. This time, 3 individuals entered. No, 4, including a young schoolboy. Upon seeing Lin Nan and Sun Ruowei, Li Tian and his companion exchanged glances, a lewd smile gracing their lips. No time to go. No matter. Resting at home is equally valid, and this period will still count towards their salary. Nie Xiao remarked with great understanding, pouring 3 glasses of water laced with sedatives for the newcomers. As for Lin Dong, he was dismissed entirely. Nie Xiao's decision to spare Lin Dong was not born from a desire to protect the nation's youth, but rather stemmed from the fact that the sedative could inflict significant harm on a young child's body. While an adult might endure the effects, a child under 10 could face dire consequences. Consuming it might lead to more than mere unconsciousness. It could mean a permanent departure. With the journey to Southeast Asia spanning several hours, a lifeless body by then would be far too late. Hence, Nie Xiao's actions were also motivated by the desire for maximum profit. Drink up, Nie Xiao said gently. It would seem rather rude not to accept a drink poured by a billionaire boss. However, Sun Ruowei and her companion were no fools. They had long sensed something amiss within the company. They merely brought the glass to their lips without sipping. Lin Nan was prepared to drink, but Lin Dong slipped, causing the cup in his hand to topple. My apologies, my apologies. The smile on Nie Xiao's face faltered, a toast not taken. Chapter 73. Why are there so many piers? In Huaihai Province, Jinan City, Gufeng District, a vehicle comes to a halt outside Lin Dong's residential community. Fan Xiaolan sits in the driver's seat, unbuckling her seatbelt, while Lin Qianwei occupies the passenger seat, her phone streaming the program titled Unveiling the Talents of the Ultimate Child. The boy is currently alone, as his sister is not present, and it seems unlikely they will return soon. Neither of them is in uniform. Lin Qianwei's voice carries a tone of complexity. The Municipal Bureau suspects that this child might be harboring or even manufacturing firearms. I find it hard to believe. After all, He is only 8 years old, a first-grade student. To claim he can craft an automatic rifle by hand is absurd. Fan Xiaolan exhales deeply. It's difficult to say. If he hadn't been in constant contact with firearms, could he really assemble one more swiftly than a seasoned soldier who has handled weapons for over a decade? Lin Xiangwei lapses into silence, grappling with the inexplicable. From kindergarten through high school and into the police academy, she has been taught to uphold the principles of science. Yet, how can one apply scientific reasoning to this? The emergence of Lin Dong has shaken her confidence in her years of education. Let us head to his house and see if we can uncover any firearms, Fan Xiaolan suggests, stepping out of the car. They approach Lin Dong's front door, room 301. Staring at the locked entrance, Fan Xiaolan retrieves professional tools from her backpack. Curiously, Lin Xiangwei inquires, "Did you learn this in the police academy? Why was I never taught how to pick locks during my training?" Fan Xiaolan shakes her head, solemnly explaining, "This wasn't taught in the academy. In high school, my father often locked me inside to ensure I studied, and over time, I learned how to pick locks to sneak out to the internet CAF. These tools were confiscated from several illegal locksmiths by the Bureau." Lin Xiangwei blinks, astonished. "You managed to enroll in Huaihai Police University while visiting internet CAFs daily? Impressive. That's one of the top universities in Huaihai province." Fan Xiaolan pauses, reminiscent of those carefree days. "Not quite. My father discovered my secret, and that night, his 7 wolves nearly broke my legs." Lin Xiangwei raises an eyebrow in surprise. The skills remain sharp as she swiftly unlocks the door. With the sun now set, darkness envelopes the room, heightening their alertness. If firearms are indeed concealed within, there may be unforeseen consequences. They tread cautiously, illuminating their surroundings with a flashlight. Fan Xiaolan murmurs, "This environment cannot possibly support the crafting of a firearm. Wood transformed into metal, glue into welding. Surely there must be at least an angle grinder?" However, their search in the living room yields no results, their steps barely audible. "Brother, it seems we've encountered competitors," a voice whispers from within Lin Nan's dimly lit room. 2 pairs of bright eyes blink, ears pressed against the door. About half an hour earlier, 2 figures, one tall, one short, had stealthily appeared before room 301. Detailler, Yu Yuncho glances at his companion, Yu Yinfeng. The latter, crouched and nervously watching the lock being picked, asks, "Are you certain we should proceed this way? Why worry? No one is home." Yu Yincho retorts, "Aren't they internet celebrities? They must have money if they're out live streaming." Yu Yinfeng contemplates this and agrees. "I saw online that the kid knows a wealthy woman who drives $1 million Bentley and casually gives out hundreds of thousands as pocket money. His family must be affluent." Clearly, the two have taken sensationalized clips from online videos at face value, spurred on by the popularity of unveiling the talents of the ultimate child. Various marketing accounts and parodies have proliferated, often distorting the truth for views. As they prepare to seize some cash, they are startled by the sounds of Fan Xiaolan and Lin Xiangwei's movements. "What now, brother?" Yu Yinfeng asks, anxiety etched on his face. "What's there to fear? They're not the police, just fellow competitors. If we find money, we can split it evenly." Yu Yincho replies quietly. At that moment, the sound of the door lock being tampered with reaches their ears. "Brother, it seems more competitors are arriving." In the living room, both Fan Xiaolan and Lin Xiangwei recoil in surprise. They turn to the door, which they had locked upon entering, now rattling ominously. Someone is attempting to unlock it. Glancing at the muted live stream, they realize it is not Lin Dong returning. They exchange worried glances. Could it be his accomplices? Or perhaps others? With no time to ponder, they stealthily approach a door, opening it to slip into Lin Dong's room, pressing their ears to the door to listen intently to the commotion outside. "Squad leader, is this really appropriate?" At the entrance to 301, Jiang He surveys his surroundings, a look of unease on his face. In front of him, Xia Mu crouches, a wire in hand, probing the lock. There is definitely something amiss in this household. After the military training competition concluded that morning, Xia Mu's suspicions grew stronger. Having assembled firearms for over a decade in the army, he mused that while he was mastering weapons, that child had yet to be born. How could he possibly outperform him? Talent? Even if innate talent existed, it is implausible for a novice to assemble a firearm so swiftly without familiarity with the parts. Xiao Mu spends the day consumed by this thought. He must uncover the truth. Otherwise, the morale of the troops will falter. As a distinguished soldier, ranked third in the national military competition and first in the Huaihai military district, being outperformed by an 8-year-old student would tarnish his reputation. If word spread, he would be forever labeled as that soldier defeated by a child. Thus, Xiaomu is determined to ascertain whether Lin Dong's home conceals any firearms or if he has been frequently practicing with them. Chapter 74. He is playing you. He is playing you. Jiang he gazed at the hollow corridor above and below him, his atoms apple bobbing as he swallowed hard. He whispered, "But company commander, does this count as trespassing?" Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Xiaomu. "I have already applied for a special search warrant." A special search warrant? Jiang He's pupils contracted. Although China practices military-civilian separation, usually it is the police who handle cases, while the military merely coordinates. However, once a special search warrant is obtained, the situation changes. The question of how it was acquired lingered on Jiang He's lips, but was swallowed back down as he considered his commander's background. Though such actions are generally prohibited, a little indulgence of power is often overlooked. Using a piece of iron wire, they pried open the door lock. The living room was shrouded in darkness. They quietly removed their shoes and stepped inside. There must be something similar to the Type 56 hidden in this house, Xiaomu murmured. In Lin Dong's room, Fan Xiaolan and Lin Qiangwei exchanged glances. What is the identity of the person in the living room? Are they associates of that kid? How else would they know there are guns here? This implied that there were indeed firearms concealed within. As they pondered whether to call for reinforcements, in the adjacent Lin Nan's room, Yu Yunfeng asked softly, "Brother, more associates have arrived. What should we do?" Yu Yunsha clenched his teeth, but affirmed in his heart that this family must have considerable wealth. Otherwise, why would multiple groups be drawn here? Should they reveal their identities and negotiate a split? Or, in the living room, after searching for a while without finding any suspicious items, Xiaomu and his companion turned their attention to the door of the room. They slowly approached it. Despite their light footsteps, the sound of their heartbeats grew louder in Lin Qiangwei's ears as they drew closer. Fan Xiaolan raised his left hand, extending his index and middle fingers to indicate that there were two people outside. His right hand rested on the electric stun gun concealed beneath his short sleeve, ready to incapacitate anyone who opened the door. Creak. The sound of the doorknob turning seemed to slow down infinitely in their ears. The door was about to crack open, when suddenly Yu Yunsha and Yu Yunfeng emerged from Lin Nan's room. In the dimly lit living room, they could barely make out the silhouettes of Xiaomu and his companion near Lin Dong's room. Startled by the sudden appearance of the two, Xiaomu and his companion instinctively sought cover, withdrawing their hands from the doorknob. "No need to be nervous. We're all in the same line of work," Yu Yunsha said in a commanding tone. Xiaomu and his companion exchanged glances and asked, "In the same line of work? Are you associates of that kid?" Yu Yunsha, puzzled, called out to the room, "Since all the associates are here, there's no need to hide. Come out and let us find the goods and split them." Fan Xiaolan's pupils constricted. What had he been discovered? Xiaomu cautiously opened the door, revealing the outlines of Fan Xiaolan and his companion in the pitch-black environment. "What are you doing here?" Lin Qiangwei shook her head in confusion, unable to comprehend the situation. Who was associated with whom? Was anyone truly allied with that kid? In contrast to their caution, Yu Yunsha appeared much more relaxed. "Aren't we all here for the same purpose? Since we are all in this together, let us find the loot and share it. Firearms can be shared. No, there may be more than one here." Xiaomu thought anxiously. If they were to discover several automatic rifles, it would equate to a significant military achievement. Fan Xiaolan also contemplated, if we can control these two groups and uncover the firearms, a second-class merit would beckon to me. Their mutual priority was to locate the weapons. Meanwhile, Yu Yunsha's thoughts were simpler, revolving solely around one word: money. Ultimately, the three parties conducted a thorough search of the premises. Strange, there are no firearms, not even a single piece of equipment for manufacturing them. Fan Xiaolan and Lin Qiangwei furrowed their brows. Meanwhile, Xiaomu and Jiang he were equally perplexed, having found nothing suspicious at all. At that moment, the four heard a simultaneous exclamation. What the hell? Is this all there is? They found something. Fan Xiaolan, Lin Xiangwei, Xiaomu, and Jiang he hurriedly turned their attention toward the source of the voice in the living room. In the dark, two silhouettes, one tall and one short, expressed their dissatisfaction. I expected to find much more. How have we only turned up this little? Even a small amount of firearms is still firearms. I can't believe that kid is hoarding weapons at home. Fan Xiaolan's pupils dilated. He had initially thought Lin Dong was merely a bit more mature than his peers. Unexpectedly, well, even if it's little, we shall split what we have. Though the outcome was far from his expectations, Yu Yunsha adhered to the underworld's rules. They would share, as he held the few notes and coins handed to him. Fan Xiaolan and Xia Mu stood frozen in disbelief. Is this what you mean by splitting? Yu Yunsha calculated the total. We only found 560 yuan. Damn it. A family of paupers. He is playing me. He is playing me. Summer's left hand gripped the banknotes tightly, veins protruding from his forehead. Being humiliated by a kid during the day was one thing, but now, to be toyed with like this? Did they truly think this soldier king was so easygoing? Chapter 75. Are the underworld, military, and lawful realms all just different paths? Yu Yunsha curled his lip in disdain. Is all the online intelligence fabricated? I heard this family casually spent a few million as pocket change. How come? They only have 560 bucks at home? With this meager amount, one could barely afford a meal. Truly a family of misers. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a gust of wind brush past the back of his head. Turning around, he was met with a thud. In the dimly lit environment, the dull sound of shoe soles colliding with flesh echoed. Yu Yunsha was sent sprawling, crashing directly into the light switch on the living room wall. Big brother. Yu Yunfeng exclaimed in alarm, glaring at Xiaomu. What are you doing? Trying to engage in a black-on-black scenario? As the lights flickered on, everyone present could see each other's faces clearly. Why did these two look so familiar? Lin Xiangwei narrowed her eyes, recognizing Xiaomu and Jiang He, feeling as if she had encountered them before. Fan Xiaolan placed her hands on her hips, warily observing Xiaomu. After all, he had just helped her eliminate a suspect. With only 3 people remaining at the scene, perhaps she could earn a second-class merit? The current state of gangs is utterly devoid of manners. Yu Yunsha leaned against the living room wall, his head spinning. That kick nearly sent him to meet his great-grandmother. It's a rule in this world. When encountering a fellow member, the spoils are to be shared equally. Where do you hail from it? You don't even understand this basic principle. You think you can engage in a black-on-black scenario? Xiaomu's expression darkened. What nonsense! Unable to find firearms. Yet if I can subdue these 4, it might barely qualify as a third-class military achievement. Wait, aren't you the instructors from that kid school? Lin Xiangwei suddenly recalled where she had seen these 2 and called out. With a reminder, Fan Xiaolan squinted. Indeed, aren't you the company commander who was humiliated by an 8-year-old? Xiaomu, initially curious, felt a wave of anger wash over him at Fan Xiaolan's remark. Wishing to retaliate with a kick of his own, Yu Yunfeng rushed to his brother's side. Big brother, it seems they know each other? Fan Xiaolan silently produced her police badge and tossed it to Xiaomu. We are officers from the Goofing branch. Upon hearing this, Yu Yunfeng and Yu Yunsha exchanged bewildered glances. Xiaomu and Jiang he shared a knowing look, retrieving their military identification. Company commander and squad leader from a certain unit in the Huaihai military district. After revealing their identities, the living room fell silent. The atmosphere thick enough to hear a pin drop. Xiaomu solemnly presented a document stamped with a red seal. I suspect this household harbors large-scale destructive weaponry and have obtained a search warrant. Fan Xiaolan added, the city bureau believes there are firearms concealed here, hence our investigation. With that, the identities of both parties were established. The 4 individuals simultaneously turned their gazes towards the 2 who were crouched against the wall of the living room. We've revealed our identities. It's your turn now. For a moment, they exchanged wide-eyed stares, the atmosphere becoming quite awkward. All of them were indeed from the underworld. One from the law, one from military, and one from the dark side. Bro, it seems they aren't in our line of work. Yu Yunfeng nervously swallowed. Meanwhile, in Jinling City, Huaihai Province at the Kailai Hotel, refusing a toast only to incur a penalty drink. Seeing none of the three showing him any respect, let alone offering a sip of water, Nie Zhao's forehead began to vein with pressure. "Boss, we're leaving," Sun Ruowei declared, turning to exit. At that moment, Fang Yufan inadvertently snapped a photo of the entire room, capturing the appearances of Nie Zhao, Li Tian, and the others. Just as they opened the door, two burly men in suits stood outside, their expressions unwelcoming as they locked their gaze on the group. "Don't be so hasty to leave," came Nie Zhao's teasing voice from behind. "What does this mean? Wasn't it said that going or not is voluntary?" Sun Ruowei asked anxiously. "As long as you arrive, isn't that already voluntary?" Nie Zhao retorted with a cold smile. "Why is it that your cosmetics company, boasting profits in the billions, is forcing us to go to Southeast Asia?" As a seasoned journalist, her sharp instinct for significant news was coupled with a knack for probing questions. "Huh." The smirk on Nie Zhao's lips deepened. "How naive! You actually believe that? As for why you're going to Southeast Asia, of course, it's to be sold to various parks who will treat you well." Caught in the crowd, Lin Dong sighed. Feeling speechless. Seriously, why waste breath? Don't they know that villains fall due to their verbosity? Nie Zhao was well aware, but he was unconcerned. In his eyes, surrounded by his people, could these two women, one man, and a child truly stir up trouble? "I am a reasonable person and will ensure you understand your path clearly." Sun Ruowei and Fang Yufan exchanged knowing glances, finally comprehending. This explained why the pyramid scheme allowed anyone to infiltrate without thorough identity checks. It wasn't about selling products. It was about wholesaling. Not just them, but over 70,000 viewers in the live stream also realized the truth. Genius. To think of enticing people with high welfare to open a company, only to buy them off under the pretense of team building in Southeast Asia. Truly a stroke of genius. If this succeeds, it will undoubtedly be a global sensation, the largest human trafficking operation of the 22nd century. We cannot stand idly by. I have already reported it. Nie Zhao clapped his hands. "All right, you can now act like a cabinet. Drink this water, and when you open your eyes again, you should find yourself there." The two burly men in suits squeezed into the room, closing the door behind them. With menacing expressions, they threatened the four with their eyes, as if to say, "Refuse to drink, and prepare to be knocked out." Lin then took a few panicked steps back, only to find that the other two remained eerily calm, including her own brother. Fang Yufan licked his lips, a hint of amusement in his voice. "Have you ever been beaten by an 8-year-old? Chapter 76, Kung Fu. China Kung Fu. Two burly men exchanged glances. Do we truly appear so ferocious? We haven't even made a move, yet this person is utterly petrified. Is he already babbling nonsense? Let us take action. Perhaps soon there will be more fools attempting to withdraw their tickets." Nie Zhao scoffed. After speaking, he turned around. In the next moment, two dull thuds resonated behind him, akin to fists striking his stomach. Immediately after, a chill ran down his spine, as if something was about to collide with him. Before he could even turn back fully, the two burly men had already charged at him from behind. Their robust forms crashed into his back, sending Nie Zhao's frail body flying across the room, pinned to the floor beneath their combined weight of 400 pounds. Coughing violently, he felt as if his bones were about to shatter. After spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, he managed to wriggle out from under them, his mind swirling in confusion. What just happened? As he glanced toward Li Tian and the others seated on the sofa, he found them all staring dumbfounded at the entrance, their eyes wide as if witnessing a life-altering spectacle. Nie Zhao blinked, following their gaze to the doorway. Despite having mentally prepared himself for the incredible prowess of this elementary school student, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. This 8-year-old, with a physique as slight as a chick, effortlessly hurled two men, each over 6 feet tall, and weighing more than 200 pounds out of the door. The visual impact was overwhelmingly intense. Oh my God, Kung Fu, China Kung Fu. Dear Lord, have foreign friends come to witness this child's prowess? Only now do they comprehend the weight of that earlier question. Have you ever been struck by an 8-year-old who dares to claim that elementary students lack celestial might? The two men flung out by Lin Dong shook their heads and stood up, exchanging bewildered glances. The depths of their eyes were filled with confusion. Nishao, having missed the earlier spectacle, gritted his teeth. On my territory, you dare to rise against me? As he spoke, the door swung open, and several more individuals entered. 4 additional stout men in suits joined the 2 who had just arrived, making a total of 6. With a wave of his hand, Nie Xiao commanded, "Charge!" As they all lunged toward Lin Dong. "Leave it to you," Fang Yufan said, confidently retreating from the area of conflict. Sun Ruowei followed closely, even dragging Lin Nen along with her. It must be said that, as a top-notch reporter and photographer, they possessed exceptional skills in self-preservation. Upon entering, the 4 new arrivals spotted only a small child, approximately 1 meter tall, adorned with an Ultraman print on his chest. His fair face and bright, watery eyes made it difficult for them to muster the will to lay a hand on him. However, Lin Dong had no such reservations. "Wait, let me find the right angle." Fang Youfan's shout rang out, but Lin Dong seemed oblivious. With a powerful push off the ground, he leaped into the air, his head aligning perfectly with the 2 men charging at him. Simultaneously, he kicked out with both legs. While it was surprising that he could jump so high, the soft, feeble kicks seemed insufficient to cause harm. The 2 men sneered, still attempting to comprehend how they had been thrown earlier. Surely, it couldn't be the work of this 8-year-old. Both men reached out to grasp Lin Dong's leg. However, instead of the anticipated easy capture, a sharp crack of bones echoed, followed by their horrific screams, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. With a physique of 143, Lin Dong had held back his strength. Otherwise, it would have resulted in severed limbs. Blood gushed forth as their arms flailed in agony, and they collapsed to the ground. The 4 men behind them halted, their steps faltering. Lin Dong turned his gaze upon them, and they shuddered, a sense of foreboding rising within them. While everyone in the private room was momentarily stunned by the spectacle, Fang Yufan swiftly positioned himself to capture the best angle for his live broadcast. Kung Fu, China Kung Fu, Super Idol. Oh my God, what are the foreigners upstairs babbling about? Forget school. Open a martial arts school and rake in the dollars. $300 a class. Has this child always been so formidable? Nie Xiao's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. He had missed the earlier events, but now he was acutely aware of what had just transpired. This little brat had incapacitated his well-trained enforcers? Did he comprehend the annual salaries he was paying them? To think that they had come to confront an 8-year-old only to be utterly defeated. Nie Xiao's thoughts raced, questioning whether this was all a deliberate act against him. Yet, the sight of the 2 curled on the ground, clutching their wrists and wailing in agony, seemed all too genuine. "Why are you all standing there? Attack!" The 4 men behind Lin Dong exchanged determined glances. "Enough. Let us do this." They leaped forward, their massive shadows engulfing the slender figure of Lin Dong, intent on overpowering him. In the next instant, they collided with Lin Dong as if striking a concrete pillar. He remained unyielding while they spiraled into disorientation, collapsing at his feet. Observing 6 burly men dispatched within less than 3 minutes by this small child, Nie Xiao's throat constricted, and the calm demeanor he had initially maintained vanished. Anxiety gripped him as he swallowed hard. If 1 or 2 of them had been defeated, it might have been plausible. But all 6? This indicated that the child was indeed extraordinary. Lin Dong turned, his large, innocent eyes meeting Nie Xiao's gaze. Upon contact, a shiver ran through Nie Xiao, causing his hairs to stand on end. He regretted not having sent the others away earlier. On the sofa beside him, Li Tian and the others had already risen, their expressions dazed. Is it true? Are 8-year-old children in China now so formidable? Chapter 77, The Super Dollar. Upon seeing Lin Dong approaching, Nie Xiao instinctively wished to retreat. However, he was acutely aware of the limited space within the room, rendering escape impossible. His gaze darted about, finally settling on the briefcase resting atop the table. Gritting his teeth, he grasped it with both hands, taking a few steps forward before kneeling before Lin Dong with a resounding thud. A true man knows when to bend and when to stand tall. I apologize for my ignorance in failing to recognize a towering figure such as yourself. I beseech you, grant me mercy in light of this offering. Nie Xiao understood all too well that this child could not possibly be 10 years old. If he could eliminate his subordinates in mere minutes, he could just as easily snap Nie Xiao's neck. With the juvenile protection laws in place, and the circumstances being what they were, even if he were to meet his end, the repercussions would likely be minimal. The briefcase creaked open slightly, revealing bundles of cash within. Lin Dong exchanged a glance with Fang Yufan standing behind him, who was momentarily taken aback. What did that look signify? I'm about to do something nefarious. Kindly divert the camera. Such an incredibly considered expression. Fang Yufan thought, complying and repositioning the camera. Lin Dong opened the briefcase and casually picked up a bill. Why do I feel as though I have fallen victim to a scheme? Nie Xiao's eyelids flickered. The sensation was peculiar. Yet he could not shake the feeling of being outmaneuvered by an 8-year-old. As the child began to close the briefcase, Nie Xiao opened his mouth to speak. In the next instant, Lin Dong, with a swift motion, struck the briefcase, causing Nie Xiao to lose 3 teeth in an unexpected, brutal act. Are you trying to deceive me with counterfeit bills? Lin Dong's initial intention was to settle the matter with the $500,000. But the moment he grasped the cash, he realized the grim truth. All of it was utterly fake. Having spent long years as a figure in the underworld, he had never before been insulted with counterfeit money. Counterfeit? Impossible. Nie Xiao shouted in disbelief, his face stinging from the pain. These bills were just brought to us. How could they possibly be fake? As he continued speaking, his voice dwindled to a whisper. Perhaps they truly were counterfeit. This group of Burmese lacked any semblance of credibility. Could it be that he had failed to notice? Surely not. After decades of navigating the underworld, he prided himself on his familiarity with counterfeit bills. How could an 8-year-old have discerned the truth so effortlessly? Nearby, Li Tian exchanged a glance with his companion, both taken aback by the revelation. As Lin Dong had pointed out, the briefcase's supposed $500,000 did not originate from the Federal Reserve, but rather from their general's production of superdollars. The materials and manufacturing techniques were one-to-one replicas, now mass-produced and circulating globally without ever being detected. How could it be that an 8-year-old child had uncovered their secret so casually? How did you figure it out? Li Tian blurted out, astonished. Lin Dong cast him a sidelong glance, casually pointing out over 20 flaws in the counterfeit bills. Li Tian and his companion stood there, dumbfounded. They had never considered such aspects while creating the superdollar. Was their so-called masterpiece truly so shoddy in the eyes of a genuine expert? How could you, Burmese scoundrels, after knowing you for so many years, you dare to use counterfeit bills against me? Nie Xiao, disregarding the swelling on his face, rose to his feet and unleashed a torrent of curses at Li Tian and his companion. If this deal fell through and he ended up with nothing but counterfeit bills in the hands of the Eagle faction, how would he survive? At that moment, Nie Xiao felt a surge of gratitude toward Lin Dong. His arrival was indeed fortuitous, as the situation had not yet escalated. He could still disperse his employees and avoid criminal charges. After all, the matter had not been made public. There was still room for redemption. Fang Yufan had just aimed the camera at Lin Dong, capturing the moment where he meticulously pointed out over 20 flaws in the superdollar. Over 70,000 viewers were tuned into the live stream, both new and longtime followers, all of whom were bewildered. Is it possible that this child's understanding is beyond comprehension? How could he be so familiar with such an industry? I suspect that the child was kidnapped by criminals a few days ago. There must be more to this story. How dare you deceive me? I'm done with this. Nie Xiao spat contemptuously at the ground, continuing to berate Li Tian and his companion. Meanwhile, the latter's expressions grew increasingly dark. Ignoring Nie Xiao, they turned their attention to Lin Dong. Everything had been meticulously prepared. They had intended to lure these individuals to Southeast Asia, and Nie Xiao had not perceived anything amiss with the superdollar. However, due to this child's sudden appearance, their plans had unraveled. If they were to return empty-handed, the general would surely feed them to the crocodiles. With steely resolve, the two men decided to take matters into their own hands. If Nie Xiao refused to cooperate, they would compel him to comply. Shut your mouth, Li Tian growled, drawing a sleek black handgun from his waist. In an instant, Nie Xiao fell silent. The atmosphere in the room grew eerily quiet as Li Tian slowly aimed the gun at Lin Dong, a sinister grin spreading across his face. You think you're tough? Huh. What good is that now? Kneel before me. Chapter 78. Is this justifiable self-defense? Be cautious, Mianzi. If you dare to fire, you may not make it out alive. Nie Zhao's throat tightened as he issued a tense warning. He had resolved to dismiss the individuals present today, but if Li Tian were to pull the trigger. Behind Lin Dong, Sun Ruowei and Fang Yufan exchanged a glance. A handgun, though of a smaller caliber, was still a firearm. No matter how skilled this young man might be, he could not hope to withstand a bullet with mere flesh. Li Tian's cold smirk grew increasingly sinister as he raised his other hand, extending 3 fingers. I will count to 3. Kneel before me. 1. Bang. The moment the first count fell, a deep gunshot erupted, the bullet whistling from the barrel. Xiaodong. Lin Nan's pupils dilated as he attempted to rush forward, only to be restrained by Fang Yufan. Someone has been killed. How dare this group of Mianzi commit murder on our soil? Where are the police? Why haven't they arrived yet? It's over. This young man is so young. And now, Lin Dong's body stiffened, his neck rigidly lowering to inspect the unusual sensation in his chest. After finishing with him, Li Tian aimed the gun at Nie Zhao. If you wish to remain among the living, instruct your people to adhere to the original plan. Meanwhile, on the road leading to the Kailai Hotel, the Gufeng precinct was ablaze with urgency. Every traffic light was green, ensuring the police vehicles could proceed uninterrupted. Their sirens wailing. It's over. In one police car, Li Weigui's face turned ashen, murmuring to himself. They had only received the emergency call after Sun Ruowei and her companions extracted information from Nie Zhao. In total, it had barely been 3 minutes. On Li Weigui's phone, the program titled Unveiling the Max-Level Youngster's Talent was playing. Just moments ago, a gun had been fired. In his jurisdiction, in front of over 700,000 online viewers, a citizen had been shot dead by an outsider. The severity of this incident would undoubtedly resonate nationwide. If Lin Dong were to perish, his career as a director would be irrevocably tarnished. No, not just him, the entire political and legal system of Jinling would suffer. Drive faster, Li Weigua urged, his tone urgent. At the Kailai Hotel, Nie Zhao's pupils contracted. The man beside Li Tian, wearing a jade pendant around his neck, opened his mouth to issue a warning. Be careful. But before he could utter more than those 2 words, a gust of wind swept past, and Li Tian felt an icy chill at the back of his head. A small hand pressed against the nape of his neck. With a sudden force, Lin Dong propelled Li Tian downward, his face crashing against the table, causing the glass surface to fracture into a spiderweb of cracks. Li Tian's head sank deeply into the table. After a brief struggle, his hands fell limply to the ground. Whether he was dead or unconscious remained uncertain. Yet, regardless of the outcome, Lin Dong would not face repercussions. He had fired at Lin Dong first. Was that not justifiable self-defense? He could take that argument to the minor protection law. Silence enveloped the room. At the entrance, Sun Ruowei, Fang Yufan, and Lin Nan remained relatively unfazed. As they had not witnessed the shooting incident, Lin Dong had been facing away from them when Li Tian fired. They were under the impression that the bullet had missed. But Nie Zhao, the man adorned with the jade pendant, at this moment, appeared utterly astonished. They had all observed clearly how Li Tian's bullet had struck Lin Dong with perfect accuracy. How? How could he remain unscathed? WTF? Li Di questioned his own sanity, wondering if he had inhaled too much, believing he was witnessing the supernatural. Shaking his head to regain composure, he retrieved a handgun from his waist, aiming it at Lin Dong's head. That had to have been an accident. This time, he would take aim for a clean shot. Bang! A gunshot rang out abruptly, accompanied by Li Di's agonized scream. His index finger, poised to pull the trigger, was severed, blood spraying forth. Beside them, Nie Zhao gazed in disbelief, oscillating his attention between Lin Dong and the wailing Li Di. This gun was fired by that young lad. He can use a gun? Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The real question was how he had managed to so adeptly and accurately sever Li Di's finger. Was it mere coincidence, or luck? After a fleeting silence, Nie Xiao crumpled to his knees. Please don't kill me. Don't kill me. The bullet had indeed hit Lin Dong's chest, striking the center of his being. Why was he unharmed? With a physique of 143 points. The bullet from that small caliber handgun could not penetrate Lin Dong's flesh. Bang! The door to the private room was kicked open. A fully armed team of police officers, led by Lu Chuando, stormed inside. Their gazes swept across the scene, quickly locking onto the figure wielding a weapon. Drop your weapon, Lu Chuando bellowed. Wait, is that not the young man? After recognizing Lin Dong's stature and appearance, Lu Chuando froze momentarily. Li Weigua entered alongside his team. Upon seeing Lin Dong, who was entirely unharmed, alongside 6 burly men sprawled on the floor, and one with his head embedded in the table, clutching a bloody finger and wailing. The scene seemed to ask you. At first glance, it appeared that these men were the victims, while Lin Dong was the assailant. Li Weigua exhibited more concern for Lin Dong than Lin Nan did, rushing forward. Are you all right, kid? What about that gunshot? If Lin Dong were in trouble, Li Weigua's career would be in jeopardy. I acted in self-defense. He was preparing to shoot me. Lin Dong replied. Thank goodness you're unharmed. Thank goodness. Li Weigua's emotions oscillated like a roller coaster, exhaling a long-held breath as his taut nerves relaxed. It seemed that the bullet had indeed missed. Li Weigua murmured his relief. As for the hole in Lin Dong's short-sleeve shirt, it must have been a defect in the fabric. Could it be that this young man had withstood a bullet and remained unscathed? The situation was soon brought under control. Medical personnel cautiously detached Li Tian's head from the table. His nose was broken, teeth shattered, and his ear likely ruined. Even if he survived, his life would never return to normal. The attending physician shook his head solemnly. Chapter 79. First Class Merit. A reward of 100,000. After Li Tian, it was Li Di who had his index finger broken by Lin Dong. Fortunately, it was merely a couple of inches, not a complete severance. The attending physician concluded after examination that it was not serious. Lin Dong handed his firearm to Li Weigua, who promptly declared that neither individual was a citizen of our great nation, and their intentions to act against you within our borders constituted a desperate act of self-defense. He then shifted his gaze to Nie Xiao, who was being restrained nearby. The gentle smile on his face vanished, replaced by a fierce anger. Had it not been for today's unexpected incident, 30 to 40 individuals would have been deceived and taken abroad under the guise of corporate team-building benefits. Nie Xiao swallowed hard, attempting to defend himself. Officer, this is completely a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Li Weigua scoffed, recalling Nie Xiao's earlier outburst in the live stream, which they had preserved as undeniable evidence. If those 30 to 40 individuals had indeed been lured abroad, it would constitute the largest human trafficking case of the century, creating a sensation both nationally and globally. Thankfully, the situation had been averted. Li Weigua approached Sun Ruowei, Fang Yufan, and Lin Nan, shaking each of their hands. I truly appreciate your assistance. Without you, dozens of families could have been shattered by an unimaginable tragedy. I will report this situation to higher authorities and seek rewards for you all. The financial establishment was to be sealed off. The municipal bureau had also responded to Li Weigua. I must ask the 4 of you to accompany me to the bureau to receive your accolades. Meanwhile, at the Gufeng substation, 2 vehicles appeared at the roadside. Fan Xiaolan, Lin Xiangwei, Xiaomu, Jiang He, and the restrained Yu Yunshou and Yu Yunfeng were present. The latter 2 wore ashen expressions, lamenting their misfortune. They had believed the online rumors of wealth, but found a mere 560 yuan upon searching. To make matters worse, they encountered 2 waves of what they thought were comrades. One comprised of police, the other military. Not only were they disgruntled, but Fan Xiaolan and Xiaomu also wore expressions clouded with frustration. They had assumed that the young man possessed firearms and that they would meet his accomplices. They envisioned second-class military honors beckoning to them, only to find not even a single screw from a firearm in their thorough search. These 2 were merely petty thieves. They didn't even qualify for third-class honors. At that moment, 2 police cars arrived. Upon seeing Li Weigua exit one of the vehicles, Fan Xiaolan muttered, Director, we found no firearms or suspicious weapons at that young man's residence. After encountering Yu Yunshou and his companion, they had not been following the live stream of revealing the max-level child brother's talent, and thus were unaware of the events that had transpired. After speaking, Fan Xiaolan noticed Lin Dong stepping out of the police car. Their eyes met. You mentioned finding no firearms or suspicious weapons. Could that young man's home possibly be mine? Instructor? Lin Dong also spotted Xiang Mu and Jiang He. None had anticipated encountering him in such a manner, leading to an awkward atmosphere. Director, why are you all back together? Lin Xiangwei inquired. Li Weiguo replied, had it not been for these comrades, we would have been on the brink of a highly severe incident. The Municipal Bureau has issued a directive. Comrade Lin Dong is to be awarded first-class citizen merit and a monetary reward of 100,000 yuan. Comrades Sun Ruowei, Fang Yufan, and Lin Nan are all to receive second-class citizen honors, each with a reward of 50,000 yuan. Fan Xiaolan and the others were momentarily taken aback by this announcement. They had toiled tirelessly throughout the night, yet ended up with no recognition whatsoever. This young man received first-class honors just like that. Although the awards were not directly comparable, it still left them feeling quite unjust. Once they learned the full story of Lin Dong's actions today, they would understand. Had it not been for Lin Dong, Nie Xiao would have truly packaged those 30 to 40 individuals and sent them abroad, resulting in the century's most significant human trafficking scandal that would undoubtedly send shockwaves across the globe. The implications of public outrage would be unfathomable. First-class citizen merit may sound like a mere title of honor, yet it carries substantial weight. It not only allows for preferential entry into the party, but also influences the trajectory of one's career advancement. However, what Lin Dong was most concerned about at this moment was the cash reward of 100,000 yuan. Despite several opportunities for sudden wealth since arriving in this world, none had materialized. This time, surely, the 100,000 yuan would not slip away. As night fell, a simple award ceremony was arranged, with Li Weiguo presenting the titles and monetary rewards. Media coverage was secured, with the Jinling Daily being the most authoritative outlet. Over 800,000 viewers tuned in to the live stream of revealing the max-level child brother's talent. I'm not the least bit envious of this young man receiving that 100,000 yuan. The families of the victims should come to the scene and pay their respects. I am curious. The bullets fired earlier were so close. How could they possibly miss? Surely you don't mean to suggest that the bullets striking the young man would have no effect? One could easily deduce that this is impossible. This chaos unfolded as Fan Xiaolan and the others caught up on the events through online clips and replays. Following the conclusion of the award ceremony, Li Weiguo sought out Lin Nan and Lin Dong to explain the suspicions held by the Municipal Bureau. Lin Dong was incensed. How could they suspect him of concealing firearms at home? I am a law-abiding citizen. How could I possibly engage in such activities? Chapter 80. Declaring a firm no to temptation, Li Weiguo's smile bore a hint of bitterness as he remarked, "You all understand that once implicated with automatic rifles, the harm caused is beyond measure. Hence, I had to send someone to infiltrate your home." Lin Nan blinked behind his black-framed glasses. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Dong interjected, letting out a deep sigh, his tone laced with a grievance that rivaled Do Yi's. Directorly, I'm still but a child. Without further ado, I certainly will not engage in any illegal activities. Li Weiguo's lips curled slightly. Indeed, you are an 8-year-old child. However, do you not find it odd that such words come from your own mouth? The group departed from the Gufeng police station, a sum of 100,000 yuan. Throughout past and present, Lin Dong had never possessed a moment where the money he held was as clean as this one. It was truly money derived from the right path. Lin Nan glanced at the time. After the commotion at the police station, it was already 9:30 in the evening by the time they reached the ground floor. Although the high-paying, high-benefit job they had finally secured ended in such a manner, the 15,000 yuan bonus was undeniably in their hands. Today's stream on revealing the full-grown child brother's talent concludes here. Sun Ruowei announced to her audience before shutting down the broadcast. Having narrowly escaped being sent to Southeast Asia, the group had indeed shared a brush with death today. As they exited Lin Dong's community, Fang Yufan finally voiced the lingering doubt in his mind. That shot couldn't have missed for no reason. At such close range, the accuracy of a handgun should not falter. Why? Was that Myanmar lad's skills so abysmal? Fong Yufan halted, stroking his chin while murmuring perhaps. The bullet struck, yet did not harm the child brother. Sun Rualwei shot him a glance. Have you lost your mind? Just then, her phone rang. All right, we shall return now. After hanging up, she sighed. The chief editor wants us back, claiming that an important person will be guiding our work. Important person? Fong Yufan's eyelid twitched. Meanwhile, Lin Dong and his companion opened the door to their home. Inside, signs of having been rummaged through were evident. Now that we have money, while we cannot afford a house, we can at least replace the door with a secure one, Lin Dong suggested. Lin Nan nodded in agreement. This time, a criminal had intruded, but thankfully, both she and her brother were not home. The most terrifying thought was if her brother were alone at home when a criminal barged in. That would spell danger for him. Back at his room, Lin Dong sat cross-legged on the bed. System upgrading. The system was still in the midst of its upgrade. The 2 skill points awarded for completing the task, surely, had already been utilized, resulting in 2 fully leveled skills, Taizu Long Quan, and Let the Bullet Fly. The first skill is a form of boxing, revered as the mother of 100 punches. Let the bullet fly. Auto-aim can be elaborated as follows. After firing, one can direct the bullet to hit the intended target. What will this system evolve into once the upgrade is complete? This was the question that piqued Lin Dong's curiosity. Waiting for the right moment. Just hearing these 4 words made Lin Dong feel an itch on his forehead, reminiscent of a craving for purple eggs. Around 10 o'clock at night, in Jinling City, Jinling Broadcasting Building. You 2 have arrived? Sun Rualwei and Fong Yufan encountered their chief editor, Cheng Xiao. They proceeded into a conference room where 4 individuals awaited, 3 men and 1 woman, all appearing to be around 35 years of age. Cheng Xiao introduced them. These individuals are comrades from the Huaihai Education Department and the Provincial Propaganda Department. The 2 exchanged glances and introduced themselves. A middle-aged man in an administrative jacket, sporting gold-rimmed glasses, stood up. I am Ma Tao, deputy director of a certain office in the propaganda department. Cheng Xiao cleared his throat and explained to Sun Rualwei and Fong Yufan. These comrades are here to discuss potential collaboration with our program revealing the full-grown child brother's talent. The 2 exchanged another glance. Since all relevant personnel are gathered, I shall take the lead, Ma Tao announced, rising to speak. Recently, incidents of elementary and middle school students being molested, threatened, seduced, or kidnapped have become increasingly prevalent. Therefore, we wish to collaborate with your program to produce an episode aimed at warning minors against undesirable temptations. To say no to undesirable temptations? Fong Yufan murmured. Although safety for minors has significantly improved in today's society, various unforeseen events still occur. Ma Tao continued. Our proposal is to have an expert pose as a criminal, employing persuasive language to attract elementary school students, thereby illustrating the consequences of naively trusting others. Wait, you mean to have the child brother from our show as the main character in your demonstration? Fong Yufan grasped the crux of the matter. Yes, Ma Tao nodded. They were drawn to the show's popularity, which prompted their desire for collaboration. Sun Rualwei squinted. Have you watched our program? Ma Tao shook his head and nodded. I've seen a bit. Are you unaware of the extraordinary qualities of this child brother? What could possibly entice him? In response, Ma Tao assured, rest assured, our department has experts who have studied juvenile psychology for decades and possess a profound understanding of what children at that age desire. The 2 wished to persuade further, suggesting that perhaps someone else should be considered. But Ma Tao had already made a definitive decision. The matter is settled. You need not inform that child. Just proceed with filming as usual. Chapter 81. A firm rejection of temptation. Sun Rualwei and Fong Yufan exchanged a glance, both ultimately sighing in resignation. They had both witnessed Lin Dong's recent behavior. His physical prowess was formidable. 1 punch could easily incapacitate anyone. Furthermore, his mindset and thoughts bore no resemblance to those of a first-grade student. The thought of disguising themselves as human traffickers to abduct him? At this moment, an unconventional idea suddenly struck Fong Yufan. What if the old professor pretending to be a trafficker is dispatched by Lin Dong with a single blow? Upon reflection, this seemingly absurd notion held a kernel of truth. Just then, Ma Tao's phone rang. not a regular call, but a WeChat video call. Upon connecting, he projected the screen onto the large display at the front of the conference room. An elderly gentleman, around 60 years of age, his hair reminiscent of Einstein's, appeared. Ma Tao introduced him. This is Professor Li Jianguo, a minor psychology expert, honorary president of the Children's Protection Association, visiting lecturer at Huaihai University, and a renowned novelist. Hearing this impressive list of credentials, Fang Yufan couldn't help but sigh. Alas, the old professor, having been illustrious throughout his life, now seemed intent on targeting young Lin Dong. Such a noble reputation tarnished. Coughing lightly, Professor Li Jianguo cleared his throat. I will arrive in Jinling by dawn. The exercise will commence tomorrow morning. Rather than selecting just one primary student, we should choose multiple, luring them to the same location to enlighten them about the harsh realities of society and the consequences of naivety. Tomorrow was Friday. Meanwhile, in Jinling City, Gufeng District, Lin Dong set aside his comprehensive criminal law book and stretched, rubbing his eyes. He had finally completed the tome. Glancing at the system, he noted it was still upgrading. What should he do next? A question arose in Lin Dong's mind. Without a goal, a person becomes lost. At his tender age of 8, a first grader, his peers' aspirations likely revolved around after-school cartoons, while the more precocious ones focused on diligent studies, competing from the very first grade. Lin Dong pondered, the system is still upgrading. Perhaps I should find a way to earn some money in the meantime? With the skills bestowed by the system, if Lin Dong truly set his sights on financial gain, accumulating wealth would not be an exaggeration. However, who was Lin Dong? In his previous life, he was constrained by circumstances. This time, he aspired to be a law-abiding citizen. His recent actions have been compelled by the system, born of necessity. Yes, there is also a trivial secondary reason. Illicit money, if discovered, could easily be reclaimed. How can I earn money legally? Just then, Lin Dong recalled the 100,000 yuan he had today. Was it clean? Nothing could be purer than this sum. If I assist the police in solving a significant case, there would be a monetary reward. Lin Dong's eyes brightened, but he quickly shook his head. How many criminal organizations were there coincidentally within his reach? But what if there truly was one? Faced with the allure of temptation, Lin Dong could only assert, not enough. Resigned to the situation, he decided it was best to get some rest. Lin Dong lay down on his bed. The next day, at 7 in the morning, at Huaihai Gufeng Primary School, in the principal's office, old Lu was on the phone. This is the situation. The first grade curriculum is not pressing. Lu Yixiao listened to Cheng Zhao's voice from the other end. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, You may select students from our school for the demonstration, but do you really wish to choose this Lin Dong? Cheng Zhao's voice came back, tinged with resignation. This was not my choice. It was the provincial committee's decision. The principal had been observing Lin Dong's recent performance, and ultimately, they could only hope for the best. At the Huaihai Broadcasting Building, they had already reached an agreement with the principal to randomly select a few first-grade students. In a conference room, Cheng Xiao and Ma Tao surveyed the room. Cheng Xiao curiously inquired, Where's Professor Li? Ma Tao, with a wry smile, replied, He has gone to lure the primary students. Really? The old professor at his age is personally involved? Cheng Xiao felt a deep admiration for him. Meanwhile, not far from Gufeng Primary School, Li Chengfeng, carrying his backpack, was walking to school. The sun shone brightly, flowers seemed to smile at him. Crossing the green light, he noticed a card lying on the ground. Wow, a golden Ultraman card. There are more here, and here. He followed the trail of cards into a secluded alley, completely unaware of the van parked nearby. The golden cards featuring Zero, Digga, and the worthless Belial were all treasures to Li Chengfeng, who eagerly stuffed them into his backpack. In the next moment, 2 young men leaped out from the van. One covered Li Chengfeng's mouth while the other seized his legs, and together they hoisted him into the vehicle. On the other side, Fang Yufan, holding camera, filmed the entire incident. Before starting, the audience had been informed of the theme for this episode. ISNT, the vice class monitor and academic committee member of class 5 in first grade. Who taught you to say that? I thought he was a high-ranking official from the provincial committee. At our age, we might not understand why this chubby kid is attracted to Ultraman cards. You can think of it as being drawn to a 100 yuan note. What are you doing? My dad is the vice principal, Li Qingfeng shouted from inside the van. In his eyes, the elderly passenger with wild white hair was grinning at him in a rather lewd manner. A short while later, at the same intersection, Xia Zihan crossed the green light and encountered a pitiable aunt. Little friend, I fell off my bicycle over there. Could you help me pick it up? Xia Zihan, somewhat bewildered, nodded. Teachers and parents had always taught them to help others. Sun Ruowei and Fang Yufan, hidden around the corner, filmed the exchange. From an early age, children are taught to assist others. Who can tell me how to respond when encountering criminals who exploit this lesson? It seems there is indeed a conflict. Helping might lead one into danger, yet not helping contradicts the teachings received. Chapter 82. With the red scarf, magic collides. Xia Zihan was escorted by a rather imposing aunt from the production team to a secluded alley. Glancing around inquisitively, the little girl asked Annie, "Why are there no bicycles here?" In the next moment, a van parked nearby swung open, and the same two young men lifted Xia Zihan inside using the same method. As a first-grade student, she was no match for the strength of these two adults. After waiting at the same intersection for a brief while, the third victim was soon chosen. The suspenders beneath the school uniform and the center-parted hairstyle remind me of an old acquaintance. Lu Kuan walked through the green light. Two elegantly dressed young women from the production team approached, smiling brightly, and said, "Hello, little one. You are so adorable. How old are you? We have some candy for you." Lu Kuan resolutely extended his hand in refusal, stating, "No, my mom told me never to accept candy from strangers, and I shouldn't talk to strangers either." With that, he sidestepped the two women and continued on his way to school. Inside the van, Li Jiangguo adjusted his reading glasses and picked up the walkie-talkie, saying, "Activate Plan B." As Lu Kuan walked, a voice suddenly echoed in his ear. "Hey, little friend, could you help us by bringing the basketball over here?" Turning around, he spotted two boys standing at the alley's entrance, and a basketball rolled to his feet, seemingly tossed inadvertently in his direction. Lu Kuan swallowed hard, momentarily forgetting his mother's warning. He picked up the basketball and dribbled it toward them, unaware that he too would soon be shoved into the van. In the back seat, Li Chengfeng, Xia Zihan, and Lu Kuan were gathered. Seeing that invoking his principal father had failed, Li Chengfeng remarked, "We are members of the Qinglong study group. If you dare to touch us, our leader will not let you off easily." A camera was also positioned inside the vehicle. Qinglong study group? Isn't that the organization founded by Kid Brother? Li Jiangguo nodded, saying, "Now I just need to find that boy named Lin Dong." He had watched the program revealing the full talent of Kid Brother and had studied juvenile psychology for most of his life. Lin Dong nearly overturned decades of his beliefs. Historically, no 8-year-old had exhibited such extraordinary abilities. Thus, he was determined to meet this boy in person. It was morning, and the online viewership had surged to 900,000 viewers. The protagonist has finally appeared. I can't wait to see how Kid Brother performs. I can hardly imagine what might captivate Kid Brother. Back at the same intersection, Lin Dong, clad in a school uniform and carrying a backpack, walked through the green light. An elderly man with a head of white hair passed by him. A crackling sound, reminiscent of bones fracturing, emanated from the old man. Li Jiangguo let out a despairing cry and fell to the ground, perfectly positioned to block Lin Dong's path. In the Jinling Broadcasting Building's conference room, Cheng Xiao, Ma Tao, and others watched the screen. "Professor Li is certainly dedicated," one remarked, observing a frail elderly man sprawled on the ground. An elementary school student would naturally assist him. And then Professor Li would suggest they move to the side to rest. Ma Tao shook his head, reflecting, "The old professor truly knows how to handle simple-minded children." Cheng Xiao quietly observed. These individuals had not followed the program and were unaware of Lin Dong's past performances. As the chief editor and initiator of revealing the full talent of Kid Brother, Cheng Xiao had closely monitored everything Lin Dong had done. On the scene, Lin Dong halted his steps and looked down at the pitiful old man on the ground. Oh wait, it was an old gentleman. Li Jiangguo's white hair made it easy to mistake his gender. "Please help me up. If you do, I will suggest you assist me to a nearby spot to rest." Li Jiangguo thought to himself. In the next moment, Lin Dong made a move, stepping directly over him. "Huh, Li Jiangguo was taken aback. Does this child have no compassion at all? Considering my age, lying here, he should at least inquire if I need help. How could he just walk over without a word? What a lack of manners. Not far away, Sun Ruowei and Feng Yufan were hiding around the corner, capturing the scene on camera. Such indifference, leaving the old man in distress. If it were anyone else, it would be his scandal. Kid brother can only deepen his persona. He just stepped over the old man. His psychological fortitude is impressive. Wait, kid brother seems to have stopped. Is he having a change of heart? Lin Dong indeed paused. He took off his backpack and pulled out an object to wear around his neck. Turning back, he revealed a brand new red scarf. He helped him to his feet. This maneuver not only left the old professor astonished, but also bewildered the over 900,000 viewers in the live stream. Kid brother isn't heartless. He was just wary of the old man trying to scam him. If it were a scam, kid brother would be unable to choose. The elderly protection law versus the minor protection law, a magical clash. Li Jiangguo weakly smiled and said, "Little friend, could you assist me in sitting down for a moment?" Lin Dong helped him to the front of the alley. The two young men in the van flung open the door and rushed toward Lin Dong. They intended to employ the original tactic, one to cover his mouth to prevent him from screaming, while the other grabbed his legs to lift him into the van. However, they were taken aback to find that no matter how much they exerted themselves, the boy remained utterly immovable. Lin Dong gazed curiously at the two men. Human traffickers? Wait, what is the reward for helping the police catch a group of traffickers? Chapter 83. A forceful response to human traffickers. Lin Dong recalled the comprehensive analysis of criminal law he had perused the previous night, which contained pertinent insights. For human traffickers, assisting the police in apprehending them under ordinary circumstances yields a reward of 30 to 50,000. In cases of severe offenses, the reward escalates to 50 to 100,000. If it involves an organized crime syndicate, the cash reward could soar into the hundreds of thousands. With only 3 individuals here, if we truly bring them to justice, it likely won't even qualify as a minor incident. Let us infiltrate their hideout and see if we can amplify the reward. With that thought, Lin Dong relinquished any notion of resistance. The two young men, undeterred, made another attempt. This time, the elementary student was effortlessly lifted into the van, much like the 3 before him. Class monitor, you're here too. Upon seeing Lin Dong, the chubby boy Li Chengfeng, who had been wailing, paused in shock. Lin Dong, noticing the 3 captives, felt a twitch in his eyelid. Were these traffickers specifically targeting their first-grade class? Why were all their classmates being taken? Moreover, all were members of his Qinglong study group. Meanwhile, around the corner, witnessing all 4 being ushered into the van, both Sun Ruowei and Feng Yufan were taken aback. The former addressed the camera, stating, "Currently, the urgency for children's safety education has reached a critical point. I hope the relevant authorities will take this matter seriously." In the live stream of revealing the ultimate child prodigy, the online viewer count was nearing 1 million. Isn't this development strange? How could the child prodigy be taken away so easily? Where his iron fists? His powerful kicks? Why doesn't he just strike these people? Is it possible that he surrendered because he saw 3 members of his study group being held hostage? If that is the case, that is quite admirable. The van roared to life, followed closely by the vehicle of Sun Ruowei and Feng Yufan as production team, capturing every moment. Hidden cameras within the van transmitted real-time footage to the live stream. For students clad in uniforms exhibited a range of emotions. Summer Zihan's eyes were red. Lu Kuan was sniffling, and Li Chengfeng sat next to Lin Dong, his chubby face awash with sorrow. In the front seat, Li Jiangguo sat beside the young driver Li Wei, while another young man, Wang Haiyang, loomed in the back, menacingly intimidating the 4 students. "Stop crying. If you dare to cry again, I'll throw you out of the van." Li Jiangguo, seated in the front passenger seat, caught a glimpse of Lin Dong in the rearview mirror and shook his head, reflecting, this 8-year-old isn't nearly as aberrant as portrayed online. Once we arrive at the predetermined location, we'll use him as an example, demonstrating to all viewers and parents the dangers children face when alone outside. Of course, Li Jiangguo's plan was merely to intimidate, not to inflict actual harm on Lin Dong and his companions. Yet, someone did intend to harm him. In the back seat, Lin Dong discreetly observed his captors. Given my current physique, dispatching these two youths would be a mere formality. The elderly gentleman with the white hair seems to possess a certain gravitas. He must be the leader of this trafficking ring. Since my arrival in this world, I have yet to confront someone of such advanced age. With a physique score of 143, I could likely dispatch this frail figure with ease. However, he remained indifferent. To confront human traffickers, one must strike decisively. Li Chengfeng, crouched beside him, sniffled. I read in the news that if caught by traffickers, they first break your legs, then amputate your limbs, leaving you to beg in the icy streets. Furthermore, you would be starved, subjected to various abuses, surrendering any money earned from begging, and thereafter, you would never see your parents again. If you failed to procure money, you could be sold on the black market for organ harvesting. Lin Dong shot a glance at the chubby boy, nearly bursting with frustration. Damn it, saying such things makes me feel uneasy. Not to mention how Summer Zihan and Lu Kuan felt upon hearing Li Chengfeng's grim musings. Having just been intimidated by Wang Haiyang, they had ceased their sobbing. Now, listening to Li Chengfeng's chilling visions of the future, the two resumed their wailing. Woo, I don't want my legs broken. Lu Kuan knelt in the van, pounding the seat with his fists. Suddenly lifting his head, tears streaming down his face, he exclaimed, I want to play basketball. The hidden cameras captured this poignant moment. Is this what talent looks like? In that instant, I perceived the shadows of two old acquaintances in him. Why did his words trigger a nostalgic soundtrack in my mind? Coach, I want to play basketball. Wang Haiyang grimaced, loudly instructing Li Chengfeng to be quiet. If this boy continued, not only would the students be rattled, but he himself might also feel a pang of guilt. Soon, the van arrived at a prearranged rural location within a dilapidated metal factory. Lin Dong and the others disembarked, ushered inside. The performance had to be thorough. Inside, 3 disheveled men awaited their arrival. Li Jiangguo declared, "We brought you the goods." Lin Dong regarded the trio. Upon seeing their appearances, Li Chengfeng, Summer Zihan, and Lu Kuan felt a wave of despair wash over them. How to describe it? They bore the unmistakable countenance of villains destined to perish within the first 3 episodes of a drama. The 3 men scrutinized the 4 students with mocking eyes. One of them nodded. Not bad. We'll take all of them. Looks like there are only 6 of them. Lin Dong mused, surveying his surroundings. If I capture these traffickers, regardless of their fates, I should receive a reward of 30 to 50,000. With this thought, Lin Dong felt an urge to lick his lips. He was not a person who harbored a vendetta against all evildoers. After all, he had once been immersed in the underworld. However, he held a particular disdain for human traffickers. In his previous life, breaking a leg was considered lenient. Now, a forceful response was imperative. Chapter 84. The youngster takes action. In the Huaihai province, Jinling City, within the confines of the Jinling Broadcasting Building, the conference room buzzed with anticipation. Jing Xiao, Ma Tao, and a few others were transfixed by the live broadcast of the program, titled, Revealing the Full Potential of the Youngster. Ma Tao nodded approvingly, stating, "The demonstration is proceeding smoothly. Soon, Professor Li will reveal to the audience the fate of the child abducted by human traffickers. Truly, the old professor is remarkable." However, Cheng Xiao narrowed his eyes, sensing something amiss. When did he become so obedient? He pondered, why is this child's demeanor so different from previous episodes? Just days prior, the child had confronted criminals with unyielding ferocity, delivering powerful blows that left the adversaries psychologically scarred. And yesterday, at the scene of a pyramid scheme, he had shown no mercy, incapacitating a criminal for life. Now, facing potential kidnappers, why is he not unleashing his iron fists? Meanwhile, on site, the program had enlisted 3 individuals, Zhu Gu, Lu Xiaojing, and Ma Feng. Zhu Gu, portraying the leader, cast a sinister gaze upon Li Chengfeng. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded and licked his lips, addressing Li Jiangguo. "This hefty fellow will do." Li Chengfeng, with a downcast expression, protested, "What is wrong with me? I merely have a larger frame. I'm not fat." Moments later, he overheard, "Look at him, so well fed. He'd fetch a good price in Black State." Overwhelmed, He sank to the ground. Black state? A horrifying image flashed before his mind. A parched land devoid of greenery, himself clad in mere leaves. Subjected to servitude. Herding elephants in the morning, cooking at noon, picking cotton in the afternoon, and laundering clothes at night. I do not wish to be sold to black state and enslaved. Hidden cameras within the factory transmitted their every move in real time to the broadcast. Such a young child speaks so boldly. A natural-born farmhand. I detest two types of people in my life. Racists and those like him. Ha ha ha. This is too funny. In the broadcast's lower left corner, a small window revealed the plight of children abducted by traffickers is often tragic. Illegally adopted or sold. These children face a lack of legal recognition in their new families, endure abuse, and are deprived of normal education. Back in the factory, Zhu Gu turned his gaze to Lu Kuan, nodding appreciatively. This one appears robust. He can be trained for theft and robbery. Lu Kuan's face turned ashen. Does this mean he is destined to be nothing more than a thief? The small window in the broadcast continued. Trafficked children are often exploited as cash cows, trained to engage in theft and robbery. Next, Zhu Gu considered Xia Zihan. This little girl can be forced to beg. Traffickers compel abducted children to beg and may even deliberately injure them to evoke sympathy. The remaining individual, Lin Dong, was yet to be addressed. Zhu Gu scrutinized Lin Dong, stating, "This one looks healthy. Let us prepare for organ harvesting." In the broadcast, the lower left window displayed, in extreme cases, trafficked children may face brutal organ harvesting for illegal transplantation. Lin Dong lifted his head, flexing his wrists. "So, you wish to harvest my organs, do you? You intend to sell my subordinates to Black State, don't you? You plan to train my subordinates in unlawful skills. I see. Look at the youngster. He remains so composed, as if he is on a different plane than his peers. Boring. I want to see blood. Wait, why is the youngster's fist tightening?" Inside the iron factory, Zhu Gu and his companions were engrossed in discussing the details of their collaboration, entirely oblivious to Lin Dong's unusual demeanor. "I did not want to be sold to Black State and become someone's slave." Li Chengfeng sobbed on the ground. "Boss, please." He glanced toward Lin Dong, but before he could utter another word, he witnessed his leader from the Qinglong study group spring forth. With a powerful leap, Lin Dong inserted himself between the two groups engaged in conversation. He landed firmly, facing Zhu Gu and the others. The sudden turn of events left the 60-year-old professor Li Jiangguo momentarily stunned, turning to where Lin Dong had previously stood. "You jumped all the way from there?" Xu Yi snorted. Although this scenario had not been rehearsed, a seasoned actor must possess the ability to adapt. Just as he opened his mouth to scold, a small, pale fist filled his vision, rapidly enlarging. Before he could react, the fist struck him squarely in the face, producing a dull thud. Zhu Ji's vision darkened as he staggered backward, bloodied teeth flying through the air in a perfect arc. The moment Zhu Gu collapsed onto the ground, the others finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Holy cow, the youngster has struck. That punch could very well be fatal. I doubted whether the youngster knew the script. But now it seems he was merely biding his time to take down all the traffickers in one fell swoop. Now we await the conclusion. This is going to be quite the spectacle. Chapter 85. The old professor suddenly became 50 years younger, now a grandson, in the Huaihai province, Jinling City. Within the Jinling Broadcasting Building, Cheng Xiaoting abruptly rose from his seat, his forehead etched with dark lines as he gazed at the screen in the center of the conference room. The four individuals seated opposite him mirrored his astonishment, utterly shocked by the recent events. They had never anticipated such a scene in their original presentation concept. How could a primary school student possess such strength? With a single punch, he sent Zhu to flying. This situation was amiss. The drill must be halted. Call for an ambulance. Ma Tao's voice trembled with anxiety. Cheng Xiaoting cast a glance at them, his heart filled with exasperation. "I warned you all long ago. This child is not an ordinary person. You refused to listen, and now look where we are." Zhu and the others were specially hired actors, somewhat renowned. If Lin Dong were to inflict any harm upon them during their program, it would spell disaster. Within the ironclad factory, Ma Feng, who had been standing beside Zhu, swallowed hard, his throat tightening as he witnessed the latter's miserable state. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Lin Dong kicked out. Bang! Liu Xiaojiang shouted urgently, misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. But before he could finish, Lin Dong leapt up, delivering a swift slap that sent him flying. In the blink of an eye, all three buyers were incapacitated. Though it seemed slow, less than a minute had actually passed. Lin Dong did not afford them a moment to explain. Behind him, the old professor Li Jiangguo stared blankly at Lin Dong's retreating figure. After decades of studying child psychology and behavior, he found himself at a loss, pondering how to utilize his lifelong knowledge to explain the child's actions. Despite exhausting his memory of all experimental data and academic theories, he could not fathom it. An 8-year-old child whose physical constitution was inherently weak. No matter how gifted, it was simply implausible. As the old professor contemplated, two muffled groans suddenly drew his attention. He turned to see Wang Haiyang and another man sprawled on the ground. Lin Dong had not allowed them a moment to speak either. Dealing with human traffickers necessitates an iron fist. At that moment, Li Jiangguo shuddered, realizing he was in peril. This little brat is off. He doesn't know my true identity. If he lays a hand on me, my frail bones won't withstand it. Thoughts raced through his mind as he urgently exclaimed, I'm not a trafficker. But before he could finish, Lin Dong tore off a large piece of fabric from Wang Haiyang's clothing and stuffed it into the old professor's mouth. How could a trafficker ever admit to being one? Inside the conference room of the Jinling Broadcasting Building, silence reigned. Ma Tao, holding his phone in his left hand, remained frozen on the dialing interface. He had just pulled out his phone to call for help when he lifted his gaze and saw the screen, now displaying 5 youths lying haphazardly at the feet of the child. While the old professor was gagged and restrained, the entire ordeal had taken less than a minute. For a moment, Ma Tao was so astounded that he found himself at a loss for words. If lives were lost, we would be doomed. The live stream of revealing the ultimate gifted child had surpassed 1 million viewers. Amused netizens commented excitedly, This is unbelievable. He didn't even give the other party a chance to defend themselves. This child's demeanor remains as domineering as ever. From a legal standpoint, everything the child did was a self-defense action taken without knowledge of the situation. The production team must be regretting their decisions now. Ha ha ha. In the ironclad factory, Li Qingfeng suddenly sat up from the ground. Wiping his face, he looked at Lin Dong with gratitude in his eyes. Boss, I knew with you around, I wouldn't end up sold into slavery in Africa. Lu Kuan and Xia Zihan regarded Lin Dong as a hero. In their hearts, he had become a figure of immense gratitude. Lin Dong, aware of his own strength, refrained from delivering a devastating blow, opting instead to restrain the old man. He tore a strip of fabric from the unconscious individuals and bound Li Jiangguo's hands, gagging him to stifle his protests. The old professor could only emit muffled sounds of helplessness. Give me a chance to explain. How could you, child, show no respect for your elders? He was unaware that Lin Dong had shown him considerable respect. Had it not been for his white hair, he would have already received a punch. Li Qingfeng wiped the tears from his face and swaggered over to the restrained Li Jiangguo. The latter, with his mouth stuffed, looked at the approaching little chubby boy with a glint of menace. His pupils contracted behind his glasses, and he quickly shook his head. Bang! Li Qingfeng leapt up, delivering a slap to the old professor's forehead. Though a genuine 8-year-old strike lacked force against an adult, it left Li Jiangguo feeling dizzy. His glasses fell off as Li Qingfeng angrily declared, I told you, I'm from the Qinglong study group. Don't you know who my brother is? Now you do. After saying that, he jumped again, striking the old man once more. Li Jiangguo felt his head spinning, utterly at a loss for tears. With his mouth gagged, he couldn't articulate his frustration. All he could think was that after 60 years of life, he had never been so humiliated by an 8-year-old child. No, 2 of them. The hidden cameras in the factory captured the entire spectacle. I know I shouldn't laugh, but haha. The 60-year-old professor is being treated like a grandson, suddenly feeling decades younger. How delightful. The internet is simply marvelous. Chapter 86. Black eating black? Skilled enough to elicit pain. Both of you, stop dawdling and come over here. Li Shangfeng Kumanda. hands planted firmly on his hips as he turned to Lu Kuan and the others. This old fool dares to strike us in broad daylight. It is nothing short of a flagrant disregard for the law. As he spoke, he leapt up and slapped Li Jianguo, encouraging Lu Kuan and Xia Zihan to join the fray. In the conference room of the Jinling Broadcasting Building, Cheng Xiao felt a twitch in his eyelids as he watched the scene unfold on the screen. The expressions on Ma Tao and his companions were nothing short of spectacular. Li Jianguo was a professor, a titan in his field, highly respected in his daily life. Yet now, he was being humiliated by a bunch of youngsters? Ma Tao suddenly looked up at Cheng Xiao, urgency in his voice. Aren't your people supposed to be filming? Hurry and get them out here to intervene. The drive from the Jinling Broadcasting Building to the abandoned tin factory would take at least half an hour. Half an hour. By then, the old professor might not hold on any longer. Cheng Xiao's smile was tinged with bitterness as he replied, "Just now, Sun Rui's van broke down en route, and they won't make it in time." As soon as those words were uttered, the conference room fell into an eerie silence. "Call the police," Ma Tao exclaimed suddenly. The only way to swiftly end this farce was to alert the authorities. Otherwise, if the situation continued to escalate, the old professor would truly be inside the tin factory. After being beaten up in succession by Li Chengfeng and his cohorts, Li Jianguo felt stars dancing before his eyes. If given a second chance by the heavens, he would never have participated in this ridiculous program in search of inspiration. Would it not have been better to stay comfortably at home? "What do we do now, boss?" Li Chengfeng looked at Lin Dong, raising his fist. "Shall we call the police? Let the officers judge them." Upon hearing this, Li Jianguo's previously despondent eyes lit up. He attempted to speak, but his mouth was covered, producing only muffled sounds of distress. "Call the police, please. I'm begging you." Li Chengfeng turned his head, surprised to see that upon hearing his intent to call the police, Li Jianguo suddenly appeared so agitated. He mistakenly assumed it was fear that drove him to plead against it. If we don't call the police, we can deal with you as we please." Li Jianguo froze, struggling more violently. Lin Dong approached the three buyers lying on the ground. He examined them closely. One had a nose bleeding profusely, struggling to breathe, with 5 teeth missing from his gaping mouth. Ma Feng was in slightly better condition, but only marginally so. Finally, Lin Dong chose to focus on the one with the lightest injuries, Lu Xiaojiang. Standing beside him, he began to kick him. "What on earth is this kid doing? Get up and stop sleeping, or shall I knock you out again? I think this place doesn't allow sleep. This kid wants to wake him up to find another spot to doze off." Ha! Suddenly, a pain scream erupted as Lu Xiaojiang was forcibly roused by Lin Dong's kick. Still disoriented, he felt excruciating pain in the spots where Lin Dong had slapped and kicked him. At that moment, this particular actor was on the verge of tears. The friendly rate of 800 a day had never included the prospect of such beatings. Lin Dong's innocuous face appeared in his field of vision. Lu Xiaojiang's body trembled. The next moment, he heard, "From now on, you will answer whatever I ask. Understand?" Lu Xiaojiang gulped and shouted, "We are not human traffickers, we were invited." Before he could finish, Lin Dong's left hand shot up. Slap! A swift slap landed on his face. Human traffickers always deny being human traffickers. The force of Lin Dong's slap sent Lu Xiaojiang's head spinning. He had not clearly seen what had transpired earlier and had been knocked dizzy by Lin Dong's blow. This time, the power of Lin Dong's slap was unmistakably felt. How could an 8-year-old child possess such strength? This script was all wrong. Lin Dong reiterated his earlier command. "You will answer my questions. How many people are in your gang? Is it just the 3 of you?" Lu Xiaojiang swallowed hard, tears brimming in his eyes. He desperately wanted to clarify that they were not human traffickers, but merely actors invited to participate in a program. Yet, previous experiences and the looseness of his teeth warned him that any deviation from the topic would elicit another slap. Reluctantly, Lu Xiaojiang shook his head. There are only the 3 of us." Lin Dong extended his hand. Lu Xiaojiang froze, pondering the meaning behind this gesture. Lin Dong asked, "Where's your money?" "Money? Oh, right. We are buyers, of course. We must have cash on us." But Li Jianguo and the others had never anticipated that events would spiral out of control to this extent. They were utterly unprepared for money, not even props. Caught in hesitation, Liu Xiaojiang caught a glimpse of Lin Dong's hand slightly raised. We have money. We have money. He panically pulled out a bank card. There are 800,000 in here. The card was, of course, his personal one. Damn it. Originally meant to earn 800 and now he had lost 80,000. Liu Xiaojiang was equally unwilling, but Lin Dong showed no patience for explanations. He was certain that another slap of similar force would send several of his teeth flying. Reluctantly, he surrendered the 80,000. All right, this is simply absurd. Not only have we beaten up human traffickers, but we've also engaged in black-on-black crime. Who taught this child such audacity? I suggest a thorough investigation into his family lineage, down to his kindergarten teacher. I hope my future son can possess half of his prowess. Chapter 87. Handsomeness is a feeling suddenly. The piercing sound of siren echoed through the metal factory. Lin Dong turned his head towards the entrance, a hint of surprise washing over him. Who called the police? Li Chengfeng and the others exchanged glances, all shaking their heads. A group of elementary school students, without mobile phones, how could they possibly call for help? Before long, Fan Xiaolan entered with several police officers. Upon witnessing the scene in the factory, he had grown accustomed to Lin Dong's antics. Earlier, he too had been slacking off at work, secretly watching the program revealing the talents of full-level kid brother. Realizing that matters were unfolding in an unexpected direction, they had rushed over after receiving reports from Ma Tao and others, concerned that the old professors might truly be in peril. Officers, you've arrived. These human traffickers, Li Chengfeng began, but his words were interrupted as Li Jiangguo rushed towards Fan Xiaolan. At that moment, this elderly professor in his 60s had tears glistening in his eyes. One could only imagine the depth of his grievances. Fan Xiaolan smirked slightly and removed the clothing that had been stuffed in Li Jiangguo's mouth. Tears streaming down his face, Li Jiangguo exclaimed, "Comrade police, you've finally come. If you hadn't tea, I would have been done in by this unruly bunch of children." Lin Dong furrowed his brow. The way Li Jiangguo was acting made him suspect something was amiss. These didn't appear to be human traffickers, and what did he mean by unruly children? Li Shangfeng, with hands on his hips, looked up at Fan Xiaolan. "Officer, you must apprehend him immediately." Fan Xiaolan shook his head and told Li Jiangguo, "You explain the situation to them yourself." After saying this, he walked towards Lin Dong, not the boy himself, but the ones he had knocked down, Zhu Gomafeng and Wang Haiyang. After inspecting the four individuals, a young officer grimaced and shook his head. "It's tragic. These will need at least half a month in the hospital." With that, the five officers turned their attention towards Lin Dong. Demonstration? It was only then that Lin Dong understood. These individuals were not human traffickers, but part of a demonstration organized by several departments of the Provincial Committee in conjunction with the Jinling Daily about minors resisting human trafficking. Li Chengfeng and the others nodded, albeit with confusion. At that moment, a screeching sound of brakes echoed outside the factory. Lin Dong spotted two familiar figures entering, Sun Ruowei and Fang Yufan. The expressions on their faces were steeped in bitterness. They had been trailing behind to film when their van had broken down midway. The atmosphere of the live stream had completely shifted. Lin Dong had initially been engaged in a fistfight, then abducted the old professor, and engaged in a dark twist with Liu Xiaojing. They had witnessed it all. They hurriedly repaired the van, rushing over here, fearing that Lin Dong might truly harm the old professor. So it was just a demonstration. Lin Dong shrugged nonchalantly, tossing a bank card to Liu Xiaojing. What a commotion, and he thought he was dealing with human traffickers. Professor Li Jiangguo glared furiously at Lin Dong, who didn't even spare him a glance. Instead, he continued, "Since that is the case, let us return to our classes. After causing such a ruckus, you simply want to brush it off and return to class? The ones you knocked out are still unconscious. You don't even care about their injuries. Not to mention an apology, at the very least, you should express some remorse." Li Jiangguo's eyes widened in disbelief, fixed intently on Lin Dong. He had never encountered such an unrefined elementary student before. To cause chaos and merely attempt to walk away, Lin Dong, head bowed, hand in his pockets, made his way towards the exit under the scrutinizing gazes of everyone in the factory. Li Chengfeng, Lu Kuan, and Xia Zihan silently followed behind him. This scene made Fan Xiaolan rub his eyes in disbelief. Wasn't he? This aura, how could it surpass even the notorious figures he had encountered during previous operations? For a man, height, attire, appearance, and hairstyle are trivial. The essence lies in one's presence. Just like Lin Dong now, clad in a school uniform, yet exuding a commanding presence, as if he had been cultivating it for decades. The renowned photographer Fong Yufan quickly found the perfect angle to capture the moment. Wow, handsomeness is indeed a feeling. I'd wait a decade for Kid Brother. At this instant, all gangster movies pale in comparison. One cannot exude such swagger without decades of experience in the underworld. Ordinary folks don't attempt this. Without a modicum of strength, you'll find yourself cut down before you even step outside. After causing such a significant disturbance, Lin Dong intended to simply walk away. As he approached Li Jiangguo, the latter could no longer contain himself. He raised his voice in indignation. This outburst drew the attention of Fan Xiaolan, Sun Ruowei, Fong Yufan, and others present. Lin Dong halted, turning to face him with a calm gaze. Li Chengfeng and the others felt a twinge of guilt. They leaned in to whisper to Lin Dong, "Boss, we did hit that old man a bit too much. Shouldn't we apologize?" Lu Kuan added, "Yes, boss. He might try to extort us." Earlier, this 60-year-old professor had been humiliated by 3 individuals who were his grandchildren's age. The scenes replayed vividly in their minds. Now, the other party showed no sign of remorse, merely preparing to leave. With thoughts swirling in his mind, Li Jiangguo exclaimed, "Uncultured children, have your parents not taught you that when you err, you must apologize?" At that moment, this esteemed professor, revered for his moral standing, had truly reached his breaking point. Otherwise, he wouldn't have vented his frustrations on camera. Of course, in his heart, Li Jiangguo believed he was not losing his composure, but rather educating these uncultured children on behalf of their parents. Chapter 88. The other party refused your PUA and counterattacked, right? Xia Zihan lowered her head in shame, about to apologize. In the next moment, before she could utter a word, Lin Dong's palm covered her mouth. Lin Dong looked up, locking eyes with Li Jiangguo, who was seething with anger. Apologize? We did nothing wrong, so why should we apologize? Li Jiangguo's body trembled, nearly emitting steam from his fury. Good, good, good. He repeated the word 3 times, and even at this moment, he still refused to admit his fault. Truly, he had no sense of upbringing. Lin Dong continued, "You should apologize to us. You speak so carelessly, lacking manners and upbringing. Just because we do not comply with your wishes does not mean we lack respect. This old man has truly encountered a formidable opponent today, thinking he could spar with the kids. Is he a professor? He exhibits no quality. His titles were undoubtedly acquired through backdoor dealings and corruption. Little brother should be cautious, lest this old man gets so enraged he ends up in the ICU. You." Li Jiangguo took a deep breath. "Let's not discuss anything else. Those who were knocked unconscious by you, right?" He pointed to Wang Haiyang and the other 4 lying on the ground. Lin Dong nodded. Yes. A cold smirk crept onto Li Jiangguo's lips. Inflicting serious injury on someone is a grave violation of the law. Do you realize you have committed a crime? Upon hearing this, Lin Dong chuckled. Not to mention the ages of the 4, at that moment he had no idea it was a drill. Subjectively, he believed they were human traffickers intending to harm him. Let's not say they merely fainted. Even if they had truly perished, that would have nothing to do with me. Do you really think I'm an 8-year-old child ignorant of the law? Li Jiangguo's face turned red from Lin Dong's words. Fallacious reasoning. He fell silent, but Lin Dong had no intention of letting him off the hook. You wish to PUA me? Lin Dong turned his gaze to Sun Ruowei, asking, who led this drill? She promptly replied, several departments from the provincial committee and this professor, Li Jiangguo. Lin Dong abruptly turned to Li Jiangguo. The latter felt a chill from that gaze, his atoms apple-bobbing as he swallowed hard, to demonstrate the tragic experiences of children abducted by traffickers to warn the public. What's wrong with that? This statement, when heard, gave the impression that everything we painstakingly arranged was for your benefit. What's wrong? Lin Dong sneered. For our benefit? I fear it's for your own notoriety. What? What do you mean by that? As an expert, do you not understand that the tender minds of 8-year-old children are at their most vulnerable? Luring us here without any prior notice and threatening us. Surely, you cannot be unaware of the psychological trauma this may cause. Some are healed by the happiness of childhood for a lifetime, while others spend a lifetime healing the wounds of their childhood. Such a simple truth. How can you fail to comprehend it? Lin Dong's words resonated powerfully, although his slightly immature voice might easily draw one out of the scene. Li Jiangwo's throat tightened, ready to retort. In the next moment, Lin Dong did not give him a chance. You certainly know, but you do not care. All you care about is whether you can gain fame from this program. As for the psychological trauma we may suffer in the future, you do not care. Lin Dong, hands in pockets, raised his head, his gaze resolute as he looked at him. As for how Lin Dong knew all this, he certainly did not. All these words were improvised. Since Li Weigua attempted to PUA him, he naturally had the right to counter PUA, whether it was true or not. It mattered not. I am but an 8-year-old child. Even if my words lack precision, what can you do to me? Can you sue me for defamation? You. Li Jiangwo's face turned green with rage. Behind Lin Dong, Li Chengfeng clenched his small fists. Just moments ago, the three had thought they should apologize to him. But, after hearing the words of their leader from the Qinglong study group, the three suddenly awakened. Indeed, throughout this entire affair, the true innocent victims were only the four of us. If anyone should apologize, it should be them to us. Old man, you think you can intimidate us? Li Chengfeng spat on the ground, echoing Lin Dong's words. Li Jiangwu's just fabulously. The others in the metal factory stood dumbfounded, including the more than 1 million online viewers in the live stream. Awesome. You can attack me with words, so I can retaliate. Facing the self-incrimination trap thrown by the old professor, little brother remains undeterred, merely counterattacking. Only offense, no defense, a ruthless display. At the scene, it was still Fan Xiaolan who pulled the two groups apart, fearing that this 60-year-old professor might have a heart attack from Lin Dong's provocation. Lin Dong, hands in pockets, left behind a remark. Were it not for your advanced age, we would meet in court. He then led his companions towards the exit. Observing this, Sun Ruowei and Feng Yu exchanged glances and hurried to catch up. Soon, an ambulance arrived, taking the four unconscious individuals away. As Lin Dong had anticipated, this incident was ultimately classified as a filming accident. Medical expenses would naturally be covered by the production team and several departments of the provincial committee, with no responsibility falling on Lin Dong and his companions. Setting aside their ages, they genuinely believed they were acting in self-defense upon thinking the individuals were real traffickers. Riding in the van of Sun Ruowei's production team, Lin Dong and his companions returned to school. They had just arrived for the third class of the morning, English class. As they settled back into their desks, Li Ziki curiously glanced over and asked, "Where were you for the last two classes?" Lin Dong thought for a moment and replied dismissively, "Had some business." Damn it, why is little brother so curt with this little rich girl? You don't understand? This is called desire to capture and then release. Playing hard to get. Rich girls nowadays love this. Is there any rich girl who would fancy me? I stand at 220 and weigh 160. The one above who is 220 could go play basketball. Perhaps they could make it into the NBA. 220 is my weight. Chapter 89. Upgrade Reward. Small Rifle Production Line. System Upgrade. Phase 2. Waiting for the right moment has commenced as Lin Dong rested his head on the desk. Searching for a comfortable position to sleep, the familiar mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Startled, he lifted his head, his eyes shining bright. The system. Has it finally completed the upgrade? Although this second phase, waiting for the right moment, sounds rather ominous, he mused. Host, Lin Dong. Age, 28. Physique, 143. Task hall, current tasks. None. Task points, 0. Shop. Gazing at the upgraded panel, the only noticeable change was the addition of task points and shop. Could the system not address the bugs? Lin Dong silently lamented, perplexed by the fact that at 28, he seemed to be in a peculiar situation. Task points. Earned by completing tasks, Lin Dong opened a shop and browsed briefly. AK-47 1 price, 10 task points. RPG rocket launcher 1 price, 50 task points. Hypnotic agent 1 price, 20 task points. Silently, Lin Dong exited the shop. It resembled an armory, not only filled with modern weaponry, but also some fantastical items he had never heard of. His greatest curiosity lay in whether the tasks had changed with the system's transition to the second phase. With apprehension, he opened the task hall. Moments later, he exited again, just as silently as before. Had there been changes? Yes, and quite significant ones. Lin Dong randomly selected one task, realizing it was likely to incur a sentence of at least 20 years. I suppose I should wait for the system to assign tasks, he sighed, shaking his head in resignation. System upgrade successful. Phase 2 waiting for the right moment has granted the host an upgrade reward. Oh, an upgrade reward. Lin Dong expressed mild surprise. Small rifle production line 1 has been added to the system space and can be accessed at any time. Staring at the words, Lin Dong found himself momentarily at a loss for thoughts. A small rifle production line? This meant he now possessed the capability to independently manufacture firearms? A small rifle production line? It's not even automated. The maximum output in a 12-hour day would be around 100 units. Such a thing as an upgrade reward was indeed exceedingly valuable. A bittersweet smile crept across Lin Dong's face as he recalled the previous day's conversation with Li Weiwa, who had doubted his possession of firearms, to which he had nobly proclaimed otherwise. Well, he indeed did not possess any firearms. He merely had the capacity to produce 100 in a day. Fortunately, it's stored in the system space rather than appearing out of thin air, Lin Dong thought, considering it a blessing. Otherwise, if a rifle production line were to manifest beside him during class, even a documentary would struggle to explain the situation. After English class came music class. Lin Dong, lacking any musical talent, participated in the chorus. Soon, it was time for lunch. In the past, he may not have been entirely confident about being the first to rush into the cafeteria. But now, with a physique of 143, he alone would dominate the scene for the next 6 years. After lunch and a brief rest, class resumed. Tomorrow was Saturday. During the last period, the homeroom teacher, Yu Qingyu, announced tomorrow, Saturday, the school will organize a trip to the Jinling Wildlife Park. Students are welcome to join, and the entire trip is free of charge. Such was the extravagance of a public school. Yu Qingyu continued, we will gather at the school gate at 9 in the morning, and the school will arrange a bus to take us. Students can register with the class monitor. Lin Dong glanced at Li Qingfeng, who immediately understood and stood up, saying, everyone come to me to register. Yu Qingyu on the podium squinted, sensing that she had lost control over the class monitor. At the back of the classroom, Sun Ruowei and the production crew were still filming. Jinling Wildlife Park? It's not far from my home. Tomorrow I'll go undercover to see if this kid really is impressive. Can we stream live tomorrow? So we can call 120 at the first opportunity, avoiding any missed chances for rescue. Laughing death, haha. At 3 in the afternoon, the school day concluded. As Lin Dong exited the school gate, his gaze immediately fell upon Lin Nan amid the crowd, perhaps no longer burdened by worries over next month's expenses. Lin Nan appeared considerably more relaxed. Xiao Dong, Lin Nan affectionately greeted his brother, causing goosebumps to rise on Lin Dong's skin. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaoduo, wearing sunglasses, stood in front of a pink Ferrari. Upon seeing Li Ziki, she opened the scissor doors and settled into the car. Noti ching Li Ziki esse hesitation, Ma Xiaoduo inquired. What is wrong, Xiaoqi? Li Ziki pursed her lips and asked, Annie, do you know where my father has gone these past few days? Ma Xiao's hand on the steering wheel paused. She had always regarded Li Ziki's father with animosity. After a moment of silence, she shook her head. The last I heard from him was through my father. He said he went to America to discuss arms deals.